I predict will have my impression of this data if they both have justifiable reasons for what they're doing, but they're both acting like 2-year-old toddlers. Now, maybe we should recover. I absolutely agree with Elon Musk's dissatisfaction with the Congress right now is not going to reduce the deficit or the debt, and that's a desperately needed thing. Federal government has to be more under control. It doesn't have spending money it doesn't have. It's making bad ways, not very efficiently. So he's right. At the same time, the political situation limits what Trump can do in a very clear ad. Clearly, Trump wants to reduce the size of the government. He's making efforts to do that. But the budget process for this particular bill doesn't allow much flexibility. So there's arguments on both sides. Right in some ways, but they're acting like toddlers. Now, will that have any impact on
I was like, and it went right over my head. Too much food. You know what I mean? I was just like, I'm just doing a great job. $40 raise.
In people alive today, we could put together like 93% of the Neanderthal genome. Wow, that's cool, right? So, two questions then. Are they actually extinct? We can put together 93% of their genome by pulling together people who are alive today. That's just a fun philosophical question. Second is, what the hell is going on in that other 7%, right? And if we want to know what it is that makes us human, that's where we look, right? That's where we ask, what are the mutations that arose since we split from Neanderthals, that if a baby got that part of the Neanderthal DNA, it didn't survive. It couldn't make it as a human. That is the bit that is important to define us. We've actually been able to narrow that down. There's less than 100 genes, we think, less than 100 mutations in genes now that have evolved since that split that most people that are alive today have. And that is what makes us human.
I think I'm still fixated on what you said earlier because I think it's so important that we decided what these animals were. We gave them these very specific names.
Right.
And that genes in nature don't care what we're saying. There's this weird thing that's happening from the time we were proto-hominids to what we are today.
It makes sense, though. We want to have a conversation.
Right.
And if we want to talk about something, we have to call it something.
Right. Australopithecus.
Right. So we have species concepts that we designed that allow us to have a conversation and know what we're talking about. So when I talk about, and I call this fossil enablement, and I know that we're having that same conversation. If I am in charge of delineating species because I'm trying to figure out which agency is going to care for this endangered species, I might use geography to figure out what one species is and what another species is. The species concept that we learn when we take our introductory biology course is a species concept that was developed in the middle part of the 20th century called the biological species concept, which says you're a species if you can breed and if your offspring are fertile. But we know that lots of things violate that. Brown bears and polar bears. We just talked about how they're hybrids. Humans and Neanderthals violate that. And cattle and bison violate that to a way less of an extent than we thought that they did. This is actually a cool story that I think. Do you know what a beefalo is?
Yes. Yeah. Is it the female cow and the male bison or vice versa?
No, a beefalo is a breed of hybrid that is 5/8 cattle and 3/8 bison that supposedly has better meat.
Oh, do they do it on purpose?
Yes, it was one of these breeds that they tried to make.
But does it work both ways? Does it work with a male bison and a female cow, or a male bull and a female bison? Does it work both ways?
Barely works at all.
Oh. Do they do it artificially, or do they have them party together?
No, they just lied.
Oh,
Yes.
it's fake.
It's not fake.
Oh my goodness.
So I've spent a lot of time being interested in this. Admixture history. And so it's interested in brown bears and polar bears and humans and Neanderthals. And what is it that suddenly makes a species not able to breed with another species? What is it that causes that sort of last wall to go up? And then suddenly you're the biological species. But yeah, what exactly is it? Can we figure it out? And so I wanted to look at these different species pairs. And we knew about beefalo because people have, beefalo ranches that there's a beefalo of the week. You should look that up because this is going to be like there's beefalo of the week competition where you see these animals. Anyway, so people in the early 20th century decided that they wanted to make hybrid cattle and bison because they wanted animals that were as robust in the North American prairies as bison, but as tame and easy to deal with as cattle. So they started breeding them together, and we're just like, this isn't working. This is really hard. When we get the S1s, first generation hybrids, often it's only the females and they're not reproductive. There's problems here. We can't do this. And because so then people kept trying to do it because they really wanted to do this. And then there was this guy called I can't remember the name of the person who actually did it. Who claimed that he had been able to create this animal that was 3/8 bison and 5/8 cattle. And he sold his animal to a guy called Bud Basolo in California, who created this herd of 5,000 beefalo. And it was announced with great fanfare, like front pages of newspapers. He sold one animal to a farmer in Canada for $2.5 million, $1975. It's still the most expensive single animal that has ever been sold, right? $2.5 million, $1975 for this animal. And so we have this thing. I was like, we're going to sample them. We were working with collaborators from the USDA. We were reaching out to people, reaching out to ranches and saying, can we have pieces, some of your stuff? And they were like, not sure about research on this. And so we started buying tongues, because if you buy steak, you just get the same animal over and over again, but they all have one tongue. So you just buy tongues, and then you get lots of different animals. We sequence their genomes. And then we got from the USDA their expired sperm straws that they have for the animals that they can wait to start your beefalo. And we sequenced their genomes as well, including this $2.5 million 1975 individual. And we've done a lot of work on bison and cattle throughout the last 30 years of my life. And so we have this big plot that shows bison on one side and cattle on the other. And we had made a hybrid so we could sequence their genomes. It wasn't born, it was an imported animal, because it's very hard to make a hybrid. He fell right in between, in the middle, where you expect him to be. So now we know exactly where we think our beefalo should be. 5/8 cattle, 3/8 bison. These are a lot closer to cattle. So up here. So you plot them, and they're all just cattle.
100%. It was fake. So did they use like Highland cattle or something like that that have those crazy furs?
There's some evidence that they used zebu. So that's a different type of cattle. It's the one that came from Asia. They have them in Brazil because they have a hump, so it makes it look a little bit more like bison.
Oh,
If you look at the pictures of the beefalo of the week, you look at them and you're like, yeah, those are cattle.
Let me see a beefalo and everything.
The beefalo of the week.
Oh boy, wrong websites.
No, it didn't seem like I was on the same path.
When was this all discovered that these are just cattle?
Oh, just look up beefalo, and then you look at historic beefalo. You can see the pictures of historical beefalo. Yeah. When was it discovered?
That these are just cattle.
We just published the paper like a few months ago.
Oh no! So this poor dude from 1975 that spent $2 million.
Oh yeah, I mean, he sold it back to Basolo for some of the money getting back. I mean, I think there was a thing going on there.
So these people are out here still selling beefalo like it's real. Like this is a website.
They're hybrid with something. They're mixed with a little bit of zebu. Some of them have a little bit of bison in them, but this is a.
They're just cows. Interesting.
I talked to Steve Vernella about this. I know that he was like, "That's hilarious."
It is hilarious. It's very funny. It does look different than a regular cow, though.
A little bit. I mean, they were trying to do that, right? And
right.
we can engineer everything.
But that's not what
I mean, the Chihuahua looks different from a Great Dane, but their DNA is a lot the same.
So in 1975, how much of an understanding of this stuff did we have? Did these people think that they were doing this, or was it just a scam?
I think this is me speculating at this point. Yeah. I think he had to know, right?
Yeah.
And there was, at one point, there was a blood test that they had done where they were looking for markers in the blood, and there were 5 different markers, and they tested about 150 different animals, and they published a paper saying, oh, look, we tested all these animals. None of them have all of the markers. One of them has one of the markers, and we just think the test is bad.
Oh.
Just,
Boy.
yeah, fun. Anyway, I digress. I don't remember what we were talking about.
Well, we're just talking about a bunch of different animals that used to exist. You know, we were talking about Gigantopithecus at one point in time. You said it's really old. Was it 100,000 years ago? They
I think
speculate
it's
the age of them?
older.
Older?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
So,
2 million to approximately 300 to 200,000 years ago.
okay. So, as recently as 200,000 years ago. So you like kind of, the Homo sapiens are like 300, 400,000 years?
Diverged from Neanderthals.
So like around that time? So it is possible that at one point, and so this is just a very limited amount of bones, right?
It's just limited, just like everything else in paleontology.
So it's possible that they existed later than that. We just haven't found those samples yet.
Maybe.
But it's just
There was a really cool, this is just about how we don't know anything. We can actually get DNA directly from sediments. And this has been a relatively recent revelation. It's super cool because it means that you can take a plug of dirt from the inside of the lake and you can reconstruct the whole ecosystem as it changes over time. Super cool, right?
wow.
But recently there was a paper that was published by some colleagues of mine that had done this for sites in Canada. They found mammoth DNA and horse DNA in Canada, in these really well-preserved parts of the world where we've been working, that date to probably around 4,000, 5,000 years ago.
Horse DNA.
Yes, in
That's weird, right? Because they're supposed to be extinct in North America when? 10,000?
around the last, but there are a lot of Native American cultures who believe that they have a long history of the horse and that the horses survived, and it's just dismissed because we don't have evidence for it.
Right.
But until we find DNA directly in dirt, I mean, this is just showing us how much we don't know, how much we have to be really willing to. Obviously we have a model of the way the world works, and we don't just throw away the model with new data, but we have to incorporate the new data.
Right, you can't be arrogant about the model. So the model is, correct me if I'm wrong, that horses evolved in North America, but it went to other continents, but then eventually died off in North America.
But survived elsewhere. Yeah, Eohippus, the very first horses, are from 50 million years ago. They're found in Wyoming, in the fossil deposits in Wyoming. Those are the little house cat-sized horses.
House cat-sized horses.
Yeah, but this is early horses, around the same time as we have the first primates and the first of the other things that we know.
That's so fascinating.
It's so cool.
So fascinating.
Yeah.
We were talking about this the other day, the big debate that happened with Clovis first, that they used to think that human beings, they came over here at a very specific time, and then they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and they're like, okay, we got to rethink this, and we're being forced to rethink this. And there was another time where archaeologists were horrible to each other. These scientists were horrible to each other because they attacked the guy who made the discovery. They said, this is nonsense, this is impossible, we know, we're very clear. Just this arrogance.
Yeah, they did that to Jacques Saint-Mars, who discovered the bones in Alaska and northern Canada that had cut marks on them that were older than the accepted time of when humans could be there. And now everybody accepts that. It's true. We know that.
Yeah. It's so gross. It's so gross, and they keep doing it over and over and over again. So then the question is, okay, if we have 22,000-year-old footprints, how many thousands of years were they here before that? Like, have they always been here? How did they get here? Like, what's the earliest known humans, We know that there's no Neanderthals here so far. So far, there's no Denisovans, but imagine they found a different kind of human. Wasn't there something that came up where they found some human that lived, God, I want to say 6,000 years ago, and this DNA is different. This is like very recent. Different than anybody that they've ever discovered before. So like, okay.
Well, that would be.
I think it's just like super recent, like yesterday or the day before.
Make it even easier. Right now, Cardio 6L is 10% off. Just go to Cardia.com. That's Kartia.com or Amazon. 10-6L George. That's the number 10-6L George to get 10% off Cardio 6L today.
Global tensions are escalating fast. Threats aren't just overseas. Experts are warning about sleeper cells already inside the U.S. Homeland attacks, cyber sabotage, grid takedowns. When the lights go out, grocery stores are empty. Help isn't coming. The only ones who don't have are the ones who prepared ahead of time. That's why My Patriot Supply created the Independence Day Preparedness Fund. Includes a massive one-year emergency food plus over $1,200 in quick gifts. 1 full year of food, water, solar, one gift, and a huge discount with lightning fast and free shipping. It's mypatriotsupply.com/radio. That's mypatriotsupply.com/radio. Grab the Independence Day bundle while you still can. This is more than a great deal. Maybe your last chance to make sure your family is ready for what will be coming. Grab your Independence Day bundle now at mypatriotsupply.com/radio.
So, get ready. Like, someone, some of this stuff is crazy. You know,
And welcome back to our story along with Robert Zimmerman. Our space story at this website is behindtheblack.com, coastocoastair.com. Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin. Is he a rival of Elon Musk, Robert? Sadly today, he could be, but he hasn't. It's one of the greatest disappointments I've had with watching in the last decade and a half. He proposed a new plan orbital rocket that would be reusable at about the same time SpaceX proposed the Falcon 9. That's almost the same exact one. At the same time, he also proposed a Kuiper constellation of satellites that would be comparable to the Starlink constellation satellites providing internet anywhere in the world, anyone who wants to buy a terminal. And he also proposed that at exactly the time as Elon Musk proposed Starlink. In the 20 years, let's say 15 years since they both made those proposals, SpaceX has launched something like 500 Falcon 9 rockets and reused its first stages in the range of 300 or 400 times. Reducing the cost of launch enormous. The new Glenn rocket from Blue Origin has launched once. And they redid it in January of this year, and we're still waiting for the second one. It came first, SpaceX or Blue Origin. They both came about the same time. And in terms of Starlink and Kuiper constellation, SpaceX in the interim in the last decade has launched something like 7,000 Starlink satellites. And worldwide, spending billions of dollars in aid with the space program. The Kuiper constellation that Bezos proposed was built by Amazon and put up 54 satellites, and it only did that this year. So, is Bezos' competitor? He's a billionaire who's into space. He really doesn't want to do this. He's always said this. But his company does not produce. And it's a very big disappointment because I want competition. You know, I'm bragging how much I love what SpaceX is doing. But the next matter is we'd all be better off if there was real competition here from both companies achieving things independent against competing with each other, producing new things that we really need to best in the nation and for the world. So it's very disappointing. So is he a competitor? He could be. There are hints very close now that he might finally be getting the new Glenn rocket going and the Kuiper constellation going, but it's incredibly disappointing that it's taken so long. They're both geniuses. Yes, you know, it's an interesting thing. The advantage you look at over Bezos when it comes to space is that his as an engineering type mind. So he can understand the engineering problem and get to the heart of it. Sometimes even his own engineers might not be able to see it because of forest and trees type stuff. Bezos is not that kind of engineer. His person has with providing, running a business and picking good businesses where there's a need. Amazon's the first example of that. He figured out a way to make a web business that could sell world efficiently and at low cost. And it's a very simple thing what he's doing. It's very complicated. He started selling books out of his garage. Started with books. But it was very brilliant. He started with books. It was very easy. If a commodity wear out, you can do it on your assignment. The cost would be low. So he started with books, which made sense. But then he very carefully over time expanded. And he's brilliant at the distribution system here. But once again, he doesn't have that engineering knowledge, so he's being told by people the engineering problem. He's not as It appears he's not in shock for the problem. The very name, motto of his company, Origin, is to like a eternal, ferocious forward.
I've experienced
That is the problem. You can't work.
also when I talk to
And he hasn't done that, and it's been a disappointment. I once again, I want competition. He has there's a potential to do the nuclear rocket. It's not
they say
a much bigger rocket than the Falcon 9. It can put bigger payloads into orbit. In the first stage, it's reusable, so it's costing relatively low once it gets going. And so there it has great potential to open up space for humanity in a proper motorway. But you got to be wise.
Robert, what country rivals the United States for space?
At this moment in time, there is a war going on between governments and private companies. Because the nation that has the most successful space program right now as a national program is China. They lead the world. We must defend ourselves. They have a space station of their own. And following that plan now for space very precisely and without much delay in the schedule. They hope to land someone on the moon before the end of this decade, and their goal eventually is to build a lunar base. That's going to be a little more difficult. They're not quite there. So that's the government. And there's other governments like in Russia, in Europe, India, and there's that government. And they're in competition with the private enterprise in the United States, the idea of freedom and individual capitalism. And it's not just in the U.S. In Europe and in India, there is a very strong movement within those governments to emulate what the United States has done in the last decade, to pull back from the government program, not have the government agency run everything, but instead it needs private sector, and let the private sector run the show. There's been movement in Europe, especially, and in India that way. China is interesting in this context because they have a pseudo-capitalist model in this communist nation. They allow investments to go to private entities, supposedly private entities, who compete for government contracts. The problem is not really private enterprise, because all those so-called pseudo companies are supervised by the government very closely. They don't make it transactional. They are forced to share all their data, their proprietary information. They share those data with each other, which is why us to be doing the same thing. But because the government top down is in control, there's relatively little innovation or creativity. Where they do, they steal it in the same thing. There must be a startup rocket pseudo company in China who are proposing to build and they are actually, some of them are doing vertical and open landing tests successfully and will, I think, in 6 years begin to launch those rockets. But in terms of innovation, there's less innovation. So that's the overall theme of the world in space. And I would say right now, China is in the lead of the nation, and Elon Musk in SpaceX is in the lead as a private nation. And between the two of them, if not, I'm not sure.
Hard to believe, just a few weeks, 56 years since we landed on the moon. Wow. See, one of the disappointments of my life, George, and I've written the history of that activity, almost all of that space at the beginning. The disappointment of my life is that when I was a kid in the 60s, I thought by 2001, we'd have space stations on the lunar base. We'd be exploring the solar system, we'd be settling it, we'd be colonizing it, and none of that has happened. We stopped. Well, we stopped because we copied this. I wrote about this at length in my first book, Genesis, the story of Apollo 8, which is the Apollo 8 mission to the moon. And
you get a guy like me that knew all that stuff.
What I discovered without that program that was disturbing, which was that even though we were a Kennedy nation, we were a prove that free people to do that. The trouble was we emulated the
styles, and so their access. When I got done, we had a space program, which meant the government dictated everything that was to be done, and everything was to be done with the government.
But it's just these things keep finding new stuff. Here it is, 6,000-year-old skeletons with never before seen DNA rewrites human history. Yeah, so this was just June 7th.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, they uncovered 6,000-year-old skeletons in Colombia that belonged to a mysterious group of people that could rewrite human history.
It doesn't match any of the other known.
No, wild. Their genetic signature reveals a distinct, now extinct lineage that may have descended from the earliest humans to reach South America, one that diverged early and remained genetically isolated for thousands of years.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I have no doubt that this is true. I mean, how many of these human settlements are gone now? And so we don't have any evidence of them. And they're all lineages that they'll go back to humans originating in Africa at some point, but we haven't seen all of them. We haven't seen all of the pattern. We don't know even what questions we should be asking.
You know what you guys really need to try to bring back? Those little tridactyl skeletons they find in Peru. That's like when we had Luke Caverns on and Jesse, when we had Jesse Michaels on the other day. It was an amazing YouTube show. Both of them great guys. They were showing us these skeletons that they found in Peru that are very bizarre. And people initially thought they were a hoax, but then they found these newer ones that they've discovered that they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. They've done CAT scans on these things, and they seem to be human or human-like, these things.
Yeah, I've seen them. These, they're amazing.
Yeah, like I thought 100% horseshit when I first saw them, because I think some of them are horseshit. But then when they've done, like, look at that image below where they do like X-rays of them. Like, come on, like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? That seems there's no way. If again, I'll say it again, but if that's art, let me buy it.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody made that.
So those X-rays are from the things themselves. I think I've seen some of these.
The CAT scans are even weirder.
Are they?
Because the CAT scans, when they show like the 3D CAT scan of the body, you're seeing all of the areas where the cartilage is, and it just but it doesn't look totally human, because this is it. So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. It's really weird stuff. Like, there's layers of them as they go, as you go through a CAT scan.
And how old are they? I did
Look at
hear
this.
I've seen some of the reports. This is the thing that was presented to the Mexican government at some point.
This is Peru. The Mexican ones seem to be horseshit.
Okay.
It seems like, and the guy who discovered them, air quotes,
Right.
seems to have a history of finding silly things. But this seems real. This seems very real. Like, look at this thing.
What's that on the neck?
Exactly. What is that on the neck? Who the hell knows? Like, who the hell knows? Why does it have so many ribs? Like, look at it. Go back to that image where it shows the back. Jamie, where it was like, yeah, like, when you see this thing, this guy's not, like, showing you the full body in this particular image. Whatever the hell that thing is on the back of its head is weird. The shape of its head is very weird, but it looks real. Like, whatever, if you guys can find that that's real, I know you won't bring back Neanderthals, but why don't you bring back one of them little 3-toed alien people?
I don't know. I mean, you would still have to ask their permission. It looks like a person.
Talk to them.
Bring them
If
back.
they say
ask them
no,
then-
shoot them in the head.
Right. Easy.
I don't know what to tell you, but bring them back. Like, some things you just have to do. Like, if we find out that thing was a real thing, like, what is that?
Yeah.
What's that thing in the back of its head?
Have people tried to do DNA work or protein work on these things?
I think there's a small select group of people that are even taking it seriously, but more people are taking it seriously now because of the CAT scans. Because I think initially, have you seen the original ones, the ones that look super fake?
Yes.
The ones that look super fake look like something you'd buy in like a roadside stand.
Yeah.
They look totally bullshit. But then I was going back and forth with Jesse Michaels and Luke Caverns, and they were sending me these images of, I think it was 800 BC. This is how old these drawings are in these tapestries that show these weird 3-toed, 3-fingered things that look like a little one of those things. Like, So was this another type of human that lived with us at some point in time?
It's interesting. There are the three-toed and three-fingered thing is interesting. I wonder if there's a genetic mutation that would lead to that. You've seen the tribe. There's an isolated tribe that has
Ostrich feet,
the
they
two.
call them.
Yeah.
Very weird. Yeah.
But that,
So maybe that was that. Maybe that's what that was.
who knows? It'd be fascinating to see if there's any DNA that could be recovered in proteins. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you guys get down to Peru?
Yeah. I'll run it by Ben. See what he thinks.
He would be into it. Ben seems like he'd be like, let's go. Like if you could find Gigantopithecus DNA, I think Ben would want to bring back Bigfoot.
Yes, probably. Let's not tell him.
I think that's what Bigfoot is, don't you think?
Gigantopithecus?
Yeah.
Was it in Asia though? Like Bigfoot is supposed to be in North America.
Well, they found the bones in China.
Yeah, so it could have come across.
Make sure that story's right that I said. I'm pretty sure it's true. Gigantopithecus bones found in the apothecary shop in China.
Yeah, I just didn't want to bring it up. There's a guy named Ralph. He was well, 1935. He sold his dragon bones. They bought a bunch of stuff, and then they started looking at them and found out that that's not what they were.
So it's 35.
In China. That was super interesting. And I wonder, if these populations were there, they're there at the same time as Denisovans were there, Neanderthals were there. They would, if they could have hybridized with humans, they probably
Jeez.
who knows?
Yeah.
We know so little. Right?
Well, it seems to like have it coexisted with Homo sapiens. So, but when did it start existing? Right? How long was it? We know that Neanderthals were around for 300,000 years or so.
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy when you think that people, would really like to run things for a small period of time.
I don't know who added this.
Closely allied with orangutans.
Once thought to be a hominid, now thought to be closely allied with orangutan.
So once thought to be a member of the human line.
Well, it was thought for a long time that orangutans were our closest living relative as well.
Have you ever seen them spearfishing?
No.
Yeah, they've learned how to spearfish. They don't know whether it's from observing people, that's what they assume. But there's this crazy photograph of this orangutan. He's hanging out to his branch, and he's got a long stick in his hand, and he's like leaning into the river, stabbing a fish. You gotta see it, because it's so crazy.
Did they learn from us?
We don't, not necessarily.
Oh, that's so cool.
Isn't that crazy? Really crazy. Like he's figured out how to catch fish. Really? Oh, says after observing locals. Which totally makes sense, right?
Smart.
Yeah, he's seen people catch a fish and he's like, whoa, how did you do that? Which is probably how people learn. Like some really smart ape guy was like, I think I can hit that bird with a rock.
Yeah. Learning and being able to communicate is one of the ways that we got the advantage over everything else, right? Because I don't have to evolve the ability to cook dinner. I can learn from my mom.
Right. But that's what's so fascinating about living today is you don't have to even learn from someone who's anywhere near you. You're learning from things on your phone instantaneously, on your laptop.
And you don't have to learn because there's DoorDash.
Right. Stay alive for me. That's true too. But it's just, when AI gets involved in this stuff, when we have sentient AI that you can use to try to, figure out what the consequences of bringing certain species back, and whether or not it'll be a pro or a con. Like, that's where things get weird. Like, if we decide, okay, let's bring back the woolly mammoth. Okay, what's going to be the negative impact of bringing back the woolly mammoth? Well, you know why. So, humans will make decisions based on biased evidence. We'll make decisions based on our the potential for financial windfall. We'll gaslight people and think things are really a good idea. And it's safe for everyone. And we'll do things if we know there's a profit. Whereas if you have AI that's completely objective and its only mission is to analyze the outcome.
Yeah. Oh, that world. We're actually working with people that are external to Colossal to put together the rewilding plan, that sort of thing for each of the different species. We're not planning to rewild the diamonds, but we still have done this. We put together a plan of what the potential impacts would be, but we literally keep that outside and hire people to put this together for us. And we haven't been delivered with yet, so we'll see they are not going to kill everything.
So what animal do you think? Well, obviously, you guys are working with the Red Bulls to try to use which are normal animals who must have a threat, which most people agree is a good idea to give them a healthy population and stuff. And that's the best argument, because a lot of people say, oh, this work could be used for conservation. That's so infuriating about some of these haters. Like, they don't even bother looking it up, or they don't care, because they just want attention, and they just want to be negative. That's the best way to get them.
They want to click, right?
And the best way to get that click is to want people. And like, yeah, it's gross. But they have to be themselves. That's the punishment. You know, that's the life you chose. You just want to be this bitchy person.
You're going to say that one thing forever.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations. You get a lot of attention from just being super negative all the time. But if you had to, like, look at the argument, like, so the argument of, like, not doing this, and that you're not really creating a dire wolf, this is just taking dire wolf genes and adding them to gray wolves. Have you ever had conversations with these people where they want to tell you that what you're doing is wrong, and what is your response to these people?
I think that this idea that the technology that we are developing is something that we shouldn't be developing because it's wrong. It's somehow playing God. Yes, I mean, people have been playing God for as long as we've existed as a lineage. First by making species become extinct and spread around the world, not intentionally initially, but we changed the habitat. We hunted things. Then we figured out that we didn't have to make a species go extinct in order to feed our families, and so we evolved domestication. We figured out how to only take the males or leave the juveniles, or some way of maintaining that population so that you knew you could go back to the hunt the next year and they would be there again. So we domesticated things. And then we transformed to really authority over everything. When we protect a species, people who think about conservation often think of this as super hands-off. Like, I'm not doing anything. Everything just gets to evolve the way that it should be. That's bullshit. Like, we decide how many animals live, where they get to live, what they get to eat, how many they get to eat. We cull them when we want to, protect them if we want to, we don't if we want to. We are as gods, as Stuart Brand wrote in the Whole Earth Catalog, right? And we just better get good at it. These technologies are not exactly the same as the technologies that our ancestors had, because we are directly changing DNA sequences, but they are technologies that we can deploy to hopefully try to fix some of the things that we have fucked up already. Right? And I think the biggest challenge that I have is to show people that deciding not to allow ourselves the space that we need to figure out what we can do with these technologies. We're still operating within regulatory frameworks. We're still operating within the bounds of biological reality. There's a long way to go here. But if we decide that that's too scary, that we don't trust ourselves, that we're always going to make the worst decision, first of all, it's that attitude of negativity, right? It's the I don't want to do it because it's too scary because I'm going to bet. Second of all, it's a decision. And to think that that decision has no consequences is naive. We know what the consequences are. The rate of extinction today is thousands to tens of thousands times higher than it is across the history of the fossil record. And a lot of that is because of us. But we have the capacity to slow that rate. We have the capacity to help species that are alive today adapt to the rapid changes in their habitat. What if we could make Hawaiian honey creepers resistant to avian malaria, which we introduced by introducing mosquitoes into their habitat and save them from becoming extinct, or figure out how to transfer resistance to bleaching to corals around the world, or anything that we could do to save some of these habitats that we know are in trouble because of this combination of people expanding and natural change to the ecosystem that we just don't like. We don't want to see spruce forests disappearing because it's getting drier, and that means that they can't make enough resin to fight off the beetles.
Right, yeah.
We have the capacity to use these tools, or at least to think about how we might develop and deploy these tools to have a future that is both filled with people and biodiverse.
I think what people are concerned with is the crude application of these techniques and this science when it's in its infancy. And if you just take that and draw it out to its natural conclusion with improvements over time and innovation over time, it could be something that's of enormous benefit to not just animal species, but humans, to everyone. It's kind of like a test run. Like, we can make a dire wolf, can we make a super person? You know what I mean? Like, it's probably the future. I mean, having regular children, like just rolling the dice on seeing what your kid turns out, will probably be super novel, like 100 years from now.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, right? And I think we're actually more accustomed to using these technologies to cure genetic diseases on a baby. That was in the news over the last couple of weeks. KJ, this boy who was born with a metabolic disease because he had a genetic change, just a single mutation that meant that he couldn't digest protein. And people came together and mounted this incredible, collaborative effort to find a cure using the tools of genome engineering for this child. And went home from the hospital last week with CRISPR editing having gone into his body to cure this particular disease. Now, it's amazing, and it was a rush, and it's a really great example of personalized medicine. That right now, obviously, this is slow, but we start somewhere, and we always have to start somewhere. Like, yes, it took 6 months, and it's one baby, and it took a lot of people to do this, but this is the beginning of how we can use these tools to cure your cancer, to figure out how we can engineer a fix for a baby who's born with cystic fibrosis, or if you get blood cancer, can we edit the blood cells to make that cancer mutation just go away? This is the beginning of these tools, and for de-extinction and conservation, this is also just the beginning. We've figured out how to learn DNA sequences from the past and actually transform that into an animal that's bigger than a gray wolf, and it's more muscular than a gray wolf. We've made dire wolves using dire wolf DNA and these amazing tools that we will have the potential to use to stop other species from becoming extinct. I love it. I think it is, obviously there are risks associated with using technologies that we don't fully understand, but we're not taking those risks. We're very carefully evaluating every single one of the edits that we make. We are, in every case, interested in making the fewest number of changes possible to still bring those animals back.
What other animals are you going to bring back?
Well,
what's the plan? What's the plan, Beth?
Well, we have announced, obviously, the mammoth and the thylacine, that's the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo, which is my favorite.
Oh, that's cool.
But we have DNA from lots of different animals, so, you never know.
So, but is there so you've announced the woolly mammoth.
That's right.
And where will that be?
Where are we going to put
mammoths? Are you going to reintroduce them into areas?
Eventually, that is the goal, to have animals that live in wild habitats, but this will be a very long process.
Dire wolves.
No, we won't be reintroducing dire wolves.
Okay, so not predators, but you would
Well, not dire wolves.
Oh, so you weren't joking about the cheetah?
Well, I mean, we don't currently have any plans to bring cheetahs or saber-toothed cats back to things.
But you might. I don't like how you said that. But if you did that, that would be where it would get sketchy. If you reintroduce an animal that can run 60 miles an hour to the plains, those poor antelopes who've been living it up, because they evolved. You know that pronghorn antelopes, the reason why they're so fast, they evolved to get away from these cheetahs that don't exist anymore.
It's true, but we know also from looking at the cheetahs that we have that they didn't only eat pronghorns. They were eating lots of things in their habitat. So we found
pronghorns are fast.
They had to eat something else. Otherwise they would die, right?
They had to eat some slow stuff because the pronghorns are let's get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, for every species, there will be different work that has to be done to figure out whether and where is a good idea to reintroduce them. And for each of the species that we're working with, we have councils that we've put together in the part of the world where we would bring them back together to have conversations about where they should go, whether they should go, how many there should be, and who is willing to be the long-term stewards for these animals.
Now, I know that they've talked about releasing woolly mammoths if they ever do make them in Siberia, right?
Well, right now we're not focusing on Russia because issues,
obviously,
right? So probably it would be somewhere in North America.
Maybe that's why Trump wants Greenland
for mammoths. Isn't Greenland filled with ice? I mean, mammoths really need a lot of
vegetation.
Maybe not, yeah. But there's plenty of space in Alaska or Canada or even the Great Plains. I mean, mammoths lived through warm periods and cold periods. They're cold adapted because they're big and furry.
Alaska would be the move, right? Because it's like the size of 1/3 of the United States, and they live there,
Right.
and
Right. And I'm not worried about the mammoth population getting out of control. I mean, these are animals that take 10 to 14 years to reach reproductive maturity. They have a 2-year pregnancy. It's not like there's suddenly going to be 1,000 mammoths.
Right.
This will be a very slow and deliberate and careful process. And like with the dire wolves, there will be a stage in between the first half being born and understanding how they're able to thrive in whatever habitat they're in. And these are really important parts of the de-extinction process.
I was blown away when I heard that mammoths lived up until about 4,000 years ago on an island.
Yes, Wrangel Island off the coast of Siberia, but now maybe even in mainland North America based on that environmental DNA data. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I did
the horses were 4,000 years, right? In that data.
Horses and mammoths.
That was 4,000 years old too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right, because we're not going to find the last fossils of something.
Well, of course, because fossils are so difficult to make.
Right.
Most of the things don't leave fossils when they die.
That's right.
Like, what percentage of the entire fossil record, bad word to use there, but in record of animals have been fossilized?
It's really hard to know, right? And because the taphonomy, which means like how things are going to preserve, differs so much depending on where you are in the world. Like when things die in Alaska and you have this glacial silt that preserves things really quickly, we're probably finding a lot of things, right? But we've never found woolly rhinos in North America. So the hypothesis is they never made it across. The Bering, there was when the sea level was lower, the Bering Strait was not a sea level. It was they called Beringia. It was a land bridge.
Right.
Animals walked across that land bridge, including people walked across the land bridge to come into.
Which brings me to the short-faced bear. Oh, I don't like how you giggle. You guys gonna try to bring that thing back?
I don't know. We do have its DNA. I love the short-faced bear. You know what I like the most about it is because I think it's so dumb that it's called the short-faced bear. Like, why? Who is giving it that common name? That they're like, oh, here's a bear that if it stands up, it's 12 feet tall. I'm gonna call it the short-faced bear.
Right, it's such an innocuous name for such a terrifying animal.
Right. Yeah.
One of my favorite photos on the internet is a photo of the short-faced bear standing up next to these scientists that are standing there, and you realize the size of it. You're like, that one.
Yeah.
Like, what in the hell?
Have you seen the longhorn bison? This bison that lived 150,000 years ago?
I think I have.
There's a great photo that's somewhere on the internet of a skull on the ground and a scientist like playing that one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We have DNA from him.
Might bring that back?
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
What about the Irish elk?
Yep, we could do that one. We have DNA from the
That thing's nuts.
Megalosaurus.
When did that thing go extinct?
I think that's also the end of the Ice Age. It wasn't in North America. But,
Right.
yeah, super cool.
That thing's nuts.
Yeah.
It's like a moose/elk
I love it.
thing.
There were also camels in North America. There's a camel called Camelops. That was pretty cool. Yeah. And a giant beaver, like a 5-foot-tall beaver, which...
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the giant beaver. Beavers scare me.
Especially a 5-foot beaver.
A 5-foot beaver? Think about what a little beaver can do with its teeth. They
You
chew.
found logs that have been chewed on by this thing. Like, yeah. Just imagine.
What, did that die out in the Ice Age as well?
Yes, yeah.
So that's like 65% of all the megafauna in North America, right?
So many big things. We lost so many big things.
Thomas Jefferson thought he had discovered a giant lion,
but it was a
turns
sloth.
out it's a sloth.
Yeah.
Giant sloth.
They were
It's
just
named
different
after-
species of
It's
giant
named after
sloths.
Megalonyx jeffersoni.
Wow. Well, when you look at its face, it kind of looks like it could be a cat if you don't know that much. Like if you don't know what we know now,
From the
look at the
fossil,
bones,
yeah.
that bone right there. Make that the head. Like, look at that thing. It looks like some crazy cat. Oh, what a weird animal.
Sloths. I wonder if they moved as slowly as the small ones did. I can't imagine that they could have, or they would have been really easily eaten by the giant short-faced bear.
Right.
Right.
Maybe that's why
Or
they're
the
not
American
around.
cheetah, or the Smilodon.
Well,
That's
the cheetah's probably too little. It gets smashed.
Yeah, but if that thing was moving super slowly, you could just hack at it for a while.
Well, have you ever seen sloths, even little slow-moving ones, swing at leopards or jaguars?
No.
Yeah, there's a video of a sloth, a regular one, that is crawling on this vine, and this jaguar is trying to get at it. And it's swinging at it pretty fast. I was like, wow, I didn't know they could swing that fast. But it moves really slow, which is like,
I wonder if
why does nature want you to die so easily?
Don't they move so slowly that stuff grows on them?
Yes, mold grows on them. There's a rescue place. So look at that. Look how beautiful these jaguars are. God, they're so beautiful.
Big cats, yeah. So would you want the big cats that were here to come back?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like the jaguars are re-emerging in the Southwest, right? They've spotted at least a couple of them in Arizona, which I think is great. I mean, I think they're awesome, but I wouldn't want to run into one. You know what I mean? Like if you're out there camping and you see a jaguar, you're in a lot of trouble. That's a giant mountain lion.
Yeah. And I think about mountain lions too. When I go running, in the woods, in the redwoods, I live in San Diego, so I go running. I'm thinking, mountain lions. Bring my dogs, right?
Yeah. Well, the dog's gonna get eaten, I guess.
I think they're afraid of dogs.
A little bit. Yeah, it depends on the dog. They eat a lot of dogs.
I have a 75-pound Labrador Retriever.
Yeah,
He would probably want to be its friend.
Yeah, that's like my dog, my golden retriever.
Oh, friend, can we play?
Or he would just like tuck his tail and run and just leave me there to defend myself. But they know that like the ones that they get, the ones that are problem cats in Northern California, when they found them and they do these depredation tags, they found that 50% of their diet is dogs and cats.
Wow.
50%. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's nuts. They just eat people's dogs and cats.
Yikes. Yeah.
I don't know. They're spooky. They're cool, but they're spooky. I don't know how many you want around.
And there are a lot of cats. Maybe it's because we don't have any of the other predators that used to be there. I mean, the California golden bear. There's another one that Hearst. I think Hearst collected one of the last ones of the California golden bear in Southern California, had it shipped up to San Francisco, and he became the bear that's the inspiration for the flag.
Oh, really?
His name is Monarch. We actually sequenced his genome too.
The last guy that got killed by a grizzly bear or brown bear, whatever it was, in California, they have a town named after him. Look back, California.
It's named after the guy.
Yeah, named after the last guy to get killed by a bear.
I wonder if it's worth it to his.
Nope. Nope. It's kind of funny though that the bear is on the flag and then they killed all of them. There's none of them.
Yeah, well, by the time I think it was on the flag, it was already on there.
Yeah, probably. Well, people are probably wanting to bring them back too.
We showed recently using DNA that they're really closely related to the bears that are in Yellowstone right now. So if you really want bears in California, you can just
Don't do it, people. Because the thing about it is, once you have them in your area, you can't manage them because then people have decided that they're precious. So once they become problems and once they become overpopulated, like Montana has been an issue with that now. They would like to list them.
With bears?
Yes, with grizzly bears. They would like people to be able to hunt them.
They put a smile on his face.
Hi, guys. Actually, not true. I was saying if you had a plate of meat and a plate of fruit, the bear would just eat the meat, but the bear would probably eat the fruit too. Eat everything. They eat cars. When I lived in Colorado,
just like people, not us, would have been like they're involved in the world of scarcity where you eat the stuff that's in front of you.
Also, they really have to get fat because they're gonna chill out and just take naps for 3 months.
I love the Fat Bear Week competition. I love that. Do you know that?
No, what is that?
It's like it's around the time when they come out there, they're eating all the salmon because they got to get. They have a competition between which is the best fat bear, and you get to vote for them.
Oh,
there's
that's
a
cool.
fat bear that wins.
Yeah. To me, that's the most fascinating species of bears is the bears that live on those salmon rivers, because they don't care about people at all. Like there's this crazy video of this guy that's sitting in a lawn chair and this bear comes up beside him, and this bear, he's not in the lawn chair, right beside the lawn chair, but the lawn chair is great for perspective when you see how big the bear is. This bear is huge. It's like 10, 11 feet tall, long, whatever, and it doesn't care about the person at all. It just has been eating salmon. Yeah. So this is it. Look at this.
And salmon are so much better.
Look at the size of that thing. Imagine, give me some volume so you hear this guy talking. Because it's so crazy. Yeah. Bear's not interested in them. There's meat right to his right. He just lays down. I want to chill.
Humans probably make a terrible snack, though, right? We're bony, we're more fatty. That salmon is absolutely delicious source of protein. Right?
Also, it's just flopping around in there. It's easy to catch, and he's probably full, which is also why they're so big, right?
He looks full. I like him. He looks chill. That's the bear that I would want to run into in the field. He's
hey, crazy.
Like it's a dog. Like, get out of here.
Yeah. You think you fit some? Hey man, this is my space. Don't invade it. Yeah. All those Kodiak bears, that's why they're so huge. They get so much protein.
Never been out there.
Oh, I want to watch them. I want to watch them eat salmon with a high-powered rifle right next to me. And maybe in a giant bulletproof hamster wheel or something. I'm so scared of those things. Have you seen the documentary Grizzly Man?
Yes.
Another great Werner Herzog film.
Okay. I have to look at this.
Werner's actually in that film. He's interviewing the people in that film, which is one of the best unintentional comedies. It's a really funny movie. Like I don't even think it's unintentional because Werner Herzog's a genius. I think he made it funny on purpose because there's some like smash cuts where he's just like, oh my god, we were just laughing, and the guy was so nuts, and he just decided to. I think in my eyes, I think he was like suicide by bear. I think he just decided to stay long enough where eventually they just got him. He was like super depressed and wanted to be an actor and it never made it, so he decided he's gonna save the bears. And the bears like didn't even care that he was alive. Like they're not used to people being around at all. They didn't even know what he was. And then one of them eventually decided to eat him.
I can't imagine that is a good way to go.
It's not a good way to go, but if you're completely obsessed with bears and
there's a woman who's worked in my lab for a long time. She works on mountain lions or mountain lion genetics, and she said when it's her time, she wants to go.
Oh God, lady, don't say that. Don't say that. The one thing better about getting killed by a cat than a bear is a cat will kill you and then eat you. A bear will just hold you down
and eat you while you're still alive.
Yeah, they don't care at all.
You die of shock.
Before and after photos of these bears before they got fat. Like wow, they're skinny like a dog.
Yeah, well, they look real weird when they get skinny, and they look real long-legged. That's one of the things that freaks hunters out, is when they see them skinned and they're hanging, they look like humans. It's like very weird. Like,
Bigfoot?
No. Well, that's probably what Bigfoot is, honestly. When people are seeing Bigfoot, have you ever seen a bear walk on two legs before?
No.
They walk on two legs all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. They walk on two legs to present themselves as larger, to scare the other males. And sometimes they have injuries. Like there was a famous bear in New Jersey that was missing a paw, and so he always walked on two legs.
It just looked like a man,
Just like a Bigfoot. Like if you see him through the woods, right? If it's dusk and you're going on a hike and you're already like heightened senses, you're a little weirded out already, and you see this thing, it's a black bear that's walking on two legs through the woods, like, you would be convinced that you saw Bigfoot, don't you think?
Yeah. There was a paper that was published maybe a decade ago or so, where people had done niche modeling, environmental niche modeling based on Bigfoot sightings.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Isn't that nuts? So if you saw that walking through the woods, 100% you'd think it's Bigfoot. Oh my God, I found him. He's real. He's real.
If that picture was just a little bit blurrier, it would be Bigfoot.
Right, yeah. A little blurrier and then a little more distance and in between trees. I talked to a lady once. We did this television show.
Look at him. That's amazing.
I know, it's nuts. And that's a small one. We did this television show a long time ago. Me and my friend Duncan, we went to go look for Bigfoot. It was part of the show. It was called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And we went to and I met this one lady who was so convincing. And she told me she saw Bigfoot. She said, the Pacific Northwest, where we were at, outside of Seattle, like up in those mountains, it's so dense because it's a rainforest. rainforest, and it's like the way I describe it, it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what the trees are like. You know, you get a box of Q-tips, you can't see in between those Q-tips. Super dense. And she said she saw something that was like 100 yards away that was moving through the trees, and she is sure was a. She goes, I saw a giant ape, and I was like, what is that? An ape? And I'm like, oh my God, it's Bigfoot. And my brain was going, I think it was a bear.
Well, that's what this niche modeling or environmental modeling study found is they looked at all the reported sightings of Bigfoot and then created what would be the environmental niche for Bigfoot, and it pretty much just overlapped the niche for bears, for brown bears.
Of course, yeah, of course. I mean, it's the only thing that makes sense. But what the weird thing about it is the Native Americans, because Native Americans have a name for that creature, and they have many names for it, different tribes. So it's not like an isolated thing, but they don't have a lot of mythical animals. They don't have fake animals other than Sasquatch. It is weird, because if Beringa, is that what it's called, the Bering Land Bridge? Beringia existed, and we know that it did, and we know that people during that time made their way across. If Gigantopithecus lived alongside people, we don't know if it did, but it could have. And if it did, it would be in the same area. It would be in the same area of Asia, and perhaps it would have.
Come really far north, though, to get across the Bering Land Bridge, because that was really far.
Right.
That was all glaciated and cold, so it would have to be something that was adapted to living in warmer climates, like where it was found, as well as being able to survive. It's not like a week of a walk across the Bering Land Bridge, right?
Also, we don't find primates in cold climates like that, other than humans.
Right, yeah. You have to have the ability to keep yourself warm.
Like, let's just keep walking north. We gotta get away from these other assholes.
Yeah, I really love mosquitoes. I think this is what I'm going for. Like, more mosquitoes, the better.
I think they're probably just chasing animals, right?
Yeah.
That's probably what they were doing.
Bison mostly.
Following the herds.
Yeah.
And eventually they had to learn to adapt to these colder climates.
Yeah, it's funny we talk about it as like people are moving deliberately through this landscape, where clearly they weren't. You know, they're just trying to find food, like the Dogon people. But they're going to places where there's still grass that their reindeer can graze on.
Yeah, they just want to eat. And it's just so weird to think that, you know, we live in houses and we have internet and we drive an electric car to work and live in this sophisticated world. But not all the people are living in this world, and there's indigenous people that are living the same way they've lived but now they have a snowmobile, now they have a rifle,
right?
But they're still like, if you had to live there, you'd be like, oh my God, like, what am I doing? Like, where is Starbucks?
Right.
Like,
but somehow they're happier than us.
That's so weird. It's really weird. Out of all the animals that you guys might potentially, what's the word? Rebirth. What's the word?
I mean, people have used the word de-extinction, which I kind of hate because I can't figure out how to conjugate it in a way that doesn't make me cringe.
Right.
If you've done it successfully, do you say you de-extincted something?
So what would be the word? Do we need a new word? Because it's never happened before.
Bring
right?
back,
resurrect. I think resurrect's probably right, but that has biblical implications.
Right, so that's why we try to stay away from that.
But you're kind of playing God, so let's go with that.
Okay, cool. I'm in.
Is there one that gives you pause? Like maybe the short-faced bear?
Pause?
Maybe this isn't the best idea. The Hostel eagle.
Well, humans. I've already had pause in this. Like Neanderthals and Denisovans, they were people, and so I feel like that's not really a thing that's not somewhere we should go. Hostel eagle, that's a cool one.
That's a cool one.
That's this was a massive giant eagle that ate moa, which was a bird that extinct
people too. No, they think that they found these markings on human skulls there that indicate talons of raptors.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. Wow. Which makes sense that that's how they went extinct. Like the New Zealanders are like, enough of this shit.
Yeah, well, the moa went extinct, and so they couldn't eat moa anymore. But maybe it was both, right? I mean, why did short-faced bears go extinct? Probably because nobody wanted a bear that stood 12 feet high.
What are you going to do about it, though? Kill it. Would you imagine the daunting task of getting a group of guys together with spears to go after a short-faced bear when you know at least 4 or 5 of you are getting whacked before you can get a spear tip into one of them.
Maybe, doesn't it depend? I mean, maybe what they were doing is, they would ambush mammoths and things like that. So you hide around bluffs and you can have a group of people in different places and hit them all at once. Maybe you wait until that bear is eating something else, right?
Oh, sure.
And then it's paused and you have time to...
I mean, how much did they even understand the wind back then? Like,
they probably understood it really well, right? Because these are people who relied on that. They probably understand it better than people who aren't hunters today, right? So
they probably knew that these animals had a greater sense of smell than we do. They probably had a greater sense of smell than we do.
Or more attuned.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They probably could smell it. Because you can smell certain animals when you're if you go into the elk woods, you 100% can smell elk.
And is that something that you've been able to develop?
Well, I was taught it. I would smell something, and then, like the guys that I'd be hunting with, like, you smell that? That's elk. Because they urinate everywhere, and you get this sense. They have like this really musty smell during the rut too, and you can smell them.
Could you smell the dire wolf?
Well, they were stinking. I don't think you guys are bathing them.
Why would we bathe a dire wolf?
I know. My wife would be like, take him to the groomer. She hates when my dog gets stinky. She hates when I take him out into the dirt and play around with him, and he comes back covered in burrs and stinky. Gotta brush him down.
Do they smell different?
Yeah, they did smell different. But I don't smell a lot of dogs that have never bathed. Right? Most of the dogs that I've ever smelled.
Those aren't dogs.
Yeah, right, wolves. Right. Sorry. But which is really weird. That was the other conversation we had. That they all come from wolves. Like even a French. Jamie has a French bulldog. He's adorable. That was a wolf at one point in time, and
we don't know which wolf. Right. So I think dog domestication is one of those places where both we come to terms with what we don't know and the opportunity to discover new things. The very first scientific paper that said when dogs were domesticated looked at a type of DNA that's only inherited from your mom called mitochondrial DNA. Our cells have a nucleus that has the DNA in our chromosomes that make us look and act the way we do, and then it has little cells that were once bacteria that we co-opted that make energy, and you're only inherited from your mom, and there's a ton of them. Like there's thousands of mitochondrial genomes in every cell and only one of your nuclear genomes. So in ancient DNA, because there's way more, we started just with that. It was the only thing we could recover. And the first dog mitochondrial genomes that were recovered, people were like, dogs were domesticated in Asia 150,000 years ago, which is clearly wrong, right? But there weren't human populations, societies, which is kind of what you need for dog domestication because they're attracted to the garbage or the living around where people were. So you need communities of people that are staying in place together for some time before you can have dog domestication.
Do we know for sure there weren't human populations like that 150,000 years ago?
We don't, but we do know now that dogs probably aren't that old.
I think what I read was 36,000.
I think it changes all the time, which is because we don't know everything.
Right.
And also probably because the first dogs were in warm parts of the world, and so we don't have the fossils. We don't have the DNA, and the fossils just didn't preserve. I think right now what people are happiest with is that it was probably sometime after the peak of the last ice age, sometime 15 to 20,000 years ago. And I'm not sure where, because again, probably in a warmer spot. There's been lots of gene flow, lots of hybridization between domestic dogs and wolves that have made this a really hard problem.
Like you're talking about with the black wolves.
Right, exactly like that. But what's cool about this date, 15 to 20,000 years ago, is that most of these people are like, yeah, that's probably the date for dogs. Which means if dogs only form when there are human communities that are together, groups of people that are living together in the same place for a long time, they were around 15 to 20,000 years ago. That is not what archaeologists think, right? So these two weights of evidence are saying, we still don't know.
Sort of, right? But they do believe hunter-gatherers existed in small tribes 15,000 years ago.
And maybe that was enough, but if you think of domestication, and scientists like to have names, they like to have ways of classifying things. And so there was recently, a couple of friends of mine have published a paper in which they've redefined how you consider something domestic, and they say a domestic population is something that can only survive within a human environment, within a human niche. And if you think of that as what our dogs are, right, they can only really survive and breed as dogs within this human niche, then you need a lot of humans around, and you need a sort of steady stream of the crap that humans produce to do this. And that's still kind of early. Like, it's still, yeah, maybe there were hunter-gatherer populations that were more, established somewhere in the South where we don't have doggos.
Right. That's
Stuff we
weird.
don't know.
Right. And then wolves are most wolves from warmer climates? No, right? They're from colder climates.
All over the place.
All over the place?
They're wolves.
Well, Mexican wolves, right? There's Mexican wolves.
Mexican wolves. But we think that the closest living relative of dogs is gray wolves. It's this gray wolf lineage. But we don't know if dogs are outside of the diversity of gray wolves, so it's an extinct type of gray wolf that was the progenitor of dogs, or if they fall within the diversity of all the lineages of gray wolves that are around. And that's just because there's been so much movement of DNA around that part of the tree. I think it's a fascinating story that as we get more information, we're going to learn more about people as well.
Well, dogs are the most fascinating to me because it's so obvious that there was manipulation involved. It's so obvious that through selective breeding and also getting these animals to get accustomed to people getting close to the fire, feeding them so they don't have to hunt anymore, and then they bark when intruders come, and they, we develop this sort of relationship where we work together. That it's so interesting that we see the genes change into a poodle. We see this weirdness, or now it's a border collie. What? And
well,
then
all of those too are probably Victorian, right? All of the breeds that we think of today, whether it's cattle or bison, they're within the last couple hundred years. That is really fast selection by humans. So we are manipulating the DNA of the species that we surround ourselves with, and we have been for 15 to 20,000 years, and probably longer.
Just not in a laboratory.
Just not in a laboratory. But, is our backyard a laboratory? If I say, I like the way that dog looks, but I like the way that one can swim in water, I bet if I breed them together, I can make one that has this double layer coat so they can go get in that frozen water, but they'll still have that, cute look or something.
That's interesting, right? Because we're thinking about science as only being done in a laboratory, or manipulation only being done in a laboratory. It's clearly done with food. It was done with plants forever.
Right.
Selective breeding of plants, splicing two plants together.
Right.
Yeah.
And when we graft plants together, that is like all of the vineyards in France, which are grafted onto American rootstocks because of the introduction of phylloxera, this aphid that came from North America that was going to completely devastate the wine industry. Now they're all spliced onto American rootstocks that can survive this aphid.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I talked to a rancher in California, and they were telling me that I think it was either the avocado trees were spliced onto the pistachio trees or vice versa.
It's amazing that the plants can survive that they don't go like, yo, that's not me, right?
We can't do that. We can't take a pig liver and shove it in your... your body would fight it off. Your immune system would fight it off.
Well, we're trying. Again, that's another cool thing that we can do with this gene editing technology is we can turn off the genes that would cause that rejection to happen. So maybe someday we can use pig organs and use in humans and save people from dying.
Or we can just re-engineer a new version of your organs.
Yeah, so that is really cool science. This thing called organoids, where you can actually grow in a dish in a lab a version of a little brain, something that approximates a brain, or that approximates a heart or a kidney or something else. We're using this at Colossal, for example, to test hypotheses about what changes we might make to bring about, to resurrect, to de-extinct the phenotypes that we're interested in. If we grow an organoid that grows hair, can we see what that hair looks like without having to make a mammoth in order to see what that change is going to do? But it has really amazing potential for personalized medicine. So I can take some of your cells, if you get a tumor, I can grow them in this dish, and I can challenge those cells with different drug cocktails to see what works before I put them in you. This technology is so cool and really just beginning.
Well, it's amazing when you think about this technology and you think about what we had just a few hundred years ago, and then you push a few hundred years from now, and you think, what are the possibilities? And the only way to find out is to do experiments like what you guys are doing. And so that's one of the reasons why some of this pushback is so silly. Like, would you rather no one ever do this work? Or would you like to be the one who does the work? Or is it just that you think the work should never be done? What is the thought process?
Again, I think it's this negativity and it's this scarcity mindset that if they do this, then we can't do this, which is just, it's not the way we innovate. It's not the way we make progress.
But it's just, is this the nature of academia? Where, because it's very gatekeeped, even inside of academia, right? You work for a university and you have to get the approval of all the other people and you have to be politically aligned with them and everyone has to say the right things on Twitter. It's like there's a lot of weirdness, a lot of groupthink that comes along with all that stuff. And then you have to play politics in order to get funding. You can't be ostracized. If you're ostracized, even if you have tenure, when you see this with certain scientists that have very outside the box ideas, they get pushed out and they can't get funding anymore. Or if they don't agree with a certain narrative, what's being pushed, whether it's public health or the environment or anything, they get ostracized, even if they're actually talking about real data and science.
Yeah, I think, we can agree that it's a mess, right? It's a hot mess. But there is genuine, real science that comes out of the university system, of the academic system that we need. All the technology that led to MRIs, the early technology that gave us CRISPR, this gene editing platform, was developed using, funding from the government in scientific labs by people who are willing to take risks and step outside of that box. And then it's taken outside of there, it's turned into all of these cool things. I mean, there has to be a place where we get both of these things. Because there's some things that no one is ever going to build a business around until it exists. And we need this public system in order to do that.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary about what's going on with politics and funding and research. It's because it's like as soon as you stop defunding research, you start making it more scarce and then making people...
It's just going to get worse.
Right.
It's going to get harder and we're going to fall behind and we are going to lose the place that we have had as innovators. And by we, I mean this country. We are going to lose the place we have as had innovators in biotechnology, innovators in physics, innovators in all of these technologies because we've had such a robust system. It's a balance. We clearly need both of these things. And right now, it's broken.
And there's a lot of weirdness that's going on with biology in general in the world right now. And one of them is, I think there was a third scientist that was arrested for trying to bring in toxic mold from China. We know that this one scientist was arrested, and then I think there's been two more. So they're trying to introduce this toxic mold into our food supply.
The same toxic mold?
I think so. It might have been a different one, but I know it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
See if you can find it, Jim.
When I heard this the first time, and I've only heard about the first one, my first thought was, is this deliberate or is this super naivete on the part of the
China,
students?
which scares the shit out of me. Because if China wanted to cripple America's food supply, that'd be a great way to compromise basically everything.
There is a country that is investing in science.
Oh my God. Yeah, just their drone technology's off the charts. I was watching a documentary yesterday on the autonomous production of coal. And so they have these coal mines now that are done entirely with electric trucks, and everything's done with AI, and humans aren't involved at all. So these trucks go, they dig, they mine, they fill the trucks, they bring the coal back, and then when they're low on batteries, they charge themselves.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and they're running 24 hours a day around the clock.
Yeah, and
we don't have anything like that.
no.
We're not even close to doing that.
And we're fighting about the amount of money that we should invest into very basic infrastructure.
Exactly.
It's terrifying.
It is terrifying. It's terrifying because we always hope that with every administration there'll be positive changes, and it just never seems to be the case. It's just like more and more of the same and more short-sightedness. Like,
is it also this scarcity mindset? Like, I can't agree with this person because they want this thing. I mean, why can't we have just a normal conversation like you and I are having right now?
Well, I think it's because it's kind of engineered into our social media structure that human beings are going to fight with each other. The algorithm favors you looking and interacting with things that upset you. That this is just natural human nature. If you look at like some of the people that we were talking about earlier, negative scientists, you see them online. They're tweeting negative things like all day long. Like
it's probably because they don't have any funding, so they can't actually do any science.
Chinese scientist was arrested while arriving in the U.S. at Detroit Airport. A second case in days involving the alleged smuggling of biological material.
But is it the same biological?
No, different stuff. What is this stuff?
Worms. Described as worms.
Certain worms require a government permit. I had heard that there was a third one.
This is the third.
This is the third, so there's a second one.
This one happened.
Oh, second case in days.
I will say they were going to the same place.
Oh boy.
That's weird.
Another Chinese scientist also going to the University of Michigan. Boy, that's also really crazy because the thing about China and their scientists that come over to America is they all have to check in with the CCP. Like if you are a Chinese scientist and you're from China and you're working in America, you got to check in, which means like how much of this research is just getting shared with China, and it's all weird.
And we're focused on something else. We're focused on
They play a very long game, and I think their game involves raptors and T-Rexes and all the stuff you won't
I've
do.
seen that movie.
I wonder, like, I worry about that, like, your information, the stuff that you guys are working on, if that stuff can be compromised, if someone can get a hold of it, and then they start doing that stuff over there.
The whole thing is the foundation for what we're doing. All of the stuff from sequencing ancient DNA to gene editing technologies to learning how we link certain DNA sequence changes to the way something looks. This stuff is all out there anyway, right? Like CRISPR technology exists.
Right.
We're not working on humans, but other companies are openly, right? It's not like there's
Well,
a
you know,
big
the
scary.
story from China where the one doctor got in trouble and wanted to go to jail because they had supposedly inoculated these babies from HIV, but in fact were making them more intelligent.
I think maybe that was two separate stories because I know the story about Jiang Ke. That's Jiang Ke was the name of that scientist, and he went to jail for 3 years. He actually did some training in the U.S. His name is He was trying to use gene editing tools to make these babies have a particular mutation that we know is protective against HIV. It's the one that stops the HIV from entering the cells where it then kills the cells. And I think this was a story that was broken by a guy at MIT Tech Review a couple of days before it was announced, but he thought that he was going to be able to announce this to great fanfare in front of a community that was going to celebrate him for having done this. And the story broke a few days early, but he had set this up, the whole PR thing. He had like YouTube videos that were ready to go to explain what he had done. He wasn't trying to do it in secret. He thought he was going to be a hero, right? But people were like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? Like, no, we're not editing human germline, the cells that will be passed on to the next generation. There's still a moratorium against doing that work. The baby that was just born, for example, they didn't edit any of his cells that would get passed on to the next generation. It's only the cells in his body, so those edits will only ever live in him. There's a difference between doing that, and it's the second one that we're uncomfortable with.
I thought they were editing it to make the children have a potential for higher intelligence.
I think
that's maybe an unintended consequence of the gene that they were editing, because mice it did something like that. So I think they just assume they're going to be smarter, but I don't think that they're old enough to test that.
Yeah, interesting. But if they knew that,
but it didn't end up even being the right.
Because is HIV a real issue today? It's not really.
So the reason that he got whatever ethical provision he did in China to do this is because they were children that were born by IVF because the dad had AIDS. And so what they were trying to do was what he claimed he was trying to do was create an environment where they would never accidentally get it. I guess if there's blood.
And it also makes them smarter.
I don't know if they knew that at the time. I mean,
China played a long game.
It definitely affected their brains, so they just keep saying sort of this article.
Yeah, but they don't know because they haven't been able to measure anything with these. I mean, they're guessing that would have affected their brains at this point.
Well, when they're the leaders of the world in 20 years, we'll know.
We'll know for sure.
We'll know.
Yeah. This is what makes us smart. It's been a thing that people have been trying to solve for a long time. And we're always looking for like the one or two genes that figure out this. Very few traits are encoded by one or two genes. There are some hair traits, whether your earlobes are attached or not. That's one gene that you can
change. It is quite fascinating to think that in the future, dumb people will not exist.
I doubt that's true.
Why? It may be relatively dumb compared to everyone else that's alive then, but maybe far more intelligent than people that are alive today.
Do you know what's interesting about the efforts that have gone on to try to figure out genes that make people smart is that they can find associations between what we're classifying as smart. This is hard. Like when you're saying smart, do you mean somebody who can have a conversation with another person and shut up so that you're actually listening to the other person? Do you mean somebody who could solve a shitload of math problems and be a physicist or whatever?
And be awkward socially.
Do you mean somebody who's just really fucking good looking, right? I mean, what do you mean when you say is this thing? And so you have to define that first. And then once it's defined, if you look for associations between genes at high frequency with people who rank high on whatever your thing is that you're ranking them on, it's different depending on which human population you're studying. So it's, I mean, and this makes total evolutionary sense. Different things were under selection in different habitats at different times, and that made different people smarter in different ways for whatever that was. I actually think this is not how we start editing ourselves, because that's not how evolution works. As soon as we edit everybody to be smart in that particular way and to be 5'10", blonde, blue eyes, perfect, never going to have diabetes, the most attractive thing out there is going to be the opposite of that.
Right.
So there will be, I just don't think, people are always thinking about we're going to get superhumans, but they have a specific picture in their mind of what that means. That's not the same picture that the Chinese government has in mind. It's not the same picture that I have in mind, right? And that's why I don't fear it as much, I think, just because that's not how it's going to happen. How it will happen is there will be some massive pandemic and we discover that there is a particular mutation that means you're going to die. And then suddenly this most unethical thing that is like completely abhorrent and you absolutely can't do it will be the only ethical solution. That is how we get there.
Wow.
In my imagination.
Wow. Well, I'd love to have you back on when you get more information and more breakthroughs and more stuff that you're doing. I really, really enjoyed
You should come to the lab. I know you got to see.
I would love to come to the lab. I will definitely do that. I promise you.
Yeah.
I promise. Thank you so much for being here. It was really great. I really, really enjoyed it. And your book, Life as We Made It, how 50,000 years of human innovation refined and redefined nature, Beth Shapiro.
I think the rest of my Siberia story is in there, including the part of the end where
Did you do an audiobook?
I did. I read the audiobook for that. Yes.
Yes. I love it. I'm so glad you read it. I hate when other people have to read people's work.
Well, I asked if I could read it because my first book, How to Clone a Mammoth, I didn't read. And I heard the audiobook, and I write in first person, and I tell stories, and I try to make it funny. And I was like, that's not how it should be read. So I wrote to them, and I said, can I read this book? And they said, oh, you're going to have to audition. And I was like,
audition for your own book.
What if I am not good enough to read my own audiobook?
Well, you clearly are. You're a great talker. Thank you so much. Thank you really for being here. I really appreciate it. It's really fun. Thank you.
Anyway, it was an amazing time. He was wonderful.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
And we're up, my friend. How are you? Good to see you.
Long time no talk.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. How you doing? Good?
Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, and he is, even to this day, in about communism. He really believes communism is the way to go. You know, he's a really wonderful guy, very personable. He's fun. I interviewed him in Moscow. He was extremely articulate in English, and really was helpful. He really wants to help me get TV nerds written well, and with a lot of good information. And he's a yeah, the last movie, that's pretty amazing. I love this movie. Thank you. Robert, did the Russian Soviets lose many astronauts? They lost 3 astronauts on the first mission to their first space station, Saudi 1. They also lost 1 astronaut on the first flight of the Soyuz capsule. very first time the Soviets cast out the first one, those are the laws that they had. They might have had accidents along the way that I'm not off the top of my head aware of. They did not lose any astronauts in space that were kept secret. This is one of those stories that constantly reappears. It's not, there's no evidence of that. I think the source of that story comes from one of the very first unmanned test flights of the bus.
And to be able to do it in those circumstances.
And the test flight unmanned, they sent it up with the dummy. But they also sent it up with a tape recorder that would be playing recordings of a person talking. And the reason they did that was not to try to fool anyone, but to test the communication system. They wanted to see if it was going to work, so that when the person was up there, they would be able to communicate with him. But the problem is that since they didn't talk to anybody else, we have a lot of observers in the West during the Cold War who were listening to this, and they heard
but it was their fault.
The guy would be on board, and on one of those test missions, the retro rocket didn't work properly, so instead of being the orbit, it ended up in a higher orbit. And so the rumors for years were, they lost a guy, he was stuck in space. But that's not true. That never happened.
Mike in Fairbanks, Alaska. Hey, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I bailed them out.
Hello, Robert. Great show. Robert, I can tell you're a pragmatist. I don't believe in extraterrestrials, but I do believe some terrestrials because
Yeah, he didn't kill anybody.
I've got two really questions for you. One that's bothered me almost every night, but our dad, he worked at a very classified top secret project at Area 23, Newtown, in Dallas, that they kept blowing up, they rebuilt. He worked at on a underground elevator on Dallas Air Force Base for continuity of government. And what I want to know, one of the questions is, do you know about the atomic power missiles that they were working on Area 23? My dad worked on that, and the reason I want to know is we're considered downwinders. We have a case with the government, and I've got pointed out my information on the elevator, the atomic rocket, the missile silent hatch failure, and I can't find any information about that. I'm wondering, is that stuff all classified? And then I want to know, one more question, and I'll get off here. I want to know what I saw over LA, the flying wings of the scallop tail, the holes in the wings, three of us saw it, a thin flying wing with plasma running through it, and it disappeared without leaving. What in the heck did we see?
All right, well, the second question, I say you that using the term literally, unidentified flying object, which doesn't mean an alien. It means an unidentified flying object. It could be one of two. I don't know off the top of my head. I could speculate two things. One, you might have seen stealth vehicle B2, the big one, doing test flights before they, I don't know when you saw it, but that could be what you saw. I will tell you, I have my own story. I thought I saw a flying saucer. When I lived in Brooklyn as a teenager, I got my telescope. I saw this thing that looked like it did lights around the rim, and I couldn't see what it was. I got my telescope out, and after a lot of hunting and waiting, it finally got close enough that I could see that it was a lamp with a zipper advertising thing around the side. So that's all. All I can say is, at best, you saw an unidentified flying object, and I give you some speculation on one. As for the other stuff you talk about, it's either classified or it didn't exist, because I'm not aware of that particular research, and I would have come across it in my work. That doesn't mean it didn't exist. It just means I have not come across anything in which it's probably, if it exists, it's probably still classified and that's unreachable at this moment in time.
Robert, once again, thank you for being on the program. Keep in touch with us.
My pleasure, George. Anytime.
Robert Zimmerman, space historian. His website is behindtheblack.com. Linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His most latest book is called Conscious Choice. In a moment, Mark Christopher Nelson joins us, the psychic medium. We may do some readings in the last hour of the program, so get ready for that. Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Here's a shirt, ads, more conspiracy theories. Such breaks can occur in those hanging shows, particularly if they're older breaks to be but they are more common, they can homicide by strangulation.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Follow Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
The trash is piling up in Philly as a strike by the city's largest workers union enters day 2. The strike went into effect Tuesday morning after the two sides failed to reach an agreement on a new contract. The union represents about 9,000 city workers employed in sanitation, street maintenance, airport services, and other departments. The Trump administration is withholding about $7 billion that had been set aside for schools in the U.S. Michael Cassidy reports.
The federal money allocated by Congress was to help pay for things like summer school, after-school programs, helping students learn English and other services. Schools were expecting money on Tuesday, but in an email Monday, the Education Department notified state agencies that it would not be available and that funds were under review. The move is likely to be challenged in court by critics who point out that the money had been appropriated by Congress.
Qantas Airlines says a cyber attack has exposed the data of 6 million of its customers. Kenny Trujillo reported. The Australian airline says it detected unusual activity Monday on a platform that stored millions of names, phone numbers, email addresses, and birth dates. Qantas says it's still investigating the full extent of the breach, and that it expects a significant amount of data was stolen. The airline claims that no personal financial data like passport and credit card numbers was accessed. The attack came just days after the FBI issued an alert saying that airlines were being targeted by a cyber crime group called Scattered Spider. And some good news, the number of job openings unexpectedly jumped in May. Mark Mayfield with the details.
The Labor Department says 7.8 million jobs were available, which is up from 7.4 million in April. Economists had expected the number of available jobs to dip slightly after April's bounce. According to the JOLTS report, restaurants and hotels led the way in job postings, followed by the finance and insurance industry. Meanwhile, the number of federal job openings fell in May.
President Trump venturing into the fragrance industry with a new business. He's launched a collectible line of fragrances for men and women with prices starting at $199. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real? We will use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
Look inside. Black holes. Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
We have answers for you and you. iHeart original podcast. Join me for Hitchhead. Technical questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is 11-year veteran in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory to develop.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, greatest of the era.
I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We will break down who is the greatest of the era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I thought
The struggle worth fighting for gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive new police training facility named Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is what came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that run to the office now.
I'm Matthew Shear.
Is it true that you
Follow
actually
came to the forest. So dedicated to the forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem with the #1 song of the year.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and make it a preset now.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others, and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
From the creator of The Brain Sessions comes a new young adult mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I need to figure this out.
Sorry, we lost your curiosity for listening. You lied to me and went right head first into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running for, it might all be over tonight.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
And I don't find him soon. Something much worse could happen. Why does it happen?
So it's
We don't know who we can trust. Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
they're all a bunch of murderers.
Listen to Max Miles on the iHeartRadio app. Wherever you get your favorite shows.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku smart soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Where you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Not really. They went right over my head. Yeah. So And it's not like I'm tricking them. There is something. There's an intelligent life force.
Listen to the Stephen J. Klubeck podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with Cory Booker. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
And it's like everybody I know that's intelligent. I tried to read it again. I'm but it's like a thing. Yeah, because I don't.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Psychic medium Mark Christopher Nelson back with us on Coast to Coast through the eyes of a psychic. He's next on Coast to Coast AM.
If you guys are both starting from 0 and you guys are the same exact path, the same person, you guys just went on different.
Here's a life-saving stat for you. Did you know that 80% of strokes are preventable? So how can you manage your heart health at home, on summer vacation, or between doctors' visits? You can with the most advanced personal EKG in the market. KardioMobile 6L, the world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. It can detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including AFib, the leading cause of stroke. It gives you 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Now you may think it would be hard to use, but it's not. It's so simple, it records right to your phone anytime, anywhere. To make it even easier, right now KardioMobile 6L is 10% off. Just go to Kardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon and use code 106LGeorge. That's the number 106LGeorge to get 10% off your KardioMobile 6L today.
When it comes to your health, waiting is not an option. You must be because when disaster strikes, you deserve preparing. Whether it's a natural disaster, a medication shortage, or a broken supply chain, the truth is you cannot afford to rely on a system that might fail you when you need it most. You should never be at the mercy of empty pharmacy shelves or overwhelmed healthcare system. Your health is too important for that, but there is a solution. The Chase case gets you emergency antibiotics so you can have them before you need them. No more crossing your fingers during a crisis. With Chase, you're ready. It's fast, it's affordable, and it could be life-saving. Just head to Chase.com, enter a few questions, and a licensed doctor reviews your info in minutes. If approved, your meds shipped directly to your door. Act now before the emergency hits. Use code RADIO. That's RADIO at Chase.com. That's JASE.com to get a discount on your Chase case. Be ready, be protected, be in control.
So they fly me over there. They go, doctor, fix me, brings me back.
And we're back. George Norrie with you, Mark Christopher Nelson with us, gifted psychic medium, well-versed in psychometry skills and abilities to cross from spirits. Mark has appeared on ABC's 2020, Sci-Fi's Ghost Hunters, Paranormal Witness, the Travel Channel, Ghost Adventures, and much more. Mark, welcome back. How have you been?
So big.
George, I'm good. I saw you in North Carolina, and life is good. I'm keeping pretty busy. And it seems like you are too, my friend.
Yeah, so far so good. The Dalai Lama said today that he plans to reincarnate. What do you think of that?
Well, I look forward to meeting him again.
Insane.
How did you get your ability?
George had snuck up on me. I was a little kid minding my own business, and then I started to see people. It started with a tragedy. My dad died very suddenly when I was 11. And my mom was working. My mom said, go grab some leaves. So I went to grab some leaves in the front yard. We used to live in New Jersey. And all of a sudden I turned around, I felt like someone's looking at me, and it was my dad. And this was like a month after his funeral. I'm okay, and I will be too.
It must have been tough.
Well, it was pretty shocking, but know what I'm become used to this. My dad and my stepdad don't show up for me this year, and they were good advisors in life, and they're good from the other side as well. They're all alive. It's different.
Did say, Mark, this episode with your father enhanced your psychic skills?
It flipped it on like an on switch. Like I think it's like my inward focus was what's the problem. Probably in 6 different things that other people weren't, which is how I think it's started. I was just a daydreamer, and then no, I wasn't daydreaming. I was looking, I was seeing.
Did you tell people at that young age that you had these abilities?
Well, I really did.
Because I mean, I just got
So it's like, I must have said that it's like the first time it's happened, like, I'm losing my mind. I'm feeling 11 and so I kept it to myself. But then, as an adult, I went back and I told my mom about things that made sense to her. That had sort of unusual experiences.
How many television shows have you been on now?
All of them? No. No, I'm very fortunate. I did Haunted History, and then Ghost Adventures, Ghost Records. I actually did a little bit of bird dogging for them. They wanted to know if the place had something happening, and it really did. I can't think of, I mean, there's pilots. I did a pilot for Fox TV. It was a psychic channel, and excuse me, and it was cool. And I answered the cattle call for like 300 psychic mediums. And boy, wasn't that an interesting movie at all. And so we had 300 of us, and then I went through a series of interviews and did a series of readings until I was down to the 6 that made the show. And then it was making most people. It was quite an experience.
How do you weed out the psychics that know the legit ones from the not so legit?
Well, the first thing I noticed is if I see someone wearing a turban with a big blue block on the front, I usually kind of dismiss those guys. No, I'm kidding, but I mean, I find that the people that are for real, and I know there are a lot of very talented people out there. I listen to what they're saying. I try to make there are people that are good at cold reads. There are people that want to be psychic, but I try to listen to and pay attention to how I feel when I feel that feels legit and that sounds real.
I've never got that one. You know what I mean?
What would you say your expertise?
Well, I'm pretty good at psychometry, which is a way of reading things, objects. I've had clients, I mean, I used to live in LA, I'm now in North Carolina. People would mail me things or these great objects.
So it's not a little
say, can you hold this watch? Can you hold this pair of eyeglasses? What do you think? So that was kind of the unique thing I did. But I take my readings are part mediumship and part psychic. Because I can see what's coming down the road. Very often, people, spirits will show up and they take over the session. I have to listen to them for not only their purpose, but the client. What I find is that I believe it's absolutely true. Consciousness survives the body. Consciousness survives the body. And what that means is that your mom, your brother, whoever, your sister, whoever passed, still cares about you. They still want to be there for you in tough times. They want you to know that they're still conscious and they love you. It's been really a great road.
Are most people scared of the afterlife, Mark?
I think so. I mean, they don't know what it is. Some people think it's, once this world here is done, it's done. But I can tell you from countless experiences that there's so much activity. I can say it's like,
I've just been using that for like 10 years now.
And so
And it works great.
Actually help people.
Yeah.
You need to act smart.
No, act dumb. Yeah. And I used to just keep my mouth shut.
Expect. It's like someone's trying to sell a house. Working
A lot of them are faking.
Cindy Henry, and she has an issue where people show up, they go to sell a house, and all of a sudden the house isn't selling, or strange things, and it scares people off. So I've actually done that too, where I've helped clear homes with Barbara, to see who's there and why are they there. You know, if consciousness survives the body, that means there are people making mistakes, like I know they make good choices and bad choices. Well, that can continue on the other side. Where it's like you're here because of what? Okay, let's talk. I almost feel like I'm becoming a psychologist.
So, as a person,
Are you more psychically inclined or more of a
it doesn't mean everything. As far as like,
I almost feel like I'm a programmed into the gym talk. I can do both. It's funny, I have a friend who's all media, and she texts me. It's like, but then again, I noticed the reading, and it's like, okay, it's your mother is telling me, like, you're going to here, I've heard going there. And so, our good ones on the other side are maybe like directly to say, hey, turn right here, or that guy's not interested. Or, hey, you don't feel
this guy's
it's almost like going to the gym.
so
It's like
that gets tricky.
the main thing I do is I love meeting for people. But I like being able to connect them. So I guess I'm leaning more on the mediumship side of it. To choose not to stay aware, I can go with Barb or I'll go with other paranormal groups. And we'll talk to people in spirit. And then they can validate or connect them. They'll explain why are they there. Some of them don't explain, some of them lie. So it's a real interesting journey, but I stay tuned up that and also do towards meditating. I would say for everyone who wants to develop their own ability, everyone who's looking to explore this consciousness that it's, yes, there's schools out there, some of them are good. I also recommend, I went to a development school early on, but I realized, okay, this is useful, but I don't need it, but I would recommend that if someone wants to develop their ability, if they want to build it to become stronger, it's almost like going out and playing tennis with people who are better than you. So I recommend that. I think if you do a little online search between, if you look it up online, or go to Facebook, and you look for development groups, but the way I've done it is just, I get clients all, I'm pretty relatively busy, and I'm grateful for that.
I can tell if somebody is lying.
I find that meeting, I have some clients who are fairly consistent. They see me once a month, once every 6 months. It's almost like it causes me to look past anything I thought I knew. But and it pushes me. Also, that said, it's like I feel like meetings come and it goes, and it's like I barely remember anything extra. So people always say, and you told me this, and I said that. Oh, great, good. I'm glad it mattered. You know, I don't know. I really, the idea of being a channel is real. And then with that, I let the information come and go. If I try to overall my head, I think my head would explode.
So it's not, I'm not telling you.
You're a little like Edward Casey.
Well, I'm so admired. I learned from people from his organization. I have people I call the spiritual parents that were very much,
But I found out that that's not
experts on education. So the idea that I can use medical intuitive, it happens, it comes. because I've worked as a writer and I've written about medical topics. And so having this medical language at my fingertips has been very useful when I'm going to do readings for people related to health. And in fact, that has become stronger over the years. Being able to listen, hear what they have, and then make a suggestion. I also say too, it's like, I'm not a doctor, I don't pretend to be a doctor. These are the messages I'm getting. Please use this information. You go to see your doctor, you go to see a nurse, and see how this dovetails their diagnosis, or use it as a way to approach a diagnosis.
When you tap into which passive
Okay, well, that varies. I have my own guides, but very often, like I said, it's going to be my client, my sitters, my clients, family, loved ones. Sometimes it's my guides, sometimes it's their guides. I really feel like the other side will get a little bit crowded.
Yeah, and that's all I really
So,
care about.
I do feel like family members show up with advice. Specifically, the clients that I'm sitting for, or were sitting for me, they're lovely by us. I believe in guardian angels, and I also believe that there are some demonic presences out there that are really worth avoiding.
I don't know what that call
I've actually had
It's
an
inspiration.
it wasn't possession, but it was oppression.
Yeah, there's
There's
a lot of
different degrees of this. And oppression can be quite alarming. It can cause people to behave inappropriately or not like themselves.
they can realize the solution.
So all this has been happening. What has been the most frightening experience?
That's a good question. I would say, Rabbi, going
Murder,
into facing real people, discovering, okay, this is evil. Okay, I went to a house that did her show. I was asked to come in. This is a weird show where previous owners were motorcycle gang members of a residence. They lived there.
Thanks again for doing this. It was fascinating.
And it was big enough to put bodies.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
And they just, it was underneath the kitchen sink of all things. So when I went to this house, I felt like, oh, there's people here. And we did a walkthrough with some equipment. And we went by an old refrigerator, which can kick off a lot of EMF readings. And so I'm holding this EMF meter. And they usually will be spending a point. Well, I go up to this refrigerator, not dial on the meter starts to flying violence, flying up and down the elevator, and then the number stops at 66.
How did you survive? How did you do? How did you weather the storm?
Oh, okay, so that's who's here. All right, or they work with the same that's who's here. And it was really,
I didn't think, even when I said it was headed towards Tampa,
but it was like 666 we're getting to this is.
I mean, actually, they said south, it was going to hit south of Tampa, and I thought, well, like, probably 30 minute drive, maybe 40 minutes drive from Tampa. So, like, and I have we're 30 miles away, like, the coast, like, it's going to dissipate pretty rapidly. Started this stuff. Yeah, I wasn't that then I saw what happened to the fires.
Okay, was this person more of a victim energy? No, this is someone who's very aggressive in spirit.
Yeah, I really thought, I thought out there,
a door slammed,
you know, they always overreact. And then you see
always exciting. Door slammed in your face.
Really
Right
did,
out.
and when that happened, it was
I wasn't afraid as much as
we got so lucky to get us. We would
okay, they're here.
usually 10 minutes.
Over the door goes
We also got saved by the water because the counterclockwise, it's counterclockwise. It sucked all the water out of the bay, out of the kitchen sink. It is no drive.
all I remember, I was watching TikToks and YouTube and stuff, there's people walking out, like, all the facial expressions, walking.
I see
It's hundreds of yards out there walking.
So that's
Yeah,
it's been great, but
The
They
scariest
say
one
we're
about them
guarded
is
by
that
the
was
sacred
probably
Indian
an
land.
experience we had as
Like
we
despair. Yeah, apparently there's
I know now.
Are you
Black Valley and
here since the 80s.
we were asked to
Apparently there's some sacred like Indian
we went to this house, East Los Angeles, eastern side of Hollywood actually. And
There's no other logical explanation.
Did you guys lose power at all? That's the whole reason.
And
Actually, not obviously more fire. A lot worse.
smirking about it.
I was scared. There was a lot of trees down, a lot of shit got ripped up, but
It's the first time that
power.
my neighbor followed me home.
7 or 8 days.
Usually before I do anything spiritual, I say prayers, I use holy water.
Where were you at?
I protect myself because
Oh, you were in Coleman. That's probably one of the
Like,
safest places to be during the day.
So,
Yeah. Never lose power there, do you?
Oh, I don't know. No, they didn't lose power, but what's funny is,
all of a sudden I'm involved in the noise at the front door. And I mentioned I had the producer.
You're in a fortress.
exactly. I'm gonna plug. Exactly. I'm gonna fine. They served. I remember. They don't let you leave.
What is it connected?
It other prisons it's but yeah, I've heard of this. They'll put everybody on the plane.
That's what I was thinking. Like, will they take you out of there?
They will. They'll put you on air. Yeah. They'll push another person fly you out of states into more quiet, stack you up, 8 people in a cell. They don't leave you there to simply
really turned on each other. Wait.
So this is sick.
When I don't explain like this, where we're just in a house associated with a serial killer and a gruesome one and that.
People that there's probably going to be some new listeners. We've had, since you've been on, we've acquired quite a few new subscribers and listeners.
And so we backed off.
Now north of 500,000 subscribers. And, so tell people out there who don't know
I'm on the side of life. Church, there's a Christian, Catholic,
a minute. Yeah, 60-second pitch of the background.
We'll be back in a moment with Mark Christopher Nelson, the psychic medium. His website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And we will take calls and readings next hour. If you want a reading, just ask him a specific question and he'll run with it. Again, they can be psychic related.
I got caught by the Secret Service and they gave me 6 years in prison. I did 13 years.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting with other
story
fans.
about how we
Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like
So,
button.
when I was locked up, I did this types of true conflict for a while. And so after I wrote my book, other guys kind of like, for example, you ought to write this guy's story, you ought to write that guy's story. So I think that really story. And then I got a text guy from Rolling Stone magazine, and I actually put in my sister stories, I wrote some other stories, and I wanted to start shooting my podcast. I kind of, but kind of. So I wanted to do true crime, and I thought, I'll do that. And so when I was in prison, I was in
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end service.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem.
tell your story, or you can help you with the.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and make it a preset now.
Nobody else had it. So we're the halfway.
Hey everybody,
So I talked
it's
to
me,
Katie.
Katie Nolan. I'm here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly. and not about something this serious. We're just not gonna take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you want to try, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it when that episode. So I get a notification.
And I was like,
but if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's gonna be good. Oh, it's gonna be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
Full episodes at like 2 million, 20 million.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters.
You just said that to me. Like I just rode off the bridge. I was walking. He goes, "Bro, you should come." I just invited me to come. His mean spirit.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Is she really? Well, oh, by the way, she's going to be your girlfriend. Congrats on Valentine's Day. Congrats. Congratulations.
All new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases.
And we've actually kind of seen that whole saga from the beginning. From the on to the off, on and back.
And this is kind of today. And I get them and you'll put this out in a week. And then
Tune in as
I'll be like,
Payne
Some podcast.
She watched it. Oh yeah, really? I'm listen. She goes through all my comments. Like, I really genuinely always felt like she was paying attention. Yeah. And now I realize.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
And I'm like, she'll go,
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling
this guy said this.
When I say let's commence, this is our new podcast. We're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapple.
They got some con, man.
I was going to say,
Also, you can give
like, he's like,
He is the con, man.
Let's talk about life, love, and art, and everything in between.
Yeah, we got gigs.
Am I in love with you?
I think I guess we get 6 weeks.
Listen on America's
You're going to
#1
class you another 6.
podcast.
Are you going to be, are we going to be invited?
iHeart app and
Yeah,
listen now.
I mean, I
That'd be big. You gotta have a good idea. We gotta rent somewhere sick.
Dan Wild. They call it Art Out Dan. And he was saying, we gotta bring cameras, we gotta do something.
I felt great. Hulk was the best man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that did not work out too well. No, Hulk was Bubba's best man. Oh, Hulk was Bubba's best man. Yes, you're right.
You know what else is crazy?
That didn't go too well.
You know what the craziest thing about the Bubba Hulk relationship was? He trusted him so much. Hulk when they think of his surgeries and his surgery done. The person that made him conscious. He made Hulk to watch him conscious. They're the best ones. Like, because he's such a high profile person. Because of that, I guess
he had to make sure the surgeon was doing it right.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with Troy Curry.
Take your calls next hour with the psychic medium Mark Christopher Nelson. And if you want readings, jump on board and ask him a question
and they're
about
not taking 50 selfies with her.
or a psychic world. He's so hot, he's currently editor for Tom Danheiser.
Oh,
He's also
hell
the
no.
publisher of the whole Lifetime
So,
magazine.
that's what those photos on the internet?
Pushing you the email
Lost it.
list.
Thank you so much, George. Everyone is welcome to email me at Gina, that's Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
How long will it take before you get that digital magazine sent back?
Well, we're working on our
Joan
August,
Rivers.
September
Instead of
issue
trying
now,
to get
so
pictures
there's 2 more
of
weeks.
fucking Joan Rivers' tits, why don't you try to save her life?
So anyway, Matt Cox's wedding.
Sign up and join and have some fun at paranormalday.com. Here's something for you to build up that
We got to call the doctor. Doctor will fund it. The doctor. Oh, he loves that. He loves being out there. Yeah. He'll set us up somewhere nice.
Here's Dr. Malay.
Whether it's physical activity,
Shout out to the doctor. I think the doctor
diet,
does.
smoking,
Listen, I know when he's busy,
or your age, supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself.
all day.
Sense of humor. What it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation.
Yeah, like Sanibel Island. Sanibel got like Sanibel was like middle of the so they got he was there
supporting the body to be
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem?
Oh, really?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell
Does
you,
not have like a dedicated practice
starting to
hospital.
function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it.
He's a very mysterious.
He's a very
Order now at
I don't even know. I don't even know.
The stem
I
cells
was like, I know
He's not even sure. He's not even sure it's his real name.
The stem cells will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and Immustem.
So do you know anyone who got fucked up with that hurricane?
Or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
To get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support with mental sharpness, the Stem Cell Wellness Kit at ldcooking.com.
Dude, our beach right across
Now about the real reason, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance
shut
more
down.
than years. Just a few days, the BRICS nations of Russia, Brazil, China, India, and Iran, and many more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar. Already been linked to their banks methodically investing U.S. dollars, U.S. bonds,
You sent me my kids and on the beach. Yeah. We went over there.
you
For hours, like running around. Like, you think you're gonna be okay? You need anything? And he's like, yeah, we'll write it out. They're all you're on the beach with the kids. I'm like, no, it's not. We got lucky. Even with Irma, we did the same thing with Irma. We were like right on the beach, right there. Fucking 8 hours. Irma was projected to hit us up until maybe like 4 hours before the waterfall, right?
Next coast, the number 1990. Free info kit.
They said they have a devastating direct that's scary, right? The clock is
You know the feeling when you're about to cut into a juicy steak and hope it tastes as perfect as it looks? Worry no more. With Chef IQ Sense, it's possible to get it right every time. Now, it's a modern, completely wireless cookie thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your food. No matter how you cook it, Chef IQ Sense was designed to withstand extreme heat and can even survive in your deep fryer. From grilling to roasting or baking, Chef IQ Sense guarantees that your chicken, meat, or fish will come out exactly to your preferred outcome. Using Chef IQ Sense is so simple. Insert the wireless probe into your food, choose your desired doneness on the Chef IQ app, and then it'll alert you when it's ready. Stay connected and monitor your food from anywhere over Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So stop the confusion, eliminate the risk, and serve every meal with confidence. Chef IQ Sense.
The climate change.
Oh, the guy who's springing the
There's a video.
Wow.
There's a video.
So if that's Bozak, if he was rich and old,
But you know, you can see it. There's a video of this lady. This guy's like, I don't know what Dan Peter's story is. It's some sort of like he lives in the UK,
lives in the UK, and some sort of really big real estate.
And welcome back to our story with psychic media Mark Christopher Nelson. Mark, how do you see the world?
Yeah, doesn't exist. Yeah. He actually made a really good point, an interesting point about real estate. He goes, beachfront condos, beachfront homes in Miami, and all of them down the East Coast, and everywhere you go. I think the banks would loan money if they thought these places were underwater in 10, 20, 30 years. Typical mortgages in these places are 40 year mortgages. So they're saying these banks thought that climate change and the elevation of the oceans rising, we're going to take out the property they would invest in. But I don't know. What they find, if you look at the history of banks, they don't really get fluff it up. They just care about something. You look at the housing crash and all the other shit like the shit you were involved in the 2006 crash. The banks clearly weren't that competent to look deep into the loans and mortgages.
I don't know yet that it will be successful, but just their belief that it could be. I also see that the two cities that pop up for unfortunately are familiar to many of the fortunes of terrorist activity.
Well, bankers aren't like
trusts being
bankers are almost going to be economists. You know, like it was amazing. Like so few people saw it coming. Like those people are now like they have read these fortune telling that like, oh my gosh, people just want to believe that it is good. Yeah, what's the guy's name again? That that's a great. It's a great movie. It's a great movie because like I was because I was actually talking about today. Because if you watch Big Sales, like that shows it better like the top up, like what's happening. You never really insecure. Whenever you don't understand it on a very small level, like of what's really right. Like you're looking down, like hey, bad things are happening. Here's why. You never really get a sense of those. Sure, they take you in. Like this is the problem. This one guy, this one girl, this like these brokers. These brokers, like they show you the whole thing. You start to go, right, and then you're like, is that enough? Look, later is massive. Upside down.
These things that will be or could be.
He's that king of diamonds in Miami, getting a lap dance in district.
Yeah. And he's like, how many do you have? He's like, I thought you just had one. And she's like, no, I have 7.
Red flag. Hey, pull up that Dan Pena video. I want to show that to Matt. Part of this brief interruption as well. I want to take a minute and talk about this incredible supplement that I've done for over a year now.
And then there are other things, but I want to stay focused on scientists. Because like the only DC that seems to be
I take down advice about anything related to nutrition, diet, bad, harmful life. That is why I started using Verso. Verso is a company that's dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products with the potential to increase longevity. I take Stelby, nicotinamide, mononucleotide, or paired with naturally derived, micronized, resveratrol, and TMG. These two chemicals are actually precursors to what's called nicotinamide, iodine,
they don't want to just roughly
NAD. NAD is essentially the precursor to energy, cell repair, and longevity. If you ever tried fasting, they have they work with super high energy, the body back cartels that the Chinese work actually longevity. The downside is having age and age problems. I found out I can naturally increase my body's activation.
That's where we look for long actually China's activity with cartels. That's how it's
so much more affordable doing NAD. So head on over to er.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout. Save 15% on your entire order. That's KONCRETE at checkout and get 15% off your entire order, or you can just go to ver.so/KONCRETE.
I interviewed a guy today. I interviewed a guy today
That's certainly part of it. They've also, I read a book about recently that not even like there's this little piece of metal that you put into certain
foreclosed on either one involved in.
It's a
But I did a whole podcast with him.
Oh, did you really?
Can
You think he did someone yours?
Yeah, I mean, he said he said he didn't have it for him. But it was just interesting to talk to. Like, I could have talked to that guy. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants radio. He was doing it at the same time. Yeah, he was for the banks. He was foreclosing on people for the banks. He was like, so we started just talking about the different things. And he read my book. I actually went to a podcast. I went to a Podfest meeting, and he was there. And it's funny because like I was leaving. I said, oh, I understand you're a journalist.
Center. We live
Yeah, I don't know. I run like
your hometown.
if you're ever interested in something, I said, it's true. We might be and I was like, and he goes, I've been in Indiana. And I went, I started laughing. I'm like, yes. And he goes, and I'm looking at him and always serious. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, well, yeah, definitely, I was like, yeah, if you're interested, he goes,
What we try to do
and but then
that
a bunch of people find contact me. He came on. Right, he came on. It was much nicer than things like he just initially I was like, yeah, he didn't seem like yeah. I said, no, he didn't. But someone super cool.
someone's clear-minded, and they're feeling like they're seeing if their kids are seeing this, it becomes quite apparent.
Well, first of all,
it's a panic. It's a real thing.
Second of all,
so
in Miami, you know, the beaches here in Florida, all throughout the Carolinas, if you want to build any kind of new construction on the beach or anywhere near the beach in the barrier island, you have to have the first full like 20 feet of the building has to be solid concrete, habitable space, like parking garages and shit. So that's definitely a thing.
They don't say it's about insurance. It could be for insurance, flooding, it could be for hurricanes.
For sure, that's
people in the Charlotte area that I respect as well.
That's basically the same thing. Same with the sea level rises. They would invest in construction.
There's something going on.
Giants, high rise. Not one motherfucker.
What made you move to
The problem with
these little grandkids of ours? We
the problem with my view
my daughter
is
from
that
California.
much like
And her husband wanted to see something new. He got a job on. We started
as a I like to think my
this is pretty good. We lived in Los
is
Angeles.
it's similar to this only because there are so many people making money at it that it's like COVID, you know what I'm saying?
We're seeing a lot of
So it's like they put themselves in a position to make a bunch of money. They create a crisis that they are able to profit from.
We'll see.
And then
How about you? Do you have any grandkids?
COVID, like,
6 grandkids and 3 grades.
it's the same thing. Like where are the hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people that
Well, that helps. That helps.
I mean, people died. It was really bad cold.
Yeah.
There's 40 to 65 people a year died from cold, and I'm sure 300,000 died from COVID. Okay, well, you're right, it's double, triple. But we're 1 million. Other countries that didn't do the same things that we did, they didn't have one. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are other countries that just didn't shut down at all. They're like, yeah, we're about to wear a mask, but we're just going to keep going.
What was your favorite
And that whole country's still there. They have some death. It's the same thing here. To me, global warming is like, is the planet, is it warming? Yeah. Would it do it without us? Yeah. Would it, are we contributing to it? Probably. But the problem is, it's like padding a file, right? So if I investigate, and there's a murder, there's 5 or 6 of them, and the police believe that they did it, then what they do is they interview enough people, and the people that all agree that Danny has said something bad about Hat Rat, or there have been bad blood, who's talked about him, should say something, this and that, those are the ones that they really write everything out. The other guys that say, well, there were some issues between the two of them. They go, okay, but well, no, I don't think that he did something. I know he did this. I think, okay, so you don't really know.
No, no, I don't. Okay, so they go, well, I talked to little right? They only really focus on people that support their theory. So when you're done, you have 150 people that were engaged, and you've got 40 people that 100% say that Danny killed Pat. And so the other people were all like, yeah, he didn't see anything, he didn't have anything conclusive, he didn't really have anything. So they really only focus on people that support them. Before you know it, all you got is people that say that you murdered him. It could have been anybody else. There were other people that were stronger motives. And then if you go to trial, they just put their whole thing, because the prosecution can't do it. And it's the same thing, like, so if I'm saying, hey, I want to come up with a whole, I want to come up with do a whole investigation into global warming, I need money from the government to support my scientific experiments or whatever. They go, okay, they give, oh, it's for global warming? Okay, so you think there's global warming? Yeah, I absolutely think there is. I think this will help prove it here. Now, if you say, no, actually, the data I've covered so far doesn't prove that there is global warming. I need a grant. They go, yeah, we're not.
This young girl passed.
No, we're not going to work. Now, if that seen guy came back and said, listen, I've seen found something, we think they're definitely hospital in East LA. Before you know it, all you have is scientists that are out there. They're supporting the gangs. They get to talk on CNN, they get fired. It's not really a thing. Like, is there contribution? Sure. But the people that are saying, no, I have proof that you don't get funding, they don't shoots or holiday.
You need a haunted place that's hospital. You need to either want to rent a room, rent a space, they'll rent out this hospital
with enough money.
East LA. And there's some guys that they're all speaking Spanish.
And there was science behind it. Like, oh no, we did a study. We got 400 people this and we that. But
there's serious. Tell them I'm okay.
The same things that they. And by the way, when I was growing up, and the concept, like they had this concept came up that I can't on the bike. I heard, I was hearing about it when I was like 14th grade. There were textbooks that were talking about global warming. But, and by the way, so within 30 years, like half of Florida was supposed to be gone. There's tons of countries out there that aren't even agreeing with any of this. Like China's not that far.
High school Spanish didn't use it well enough.
But you have to pay money in. If you put out this much of a carbon footprint on your factory, you have to pay this money and this money. Why are we paying all this money? Other countries aren't paying. You know, I just find it so sick. It's like, oh, well, the proof, yeah, the proof in 6 months or 6 years or listen, 100 years from now, we'll bunch of black
We're being the fucking planet.
I don't believe this. As much as we laugh about people, you know, healing you by putting leeches on you and sucking the bad blood out. It's like,
there's death
we
here.
try to make it into something here. People like that lady who's in the stands talking to Dan. She's my children. What are you gonna do? The same thing with like the vaccine. People make it a part of their fucking need. It's like political people, like hardcore Trump supporters. Like that's part of their identity, who they are.
it's the same thing on the other side. Like people get both sides. Yeah, both sides. Like we went just kill her. Like you and I can't because you believe this and I believe this.
So we went to this.
So you believe that? Okay, that's fine. That's really logical that we disagree. Yeah.
Why show right now?
Right.
Like
because you want to build housing funded by the government that supports pedophiles and child molesters.
Exactly.
Why would you do that? You want a wall. You want a wall. That's wrong.
Where we went to a home that's used
you know, Biden. I just heard. Maybe you can Google this, but Biden just did something to fund some giant part of the wall, like fixing. He put a bunch of money into like filling the gap of the wall in Texas, like, and nobody covers it. It's not anywhere on CNN.
Did you see there was some mall shooting a few weeks ago? I saw a clip a few weeks ago. They were in like a
mall or something. Some guy pulled out a gun and started shooting people. And some other guy who had a carry permit pulled his gun out and shot us from like 200 feet away and just killed him. Next thing you know, nobody covers him. Why? He legally had a gun and he killed a guy.
It's safe.
The guy who saved it, who shot the bad guy, he was illegally carrying.
He was legally. Yeah, right.
Legally carrying. There's lots of John Henry, or there's he had like a 2-day stay. And so all of a sudden,
it's the Andrew Perry
will take him off.
with me and these people in Los
And so
Angeles.
it's like, okay, those are crazy validations. And then the docent is saying, yes, we know that this guy who's here, he died. And then we, so it was really interesting.
So I was doing I was
on the ground next to a home where enslaved people lived and died. I may be working on
the company
the grave
that I was leading a true crime series on, on me being in prison, interviewing these guys, writing stories. So this guy is for a company
from the 1760s, and
little everything.
It's
a podcast company. I listen to some of their stuff. Like I actually don't really go into Los Angeles
from the respiratory problem.
The guy's name is Dan, and really nice. Like, there was two people I met that were super nice. And so I meet them, and we talked on and off, and eventually we ended up, kind of, bro, this should be a podcast on it. Honestly, this is a fucking hour. I'll wrap it up. But basically, we started doing this. We started doing this series about the first. There's going to be several different stories like that, right? Like I think it was going to be like a TV series. No, it's just a podcast, like an audio podcast. And they sell theirs to like big time podcasts. Like they have a bunch of cool podcasts.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Amazing, like great audio. Exactly. They did one on all the so we met, we talked, we negotiated for an hour long. Dan, super nice guy, and initially when we met, he was going to happen right away.
Explains how audio is an ideal way for brands to tell their stories.
So we basically come
Everyone is
to an
listening
agreement.
somewhere somehow. I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to or telling stories. When I think about what we do,
then we were going to do like
we do
Terry
live to actually tell the
then we were going to like
story of our company and the legacy that we stand upon. 45 years working
atonement. Like I like
over that time period, and we celebrate that story form in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
Get more people to hear your message than anyone else. We can also get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
really coming out
That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
And then suddenly I got another project, and they do this, and drag. So they said, well, that's happened on the time frame. But, that's fine. Like, I was glad to, be, like, they were looking for a real thing, right? Like, this thing literally was like over a year where they were going to have it done very quickly.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council. Veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught. Service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening. When is the last time you reached out for help? If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health,
exactly.
Don't wait.
They just got
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Tax and the Ad Council.
KFI AM 640. KFI. AM 640, more stimulating talk. Dear history fans, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the questions.
JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to
Your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app.
Then once they started the series,
We all
all
know
of
the
it, I was going to get a
the
full
elaborate schemes, the close
the revenue
calls,
created
the moment when it all goes wrong,
either the sale of the show or and the fact
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
Sometimes
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been looking back through stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about back then. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know that story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up
Now they
just like,
hire they hire a girl
And she
named
goes,
Joy.
you're on your own. You have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you,
Is
so I
a
can't wait. Together, we're gonna puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do?
Yeah,
Maybe write a musical?
I
Joy
would hide
is
under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the moon. So we'd love for you to come hang with us
like
for
a
some of the
producer
greatest
video
escapes in history.
So
Listen on
Joy,
America's
and I think I pretty much captured everybody there.
iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the producers who brought you
So
Princess
anyway,
of South
yeah, that's Jason.
comes The
So
Setup, a new romantic comedy
Yeah,
podcast
he's
starring
something.
Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Vegas.
Well, the thing is that I didn't actually use it. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like
Super nice
so
guy.
fast.
Joy seemed nice. We started redoing all the
Only
things again.
music curator. His true love?
Halfway, actually almost done. Because we were at the point where like Shrieker was like had like jumped out of the airplane, that kind of stuff, right?
But when the perfect man walks into
At
his
one
life,
point when we were sitting there, I was talking about the financial crisis. We got this to where the financial crisis had happened.
so
Basically, we're paid off the
too
top
good
of
to
that.
be true.
That and that's covered all the Shrieker's skin, where he was one of the
They'll have to get close.
that ended up, I said, as a result of that, we started wanting more money back. Once where the money was, now it very quickly unraveled and shrunk along. So,
When you're
and so
dating
as we're
a
talking about it,
how do you know if it's true
all of a
love?
sudden Joy kind of just starts shaking her head. Because I'm on like street
Listen
yard
to
or
The Setup.
something.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network.
Yo, what's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on?
Joy says,
Next Wednesday, the premiere of the Netflix reality competition show Building the Band. Next Thursday, the launch of the new Netflix Kent
Yo, what's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If your ticket's malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days. Delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen. I want the bang I had on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure get it for free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey, just pay a fin for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey when you visit BlueChew.com. Right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. We're back. Don't forget Blue Chew. It's the summertime. If you're going to sling dick, don't forget Blue Chew. That's all I can think. It is Blue Chew, right?
Absolutely.
All right, always Blue Chew.
Dude, R.I.P. the stairs. This is the last month of the stairs.
That's it. One more month.
That's it.
What are you gonna do with the stuff you done, burn it?
I'm gonna try to sell it. Who knows?
Who's gonna walk up those steps?
I don't know. Nobody, right? I'm gonna give some stuff to my mom. I'll burn some of it. Who knows? That's the fucking biggest waste of goddamn money. I love living here. It was just
you said it the best. It got you in.
Yeah.
It got you in. And your first apartment, nobody moves in to the Trump Towers the first time. You know?
No.
You're gonna have rats, shit. You see? Because when you're excited, they eat them.
Right.
Like, I know that's what happened to you. Like, yeah, I'm moving over here. 4 stats. I can do this shit every day. Fuck you. When you told me, I was like, this motherfucker's out of bird.
Well,
He's never walking no steps. I was correct.
Well, you were correct, but this has been the craziest year of my life. Like, I don't know. It's a year anniversary of me breaking up with my last
wife.
What?
There we go. What
did I do?
Nothing. Just torture you.
I feel like I'm walking into a conversation that's already going on. There we go. What do you mean? I don't know. And it was. I moved to New York thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get put. Like that's the apartment that I had like an outdoor space. It was nice. I thought I was gonna get pussy, and then I meet someone 2 weeks in.
That's what happened.
And then so it's fucking crazy.
But it's great. At least
it's amazing.
You're in love. She can bake.
Oh,
she's pretty. You know, she smells good.
Thank you.
She's got a nice apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That is my first apartment in New York, dude. It's New York with money is a completely different. Like they spin the rotating door for you at her place. That's someone's job.
Anywhere with money, they take care of you. You know, can you imagine living in New York and struggling right now? Like, you don't see people in a 4-bedroom apartment, 2 of them on the couch. You got 1.5 bathroom. That means at all times all your bathrooms stink like shit.
Oh my God!
More than your bathroom's always going to smell like fucking Billy Goat. Unless somebody sleeps at their girlfriend's or boyfriend's house. Struggling in New York sucks.
Dude, I have a friend who I met in LA who's a comic. He survives out here because he's a golf caddy during the day and they give him a free place to live, like the Caddy Shack house. He got home last year. His ceiling was like, it was just like raining in his fucking room. Like all the pipes burst.
In LA?
In New York. Like the house that they give him, I met him when we lived in LA. He moved here to do comedy and he's a caddy. He's a great comic, doing great in the city. But he survives because he has a free place to live because he's a caddy. But everything just burst. Like it's
in the caddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You're living for free for a year. At least I call a break. We'll go to a hotel for about a week. Hotel 6 will sign you up.
Yeah, for fucking $8 million.
No, you tell them it's a weekly rate.
Not in New York.
To another episode of the Beating It Podcast. I am Matt Santos, the chief of Beating It and EFT.
What the fuck are you? Crazy? I don't know.
Welcome to another episode of the Beating It Podcast. I am Matt Santos, chief of Beating It and EFT. All about the podcast.
What's the other airport?
Of social media and the rise.
It's Slip.
Yeah. Welcome to Iceland.
listen, there's no fucking shortcuts. LA, both of those cities struggle. Sucks dick. I still remember having to shoplift cigarettes and fucking, take a soda from the gas station and shit.
Yeah.
That's when you have to, the checks will come out at 5 at the comedy store. I'd be there at 4:30. Like, whistling and shit, like, can't wait to get that $75 check. I'm gonna go to Wendy's and get the fuck. Yeah.
I don't think you knew what time the checks came out.
Yeah, the checks were there after 2 to 5. And the mailman came every day at 12:35. I was out there at attention at 12:20 in case he got lost or somebody tried to kidnap me.
Oh my God. Did they start to expect you?
Oh my God. I became, when I lived on Gardner or Schrader, I don't know, wherever Ralphie lived, that same building.
Gardner.
The mailman knew us by first name. If I got a check, the mailman wouldn't just put it in my box. He'd knock on Ralphie's door. The same, I'm saving Joey the suspense.
You were getting mail at Ralphie's house?
No, because I was getting mail there. At somebody's house. Somebody in that building, I was getting my mail there.
Right.
For the longest time. For years, I was getting my mail. I can't remember whose box it was. It was either Celine's, Gavin's, fucking Jody's. It could have been Ralphie's. Right. So I would be there. I knew them, and he was Filipino. So I knew his schedule.
That's amazing.
You think I'm fucking
This guy's still at it?
when he was going to be there.
You're absolutely right.
Like I'm going on vacation, I will not be here. So the other guy come late, so just to let you know. But I'd be fucking waiting there. It was
That's cool,
always
man.
this, and people would say to me, "You getting the check?" I don't know.
Thanks, baby.
If you're not out here, you won't
Double
get this,
shag.
right or wrong. If I didn't get a check, then I had to go hustle. And I had to go put the day together. Well, I got $8 and maybe at least got a Chinese lunch. I was waiting for 35. And dog, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. A lot of times I wasn't getting the check, and the check would come from something
Fuck.
I didn't even expect.
How good does that feel when you get a surprise check?
Oh my God. I still remember being broke and I had to get a plane ticket. And I went downstairs and I guarantee Terry didn't check the mail. This one, me and Terry lived together because I was getting mail in 2 places for a long time. And I'll never forget going downstairs. And we had just gotten married. We were moving to the valley. And I needed money. And I went
America's
downstairs.
slut.
Remember when The Sopranos stopped in
Come on, you little
2007
bitch.
or 9? HBO put a box set out, and in the front they put the Mad TV sketch. So they paid me for that. And I'll never forget going downstairs expecting a big day and opening up my thing, and it was like a check for $2,400. Oh shit, are you fucking kidding me? Like at 9:30. No, I was clean then. I was clean, spotless clean. But I still remember going to Celine's after the comedy store one night, 10 o'clock at night. And trying to no money, and Celine going, Joey, go over there, you got a check in the mail. No, you got something in the mail. And I went over there, there was a letter that was already open, and it was that dude that became a comedian. They took all his movies away. He used to have a reality show on Fox, and I did the first episode 4. I played a pizza guy. Yes, Jamie Kennedy Experiment.
Oh shit, okay.
I did episode 4 or 5 or some stupid shit.
That must have been a while ago. I remember that show.
No, that was 2001 or 2.
Jesus.
The show was a hit, right? But they could shoot the episodes faster. So they kept re-showing mine.
Nice.
And I'll never forget at 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, man, the night's done. It looks like I'm going home. Celine's like, go over there. There's something over there for you. And it came open. I remember going in there. There was 2 checks for $650 a day's pay. And I ran to the fucking check cashing place on my old house in Hollywood. Right? I basically ran up there. Because I thought they closed. They didn't. They were open 24 hours. I was pissed. Yeah, because I had a Captain Coke dealer. He closed at 1, so I ran over there. But I got my checks cashed. But that's great. Even now,
Like my residual checks, like when I look at my wife doesn't deposit one anymore. She waits till I get 10 of them. Okay, and she deposits all 10 of them at once. And I wish I could read you guys the amounts I get. You would die. Like it starts like at 1 penny, 3 pennies, 18 cents, $92. Then it goes back to $4.21, $5.18, $320, 28 cents, 22 cents. So if 10 checks come, 2 will be worth catching. There's 3 of them that my wife will sit there and look at it and go, why would they send you a check for this fucking amount?
I was gonna like the stamp makes it not even worth it. Why not
Sluttiest
just
whore in
direct
the
deposit
history,
into your
right?
account?
Plus, MILF lover.
I get them every fucking day.
Come on.
Yeah, I get them every day.
Come on, work,
A show
bitch.
I did 30 fucking years ago. Now they air it in Japan. And they send me like back. Those are the good ones. When you get the white envelope with the red paperwork, that's when you're like, oh shit.
What's the red paperwork?
The red paperwork is international and shit. Great coupon and shit.
Do they pay you even though you're not talking? Like, do they dub over you?
Yeah, they dub over you, but they show
They still pay you?
those checks are 21 cents. When I open those up, I'm like, what, bitches? You open them up, 21. You're there. Like, yeah, I'm not lying to you. I must have got 9 checks. My wife deposited them one day last week. Because I just put them on the thing when I get them. Right, and I go to sag.org. You go to sagactive.org. And they'll tell you what's coming, the date is coming, and what's in process. So, when I had nothing, I lived on that website.
Just sitting refreshed all day.
Every Sunday at 6 o'clock, they refreshed it. Okay, so they would start on Sunday at 6 o'clock, and they would tell you when your checks were going to be there, when they were going to get mailed out. So on those days, I already had that money spent. George, I'm coming over. I wanted to pick up an ace. Dog, let's go get some Chinese at one. All right, then we'll go to, what's his name? We're going to Nathan Weed. Then we'll go to Ricky Cruz, pick him up and get high.
Did you have it on your calendar? Like, check for $5.
You don't put nothing in your calendar. It's all in the coke.
It's all there?
But in those days, the checks were heavy.
Right.
Those checks were like $333, $682, because it was the top of the tier. It was 20 years ago. Right. So I'd be just parked out there like a child. And when he would come, I'd be like, oh shit. And when I went in there, if that check wasn't there for some reason, there was one check that didn't come for fucking like a week. I was pissed. I was on the phone with SAG every day. And because of that, till this day, I still have the number you call when you're missing a check. I never got rid of that number. That number's been in this phone since 2002 because I lost a check for like $500. I had like 9 checks sent to me. That's the funny thing about that. That week was my biggest payoff ever at that time. I had like 9 checks sent to me. All the checks were over $50. But the one I was waiting for was that. In my world, I got every check except the $500 one. And I had to wait 30 days to file a fucking complaint. Oh no. And then once you file the complaint, it takes another 20 days to process. So get that check at $5. What a lot of people don't know, I'm going to drop it on you right now. If you live in, especially if you live in Hollywood, because those motherfuckers are treacherous. Once a year, I would drive down to SAG after SAG. I would go to SAG first, go upstairs and say, can I please get the box of checks that got returned? Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was just checks that never got sent to you or fully delivered?
They got sent to my fucking address. But for some reason, they didn't deliver them. No, he don't live here no more. Shit like that when they put the arrow backwards on your shit. Yeah, and I would go, what the fuck? I live there. And then they would have like an address in like Jersey. Like they went online for an ad and they come up with, like, why would you send this to Fairview, New Jersey? That's the address we had. No, you didn't. I live in LA. Why would I put fucking a Luxburger address? That's what they would do to me. So you go down there and come home with like 800. What? Oh, God. Well, you had to wait once a year. Like, you had to, like, you know, because if you went every other week, you look like a fucking pauper.
Well,
I was gonna say.
But the after department always fucked up your checks. And this is what pissed me off about those motherfuckers.
What they do?
They always got the address to bill you correct. All their bills always come back without the hand. Everything else came back. Then another motherfucker, they dig through the computer and look for your old addresses and send them there on purpose. So, because after 90 days, the check is null and void.
You think it's a scam? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised.
What do you think it did with Joy Bananas? I finally had to figure when you're broke, right? Figure that type of shit out. You're like, how come they didn't lose any other check but my big one, right? For 120 fucking days. Maybe the production company, who the fuck is, you know, but the production company has to send the check to SAG. SAG recuts the check and sends it. Are you serious? Yeah. Very seldom do you get a check on a production. Every once in a while. Those are the mistakes I would get. Checks from production companies that would send them to you. And dog, when you're broke, you know all the protocols. So when you do a commercial, you get a check within 30 days. They suck dick. But if you do a TV or a film, you should be getting your money in 10 days. Well, so now you sign the paperwork and you gave the control of your agency to take that check. Well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to deposit it and tell you they never got dick. I would have the producers on the other line. Now listen, before you say what you're going to say, I want you to think about what you're going to say. You better think about what you're going to say. I got, what's your name? Liam. I got Liam from Partners, whatever that's a new company. They just came to New Jersey. Entertainment Partners. Liam, tell my manager when he sent the check. You know, June 1st. It's July fucking 1st. Why don't I have my check? Well, we never got it. Liam, did they get it? They got it. You should see how many people I caught that. They sent it. And then I thought that they were sending the checks after 3 days. Like if you shot it and you caught the fucking pay period, right? Like if you shot it on Tuesday, you got to check on Friday. Your agent would sit for a month and a half. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you an extra 2%. Just mail me the check when I get it, because I'm over here starving. 2%? Yeah, whatever. Why are you a lot of percent? What are they gonna make on $600? Oh, yeah, that's $600 check. That's scale.
Yeah, but what about if you think they're doing this with you? Well, I was just thinking about the
hello, and you have 200 fucking clients.
What about the people who are on, like, you know, like those shows that are on for 10, 20 years? If you're getting these kind of checks, they must be getting 50 checks a day. Like those people who are on movies or shows forever. Holy shit.
It's a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam. Yeah. Yeah, there was a part 15 years ago where I went to this agency. And one day, I would sit on SAG every fucking Sunday. 6 o'clock, I don't give a fuck what's going on. You got a computer? Yeah, okay. 6:01, I'm on SAG. I would see like 20 checks came. So I called SAG, and I'm like, hey, you know, my ID number, date of birth, whatever the fuck you need, address. You sent those checks to me, but I haven't gotten one of them. They're like, hold on. And they were like, no, we sent them to your agent. And I go, why would you do that? And they go, because they have a release. I ran to that agent. I go, dog, where's my money? And they're like, what money? And I go, let's go to the computer, this money. And I go, yeah, we take that. We take 10%. And I go, you didn't book that. Oh, no, you didn't book that. I'll take you to fucking court right now. You better undo that. Well, you signed the agreement. I don't give a fuck what I signed. How can you take commission on a job? You never fucking book.
How did they even get a check for somebody that didn't book? That's crazy.
They took that thing when I signed on with them.
Right.
Whatever I was signing, they took and sent it to fucking SAG.
Jesus.
And I called my lawyer. He goes, no. They put that in after the paper. Because I always wanted that shit by my lawyer at the time. Always. You know, the guy from Goonies. Fucking Ralphie's lawyer.
Oh, they added something to your contract after you signed it?
They would send out.
Look at this athleticism. A to the T to the H to the L to the E to the T to the I to the C.
They had to get together and have a farm. And I'm like,
thank you so much. That all sounds, pretty spot on right there. That's incredible.
Because you don't understand that. He said, all of our priorities, all of our values.
Oh, it's 99.9.
And I was like, oh, okay, Dan. All right. I said, well, let me know what's going on.
There is a little belonging factor.
So listen, when it's all said and done, like I'm thinking, he's going to call me up in a couple days and say, okay, well, we're just going to keep going. No problem. Today he calls me up and he says, Matt, we had a discussion, and I'm going to let you know that we chose not to move forward with this project. You wasted over a year of my time, hours and hours. You tied up all of. Do you know how many people approached you about doing something with that intellectual property that they tied up for over a year? How many opportunities I didn't take because of what they did? It's like I'm like at this point, and he goes, and you know, the problem is that it's not even
let me stay at the inn, and they promised the social worker they keep putting me around circles. They help you defeated me, and George, I wish I had a
so I
foundation.
wasn't outraged
For radiation.
because you know here's the thing that do you realize that I was in prison for 13 years? I was going to be in prison until 2030, and I'm supposed to take what? I'm supposed to take your little crusade seriously? Like I have serious problems. Like I know what serious problems are. This is like a guy going to Iraq and being shot at, and then coming home and wanting to argue over, you know, gender studies or something. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Like I was in prison. Guys are getting stabbed and trying to rape each other. And you know, I'm looking at doing 20 some odd years in prison, and I get out now, and you are upset because I think that pretty girls get further than unattractive girls, and they've turned that into. Dan was like, all the women that I know have had to struggle to get to where they are, and he said, like, Jane would love to give you a piece of her mind. It's like I never said that Jane or any women haven't struggled. Like in their mind, they turned me into the most evil person they could because I said that if you're a pretty 22-year-old and you play your cards right, you could probably end up marrying some guy and get a chunk of money, and that happens all the time. Johnny Carson's wife got something like $40 million or something. They were married like 3 years. Like, how many guys marry some chick and 5 years later they walk away with $20 million they've never seen? It's like, oh no, they didn't do that on purpose. Like that does happen. I'm not saying it's everywhere. I'm saying that what I said makes sense. Like I probably had the same values that they have. I didn't say it correctly.
This kind of brings us back to the conversation we had.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Mark Christopher Nelson to take final phone calls. His website is his name, marknelsonmedia.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Those of you on hold, just hang where you are. Do our best to get you when we get back on Coast to Coast AM. Mark Christopher Nelson, psychic leader. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
That they're going to do something. I have a contract. Like we have an agreement. I do this, you do this. Instead, along the line, they decided that I was a racist, misogynistic, you know. I don't even know what the other thing they did. Like it was like you guys went so. And there's nothing I could do back that way. I wasn't super sure. Yeah, I wasn't trying hard, but like, it seems so silly to me. Like given what I think is truly serious, and the way they would behave, because I get it in their world, it's a big deal.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of
So
iHeart Radio
that
Music
never
Festival,
got paid.
bringing great
Now,
products,
you know what they did?
rewards,
They
and services to its customers.
I was told.
What's in
I
your
was
wallet?
initially told that we were going to do like one story.
iHeart Radio brings you a brand new history podcast.
And we would do like 3 stories throughout the time.
Where you ask the question.
Instead, they suddenly turned one of my stories into what probably be the first year.
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of
Suddenly, I
it.
ended up getting paid like
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell
when I was done telling the one story. Like it wasn't
Open your free iHeart Radio
at all.
Search American
And it's
History Hotline and listen now.
What this is
Date night.
this is a few weeks ago, and then you know what happened was he told me, Dan said, look, we're going to go ahead and we're going to release you from the contract. He said, I'm going to have our lawyer write something
back to the moments you miss.
He said, not that I have to.
Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you.
So,
Brought to you by
and so he says all that, and he goes, he said, yeah,
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment
that,
is personal. And as you'll hear on the Restream podcast,
I want to let you know
it
that,
can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the
Danny, I
disappearances and
I
deaths
haven't
that
fucked
have
over any of my friends, you know, like I don't fuck over friends, like he constantly doesn't think that he fucked me over, or that he's like in their mind, they laid awake that night and thought they'd done a good thing because I said.
In the Northeast, warm and humid with temperatures topping out in the low 90s. Scattered thunderstorms are possible in interior New England and upstate New York. Hot and muggy with highs near 90 degrees across the Mid-Atlantic states. Scattered thunderstorms to pop out mainly inland. Another steamy day in the southeast with highs in the mid-90s. Thunderstorms are likely as well, particularly across Florida, Georgia, and the Gulf Coast. A mix of sun and storms across the Midwest with highs in the 80s. Cold front sparking thunderstorms from Illinois to Ohio. Northern areas like Minnesota and Wisconsin remain cooler and drier. Hot and breezy in the southern plains with temperatures topping out in the low 100s.
She'd already said that all women are in danger.
Extreme heat continues with highs reaching 110 or higher in parts of Arizona, Nevada, and California's interior.
It was the most bizarre thing.
The temperatures stay in the 70s.
It's similar to like the
Northwest is
entertainment
dry
thing,
and
right?
pleasant with sunshine and highs topping out in the low 80s. That's your national forecast. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Right, well, because he's a sex trafficker. But now, Matt Cotton says
so
all
sick
these
of
things
hearing
that
them
don't
talk
sound
about
good. He agrees
basketball.
with Agent Kate.
If only
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
was
I
a
said
WNBA
one
player with their own
thing.
podcast I'd listen to.
You know what I mean? Like, guess what? Andrew Tate also believes that, like, the Muslim religion is the best religion out there.
That's not really?
Yeah, because he said, he made some comment, like, if you said that you said something negative about try to walk out
but with unlimited, unrivaled, and
he said, if you could say something negative about Jesus,
So,
it would do anything. He's like, that's why Muslims are like that. It's like, you're an idiot. You know, like, I could literally bet 95% of the stuff that he said. He's an idiot.
He also
That people, again, they would fortune. So these motherfuckers, you gotta watch your paper, like motherfucker. People think it's just and you see Jay-Z jumping up and down in Paris. Even that guy's got to watch his money. Yeah, I don't care what level of entertainment you are or whatever. You have to watch your fucking paper.
studies whore in the
And that's so
newspaper
sad
reading.
for a guy like me who's hoping one day to have an agent. Is that like,
Sluttiest whore of humankind.
Every fucking year, if you look closely, we know somebody who threw his manager in fucking jail.
Who is this?
Damn, that motherfucker was taking everything.
Who is this? Slutty
I'll handle everything, and you're like, oh, yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
And meanwhile, they're eating lobster tails.
yeah, like you're talking about like paying their regular bills. I don't understand that at all. How hard is it to
You
set
are
auto
so
pay?
fucking tied up as an entertainer. There's a lot of people who are in comedy or acting or music that listen to this. There's a level that you get to. It's $60,000 a year. People are gonna try to rob you at every. You know, it's like I feel bad for like
What about the guy caught that was my apple guy?
Oh, yeah?
Remember with the missing hand? Mm-hmm. This motherfucker, no wonder he had a missing hand. Somebody cut it off from stealing.
Oh, no.
We had to take him to court. You don't have, for what he settled for, it was like, he was just, but I could feel it because when we didn't have the podcast, the numbers were great. And all of a sudden, the podcast booming, everything's selling, except my CDs. Are you fucking stupid? And we kept asking, oh, no. Sales have been down. I do Rogan. I remember those days. That first album I did live at fucking the Three Aces.
Yeah, Three Clubs.
I remember. Nobody even fucking talked to me back then. I had done the longest show. I just talked me into doing a CD for his company. I put that thing on Apple. I think I sold 3 of them in 5 years. I swear to God. One night, I'm having dinner in Vegas. And my text goes off. And it's that guy. He goes, I'm sending you a check for $1,900. I fucking got up and called him. What are you talking about? And the check's always $9, $8.50. And he goes, I don't know. You did something. All your CDs sold out or something. Well, I've gone on road. Oh, okay. Every time early on those shows, they bought everything. And so after that, I went on Rogan 25,000 times. And he's telling me, oh, you just sold 3 CDs. So I signed with that dude, and I said, look into that. This motherfucker came back on the door. This motherfucker. No wonder he's got a missing hand. And I could tell because he started dating a young girl. And when I met him, he had like a shitty car. And when I met him the second time, he had a convertible Audi.
Don't go from a shitty car to an Audi.
Yeah, you don't go from a shitty car to a convertible Audi. So I knew something was not right. And then the chick broke his heart. He went deep.
So it is core in the history of humankind. Plus MILF lover.
I wish I
What?
was lying to you guys. It was not good.
Was he stealing the money to pay for stuff for the girl?
I think he was just stealing the money to impress the girl. And you're gonna get that a lot. I was with an agency once that he didn't rob me, but there was an agent that seemed very nice. And one day they took him out of there with handcuffs. He was there's 1,000 ways to rob a client.
And what do you think? Do you think it's just so easy for them that they're never gonna notice? It's just too much temptation.
You sign with a manager,
right?
And the guy sells you on weekday care of everything. We get you plane tickets, hotels, rental cars. You give me a card. For 3 years, nothing ever happened. Then one day they get on the system. Okay. Now he's got access to your cards. Now you're seeing bowling, $89. You haven't bowled since high school. Like shit like that. That's how it starts. And if they get away with bowling once or twice, then they'll take them for dinner. Then they'll take them for another dinner. And then next thing you know, you're financing plane tickets to Alaska. It's never happened to me. But it's happened to 3 or 4 comics I've known.
Is that because you have your wife, to help you in a lot of ways that a lot of maybe some other companies don't?
No, that taught me that I would book my own plane tickets. Even today, I still look at my own plane tickets and book. Even today, I do all that shit.
And obviously
I don't have the heart to go. Please, do me a favor, get me that plane. Then you have to call me back and go, well, there's a 7:30, a 9:30, and an 11:30. All right, what time do we get back? Sunday, and then you call me back. Well, the 7:30 is not a event. I can't do that to you with me. That's just stupidity.
And is it really?
That's just stupidity. I can't do that. Go back and forth to a fucking stupid plane.
It takes longer.
It takes a lot longer.
And
it takes too much of my time. That's why people say to me, how come you never got listened to? Because by the time I taught you the method, you're going to have a fucking heart attack. Because there's no method. It's just hustle. It's just get on the computer, do this. You look at that dates. You got to check the hotel to see if they got a midnight room service. That's the first thing I look at. You go to Boston and shit. You got to have something for me to eat. How many times you go back to a hotel? You're starving. They got potato chips.
They know for everything. Even nice hotels have nothing.
Forget it. I want to see the menu. I want to see the late night menu. It's always going to have a stupid fucking cheeseburger. You know that. They're always going to have a warm chocolate chip cookie, which I don't know why. I would just get one cookie. Tell me I got a bag of Chips Ahoy for the small 20. Bring it up. Bring it up. Why you know what I'm saying? Wait till somebody opens up one of those hotels that you fucking pick your own midnight menu, like a prison menu. You send them at 11. You look at your remote, what's coming out? The Twilight Zone, fucking Eyes Wide Shut. I'm up to 4, fucking, okay, let me get a salami sandwich with bologna and fucking American cheese, lettuce, mustard. Put the mayonnaise under the fucking whatever, because I want the mustard on the salami. You know, and you sit there like Norton eating fucking that. You know what, guys? I swear to my mercy, 9 out of 10 times, I don't eat. But I just want to know if I can't sleep when I roll a joint and I go downstairs at 2 in the morning. When I go down to smoke that joint, I'm thinking about that. I already looked at the menu. I already know what I'm going to order. This is just kicking up those taste buds a little. You see what I'm saying?
Dude, I mean, you haven't been on the road that much in the last year or so, but I've been out and like not at shitty hotels. Even if they have restaurants, they're not usually open all night. There's almost nothing.
That's what I'm fucking saying to you. That's why I'd rather pick a hotel that has a late night.
I know, I got it.
What am I talking to my fucking self here?
No, I know that's what you want, but I don't know how many of them you're gonna find. Plus,
you're not gonna find them.
Where we're talking,
W, Four Seasons,
right?
Maybe a Marriott. But you gotta look at the fine print with the other hotels because they'll throw curveballs at you. It's like frozen pizza. Shit like that. We have pizza. We have burritos. You're like, then you get that. Let me tell you something. If there's anything I miss from LA, it's a lot of food, but I could go for 2 of those frozen burritos. Bodega, 2 of those bean and cheese motherfuckers.
You mean 7-Eleven? What are you talking about?
Not 7-Eleven, like one of those Mexican places that had those little frozen burritos.
I didn't know they had them.
Fuck yeah. Even the fucking fruit, like the little, a little fucking, I'll never do the pork, I ain't gonna lie to you, but it's so crazy how, as a comic, as an entertainer, you think, wow, once I get up there, my life's gonna ease up. Fuck you! You gotta work harder, you gotta keep your eyes more open, you gotta watch more shit, and that's where the mental stress comes from. It's not just writing jokes anymore, right? You know, when that agent calls you and says, hey, how you doing? Stuff like that. Listen, I got a great day for the kids. July 24th, 25th, and 26th. And you're like, okay. And you take it, and you get there, and it's like, man, you should have been here last weekend. People were everywhere. This is Black Biker and Midget Parade weekend. And you're like, ooh.
No one comes out.
You know what I'm saying? Why did I come in? And then you don't know, so you don't even go, hold on 1 second. Let me see if they have a direct flight.
Right.
You don't know. You say, yeah, ready. They sign the thing, and all of a sudden you're like, direct flight. You got to fly to Mongolia, and then back to fucking Newark, and then up to Canada. You know, you don't know these things.
Right.
You get burnt like 4 or 5 times. Like, I'm not saying yes, ever. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I'm at a computer. I'm checking the hotels. I'm checking the late night menu. I'm checking the fucking Ubers. You have to check everything because then they'll get you okay, and then you get there. It's an hour from the hotel. They're only paying you $500. Right. It just costs you $75 each way. That's $150 out of $500. You don't know this shit. So there comes a time you have to check everything. You learn. And then one day you make a checklist. Fuck it. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Right. Why? Because I got to cover my bases too. I got to check to see if it's a midget funeral or some shit before I go to the street. Because if not, that's what they keep saying that shit. Last week, the helicopters were dropping people off. There was people everywhere coming to the shows. And you're like,
you have 10 people at your show or something?
You got 8 people. One of them's a half a midget.
Yeah, it's because you were talking about like managers doing it for you. And like, I know you were busy, and I know there's people who are very busy, but do you really think there's someone you're that busy that you can't book a flight? Like, that doesn't make sense to me, like that I couldn't in the back of an Uber. And I know it's like, I can, but I don't want to, but that doesn't make sense.
Am I a control freak for doing that, or do I just want to know what I'm walking into? I want to know what I'm walking into. What if all this shit, if we go back and forth for 2 hours, I get up, I go to Newark, and you're like, no. It was LaGuardia.
Right. Yeah.
Do you follow all this shit? That's why I'm like, you want to do business, you call me. You want to show me your titties? Text me. Okay? You want to say good morning? Text me. Anything business-wise, jump on a fucking call. So there's no misunderstanding. Get on the fucking call. Get on the call.
But then, do you ever worry people are gonna like say that you said something you didn't, or they're gonna say they didn't say something?
Write it down. You have to take notes when you talk to these people. We'll have a hotel note confirmed, okay? How far from the airport to the thing? Oh, it's about 2 hours. Is somebody gonna pick me up? Well, no, don't even ask. Just assume. What time is the club manager gonna pick me up? Oh, we don't do that. No. Oh shit, you don't? Okay. I gotta text out and you don't because you want the gig. Right, and they'll keep doing that. The end of the word gets out, now you're half a fag. Now you're driving from airport to airport. So these are things I learned. And I didn't care because I did comedy for 9 years.
Sluttiest whore in the history of human consciousness.
Once I got to the comedy store, listen.
Is that a lesbian? You got a kid.
I'll take the cheap payment, but you gotta take a little fucking care of me.
Sluttiest whore in the history of human consciousness. Plus MILF lover. Did I stutter?
But I'm gonna be somebody, so you want to get me today. And that's what you have to tell these people. If not, you can sit at home and do the comedy show. Right. Or stand, or Gotham, or whatever your home is. Once you're confident, you're like, what am I losing out on these idiots for?
Was it hard to make the jump from like doing comedy and then like making it a business? Like to change that mindset?
Because how many times can you get fucked in the ass?
A lot.
You've been jealous?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you when you were jealous?
Constantly.
Still till today?
Yeah.
Okay. As a Spanish kid, when I was like in the 6th or 7th grade, I used to get so jealous. I like curtains on fire and stupid shit like that. Okay.
I never lit anything on fire, but
and then I got that Cuban machismo to me. And I knew that wouldn't work in the real world. Like, I just knew it. So I had to lose those type of emotions for me to move forward as a man. You know? With comedy, you never really know. You never really know. But then again, I've always been a savage. I became a super savage when I got off the cocaine. And I started looking at life at what the fuck are we doing? What is the most important thing at my age? Is it doing this? Is it doing that? No, it's trying to become a person, trying to get some money. Everybody has money in the bank. At 45, I had no money in the bank. I had $21 one day and be at $112 the next. Then I'd jump it up again to $38.50 because I have to deposit my SAG checks in there. And then one day, my wife, it was about 5 years in, my wife asked me to look at my schedule. So she goes, let me see your schedule. And she goes, why are you doing that gig? That one. She goes, I want you to cancel that. You're just killing yourself to live. It's not worth it. You have the comedy store. You always have the comedy store. You're doing these gigs. Some of them you make money, but you're losing money. Right. Between the gas, your time, the drive, the tolls, you're losing money. And then I just applied it to everything. Movies, TV, life.
When did you start doing it?
It's a fucking discipline in a way where what's the most important thing to you? To me at the time was becoming a great comic. So when you asked me to go to do something stupid, I don't have time for that.
Doing stupid, like
people are wasting my time compared to what I could be doing at night. My daytime, I don't give a fuck what you. I'll do whatever you want in the daytime. But if it's between me getting on stage, when we go into something that you and your friends are going to the waste time, even though you're a comic, and then I'm just waiting for you to come to me one day and go, man, my career, but you had the time to go to a Yankee game and jump up and down 3 nights in a row for the World Series. Who gives a fuck? You could have watched it at home and done your spots. These guys were there that night, watching the crowd. Now they're not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the Yankees. I mean anything.
No, I totally get
it. Anything like that was like it becomes a business. You know, I see these comics that think that they're gonna go on stage and say something so disgusting or so off color. They're gonna piss the audience off and walk out. Okay, again, what's that expression? You won the war, but you lost the battle?
Other way around.
You won the battle, but you lost the war?
Right.
That's what you just did. This is a business. So why am I going up there and trying to piss my audience off?
Right. It's crazy when people do that.
Okay, so there's all these things that you start looking at things and going, I'm getting too old for this dumb shit. Hold on, let me cut my beard off and leave side chops and cut an eyebrow off. You could just be funny and write a joke. Right? So after a while, you just learn how to trim the fat off, and then you trim it off for life, and that's when it gets fucking really fun. That's when it gets really fun. Why? Because 2 nights ago, I was talking to George. I sweat in my mother's grave. On the way home, I go, I did the show on the 27th, and today's the 29th. I'm 62 years old. I'm like, the rent is due. 62. I don't even pay rent. But in my mind, in my fucking mentality, it's Saturday night. The rent is due. I swear to God, between me watching the UFC, that's how my mentality is. Like, I was like, I got time to watch this shit. I'm like, yeah, I got paid last night. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind today, I'm like, tomorrow the rent is due. Chop, chop, motherfucker. Because Friday's the 4th. And what do you eat? That means it's a double banger. It's like Christmas and New Year's. You ain't got time. You ain't got time to bleed, bitch. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the truth. And George is talking to me about something like, rent is due on Tuesday, George, right? And the conversation ended. That's it. That's all we need to talk about right now. The rent is due. You got the Yankees or not? You got the Red Sox, you got the over, because everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense.
But look, and I'm not saying I disagree with you. But when you say that to people, I know people will say to you, yeah, but you gotta live life, you gotta go to a game.
Yeah, good. So let me know. Let me know when you're paying your minimum payment on your credit card. You could have been doing something. Because there's nothing worse. I'm dealing with somebody right now who had a huge opportunity to do a ton of things. You know, and he's crying. He's crying a lot because he wasted time. And there's nothing like wasting fucking time. Okay? There's nothing, and there's nothing worse than being my age and going, fuck, I should have took that job in 92. Right now I'm starving because I didn't take that job in 92. I made a mistake 30 years ago that I'm suffering for right now. And we all think we're cute. Yeah, I got a couple thousand in the bank. I'm going to take a couple of days off, buy some drinks, get a hat, make believe I'm somebody I'm fucking not. And you come back and what happens? Your car explodes. Your fucking car explodes. Or you lose the job. That goes and you lost your job because you can't get to your fucking, you can't get there unless you got a fucking Chinese guy. You're going to whip with a rickshaw. Do you know what I'm saying? So now you're like, that shit, bro. I still think this shit. That's why I take these fucking gigs. Because I don't want to be 65 and Mercy can't have a bicycle. And I'm like, fuck. They offered me Atlantic City, but I had an ego. There ain't no ego when you got a kid. Right. There ain't no ego.
You don't have to fuck up pretty bad for Mercy not to be able to
play. How many times you go to a strip club and have those women's are fucking moms? They got a stretch mark, they got a half a titty, the drug dealer father, stabbed them. They're there. Show them that ass. Do you think that's what they want to do? No, they grew up in 18 and got going. I don't want to go to college. I want to be a stripper and have some chubby guy named Joey stab me in the ass and, you know, suck dick. No, but they had a kid, they made a mistake. And now they got to make 2 mistakes. God, you already fucked up with the kid. You let some guy, ratio, you know, and now he's nowhere to be found. This little fuck. You know what I'm saying? He went back to Saudi Arabia, wherever the fuck.
Horatius from Saudi Arabia?
I took him. I don't fucking know.
With your luck, ICE will take you back. You know, you fall in love and everything is great. You meet in Hudson County Park, eat corn. It's like ICE is selling to you and shit over there.
Dude, you have a whole life invented for this couple.
That's ICE selling corn over in Hudson County right now. I drove by, they got a little net. The last time I was in there, it was when Bernard King was playing basketball at the courts. You can see him. They even have a sign now that says, "Come get the corn." That means that ICE is by that corn machine waiting like a motherfucker. They're in that fucking jungle, that little lake over there like Rambo in part 2 when he came out of the mud and he stabbed the Russian in the neck.
ICE is hiding in the mud.
Dog, you want to make a bonus? That's all you got to do is call ICE. They go to Hudson County Park on Sunday. They're all up there playing soccer. Just bring the big bus. Bring the big bus and shit. No, they don't play no more bocce. They took the court down. No, it's over. They don't play bocce no more. It was on Bergenline. They took it off. Yeah, fucking 15 years ago. Where you been? Across the street from Jan Michael Vincent. From Vincent Bicycles. Get it together, George. Come on. We're here today. We're live. In fucking wherever the fuck we are. But yeah, that's it. They're hiding out in County. I saw them today. Yeah, that's crazy. They got the Subarus down on the headquarters.
Why were you hiding in the park? Huh? Why were you hiding in the park?
Different purposes.
I can't believe you're driving around just I'm reminiscing about, I was hiding in that
park. I don't want to go to jail, but I've been driving around looking for ICE. I see where they're going to be this week. They're going to be down by me, so I went for a little ride today looking for them. Why
are you texting ICE?
I'm not texting them.
No, testing.
I want to see them in action. I want to see how they do it.
What if they pulled you off?
I got a beard and a funny disguise and a driver's license.
Look at this, folks.
Chad or Joe.
Folks, I'm going to be honest with y'all.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
You're about to see someone more athleticism we've ever seen.
Listen, man, I didn't have this.
Have you folks ever seen a gymnasium?
But everything else was so fucking great.
Sometimes they have like inlet statues. I don't know what the fuck you call them. They're all just describing this body.
Next time, now we know what a fucking great
the sluttiest,
really
the biggest slut in the history of humankind plus world cover.
Thursday we always have a great time at the dojo.
We did the dojo Thursday is a walnut with warm up. Yeah. A warm up, which is always it's a great little room.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a good time. He puts out food. You know.
Mike at the dojo.
Mike Dojo. That's his name on my phone. Mike Dojo. So,
but Friday is what we were talking about. We did Prudential Hall at Day Pack, which
hold on. I'm sorry. Thursdays are something special over there.
Maybe some more.
It was an amazing, very nice over there. It's gonna be hot this summer. You know, get the surgery. For you guys who keep saying, why does Joey have a Band-Aid? Every week I get 3 people. Why do you have a Band-Aid? Because it doesn't fit on my ass. Oh, fuck that. I got an extra Band-Aid. No, because I got a fucking thing in my ear. So tomorrow, July 1st, they're gonna rip it out, shoot Botox in my ear to kill the hair underneath that's all infected. Then they're gonna fucking take skin off my leg. No, they're gonna stitch it. So this side's gonna be a little pulled up like that. So this side's been fucked up. Now this side, it's gonna be like, I'm thinking about suicide, but I haven't written the letter yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the early stages.
So that's fucking tomorrow. For you people who are concerned about Uncle Joey and his aging little heart, my heart's fucking great shape. Even movement is sending me messages that my resting heartbeat is going down, that my cardiovascular is off the system of this. I'll tell you guys later. I can't brag because okay, karate chop me and shit.
That's awesome.
And then next Thursday, they're gonna yank out this tooth, and this cocaine thing. So this is gonna be out of commission for the whole weekend of the 11th.
That's why I'm going to see Theo on the 9th in Philadelphia, because that's my last rah-rah night. And Thursday, there's jiu-jitsu guys coming in to do a seminar. So at first, I thought it was Thursday the 10th, but it works out it's July the 11th. So they're going to rip this tooth out, these, and they're going to put a set of braces like Jelly Roll for like a month. And then in September, they're going to put this row in. And then in like November, they're going to put this row in the teeth. And by December, I can eat fucking spare ribs.
Congratulations. So, are you looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah. I've been counting the days. I can't wait till they shoot needles in my mouth and fucking stitches and fucking, blood. And the guy's yanking. This is a 62-year-old molar. This ain't coming out with like a little ding, 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 ding. No, this is like the guy wears a helmet, and he's got like a coat drop, and they put it on there, and they gotta keep numbing it, pull, and it's like fucking pull, and they, what's those two fags in the movie about social media, Facebook?
Oh, the
little bite, the whatever twins, the Bobsy twins.
Oh, it's the Bobsy twins.
Pull, that's me. So that's that pull. He's a little Russian guy. He's like 5'2". He's gonna have a hell of a day. I'm gonna put the seatbelt on the fucking. He's gonna have his foot on my neck. I cannot do this. Keep pushing, Bruno. Keep pushing, Boris. Oh my God. So that's July 11th. So I got a softball tournament that week. I don't even think I'm going down. I'm just gonna rest like a fucking thing on my head, and then I'm just gonna recuperate for a few weeks, and then we come back in August like herpes. Man, it'll be nice. We'll do a couple pop-up shows, and then we're ready for fucking Philly the 27th, and then we pop on a fucking flight. I talked to some people. I'm talking to some people. You know what I'm saying? They gotta take us right to Fort Lauderdale. They'll drop us off in a helicopter.
No way.
Get dropped off in parachutes.
Am I gonna have like the Israeli flag on my parachute?
He's getting 6 parachutes. One of them is not gonna open. We already know that. You can't kill a Jew in this climate. It's got to be something like an Argentinian. We got to bring somebody else.
Why does someone have to die?
Because why make it fun? It's like Randy Rhodes, you know what I'm saying? Somebody died, now we have to do the comedy show depressed. No, I'm just fucking with you guys. I know. I don't know the exact dates for the other gigs. I know it's sometime in November. We have 2 shows in 1 month. It's like Virginia and Maryland. It's like, I know it's, I don't know, Harris maybe. Why am I lying to poor people? They're sitting there taking notes. Where are you traveling to? I have no idea. Right now, I got Philadelphia and Fort Lauderdale. That is it, Jack. I'm happy about that. Oh, it's going to be great. Listen, man, I'm trying my fucking hardest, and it's so weird how after the show, like on the way home, all the material I forgot just miraculously started blowing out of my ass. Like, it's such a fucking mind fuck. And you and I were talking about this morning, how I was doing great for like 22 minutes and I was still stepping on my words. I'm like, God damn it, why am I fucking doing this? This line belongs to this joke. I was rushing, I didn't know what I was doing. And you know what? But I still had a great time. I felt the heart from those people. I tried to give it back, And listen, that's all you can do is stand-up comedy.
So you skipped to like the end. We didn't talk at all. Like, it was a great fucking dude. First of all, Prudential Hall was beautiful. And like the whole
is it Prudential Hall or NJ Pack?
The NJ Pack is like the group, and there's rooms within the NJ Pack, and the room we were in was called Prudential Hall. And so it was a 2860 something.
I mean, I didn't expect to see all those people. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Dude, I didn't
those tiers of people going up and up.
I didn't even see that.
I hope nobody jumps off this motherfucker. Yeah, there were 4 tiers. That's a lot of fucking seats. I'm fortunate. It was in my backyard. There was a lot of New Jerseys supporting it. I get a lot of Jersey people. And I fucking thank them with all my heart, My daughter got to watch it. That picture you sent me, that's a great picture.
Of her watching it?
Yeah, her like enthused watching it. I looked at it, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, I can't tell you, knowing you for so long, knowing her since she was a kid, like how cool it was just as, and Tara being there too, but even just like to know what you've done with Mercy, because she's come to a few shows and she always has a lot of fun, and so like
she always.
I remember when she came on stage, I grabbed her, like, you can stand right here, and she just loved it.
When I was a kid, my mom had that bar. And when I first got to McKinley, you know, I was like one of the only Cuban kids. On Fridays, we were supposed to do the ecology club. Okay. After school was supposed to go to the ecology club, and the other half would have to go to choice, a place in Union City that you wanted me to play, across from the 4-star diner. Well, what's the Catholic school that's back there? It's like a Catholic something back there. There was a church, and I think they had Larry McNeil's father there. But behind there was a catechism. So you had to go to that or
ecology class.
What are we talking about? I figured, so on Fridays, I would go to my mother's bar after catechism, and I would always bring 3 kids. And my mother would go, let them sit at the bar, give them a Coke with a cherry in it. I still talk to 2 of those kids today, and every time at the end of the conversation, they're like, dog, I strip my ball up to your mother's bar and sit at the table at the bar with grown people and feel like an adult for fucking 10 minutes. I remember walking out of there and going home. The priest told me he went home. He used to go home and beat up his brother. It's just not a fucking.
Right, and there is a part of that, but I also think, like, she was just so proud of you. She just likes seeing you do your shit, like, and like, yeah, she feels like an adult, but I think she is like also like, you know,
she's my daughter.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hide anything from her. Listen, you don't want to hide shit from your fucking kids, because you're gonna pay for it later on. They're gonna come at you and go, why you ever tell me? And okay, you don't lose the relationship with them, but somewhere along the line, like, why would you tell me about something like that? Right. Were you scared? Were you ashamed? Were you? So I wanted to know the truth. The truth is not the truth. When she told me she was talking to a girl on the phone, and she whipped out my book and read the first paragraph to her little 12-year-old friend. They both started fucking crying. They had to close the book up. That's, I don't mind. I don't mind. She knows. She's so retarded, though. When we got home that night, she said something to my wife. We're eating the muffins, and she said to my wife, when I get old, I'm not going to drink cocaine. And we
what? Just out of nowhere? That's fantastic.
She's like, yeah, when I get old, I'm never going to drink cocaine. You know, like, okay, drink cocaine, you know what I'm saying?
What do you say to that?
They took something from it.
From what?
They just, I'll tell you the creepiest story, guys. I never told none of you motherfuckers. I went to PS 166, but around the corner, when I was growing up, was PA. Right on 88th Street in Amsterdam. And you signed up, and some of them taught you how to box, you shot pool, they taught you how to smoke cigarettes. Didn't matter if you were 5 or 6. But one of the earliest things they did was they took us to a trip to the police station. This is when they cared about the kids in the precinct. And what they did was they showed you what a cop did, so as you got older, you were their friend. Why don't they do that today? The same fucking $10.
Do they not do that anymore?
No. Why would they bring a kid to a police station and show them what happens when you go to jail and let them get fingerprints?
Yeah.
Put them in the fucking holding tank. Give them a holding lunch with the old salami.
Oh, I didn't get a
when
lunch.
they're 6 or 7, and then let them ask stupid fucking questions. You don't want to scare them straight, but we were so young and the world was different. They let you shoot a 22.
No, they did not.
Into a fucking target. You took the target home with you. No, I'll never forget this shit. They also gave you like a junior G-Man badge, but they also did a thing about drugs. At the time, I knew my godfather smoked weed. And they're like, if you know anybody who smokes pot, turn them in. I'm like, oh, fucking turn them back out for you fucking get it. So I went home with my mom. I showed my mom the fingerprints and shit. She goes, what they teach you? Like, when I talking about drugs, pot. She goes, you say that? No. I just, and like 2 days later, that bitch showed up with fucking baggage. And she had coke, she had weed, she had pills, and a little bit of brown heroin. And she goes, this is what they look like if you want to know, just so you know. Just so nobody else can tell you otherwise. This is what it looks like. If you have any questions, ask them now. And I was like, no. I took them away. And that was it. But damn, because I was going to be in a bar all the time. She owned the bar. So she didn't want you sitting there fucking like a goofball. You know, because you hear things. Unless you're deaf as a child, right? You hear things. You hear, little things. As you get older, they talk without the door being closed. You know, they do certain things, and now you hear things. Now you can't explain them again.
Especially with like the internet these days, you can't really hide anything from kids.
No, and you gotta listen. When that little girl told me that she knew about my other daughter, when she told my wife fucking ran upstairs and walked around. And she said she's known for 3 or 4 years, 5 years. And never said nothing.
She just save it for like the right moment.
That's even the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's fantastic.
And I asked her. She said, I heard you on the phone one time. And I went online and looked it up, and there she was. And I've been to places where people pop up the picture, and they'll go, is that Mercy? And I just look at them and go, no. That's a little girl I bumped into 20 years ago. And she would sit there and see that picture for her not to say nothing. So she knows, and I wanted her to know. Why are you hiding this shit from your kids for? I can't tell her everything. Like, I'm not going to show her a fucking dildo. She's 12. I mean, on the way home, I asked if she wanted to go to the strip club.
But on the way home from what, the show?
Yeah, I've asked her both nights. She wanted to listen. I know the bartender, I'll give her $50. Just go in there, look around, look at the women, and decide right now what you want to do in your life. And she was there, Daddy, I already know what they do in a strip club. That's what kids remember. They're not going to remember all the other shit. They remember shit like that when they're at a bar and their stupid friends like my dad once smoked a paper. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you about this motherfucker I live with. And that's where they, talk their shit. Yeah, nobody wants a dad, that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants a dad, that's a fact. What'd your dad do? He played with Legos? Yeah. He was a dad. Did you ever bang mom? Did you ever see your mom come out of the bedroom with a wig off? I told Mercy like 2 years ago, Mercy, do you think I should give mommy some loving tonight? She goes, as long as I don't have a sibling the next day.
Oh my God. That's wild.
Yeah, dog, I'm not in that because the world is quick. And you don't want your kid getting fought. I remember being a kid, people told me, do you come yet? And I'm like 7. And they're like, you don't come yet? I'm like, no, what is that? And they're like, stuff comes out of your dick. You can write your name on it for years. That's fucked me. I'm like, I can't wait to be 13 to write and cut my name on the wall. I couldn't even write a letter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, disgusting. But this is the shit older kids tell you. And now you believe that shit.
Oh, yeah. Especially.
And now you gotta say it one day in front when you're 13. Yeah, I came on the woman. I've been listening. Like, shut the fuck up, you idiot. And now next thing you know, you're on the B team. You know what I'm saying? Right. They move you down. Listen, you can hang out with us no more till you get your shit together.
Send down to the minors.
That's it.
Holy shit.
It's tough, man. But
and do you see her like not falling for shit her friends are falling for? Like, do you see like the fruits of your labors?
Yes, no. Yes, she won't listen to me. Like when I start going off, like she watches Friends, and she knows I hate that fucking show. So anytime I can piss on Friends, I'll do it, and she just shakes her head. But she won't quit watching Friends. And I respect her for that. She won't go, yeah, Dad, it sucks. Fuck no, she's in there. And when I knock on the door, she's like, what are you doing, friend? I'm like, Jesus Christ, close the door, Dad. That's it. That's it. Yeah, like, I say shit to her. She knows, man. They all know. We all know. Our parents did creepy things. We might not even remember. You know your dad was a creepy sort. That motherfucker had Playboys in the basement. He had them inside pizza cans and shit.
But I didn't know back then. But like now, I like looking back, I remember smelling weed through the heating vents.
That's it. You didn't see his pornography collection, or his little boy collection or nothing. You didn't see it.
Jesus Christ.
His little Diddy collection.
There was no Diddy collection. But, yeah, there were some VHS tapes.
Yeah, everybody. That's it. You pop one of them.
Of course, I would rewind it back to where it was.
Did you get a Woody and stuff? Your face got all red and shit.
The red face probably, but my face is usually red. But I have no idea. Yeah, it was my introduction to it, was VHS tapes.
That's why I don't like. I'm always home when she gets home from school. I watch her come in. I sit outside or I sit close and I watch her come in, so I see what she looks like when she comes in. And then I feed her, and then she does whatever the fuck she wants. But I always thought that my worst times when I would come home and look around the shit you found. That's the worst thing for a kid. I used to find the creepiest things. You know, and then go, what the fuck? And then it's your fault for looking.
But like, do you also monitor like what she does online? Like, do you see her history and stuff?
My mother does more than monitor. My mother does. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right, but someone's looking at it.
Well, I fucking talk to her a lot, and I talk to her about the video games. Has anybody spoken to you? She's already told me about the situation that happened to her. So we're good. We're good. We're good. You know, I don't know what I'm doing on that. I don't even know if she plays Roblox.
Yeah, that can get creepy.
One of those. I don't know. I don't even know if it's Roblox.
Yeah,
that's one of them. And they're all creepy, but we know a guy. Remember you met him, the guy in LA that made games. So before she downloads the game, my wife calls him. And he'll tell my wife whether the game is good for her to watch or shitty for her to watch. It's a fucking great deal. So.
Nice. That's awesome. It was great. It was great to see Terry too. She was so happy. And yeah, the show was awesome. It took me like a minute, because I've heard from comics on podcasts talk about it like in bigger rooms like that like the sound comes back even in ways like it was like I've done theaters with you. I like the sound just came back like echoing a little bit, and it took me a few minutes in my set, and then like towards the middle, I really started to have a lot of fun.
You got loose. Yeah, you see a lot of people like that. It's like when you walk into a club. You ever go, you're parked in New York City. You're like, oh my God, let's get to the club, Mickey. And you walk in, all of a sudden you turn, and there's a fucking line of 800 people. You're like, all of a sudden it takes your breath away. Just the energy there goes, and you go, oh my God. And you're like, what do you want to do? And all of a sudden you get irritated, right? Don't you get irritated right away? What do you want to do? You want to wait on this one? I don't know. Where's my friend Sebastian? Sebastian is nowhere to be found.
But to be honest with you, I don't know if it was just because we came in the back. I didn't see anybody. A couple people beeped at me as I was walking up, but that's it. I don't think I looked up because I don't normally look up at like a comedy show. Nick put up an Instagram story today of like the 4 tiers. I swear to God, my mother's life, I didn't know there were 4 tiers. I didn't look.
I didn't fucking know. Were you there when the guy came in? He goes, would you like to look at our theater? And I'm like, nope.
Oh, I want to.
You didn't put all this craftsmanship. He goes, you want all this craftsmanship? And I go, I don't want to shit my pants. If I go out there now, I start judging. And what's that called? Where you breathe? Right. You don't need to see shit. You just gotta be fun. Right. You want to see something? Like Cuba said, oh yeah, no, that's cool.
But it was so like everyone there was so cool.
All that. Listen, when I spoke to Lee this morning, We spoke about 9:30. I had an appointment at 10:30. And we spoke about all the variables. We spoke about, I forgot the material, the sound, the feedback. There was some other thing we discussed. And at the end of the day, I just wasn't prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like it was 2 weeks. I thought I said the night before. I was still going to come up with like 22 minutes of material. Obviously, it didn't fucking work. I had a substitute to the me shit. But at the end of the day, it's, I hate Thomas saying that. Well, the echo, it goes back. Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Just do your shit.
No, yeah, I got used to it. I think,
well, you did great.
Well, thank you. It was a great show. Aaron Burke killed. He's so fucking
Did you
funny.
go out there and look at the theater before you went out there?
No.
Beautiful. And I wouldn't let you. We're from that old school. You didn't see nothing.
No.
Like the Cubans said, no way now. Ass ain't cool. That means don't see nothing. Look at your ass. You want to see something? Look at your ass. Don't see nothing.
But it's, I know what you're saying. I'm not gonna, because I hate when you think you didn't have a good show. People try to convince you you did. But it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there for the whole time.
Leaving the house, saying to myself that like 3-5 years ago before the pandemic, what was fucking me up so much was I was going up there and saying I can't fail. That was the wrong attitude. It was go up there, have fun, and fuck him in the ear. What the fuck him in the other ear? What movie is that? Fuck him in the ear. Fuck him in the other ear. Goodfellas or one of those stupid movies. My point is that stand-up is about going up there, eating an edible, smoking some dope, whatever sets you loose. If it's a cocktail, if it's what?
That's really a line from Goodfellas. I thought that was a joke.
You know, I mean, guys, stand up at the end of the day. You're supposed to go up there, you know, going like, I mean, the true attitude is if you get more than $100 a show for doing an hour, right? Let's say you get 300 a show for doing an hour. Your attitude is you're going up there and you're like, some idiot. I mean, that's the joke. That's why as you walk into the stage, there should be nothing on your mind. You gotta say two things to yourself. And it's funny. Some people are gonna take it the wrong way because they take everything when it's right. But like when you get 500 a show on a Tuesday or whatever, you're like, this fucking idiot. You know, they're paying me $5 to do something I would do for free. Right? Or pay to do. When you do stand up, basically they're paying you for the gas, the tolls, that's what you're paying for. When you get there, you're like, they want to pay me how much to do this stupid shit? I'll go up there and fucking flip around and blow bottle rockets out of my ass. As long as you're having fun, the audience is going to have fun. Right. Right or wrong. Now, at a different level, I'm walking up there going, I can't believe these 2,000 people showed up. They actually paid. Like, you have to, like, be happy on the way up there. Like, somebody's finally paying you. For 18 years, you had to bring 4 people, an organ player, go up at midnight, wait a year for a jacket. You know what I'm saying? And now, for once, what do you have to be fucking sad about? And I think that sometimes with comedy or life, it's how you look at the situation. Because I was the king of that shit. It's how I used to go to the doctor scared. I'm gonna get a needle in my arm. On the whole way there, you're just building up fear and anxiety. By the time I get there, my hands would be, they would put fucking paper towels in both my hands. Now I go to the doctor like I'm gonna torture the fucking chick who takes blood out of me. Or something. But it's not the fears. You know, like before I go on stage, I told Nick a joke before I went up. I did the joke. It's the dumbest joke in the world about Carvel. Mr. Softy, my neighborhood is so boring. Mr. Softy, stop coming. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You know why? Because I was high. Right. And I was giggling at myself. I'm looking at you with Auschwitz feet. And I'm fucking dying of laughter. But that's what it is. Right. It's the attitude. It's not like I'm going to go up there and my sound is going to ricochet. Who gives a fuck? I don't need to hear shit. I just need to fucking watch them laugh. I don't need to hear nothing. Right. I want to hear my boring jokes. What do I want to hear them for? I can talk to myself all day.
Right. But that's why it's like, and you have to be hard on yourself, but you're being. People had a really good time at the show,
and that's all that matters. You know, on the way home, I thought about that also. Like I saw those people. I saw the people that came in the back. There was a lot of people in the back I never met before. Gino's daughters. I never knew them before. They were like, your nephew just went to meet with my dad. And I'm like, he's here. They showed him to them. I don't know if you saw them. I never met these people before, but I can see the look on their face. My friend Gabby, her niece came. I took the ticket for her. And she goes, no, I have to give her my license. So she gave the niece her license and let her in. I didn't know a lot of those people. But I could see that they were happy. Gabby's called me 3 fucking times. I said, she went backstage. So you let her in? I go, yeah, those are the passes. You know, so that's what you look at.
And dude, it's like, because even if you have like a good set, like a B or B plus, A minus, there's always gonna be like a better set or a better. It could have gone better, but that doesn't mean that that it wasn't good or people. Because but you also said you wanted to do jokes you didn't do. You say that every time you go on stage. You also always say, I have nothing to say. I don't know what I'm saying.
Until I get up there and start milking the vein. I don't know shit. And there's times I have to watch you guys and go, oh, fuck. Like, thank God Aaron Burr goes up before me sometimes. He'll say something about his kid, and I go, let you go. I did not remember that. Now, and I do that at the dojo on purpose to get my memory going. It's a discipline, it's an exercise to get you coconut fucking thinking. But when I'm in front of 20 other people, there's no exercise. There's executing.
Right.
Big fucking difference. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I meant. I'm mad that I got stuck.
Do you think you went to something you were more confident? Like I know, like the jokes you did were jokes, but like
I forgot everything, man. I forgot shit that I could go in. That's very like New Jersey-ish. I forgot a ton of shit, man.
Happens all the time.
I know it does. And people go, well, you need to stop smoking reefer. No, I'm gonna smoke more fucking reefer from now on. So you guys, where are you this week anyway for the 4th of July? What are you gonna do?
No, for the 4th, it's my uncle's 80th birthday. I'm going back to Boston for a couple of days. I reached out for another week, but not this week.
Oh, say, can you see? What, you got any fireworks? What are we doing for 4th?
Yeah, we're going to watch
fireworks. Those Israeli fireworks. They go boom, boom. They go not one, just boom. They go boom, boom. Boom, boom, 2 times. You didn't get any of those?
Not yet. Not
the face of Netanyahu on.
No Netanyahu bombs.
I have no idea what I'm doing for the 4th of July. We're going to go to the city, but there's too many Jews in the city for the 4th. That's got to scare you a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't want to be in a building we get bombed or a fucking helicopter goes into it or something. And then,
you're a glass half full kind of guy.
What?
Glass half full. Why is all this terrible things going to happen?
It's the 4th of July. People go crazy. People are angry. New York's got that new primary mayor. People are mad about that. If you got property in New Jersey, kick your mother out because you're about to make millions. If your mother lives in the basement, tell her bitch it's time to go, Jack. You know what I'm saying? We're making millions. I'll buy you a little hut in South Jersey once the smoke clears. We're making big money in North Jersey now.
Why?
Because that guy, if he wins, all those people, like Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, wins as governor, all those people are going to move to northern New Jersey. Damn, big money, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be doing a podcast. We'll open up an office. Some bitches.
What are the bitches going to do?
Whatever you want them to do. I'll be your girlfriend with the muffins. Listen, who would you eat a muffin from? The top of this chick that gave you a muffin? Or some scotch on hold from Starbucks with sunglasses and green hair? You know what I'm saying? That's what you need in your life.
It's a real easy choice.
Would you like soy milk? Yeah, my ass. That's what I want, soy milk, all right? Well, no fucking soy milk. I want the real McCoy.
But who goes to a topless place to get a muffin?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Would you like to go to a topless muffin coffee place no more? They got them in Florida. Topless coffee.
They really have coffee?
Yeah. You pull
That's
up.
it's way too hot to be topless around.
What?
What if they spill it on themselves?
Who gives a fuck? The titties. You know what I'm saying? You take them to Texas and you got them rebranded. That's when the fake tit was invented. They got a little changing company. Like the boot company in Nashville, right. Italian, they got one down there for your titties.
Really?
Remember, titties were invented at the University of Texas.
I didn't know that.
Who invented titties? What the Great.
This is a real thing?
Yeah. What University? Austin or Dallas? Yes. Big money, Dallas. Big titties. Big money, big titties. Everybody went nuts. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. So that's when the fake tip was invented.
I learned something every week on this podcast.
That's what these podcasts and comedy routines are about. You always go home with a ha and a hee and fucking a mental note. Like I should know that titties were whatever invented out there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the 4th. I don't want to sit at home. I don't feel like driving 3.5 hours either. I have to drive back on fucking Sunday morning. Please stop at Celia Cruz. Fucking, that's my favorite. I go in there and get the Nathan's hot dog with the fucking French fries. They have the coconut ice. They can pop in a little thing, right? Tremendous.
But like, I was just gonna ask, you don't want to do like a grill, like put hot dogs and hamburgers?
How old are we now? How many fucking hamburgers and hot dogs? We just had the best hot dogs we're gonna have. I'm gonna sit there at somebody's house with some half fucking shitty hot dogs. They're both are my fucking excited. They're not Georgie dogs, you know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got that type of class.
That's true.
You know, they want to make, scotchard meatballs, those scotchard fucking hamburgers. They don't put no seasoning in it. I don't want to do that again. That potato salad. Well, happy 4th of July, everybody. It's a good Friday. Now I'm bored Saturday and Sunday scratching my balls. I don't want to do that shit.
Would you ever bring your own food to a barbecue? Like if you knew someone's food stuff?
Oh, yeah. If I knew somebody's an anti-professional, you show up with your own shit. You know what I'm saying? If I know George's going to be there with American cheese slices from Kraft,
right?
You got to show up with something. George thinks I'm going to let him forget that. That's going to be on his tombstone. This motherfucker showed up to a barbecue with Long Island Italians with Kraft slices, the ones that you remove one. And he wonders why they don't invite him back.
And those aren't bad though.
If you're a communist, if you're in prison, not if you're in liberty, not if you believe in freedom. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you this, Joey. What year was this cheese transgression? Like
about 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. I thought it was when you were in your 20s.
That's why he got dumped.
5 or 6
showed up with American cheese and put out family. They're old school Italian. That's it. They pulled her aside. You gotta give them walking papers. 90 days. They love it.
For cheese. That's fucked up.
They let people go for lunch. Old school Italian people don't fuck around. There's some shit you just can't show up with. That's what I'm trying to always caution.
Could you get let's say he went to the deli and got nice sliced American cheese, they sliced it for him.
First of all, he should have showed up with nice, fresh sliced cheese, and also he knows he should have showed up with mozzarella and some nice pepperoni bread or whatever the fuck. But they don't have that there. Yeah. So you bring a little chunk of cheese, but you dope it up a little bit mozzarella, nice with the bowl with the salt water, right? With the mozzarella, pimple water.
Right. You can't. I love you, George, but you can't bring. This is making more sense, like a package of American cheese slices instead of a ball of mozzarella. Okay, I thought you were making burgers.
Unless your neighbor's friend is Chad, fucking, Trudy. Yeah, I mean, you can't.
I don't even know that's a knife, George. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I'll throw you out for less. I swear to God. You got no gigs this week, Lee? Just come on.
I have tonight, yeah.
Tonight?
Or when it comes out.
Where you at tonight?
The comic strip at 8 o'clock.
Showcase.
Yes.
Go down there and support Lee Sayat tomorrow night at the comic strip. Let me tell you something else, ladies and gentlemen. The this week is the 4th of July. With what's been going on lately in the fucking world, make it the best 4th of July. You know, put your fucking Nazi helmet on and get ready. Some deep shit might happen. But then again, something might not happen. But the only thing that's supposed to happen is we're supposed to be the best Americans that we can fucking ever be. And that's all you can do. Me, I don't vote, but I pay taxes. I pay taxes on reef. I do all the right things. I don't jaywalk. You know, I do all the right things. I did my crime. I did my time. I paid my debt to society. And what do you want from me? I got a warrant in Seattle, but fuck that. That was 30 years ago, and I never got in trouble again. So who won that fucking dog fight? Hello? Anyway, happy 4th of July to you and your families. Appreciate the liberties that you have. While you at home watching stupid fucking games and getting ready for the Jets, who gives a fuck? Go out there and be a fucking American. That's it. Trump is helping. He's cleaning up the country. He's helping you now. You got no more excuses. Why would I want to mow the lawn? Mexicans are going to mow the lawn. White people are going to be in demand again. Thank God to Trump. That's it. But do you really want the job? That's next week's podcast. Do you really want the fucking job after Trump gets rid of it? Are you going to learn how to bake? Are you going to learn how to clean a bathroom? No! Anyway, I love you guys. Have a happy 4th of July with your families. Stay black. Don't forget to support Lee tonight at the comic strip on Street. Lee, you're sitting there like you don't even know where you're at. Look at you.
I don't know what street it's on. It's the comic strip in the Upper East Side.
Comic strip on the Upper East Side. I love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. Have a great week. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If you think it's malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove on, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen. I want the bang our head on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure get it for free. Free! When you press it, promo code Joey. Joey. Just pay a fin for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat 2 of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You might have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey. When you visit BlueChew.com, right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 24th of June. It's a beautiful day to be alive. The Church New Testament is in session, Jack. Let's get this party started. What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with a blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you microbe back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre, post, and whatever, has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. Hey! What's up, you beautiful people? Here we are for another fantastic Tuesday podcast. You got my main man, Lee Sayat. We're going to bring a guest, but you motherfuckers don't like him. Fuck the guest. It's just us talking shit to world events. What happened last week and what's going to happen next week. What's up, Negro?
I'm happy to be here. It's just, dude, you don't sweat that much, which is crazy as a big dude. You don't seem like you sweat that much.
I don't try to go outside too much. I don't try to put myself in a bad position. You sweat when you go to the gym. That's it.
Oh my God! I don't know how. Even you walk into a store in the city and they don't have air conditioning on.
No, nobody's got air conditioning.
Fuck that. Are you serious?
They're saving. Prices went up on electric. That's it. You got to pass the savings down to the consumer. Nobody's got air conditioning.
I know for a fact you're gonna make fun of me, but I don't care. I bought this little fan that he put around your neck, so I can walk around with it.
You're gonna get mugged.
I don't give a shit. If they mug me for the fan, I bought 2 fans so I can have one in the backup in case the other one dies.
That fucking fan away.
Never. I brought one here. That's a little.
That little white one?
No, there's a little black one. George brought the little one. I brought one that you hook into your pants and it goes up your shirt. But the problem is I'm too fat, so I can't. Putting something in your belt loop when you're fat is not gonna work. Dude, I love fans. I don't know how people do it. If you like. I always think about Florida. If I lived in Florida and didn't have air conditioning, I'd kill myself.
Why not have air conditioning in Florida?
There's plenty of people.
Only a homeless person.
Oh, even that. I'd rather be homeless because at least you're outside with some breeze. So, like, a lot of these homes, a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
Come on. I know there's a lot of people that open the windows up and go, oh my God, you don't need air conditioning. Well, go fuck yourself. I ain't coming home. You need air conditioning. There's some times in the summer we need fucking air. I don't like being uncomfortable. And that's what he makes you uncomfortable. Like something ain't right. You're sitting there, baseball games in July. Fuck you. Fuck you. August, the heat of fucking August. Sit there and get burned by the sun. That's not for me, man. You make all those mistakes. And then you go, that's it. It's not for me. I don't want to sit out there. It's like going to a Jet game in November. It's not bad enough. They're going to lose. But then I got to dance my ass off.
I know.
The other day, one of the Florentine brothers, fucking June. This motherfucker's already got tickets for December 13th, Miami, against the Jets. Are you going? Not at all. Look at the date. Look at the fucking date. There's no way I'm going there. And I'm not sitting in the stands at a fucking Jet or fucking Giant or whatever game. I gotta sit somewhere where I'm not gonna be bothered. If not, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. So.
Dude, do you remember? I remember when I was a kid, I went to where the Patriots play, and they had, like, the bleachers used to be just, like, metal benches. Like long metal benches. Those in the summer? Fuck you. And I don't know, because we have a lot of chubby listeners. So, I know they get it. But, I hate, whenever a skinny person tells me that they're fine, I piss. That's why you know me, I don't really get angry that much. That's why I get fucking angry.
What'd you do last week? Anything good? You did some comedy?
I did a little comedy in Mass. I had to go home. My mom I did do something medical with her.
How's she doing?
Great. She's doing much better. But, it made me think about you when you were in the hospital earlier this year. Just it's amazing. I'm down on people a little bit, but doctors and nurses are like heroes. I don't know how it's so cool to see actual good people. So it was a scary week. Everything's fine, thank God. But it was just when people you gotta go through tests, and she ended up having to spend the night. But it was a real good experience.
I was getting the set list ready, and I was just writing shit down, like for Thursday and Friday. I want to throw up there, and I threw up the hospital. I do some hospital joke,
right?
And I was like, fucking, that was a long time ago.
I know.
March, April, May, June. That was 4 months. Good George, sit down, please. Sit down. You're making me nervous.
And you were like you said, every once a month for a week, and it was like you weren't even really feeling better when you got out of the hospital.
No, I was feeling good enough to go home, but not. And I thought I would get better over the days, but it was fucked up when I look at it. Fucked up when I think about it. Fucked up what happened, and it happens in life. I can't get angry.
No,
it could have been a lot worse. I could have been in the hospital for 3 months. Thank God it was just 14, 15 days divided by 3 fucking months. And I made the best of it. I mean, in my mind, I went in there and I was having a good time. I was eating cereal. I was fucking staying up late, drinking fucking fresh orange juice at night, having a good time. But it got old on me and it weighed on me. It's like my ears weighed on me. This has been since last fucking October. And they're still not, So now, thank God, I got one of the girls on my daughter's softball team. He's a plastic surgeon, and he asked me, "What's wrong with your fucking ear?" And I showed him. He goes, "Why didn't they do this, and this?" I don't know. I don't fucking know. And he's like, "All right, come in to see me next week. I'm gonna do all this shit, and then I want you to." He goes, "I'm gonna be working at the hospital, and I want you to come into emergency room, and I'm gonna take care of you there with different insurance. I mean, the guys, they're Russian.
That's the only way to do it. It's like you have to know somebody to get through it.
And, I'm happy that I feel a lot better now. I have worked very fucking hard since April. I mean, since I got out of the hospital, I wrote some shit down. I made my decisions about some stuff, and I have stuck very tight to that plan. Like just to the T. Like I've hit the goals every week that I want, food-wise, weight-wise, workout-wise, So you only can wish for the best.
You can, but it's also like, as you get older, it's going to happen no matter what you do.
Listen, we were having a talk before the podcast started about stand-up. How you get frustrated with stand-up. When you get frustrated? When you pop your head up, like what comes out on February 3rd? What's that animal that comes out?
Oh, the groundhog, yeah.
The groundhog. The only time you get depressed in comedy is when you pop your head up to look around. Think about that. When your head is under that, when you're barreling through a tunnel, you're not depressed because you're working. You're making the best of it. Okay? You put your head down. When you have a situation in your life, whether it's stand-up, health, whatever, you put your head down and go, this is what needs to be done. I can't stay up till 2 a.m. watching a movie I already watched 8 times.
Right.
That's what I do. That's all I do. I'll wait till 11, and then something's coming on at midnight. I'll go, oh shit, midnight. So now I'll go upstairs, drink coffee, smoke 18 bong hits, and wait for midnight to come. Then I'm up till 2. Watching a movie I've seen 80 fucking times already.
Right.
And I stopped all that shit. Like George and I were talking this morning. I went to bed at 10 last night. I had like 8 missed calls last night from like 10:30 to 12:54. People called me last night. I'm like, wow. I went upstairs at 10 to fucking 10.
Did you have to go to sleep?
Went to sleep. Grabbed the cat. Fuck my wife even goes, where you going? I'm going up. If you want to come, you're more than welcome. Nobody has to get up this week. There's no 6:30 in the morning. There's shit. There's no camp. There's no school. So there ain't shit going on.
That's great. And do you notice a difference? Are you feeling better with
Fuck
sleep?
Yeah. I take a nap in the afternoon too. I work so hard in the morning that when I go home at 1:30, I fuck around, I take a shower, and by 3:30 I gotta go down. I gotta go down for a fucking hour, an hour and a half, sometimes 1:30, sometimes 2. Yeah, I went to bed at 3:30, I got up at 6:15 at night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm jealous. You seem a lot calmer, and you seem like at peace, which is nice.
Why? I don't have anything to fucking. I don't let nothing break my balls like I used to.
Why do you think you used to?
I answer back now, and I go, no, I'm not doing that shit. because I was putting everything before your health. Not really everything. But if some motherfucker calls me and says, we need to talk at 11:30, I'll cancel jiu-jitsu over that. And then it's a 10-minute call. That's a waste of my time. So nobody cancels my working sessions no more. There's a program. I got to do something from Monday to Friday. Saturday, Sunday, I take the fuck off. I eat what I want. I drink. I still drink a lot of water. Down there, fucking eat water, sleep, rest, and I have a, as funny as it is, I have a stress thing on my womb. Okay? And it tells you throughout the day when you have stress.
Does it like alert you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. It has a high, medium, and low alert. And it's weird. When I feel something, I'll look and it's medium. Like today, I was alone, and my daughter goes, I want to go ride the bike. Listen, she could ride a great bike. I just don't like her riding around the neighborhood by herself. 2 weeks ago she went to Starbucks on the fucking bike, which I wasn't mad at her. We all did the same stupid shit. But for some reason, when she tells me she's gonna ride the bike, my levels go up right away. I worry, she's gonna fall, she's got shorts on, she's gonna scrape her knee, and then I go, fuck it. That's how I learned.
I know. It's just that I was shocked.
Scrape your fucking knee, And little things, like when people call me to go to New York City for something, that puts my stress level high.
Just the fact that they invite you?
No, they'll just call me, hey, you want to do a podcast? And I'm like, not really, but I tell them, this will be like the 18th time. I go, no. But it's because why would I want to do a podcast right now? What is the sense of me doing a podcast? Right. I have no reason to do a fucking podcast. I come up, I'm happy that we get to do our podcast. We get to chit chat, eat some food, and we go home. That's it. I don't want to drive into the city and start doing 15 podcasts a week for no reason. For no reason. I'm not promoting anything. I got nothing new to say. Nothing has happened except I'm getting older. What the fuck is happening? So for me to go on a bike, hey, so how long did you do in prison? I don't want to hear these questions no more. I don't want to hear these no more. Right,
No, I get it. And it's interesting for me to watch you because I like something that I feel like I've been doing wrong. I'm trying to avoid, but I feel like I've been a little bit too desperate with some of the comedy stuff that I'm doing. And I know why I'm desperate. It's because I just want to do spots. So I'm taking things because I just say yes to every spot.
You have to.
Okay. I've been trying to go over in my head like what am I doing wrong.
Okay. For years I did every fucking spot I could. From 91 to 2003, I did every spot I did until one day. My girlfriend at the time sat me down and she goes, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Right. You're losing money on every venture you do. You're the only comedian that loses money on every venture. Right. You were laughing at me last week. I figured out in my head that if I took a bus to local gigs, I saved $300, $200, and that's more money for me to snort coke. And party and get fucked up. I figured all these things out. You have a budget. They're paying you $600 for 6 shows. You got to get there. That's always, back in, this shit started about 8 years ago. Before that, everything was $200, $240, $280. Yeah, everything was $280, $249. Every once in a while, I got a $311. But so right there, you're getting $400 and $250 is out the window. You're left with $350. Unless you fucking eat sardines out of a can with crackers and live in a corner, right, with a heater or no heater or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Doing comedy is very fucking rough on the mind. You're not making any money. Your friends that are 30 have Lamborghinis or whatever the fuck they got, and you're still driving a little Toyota with a missing bumper. And you have a dream. You have a dream and you believe in yourself. So that belief has to take you all the way to the top. Like, you got to believe that the reason you don't do... Listen, man, the biggest thing about stand-up or any other thing, when you become a doctor, you go to fucking 4 years of college, 3 years of medical school, a year residency, another 6 months here. You're doing all this shit, but when the smoke clears, you're making $400,000 a year. Right. You know, when the smoke clears. When those kids go out to become a doctor, they're fucking scared. That's hard. That's harder than what we do, studying in an emergency room and taking a pencil out of the kid's eye. You know, all this shit's scary, right? Right. But there's a payoff. So in your mind, there's so many things you could do. Like I remember one time, towards the end, this was like one of the only arguments I ever got with Ralphie, man. There was a couple of weeks there that he would tell you something, he'll see you in an hour, and then 6 hours later. And one day I said something to him, I go, Ralphie, you got to knock on that. At that time, I had nothing going on compared to him. And I said, dog, when you tell me 1 o'clock, 1:30, that works. But this 5-hour late shit, that doesn't work. And I told him, I go, I got time. You know, my time is valuable. He goes, not as valuable as mine. I go, but if you're sitting on your fucking ass for 4 hours, then you got no time. Right. Your time is nothing. And, you know, it was like a little argument. We made up, whatever. But he told me 2 weeks later, but you were right. Time is important. So you're wasting your fucking time and your sacrifice. That's why I said that to you a couple of weeks ago. I love you to death. You ain't got time to go to movies on a Saturday night. I don't give a fuck if it's Mission Impossible. And that's the big thing with your situation, the relationship. Now you're in a relationship. And now you got to give her some and give yourself some and maintain your fucking sanity. Because they're going to come at you every night. You're not going again? But there's a sporting event. I don't give a fuck because they don't understand that you don't give a fuck. Like I did not give a fuck about what was on TV. I did not give a fuck about your fucking family. I didn't give a fuck. I gave a fuck about making something out of my life. Right. So I don't have time. I don't have that time.
And that's what I did this weekend because I
don't have that time that you're looking for. Right. And people say, you know, Thursday night I went out with some friends of mine, and I bumped into this friend of mine, and she was there with her boyfriend, and we were talking, and she goes, you know, when you got divorced, how long did it take you to get remarried? And I go, it took me 9 years to get a girlfriend, and 9 years to marry her. And she goes, why did you do that? And I go, because I didn't want to push my luggage on people. I had tons of luggage, A, and B, my principles were not going to be the same as yours. You know, I had an affair with somebody that came over, we fucked. The next day they're gone. I got comedy to do. I don't give a fuck about what's on your mind or what's on your friend's mind. And there's people that can't handle it around you. It's very rough on the people around you. Like one of the reasons I got into comedy was not to go to weddings. Straight up. I don't have 6 hours to waste at a fucking wedding. I don't want to go to a fucking wedding. And if you call me with a wedding, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work. And now I live like trickle because all these people are going to get married. And they're like, well, are you going to come? Not really. And they think I'm goofing. Right. Like they think I'm joking around. Like I'm not joking. I'll send you 500, 1,000. Whatever number you tell me, I'll send you. So I have to sit there for 3 hours and bang on the glass and all that dumb shit. I just don't like it. Right. I sacrificed a lot. Now, in my heart, I like weddings. But I had to convince myself I didn't like weddings. I had to convince myself that I didn't like half the shit that people were doing. So I didn't involve myself in it. I only had one thing to do. 2 things. 3 things. Smoke coke, do comedy, and get my dick sucked. That was on my list every morning. That was my list. Do stand-up, smoke coke, get your dick sucked, try, whatever. That was on the agenda on the fucking road. I didn't give a fuck about your problems. I don't care about your fucking cat. It's a fucking state of mind.
And that, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, and it's hard to like get out of, like, for me, it's very hard to get out of my comfort zone. And I know, like, on Saturday night, I didn't have anything booked, and I went to 2 clubs. There's nothing I hate more than hanging out. I feel like such an asshole. I feel like no one wants me there. Not because I'm not funny, but like if I don't have like, what, I'm just gonna sit around like with my just clap when people watch it. Yeah, that's what I did.
You sit there, you get a beer, you watch, and you don't have to say a word as long as somebody sees you. walk in and walk out, so you're not out of mind. You're never out of mind. You're always there. And on Monday, they all get a fucking text or whatever's in there with your avails. Monday at 9 o'clock. I don't wake up till 11. Well, it's Monday in my world. You're waking up and I send you that fucking text. Right. Or that email. That's how your mentality is, you know. This is your life. This is your career. I look, people have careers and then I'm going to Bimini for a week. Where'd that come from? What are you talking about? Right. You just got this started. Yeah, but I planned this way before Lynn canceled it. People don't think like that. They don't want to think like that. Then they'll cry to you later. They don't have money. They don't know what's going on. Well, you went to Bimini. Go to fucking Bimini now. Go jump up and down in fucking Bimini.
Do you ever think about like, because it might be weird for you. Like, let's say you didn't have that coke problem. Do you think you would have done more in comedy?
Oh, probably.
Because it's all like, but also like a lot of the coke stories turned into like a lot of funny material.
You know, because I turned them into funny material, but they weren't fucking funny. They weren't fucking funny, okay? These stories are not funny. Really? They're sad. We know how to make them funny. They're sad. You're telling people about stories about your addiction, this crazy shit that you did to get high, whether it was going in the toilet and scraping the sides and licking it, you know. It's tough. Listen, man, it's very tough to podcast, and it's very tough to be vulnerable in front of people. You know, like for years, I didn't talk about doing coke on stage. And no one there said, fuck it, why not? Right. And I started pulling a different audience. Now I knew, you know what I'm saying? When I did that thing with my mouth, nobody did that before. Yeah, nobody did that before. Nobody. I never seen anybody do that shit on stage. Not even Richard Pryor. So talk about jaw, you know, your jaw effect. It was just so many fucking things that I did not want to talk about. But to become a good comic, you needed to talk about those things. You need to let people know you're like that.
Why didn't you want to talk about it?
I was embarrassed. Why wouldn't I want to tell these stories? You think it's somebody who's got a yeast infection, your hands smell like Newark for a month. You know, who wants to hear this shit? Nobody wants to hear this shit, but it's what made you. It's what made you who you are today. Right. I'm out of my chest. Everybody knows that. I'm fucking crazy. I control it, but I'm out of my fucking. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that you know that, like, at least
listen, if you don't know you're crazy, you got mental problems. When you parade yourself and you're like, there's nothing wrong with me, what I do is absolutely normal. No, it's not. No, it's not. So, we already know it. Like, no crazy person would have kidnapped somebody. No sane person would have got into comedy. What sane person gets into fucking comedy? We're all on the fucking mental edge struggle, like we're on a thin line. And after a while, when you don't become successful, that shit starts to come out. And you start to see the mental health issues. And sometimes, when you become successful, the mental health issues come out right in front of you. Can't control it.
That's how it comes out, like, late in life. I would think you'd be crazy for life. But no, like, you think it comes out, like, 40s or 50s? Some people just go nuts?
Listen, you always have something in you. There's always something in you. And you have things that you know, that you feel like this doesn't happen to anybody else, but it happens a lot more than what you think. You know, like, you ever come in a minute when you're on a date?
Yeah.
And you're like, nobody else does this. This chick's gonna go home depressed. Every guy she's with comes in a minute. Maybe a minute and a half. She got great pussy. She got big titties. What do you think? You're like, you know, every once in a while she'll get lucky. She goes out with guys that are drunks. You know, they get that dick when they drink. It's all. So you think that you're the only person this is happening to, right? But it happens to other people until you bring it out. You're not gonna know. Everything. When that happens to you, oh shit, I do the same thing too.
And you know what's weird? I'm not, like, one thing I love about podcasts, I like about our relationship, is, like, there's a lot that I won't say in, like, normal life. But on a podcast or on stage, I'll say, like, or, like, even with you, like, I feel comfortable. I don't think people talk about the shit that they feel like no one else goes through.
No, they're scared. And we're scared as comics. We're scared to unveil ourselves. It's not when you unveil yourself that shit starts to move. shit starts to move. Okay, I can relate to that. This motherfucker does this. This motherfucker does that. I can relate to this. I understand where you're going.
That's because honestly, like up until now, I've just been trying to be funny, but that's kind of what my goal, like what I've been working on the last year.
Funny is funny.
It is, but okay.
Okay, always remember, funny is funny. If you could fucking harmonic a fart, if you could play a fart out of harmonica,
that's pretty great.
People will laugh.
Yeah.
You know, club owners will go, that's not the comedy we want to hear. You're paying me a fee to go out there and make them laugh. It doesn't matter how I make them laugh. If I take my shoe off and light my bungus toe on fire and it keeps turning off, people laugh. That's funny.
Right.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
And that's what we forget. Listen, there's some below the line shit you can't say that's kind of whatever, but funny is funny. And then once you get your mind in, like you and I have had discussions about comedy minds, and I told you that I have a hard time writing because it's not something I do every night. When you get on stage every night for like 6 months, oh my God, your fucking engines are, you're burning through that fucking feather. You know what I'm saying? You're burning through that feather. That chicken's out of blood because you're always cueing and turning, you know. But when you're not, it's very rough. I figured out how to write it all. It's not funny. It's just stories, right? I mean, there's nothing funny about what's going on to translate it to the audience. There's a lot of shit that's going on that's funny. But we live in such a pussy fucking society today.
I know.
That you can't bend to any of them. I don't give a fuck. I'll go up there and talk about my views. I don't give a fuck.
I love it.
I'm not going to slip because the biggest way you can kill yourself right now is going politics on stage. That's the biggest way because it's 50-50 across the fucking world. And it gets worse, and every day it gets better or worse. They're either against them, they're with them, he did this, he did that, you know. Michael Corleone did this, Michael Corleone did that.
But the fun thing with like the way you do like any sort of like political jokes, because I don't even know, but like I don't even know what you believe about what you're saying. A lot of the things that you like, I love when you call me about like something that went on in the news, and you say some wild shit. I'm just dying.
Wild shit.
I don't think, like, I never even really thought about it, but now that I'm thinking, I don't think like it's an actual like political belief that you have. You're just a comic. You're like, what's the funniest thing I could say here?
You know, it's you just look at shit for what it is sometimes. Like I don't even look at it. I don't know. I don't want to even get into it right now.
I don't blame
hysterical. Where you get your comedy from, like, listen, comedy definition is my world against the regular world, all right? And that's comedy, and there's a lot of news, but there's shit that I see on the news that I just want to die of laughter. I think the news is one of the funniest programs on TV, with hypocrisy and everything else. Like the other night I got home. Where was I? No, Saturday night I didn't go out. I went home, and I went to CVS, and I went home and I ate at home. And all night, I talked to George, and all night, it was, you know, it was the bombing, you know, he had just bombed, right? And it was hysterical, because I put CNN on, and they were kind of weird, and then I put Fox on, 26, right? It's like 25 and 26 on my cable box. And they were just saying, Donald J. Trump. I hate when they call him Donald. He's such a fucking faggy name. Just call him Trump. Just call him Trump. When they say Donald J. Trump, good history to him. I mean, they were all on there just sucking the Trump dick, and I was laughing my ass because there's people that are burning right now. You know, like half of the other side was furious that he dropped those bombs, and they didn't really comprehend. Like, it doesn't matter who you bomb. Right, doesn't fucking matter. Whether you bomb babies, whether you bomb fucking old ladies, he bombed the fucking nuclear facility plant, wherever they make nukes, right? Okay? And people are still, he didn't have the right to do that. So you're living in a world that nobody's going to be happy with what you do.
And I love on both sides, like the people watching Fox, a lot of them were like saluting, they were pumped.
Oh, you know. And then you got the people hating the Jews, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And it's so fucking crazy. You know, it's so funny that Jews are going to start, a lot of them. I'm giving you some inside info here.
Are you allowed to say this?
Yeah, in a couple of weeks, maybe a couple months after this dies down, a bunch of people are going to start getting sniped and killed. One by one. One of them is going to be Roger Waters from Pink Floyd. Israel's going to start taking people out individually, one at a shot. They're just going to start taking people out. They've had it. Netanyahu's had it. You know, I mean, the world, whatever. I don't want to talk about this because right away people say, oh, you Jew lovers, you Jew haters. I'm just telling you what I see. Right. Netanyahu's on a fucking roll now. So anybody who's talking shit is going to get fucking shot back.
How do you think they're going to do it? After the thing
poison, blow darts, you know, they just blew people up with pages. You never fucking know. You never fucking know. The CIA is still trying to blow Fidel Castro with a cigar. With a fucking cigar. And the Jews figured out how to kill people with a fucking page. You know, so I don't know how they're going to do it. But you figure it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. We were going to New York for 4th of July. I don't think we're doing it now.
No.
Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what idiot's going to be running out there, jumping up and down in New York? You know, there's fireworks that day, so you can't hear shit. Right. Oh, shit. Hear shit. So there's a bombing. They might bomb Lincoln Tunnel. Who knows? Like we said, New York is a haven for fucking Jews. Oh, yeah. There's a million Jews in New York, and it's one-stop shop. They already have, like, cells that are getting together. And what these people do, I watched on 60 Minutes last night. What these people do is they just gather information about structure, buildings, places to hit, holidays.
Jews are doing this, or people against Jews?
People against Jews.
Probably. Yeah, like intel. Okay. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't like talking politics. I just repeat what I hear because I'm a fucking idiot. But I know as of this afternoon, they bombed.
They tried to bomb American Air Force bases.
Whatever. So he said, everybody said if they retaliate, it's all over. They're going to become a partner of us.
Well, I would love to hear from any soldiers. I don't know if you've seen, I've heard like a rumor that when they feed the army like steak and lobster, that means we're going to war. And all people were posting like in the last 2 weeks were like, oh, the army's getting steak and lobster, like at the cafeteria. That means it's about to go down.
I don't know what's going down. I just know that you got to get your helmets ready, get that iodine ready.
What's the iodine?
To put in your ears like Russian people. They put iodine in their ears, cotton balls, something. When there's nuclear, something bomb. Because one of the Russians told me.
Would you really try to survive?
What?
Would you try to survive?
I don't know if I would. I don't know. Just did you see the pictures of Iran? I told you, just a turban, smoke coming out of it, a little cape on the bottom. They just zap people. People just disappear. And every fucking little hood's got a little bit of smoke coming out of it. You see it? It's like when they like when they do like a genie, you know, like when the genie would blink, right, and the clothes would just fall. That's what it is. They just zap the body. They just zap it. They got 1,000 turbans. Smoke coming out of it right now. They just zap the body. There's maybe an eyeball on fire on the floor, or a fingernail, or a fungi toenail.
That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to struggle. I don't want to survive an atomic bomb going off.
Listen, who knows? Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. They come up, they'll go right outside and wait for it. I'd love to be one of the ones who are zapped. That's the best way to go. You're not scared. You just zap a little bit, but you don't think so.
You can't do comedy. I don't want to get zapped.
Well, what kind of comedy is going to happen after the atomic bomb goes off? We're doing shows
or something like that. Who knows?
Exactly. That's what zap.
It's going to be like Road Warrior.
You think I'm going to do well in Road Warrior? You think I'm going to do well in the Road Warrior? I'm going to die or get like assaulted immediately. That's really where I get monkey.
Keep putting that fucking air fan in your head. You're going to get assaulted.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, they're going to beat you around the spot. I can't wait.
Oh.
They're going to actually beat you with that fucking fan. They're going to take it off, beat you, take the wall out, get back and kick you in the stomach, and take off.
What should I get one of like the Chinese fans? Like, go like that. Remember when Eric got us the gay ones in LA? It was like Pride Month. That's the one I should get.
Well, you should get a gay fan.
That would have been the one.
You should get your dicks up too. Get a little gay fan. Listen, we're going to be right back and talk about our two sponsors. Don't go nowhere. Yo, Uncle Joey here. Listen, Stop sneaking out of your kids' basketball games for a nicotine fix. Pop in a Lucy breaker and get a mental break without needing to go anywhere. Lucy breakers are 100% pure nicotine pouches. That's tobacco-free with the flavor of a capsule inside. Break the capsule and you'll get the wave of hydration. Listen, these things are tremendous. My favorite fruit, I think it's fruit, isn't it the fruity one? Mango, delicious. You can choose between 4 and 8 milligrams of nicotine to get the exact kick that you need when you need it. Listen, let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/church and press in promo code church to get 20% off your first order of Lucy. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co/church and use code church, CHURCH, to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. Hey, when you're ready to seriously unwind, it's time for cornbread hemp. Cornbread hemp's CBD gummies are created to help you feel better, whether it's stress, discomfort, or you just need to relax. Cornbread hemp only uses the best part of the hemp plant, the flower, so you're getting the purest, most potent CBD. I love these things. All their products are third-party tested, so you know you can trust them, and everything is USDA organic to ensure safety and purity. Right now, church fans can get 30% off your first order. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/church and use code church, CHURCH, at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/church. Use code church, CHURCH, and I want to welcome Cornbread Hemp to the podcast. We're back, beautiful people. Lee, did you watch the fucking NBA finals last night?
I didn't watch. I heard about it, but I didn't watch it. No.
NBA was on fire last week. You know, Indiana was a great team. I bet them to win the series. I lost. It was just $25 to win 100 a quarter, 150. I really liked him, but the way that kid went down last night was fucking sad.
I heard he blew his Achilles or something.
Yeah, and I was just telling my wife, I didn't know it was his Achilles. But I sat there last night, I'm like, it's June fucking 22nd, and these motherfuckers are still playing basketball. That's absurd.
When did it used to end?
Huh?
When did it used to end?
Like June 7th, May 31st.
Oh, wow.
They're extending, and then today I saw a bunch of people going. 2 20-year-olds ripped their fucking Achilles tendon. It's that the season is too long. And I believe that. Fucking October to June. All right, the other team stopped in fucking May. But 2 months of fucking playoffs, man, that's a lot. And then, you know, it's just a long fucking season. I read a book once that George gave me, the one about The Punch by Rudy Tomjanovich when Kermit Washington punched him. And it was really weird. After that, they never had, after that punch, they stopped, the NBA stopped doing certain things. Like there was no back-to-back road games.
Okay.
You're on the road, you can only play 1 game a night, like every other night, you know, because they felt that the players were getting burnt out. They did a lot of reform. But in this age of greed,
yeah.
That's all I'm thinking. And that's, you know, I was talking to my wife last night, and I'm like, we were talking about, I was watching something. And I go, you know, I'm 62. And one thing you never hear from people, like when you go to school, you read a history book, you know, and it tells you about 1861, Kennedy, whatever, you know. The Germany thing, it tells you about all this shit.
The Germany?
No, you know, Auschwitz.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It tells you all this shit, but you know what's really weird? And you won't get it yet, but George will, because he's my age. We've seen so much change. We've seen so much change. That could have stayed the way it was, and it wouldn't have hurt nobody. But we always try to improve, and in the meantime, you made it worse. Like automated phones at your doctor's office, automated phones, and anything like that. We want to talk to the people. Right away they send you on the computer. You want to make an appointment, go on the fucking computer, then you get there. and the appointment's wrong. You know, it's just so many things. You know, we were talking about the garden a few weeks ago. I went to do that show, and there was nobody outside. Because somewhere in America they decided no more scalping tickets. The scalpers were out there having a great time. They have a great time with scalpers, busting their balls, trying to beat them, trading tickets. No. So they took away the scalper, and now we get double charged on fucking the computer. You know? Right. We can't even negotiate. We don't even know who we're negotiating with. Right? So many things got so, like, I saw things change that. Why'd they change? It was great the way they were.
Is there like a time period that if the world could just stop right there, you'd be happy? Like the 80s, 70s, 90s? I think the 90s were great.
I think I would have stopped in 1990.
Yep.
With grunge and everything. Look what music is. Now, the other day I went to my daughter's softball game. They were playing a team from Virginia. I never heard more redneck music in all my life, but it's not rednecks. It's people faking an accent. It's like they really fake the accent. The country, yeah, got a guitar, and you're like, nah, get the fuck off. This ain't even country no more. It's just, you know, listen to rap music. It's god awful. It's a guy with a fucking thing. Just a box. That's it. Yeah. You know, Billie Eilish, I listened to her when my daughter's in the car. But I saw a live tape of her. I wouldn't pay for that shit. It's her with a fucking DJ. There's not a musical instrument out there. She's lip syncing to a degree.
I think people have figured out what you need to do to be popular.
Oh, no.
I think that's what it is.
I had this talk with Mercy about 3 months ago. We're living in a world now. It's like she likes that chaperone.
Okay.
That chaperone is the ugliest fucking monster-lookingest thing I've ever seen in my life. And she's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They know how to twist the strings. They act independent to be like cool, but they're really not. Because we all answer to somebody. So knock the fucking shit off. Especially if you got a record company. You gotta answer to that record company. She's out there with the record labels to put away money for starving artists. Better yet, since you're concerned about starving artists, go into your fucking kick. Go into your kick. They never do they? Why would they? So then shut the fuck up. You know, now comedian girls, they gotta marry a guy that's autistic. That's the new thing. If they don't marry an autistic retard, they can't buy. And then they sell it like, oh yeah, my husband's autistic. You know. Are you fucking retarded? Why would you marry him? Your child's gonna be fucking autistic. He's not gonna know how to put a square in a circle or a circle in a square. But
everyone's autistic now.
Yeah, everybody's got a fucking thing now. And then they have the fake charities. I like those people, the fake people. Yeah, I'm really concerned. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. You just say this shit. You know, it's like all these movie stars. They all talk shit. Well, go into your pocket. Where's your fucking suffering? Where is it? No, you're just there fucking pointing people at other things that you don't even really believe. That's the problem with those Hollywood actors today. Do you think Charles Bronson would have raised his hand and said, I support the LGBTQ community? Clint Eastwood or one of those motherfuckers? No, because they hated those things. That wasn't in their repertoire. Charles Bronson, do you believe in LGBTQ? Yeah, oh yeah. I believe in a man with a wig. I knock him out. That's but now movie stars will go, I support LGBTQ just to be cool, just so people go, oh my God, he really cares.
Well, did you see, even like I don't even honestly really know who she is. Sydney Sweeney. She's like a hot actor.
Yeah.
She's selling her bathwater.
Yeah. Like, what you buy and drink it? I don't fucking know. There's people that do that. Like, listen, we got so many sick fucking people that look at this. Look at all these female celebrity movie stars and musicians. They all got a fucking stalker. And that poor girl, the football player's girlfriend, with the skinny legs and no ass. What's her name?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift. She had a fucking guy that was moving into a house or some shit. You know, all these fucking broads. You know, what part in your mind lets you think that they're talking to you?
Oh, the stars, the stalkers? They're just insane.
They're insane. There was a comedian at the store that had a stalker. She couldn't put on the lineup that she was going to the store. They had to put a name. I would go to the store and I'd go, who the fuck is this broad? It was somebody else. And I go, oh, okay. Yeah, they got stalkers. What part of your mind do you think that person's gonna fall in love with you by you showing up at their house with fucking chocolates and candy? They're rich. If they want chocolate, they'll go buy it themselves. They don't need you to buy fucking chocolate.
And then there's people now like scamming you. Like there's this one I keep seeing stories of, like this older lady. Someone took Matt Rife's picture and has been like texting her, being like, "Hey, I'm Matt Rife. I need some money. We'll get married. Come to my show." And this like 60-something-year-old lady believed it and like gave him money.
Well, some lady just gave somebody Brad Pitt. Remember Brad Pitt called her up and borrowed money from her? $800,000 got divorced. I was been fucking. Yeah. What makes you fucking think Brad Pitt is gonna call you for a fucking envelope? Listen, there's some scams out there now that if you get caught, you should just get put in jail. You should just get caught.
So if you get scammed?
Yeah, you gotta go. You cannot be this stupid. I don't want you in society. You're gonna spread your stupidity to people by fucking, guys. The biggest thing I want for my daughter is not to be a sucker. Yeah. That's why I talk to her about chaperone, and whenever fake people come on TV, I'll show them. I'll point them and go, "Look at this guy. This Pablo fucking dude. This dude from Last of Us. Oh yeah, that was great on. He was great on Narcos, but he became a half a fag. He put glasses on. Once they put the glasses on, you lost. Once they put the intelligent glasses, like I read a book at night, you lost.
You hate glasses.
I don't hate glasses for people who need glasses. I need glasses at night. I can't see the fucking TV. My fucking TV no more. I need glasses and I won't fucking put them on. Because it's such a stigma in my fucking life. I started putting on sunglasses. Okay. Okay, that $2 sunglasses, got them from the weed store. I'm not going to pay $800 for a Ray-Ban. Look at me with Ray-Ban. Then you lose those fucking things. Like I know. So you buy $2 glasses and you put them on. But I'm not going to go to the store and buy, look at me, intelligent glasses and put them on at night to look like fucking Dr. Doolittle. That's never going to fucking happen in my world.
I'd love to hear
Tom Segura, all those motherfuckers with their glasses. Once you put glasses on, you lose yourself. You lost who you were. You just wanted to go for the intelligent look, like I need them. No, you don't need them. There's 1,000 pair of glasses you can get. You ever see a Japanese guy with stupid fucking glasses on? No, they wear the coolest motherfucking Yakuza, thin shades and shit. But you gotta be fucking Johnny. What they do is they get the weirdest looking glasses to put it on so they stand out. Right. Like, God forbid, there's one guy that's got like the colored one, the big frame, like the bag that he is. That's just.
So, what would your sentence be? Like, if you saw someone wearing those glasses, how long do they have to go to stupid jail for?
Depends on what they wear.
What if they don't even have the lenses? It's just glass, just like it's a fashion statement.
Yeah, they need to get put under the jail and beat up. That's what half these people need. They need to go to prison or county jail. And for some guy to walk up to them and go, "What's up with those glasses?" And for them just to get smacked and the glasses fall off and the one lens breaks and you hold on to your eye. You'll never put those glasses on again. No. Because finally somebody had, but in LA, you put those glasses on and people are like, "Oh, we love your glasses." "Oh, yeah. I got them on sale." "No, you didn't. You paid $800 from you fucking sucker."
I love when they have you can tell they have 40 pairs, like they match the glasses with the shoes, with the shirt. That's my favorite. I think I broke it.
Man, I'm happy Trump's in office because I know we had a weak president and I was a country. It would take me a week to get through these fucking assholes. It would take me a week to get through all these assholes we got walking around. Between the tattooed, bald-headed guys on steroids, I think they're fucking, to the faggies with the tight fucking pants, and to the other sets of faggies with the blue suits and the brown shoes, like brown and blue ever fucking matched before. There's just so many people that live for an identity. I took the bus. Everybody's dying for an identity. You could go anywhere now on a Friday and Saturday. What do they got at a restaurant? A board for you to take pictures. Oh yeah. For you to take you're at a VIP things. So you can actually take them and look at me, we're on the walkway. What do they call that? The red carpet? The red carpet or whatever, the blue carpet or whatever the fuck, Everybody wants to be a celebrity. And it's fucking, because I'm a half a pseudo fucking felon celebrity, and I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it.
Dude, there's places in New York that are just open for you to go take selfies in, and you can pay by the picture. It's in the Lower East Side. There's a couple places that if you walk by, I do mics and shows down there. It's just they have like little sets and props you can use, and there's lines out the door.
Because that's the new world. People want to take selfies in front of, God forbid, they can't take a selfie in front of the theater they just sold out. Right? On Sunday mornings, look at Instagram.
Right. With the flashlights behind
the lights. We know. Right. We know already. Show me you saving a cat, giving it mouth to mouth on the street. I'll love you more.
What do they say in sports? Act like you've been there before or something?
It's Lee, again, it is social media. But I can put on so many skull caps and get so many tattoos on my neck and get black nail polish and smoke and do videos all day long. And people are buying the image. Oh man, he looks cool. Let's go see him. He's got a tattoo of a dragon on his neck. They don't even care about your material.
No.
So yeah, social media, the image thing, people buy into image now. They don't buy into character. They don't look at that person. Look at that person trying just a little bit too hard. I'm gonna stay away from that motherfucker. There's something that's not right. He's trying just a little too hard.
It's really.
I have no clothes. Do you know that?
What do you mean?
I'm not ashamed to say that. I have no clothes. I have 3 pair of Levi's, blue jeans. I got a pair of black ones, and I got a pair of Levi carpenter beige pants. Okay, I have an array of t-shirts. Some people give it to me. Some I buy. The sneakers I buy. I don't buy anything to be cool. I don't like jeans with a rip in the knee. I'm too old for that. You're just too fucking old for that. You just look like a fucking idiot. I just saw a video of Jay-Z. He's worth, $200 billion fucking dollars. Still has the fucking Timberland boots with the jeans with a hood on. Well, nobody's cold. You're in France. Everybody's out there with a t-shirt on. You got a black hood on. Right? There's so many things that people get impressed by. And it's fucking pathetic. Who's the best basketball player on the team, George? The guy without the knee braces on and the elbow braces. Give me the guy with the knee braces on, the leg warmers, and the black. This one is black, this one is red, and he sucks.
And then he goes into the bench.
He sucks. He's Portalita. That's what Cubans call Portalita.
What's that mean?
That means like everything to get attention, but what he needs to be doing to get attention, he ain't doing. He's hiding it with all this smoke. That's why I always say, who are you once all this gets taken out? Okay, like when I tell people all the time, when I look in the mirror at night, there's no stand-ups, there's no people doing standing ovations or blowing smoke in my head. It's just me with my ugly face in that mirror going, damn. You gotta do something. You gotta do something, okay? And then none of those things, if I said, well, maybe I'll dye my hair jet black and put a white streak like Tulsi Gabbard, or maybe I'll put a fucking tattoo on my neck and get the goatee and gray it up and put a little chef hat on so I look kind of cool, like, look at Joey with a hat on. I don't need that. No, I never thought I needed that. One thing I grabbed from Hudson County when I was growing up was, look at the kids I grew up with. I'll bring you 15 of the kids I grew up with, including George. George is probably one of the only ones with a tattoo.
Right. Yeah, that was not big for you guys.
We didn't need anything for attention. An earring, all that shit was not necessary in my world. It was not necessary.
Whenever I see
we showed up with dick and heart. And that's it. When you show up with dick and heart, you don't need all those fake accessories. Right. They're just to get attention from little fags. Oh my God, I love your shirt. Oh, so cool. It's like when you wear that fucking Whitney shirt on. What shirt? That Whitney shirt on.
The Buggies?
Yeah. And people come up and go, that's cool. You're like, how old are you? If you're 12 and you tell me I have a Spider-Man shirt on, you tell me it's cool. But now adults are saying that. I like that shit. It's pretty cool. It's a fucking Minnie Mouse. And you're too much of an adult. Yeah, I was wrestling with a kid in jiu-jitsu, and I looked at his foot. He had a Mickey Mouse on his foot. I stopped him. I go, you're a fucking cop. How do you have Mickey Mouse on your fucking foot? That dude on your foot. If you're a cop and you're arresting me with sandals on, I'm fucking punching you in the head. You got a fucking Mickey Mouse tattoo on your fucking foot.
What tattoos are allowed?
None.
Not even like
show up with big dick and heart and character and a set of balls that sling dick. The only tattoo that you should have is one on your chest. It says, suck my dick. That's the only tattoo that's acceptable in my world.
Have you told Mercy that? Like, no tattoos?
No, she's not going to get one.
You don't think so?
She would, then I told her you can't be buried in Jew cemetery. I told her if she curses, she can't get into college. She believed me so.
She still believes you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's awesome. What else do you have? I love the lies parents tell their kids. Like, do you have anything else? That's fantastic.
Yesterday we talked about me smoking pot.
Really?
Yeah. She goes, I knew before you told me that. In the old house, you would open the door and smoke would be coming out of your lips.
And did you thought like you were hiding it the whole time?
We were driving back from Mount Holly, and I said, "Oh, that's the weed store I was supposed to go to. I missed it today." She's like, "Only my dad would tell me what weed store he goes to." I go, "Yeah, I was going to buy weed for somebody else, not for me." She's like, "Dad, I'm all honesty now." I go, "You never seen me smoke." He was soon I smoked. Dad, I smell it. And maybe it's Frank Blumo busted and smoked pot in the fucking garage. I gotta talk to him.
Right.
You know, maybe I gotta I'm like, she got a black boyfriend.
Oh, they're actually going out? Oh, shit.
She tried to break it to me the other night. Listen, I have a chair downstairs, and the couch, but over here, I have a footstool that I don't use as a footstool. I just use it as the remote holders, maybe to hold like a toenail cutter and my remotes and water or something. When she sits on that thing, it's going to get good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's going to get good. So the other night she sat there, and first she was telling me that one of her girlfriends is very racist. That's how we got into the conversation. And I go, she racist towards black people? She goes, Dad, everybody. She says stuff about Arabs and stuff all the time, and Jews. I go, well, and she goes, I'm friends with all of them. I'm tight with Jews, I'm tight with Arabs, and I'm tight with fucking black kids. And I go, really, you know black kids? She goes, yeah, Aubrey, this, she tried telling me. I go, there's a lot of African Americans in your school. And she goes, Devin. And I go, you really like them? And she goes, well, I've been talking to him lately. And she goes, he got catfished in Oak Ridge by some girl. And he came back running to me. She goes, I was supposed to call him 2 nights in a row, and I never called him. She goes, I had him fucking waiting. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I'm like, that's it, sweat him out, baby. He's black. Make him walk through the fucking field. You know what I'm saying? Make him walk back down the field.
Oh my God.
Today, when I was leaving, she came down to give me a kiss. And she goes, Dad, I gotta go upstairs. I'm talking to Devin. Devin was on the phone. Okay. And I go, send Devin my love. And she goes, he loves you too?
Holy, that is gonna be. What do you think about her starting the date?
Well, they're fucking 12, okay? He won't even come over to the house. She asked me today if she'd go to a county mom and fair with her. They only want a date for the county fair.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We have to go and watch.
No.
No, what if me with a little fan on? I'll hide. You don't want to watch it all?
No, she'll kill you if she sees you blood.
Oh, I know.
She'll kill you. Listen, man. And then the neighbor said to me, she likes that black kid. I'm like, first off, he's mixed. He's Irish and black. That's not just all the fucking guy, Denzel. He's black and Irish. His dad's cool. Mom is really dynamite, good looking. The kids. What do you want me to tell them? You can't date a black guy. What do you want me to tell her? She's 12. So you want me to let my asshole beliefs interfere with her beliefs? I can't do that either.
And I didn't think you had any issue with him being black, but just a dude dating your daughter. I know they're 12.
They're not dating. They're talking on the phone. If they meet at the mall, my wife goes,
Okay.
Like last week, a bunch of little boys and little girls went Friday. They went to Point Plaza to check in since my wife went, and a bunch of moms, and his mom was there.
Wow.
They're fucking 12.
You're so much calm. I'm nervous. I want to
What
just spy on.
want me to do?
I don't scare the kid a little bit.
No. Come see me again when she's 16.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you the other side of that.
Okay.
But for right now, I can't get in her way. She's just a young kid. And she's just getting to learn all this shit. And, you know, it's just, listen, this is the best thing I've ever done in my life.
Being a dad?
Yeah, I'm having the best time. Listen, you told me that I've lightened up a lot lately. There's two reasons. I'm enjoying my life for the first time in a long time, and I went back to jiu-jitsu. That always keeps my daughter dry. As soon as I go back to jiu-jitsu, my whole demeanor changes. Because it's such a challenge for me. That if I go twice or 3 times a week, I'm like, thank God.
Why?
Because it's such a challenge. And especially at my age, especially getting into shape and all that. And I like it. I just like the guys there. I like talking to the people there. You know, I talk to a lot of people from there. In fact, I went out to dinner with 2 guys from there last week, and I had a fucking great time. They've been inviting me to dinner for 2 fucking years. And I'm always like, nah. And that night I went out to see Mercy's school. They had like an end of the year little party for the parents and fucking lemonade with no sugar in it and all that. We got it at about 8:30, and they kept calling me, and I said, I'm over here, but if I can get a minute. And when I left, it was Thursday night, it was raining. I was going to come up to North Bergen and do Pedro's show. But it was just coming down. I had to do that school thing. And then I went over to this restaurant, Mescal, in Old Bridge.
Nice.
It was fucking great. To drink, I didn't drink alcohol. I just ate shrimp cocktail and the Angry Lobster, like that appetizer.
But like, how was that different than like other nights that you've gone out? Like, what was it about it that like you liked so much? Was it just the people?
I just got out. Sometimes it's great. Listen, man. Let's get something straight. I was involved with comedy for 29 fucking years. I don't have to tell you that comedy dominates 80% of my conversation. Right? When I was doing coke, it was 70%. Once I stopped doing coke, it was 80% of the conversation. Now it's like 40%. I have things that I have needs now that regular people have. That now I'm not doing comedy. I have regular needs now. But it's kind of nice to go out with people every once in a while that stand-up doesn't get brought up for 2 hours. Right? He gives a fuck.
And they don't ask you about like Rogan or weird stuff like that?
No.
That's awesome.
And I don't put myself in those positions. A lot of people must think I'm weird, you know, and I am. Because when I go to George's house to watch Indiana against the Knicks, or I come to your house to watch a Bruce Lee movie, I don't want people bugging me.
No.
Real people.
Yeah, and you know when somebody sits close to you, they want to ask you something, that wears on you. That wears on you. As a human being, you're trying to watch something. There's a guy over here.
I saw something the other night that I wanted to stop the young comic, but I didn't know what to do. So I was just quiet. I was at a show, and this young comic wrote a note on his phone and showed it to another comic who was on the show, but the other comic on the show was big, and said, I have a question about Patrice O'Neal. Just like in the middle of the show. And the older comic was super nice. I was like, you want to go over here and ask him, like, talk? And he was nice about it. But I just imagined, like, me doing that to you, like, there's no way that would, like, that's gonna, no one's gonna want to talk to you after that. It's so strange to see people do stuff like that.
People do the weirdest things now, and you don't know where they come from. You just don't. You just fucking don't. I was having a great time going to that strip club by my house. I wouldn't go every night. I wouldn't go every week. I would go once every month.
Right.
The last time I went, I said, I can't come up here.
Oh, people found out you were going?
It was insane. And I'm looking at these guys going, guys, there's pussy right there. They would come up to me like, do you go to Texas a lot to see Joe? I'm like, guys, not that. Another guy came up to me, hey man, I met you last 420. Okay. So now what do you want me to fucking do?
Right. Just the fact that he said 420, that means I already know you don't like him.
This year, so I had to be last year, the year before. So what do you want me to do at 10:30 at night at a strip club? I'm watching this girl. They're not even new. They're not like that. The reason I go to this strip club is the bartender. That's the only reason. I love her to death. I know her boyfriend, but I love her to death. So when I go there, since I know her boyfriend, she talks to me. Because she knows that. So I have a great time. Once it starts getting, I just leave. Sometimes I got a lap dance. Most of the times I don't.
You're just there to have like.
I'm just there to get the fuck out of the house and to kill some fucking time. But I went there the first 2 times and nobody said nothing to you. Even the black guy next to me, we were talking at the end of the night. He goes, I know who you are, okay? And that was great because he didn't bring it up the whole night. But when you're in one of those places, guys, say hello from a distance. Don't even come over. I'm looking at pussy. I'm talking to this fucking girl. And this is nothing burns me up more than rule number 1.
What's that?
If you see a man talking to a woman, I don't know what's going on. So I'm not gonna go over there and say shit.
That's an important rule.
I don't say shit. I don't care if I grew up with you. If I don't know who you're with, I'm not gonna go up to you and say nothing. Nothing. Because anything I say is gonna be wrong. That's common fucking sense. You're with a woman. You're talking to a woman. Nothing I say could be more important to George.
What if it's like, because I had someone do this one time in LA after one of your shows. I had some guy who liked the show come up to me, like, try to like hype me up to the girl I was talking, like, this guy's awesome. And it was like, it was weird. Like, even something positive is like kind of creepy.
She said, shut the fuck up, this is my sister. And they turned red and purple. Oh, I should have said, no, you should have said nothing. You should have said nothing. A wink is as good as an eye to a blind horse. Like this. That's it. You go like this or go like that with your glass. I get it. Right. But there's no reason for you to come over here. Go talk to the fucking girls. I'm a fat 62-year-old guy. There ain't nothing here for you. I'm not giving out hand jobs, nothing like that. Why are you talking to me? It is. You do not. I cannot comprehend that. This shit no more. It's hard to comprehend. And you sit there and go, wow. Right. I'm the other day, I'm in a restaurant with my daughter and my wife eating, and some lady sat at the table. And she goes, I see you here a lot. I never want to buy. Well, today's not the day. Yeah. It's not the fucking day. Never. Can you call my friend? Not really. Not right now. You have to wait till I get out of here. And I'll eat one piece an hour until you leave. I'll tell you, yeah, on the way out, I'll take a picture of you. Not even a million fucking years. I'll take one bite a minute. Put the fork down, look around, make a call. So you're sweating me out. I'm not doing it. I'm not in the mood. No.
And you would never do that to someone else?
No. If I walked into a fucking bar, a strip club anywhere, and I saw you, George, Nick, any of my friends talking to a woman, if you look at me, I'll wink and keep walking. That's it. There's nothing to say.
Now let me ask you this. What if Eric was talking to a dude? Does that same thing?
I wouldn't go over to him either. I don't know the dude or how he's going to fuck him. I don't want to fuck that. I'm 62. The guy's going to go, what are you talking about old man for?
Right.
You fuck old man. I'm not saying that shit.
Right.
I'm the same way about everybody. You're talking to a woman that's not to me like that. If you want to come over, that's your prerogative.
Right.
But I'm never going to go over to you and interrupt you. I just want to say hi. Don't say anything. Right. What do you think my life's going to change because you say fucking hi? I don't give a fuck. It's like if I knock on your door and go hi, I came over to say hi. Who cares? So you fucking milk a cow somewhere, you fuck.
And are there any exceptions? Like, what if you walked in and you saw me? Like, even if it was me, or like if I saw you?
If I saw you talking to your girlfriend, right? Absolutely, I'll come over and give you a kiss.
Got it. Okay.
But a foreign woman that you with a bar, I'm assuming you're telling her your life story.
Right.
If not, I'm wrong. If you come over late and go, why didn't you come over? Because you were talking to a woman. She's my attorney. Okay, my bad. Right. At least I didn't come over. Hey, what's going on here? You know, the people that come up there, hey, George, you want to do a line of coke? Are you fucking retarded right here in front of everybody? Yeah, you get those people. You're gonna get those that had no clue, that nobody raised them, their mother didn't talk to them. It's like they lived on the barn and they came in for breakfast and showers or something like that. It's not your fault to fucking. I'm not doing it.
No,
I'm not doing it.
And that seems like something someone. I'm obsessed with your social jails that you want to put people in. Like I want to come up with like a list of things that would send people to jail. Like, what about, because I was on the Greyhound, we were talking about earlier, I was on the Greyhound, and, like, people tried to, like, sit next to me and talk. I pulled your trick. I looked real fat, and I put my stuff on the seat next to me. Like, I didn't want anyone to talk.
For 2 seats, you said.
On the first one, on the way back, I didn't. On the way back, it was expensive. But, like, people, like, they want to chat. I don't want to talk to anyone.
That's why you put earphones on.
But even then,
you don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm talking on the phone to Europe. Meanwhile, you listen to the cars. You know,
right?
Europe. I go to a gym. There's 2 retards there, and they torture you. Me and Jimmy had to stop going to the gym when they're there. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They're nice people. But it doesn't end, guys. Right? It's retard talk for an hour. Oh, I went to see the movies this week. They're 30 years old. The kids got white hair. And they go to the movies every week. And we go see Kilo and Tylo. What they go see this?
Lilo and Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch. It was great. Oh my God. She had a good time. You know, I can't. So when I go there now, I put the earphones on. I don't know nothing.
That's it.
That's the retarded couple that the lady was sitting next to me on the bike one day. And there was another retard, not her husband, but there was another guy that's half retarded on the treadmill. He puts the treadmill like the 14, he runs on it, and he listens to music and he sings along. So one day he was running and he's like, and he was like, miss you. You know, like he's singing there. I've been what? Miss you. And every time he'd say that, she'd be on the bike looking around. And all of a sudden she'd go, Ma! And he'd say, like, without even saying nothing, he would just go, yeah. And she would go, and they started a conversation like 20 minutes. I watched it, and the guy didn't know. He had earphones on.
Oh, she really
is singing, and she's going, making bird noises to him, like, hey. And she goes, this is fun. And I go, you gotta go, lady. You gotta go. She got the little hoof hand. It's the cutest thing in the world, him and her. So I just wear the earphones. I don't let them talk to me no more. I'm a Christian, but enough. Enough. There's one day, even Jesus said, fuck this. One day Jesus got out of the cave and he's like, you know what, I can stay here and keep doing this shit. They ain't gonna change. These motherfuckers are never gonna change. They're gonna kill me again and again and again. And I gotta go through this shit every week. Fuck it. I'm going up to heaven. And don't think I'm coming back. They've been waiting 8,000 years for Jesus to come back. Oh, he ain't coming. Why would he? Fuck, especially now. With all these fucking gooches running around. I love you, motherfuckers. This week we got Thursday, the dojo sold out. And Friday, tell them, Lee.
And Jam Pack, Newark,
like a motherfucker. And you got a Saturday show.
Saturday got 2 shows. One at the Stand at 6, 8 p.m. Fear City Comedy Club.
There you go, motherfuckers. A full lineup. If you go to the dojo, I'll see you Thursday night. If you go to Newark, I'll let you know right now. It's going to be a fucking great Friday night. It's going to rain. Bring your scuba gear. I'm doing time until I get electrocuted. I don't give a fuck, Jack. How about you, Lily?
Oh, dude, you keep telling me that there's special edibles for Newark.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't.
Special
you told me to get a hotel room, and it's like 30 minutes away.
I got one of those fucking drills that go under like that bomb, the bomb. It goes under the nail now, and it scrapes up. And I took my nail over, and a bunch of powder comes out now. It's perfect. I don't have to do nothing. So now I just drill the nail, right? And then my wife holds the baggie, and I just turn my toe over, and the dust falls. I'm gonna shake them up with the edibles. It's gonna be fun.
There's glitter on it.
We got some new mushrooms coming in. They should be in on Thursday. We're ready to go. It's gonna be a hell of a night. Don't drive. Don't do nothing. George's gonna drive you anyway. Perfect. That's it. George's gonna drive you and drop you right up. There's a hotel right across the street.
From where?
From NG back.
Okay.
You just
do I have a room or it's just there?
It's just there.
Go and ask for a room.
Go in there and stay in the bathroom. You do what you want.
It's like the hotel by your house where the first time I went to your house, Steve Simone brought pizza. You got me so high, I went back and I offered the front desk lady the pizza, and I couldn't go back there. That lady at your hotel hated me. So now I'm gonna go into this hotel in Newark, fucked up out of my head, room for Lee, and there's not gonna be any rooms.
Gives a fuck. It's all about a good time, cocksuckers. I love you. Have a great week, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Tip top motherfucking Magoo. Stay black. Tell him, Lee.
Love you.
What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with a blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you microbe back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre, post, and whatever. It has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here, my big man Lee Sayat. Tuesday, the 17th of June. Holy shit, the year is on fire. What's happening, beautiful people? It's a Tuesday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. What's up with you there?
I'm good. I'm happy. Anytime I can, if someone with you and you get annoyed real easy, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a fun night.
Oh yeah.
When you get annoyed, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a good one.
Oh yeah. I'm always fucking annoyed. That boys, we were Buckley Rod, fucking $10,000 tickets, and you know, put up with this shit on Monday. Now I'm trying to relax and look at that statue of Google that's been on there. It's been on fucking Google for 2 fucking hours. Okay, plus I've been getting email. I set up that computer.
Oh yeah.
My wife was I got 8 emails from Google. Like, we got your email. We discovered. You know what? I wasn't even looking for that fucking email. I didn't even. Beauty and the Beast, I give a fuck if it disappears.
Oh, yeah.
And the old church one, Google, that can disappear too at this point.
Well,
that disappeared. They all disappeared.
They don't disappear. They just get logged out and you have to log back in.
Yeah, but I forget to log in, so fuck it. Once I forget to log in, dog, you're done. I don't even know how to put my Twitter and my Facebook on the big computer because I don't have a login information.
What do you mean? I don't even know how that's possible. Like, I had to get logged back into YouTube, so that's, your wife and I were going back and forth for like an hour today trying to figure it out. That's probably all the emails you got. But, like, I don't understand how you lose. I forget my password.
When I set up a password, I get high.
Yeah.
Okay. When I'm setting up all that shit, I'm high.
So just hit forgot password.
And I get what?
So just hit forgot password.
And then it starts a whole new thing. And then you gotta send your email, and they send it back, and you click it. I gotta click it back now. I can't.
You just start a new email address every time?
What's that?
You just start like a new email address every time?
I just start everything new. I don't touch it. Once it disappears, I start a new one. Then I go back, and they're like, you already have like 9 accounts. I got like 3 IMDb accounts. I probably got, I don't know. I have no fucking idea who pays for these. They used to send me a note like, hey, you got 30 days to pay. They just gave up. Stopped. What do you do? SAG disappeared. SAG after disappeared on my computer. Just disappeared. And then I tried to put it on my laptop, and I went through all that shit. Send us this. What's your firstborn? What's your favorite ice cream? They must have asked me kind of my fucking secret code. They asked you like your favorite ice cream. What was your first dog's name? And I put the dog's name and it's wrong. And I'm like, God damn it. That's the only dog I had. We came from Cuba. Hercules. No, wrong. And then you're sitting there scratching your head. I got nobody to call. I got no mother. I got no father. I got no grandfather. That's what the name of that fucking dog was. So I'm fucked. I just lose the account.
That's amazing.
Or not, they throw you with pick the 6 trailers. Now I gotta pick fucking 6 bicycles. That shit never works. And I gotta go back again. I hit the trailer, it zips out. And then I hit you with a different one. Pick the flower pots. Okay, I picked the fucking flower pots again. I'm done. I don't have the patience for this shit. No. Now I post them on Instagram and a thing comes up. You want to post it on? Listen, if I want to go to Facebook, I want to be on Facebook. I don't want to post this on Facebook. I want to post this on Instagram. I got all different shit I post on Facebook because Facebook and Instagram are different.
Right. Oh yeah.
I got idiots from grammar school following me on Facebook, and family people, and like fucking retards. On Instagram, they're all retards. Go off.
It's a different form of retard.
Yeah, it's a different form of retard. But on my Facebook page, I got goofy people, like, you know, just goofy fucking people, like from grammar school and high school, and they ask me stupid questions from time to time. I don't mind, but it's too different. Twitter, I don't know what they are anymore.
It's X.
Whatever the fuck. I don't even know what Twitter is. Who's on Twitter? What's on? You know what? I know
Terrible people.
Spooky.
She's still on Twitter? Good for her.
Yeah, she's still on Twitter, but I don't know the rest of these people are fucking crazy all over. Listen, something happened to the internet during the pandemic. The pandemic hit us March 17th. They closed everything down.
Around then, yeah.
By May, something had happened on the internet. I think people being at home for 2 months, something happened and we've never recovered. There's just a lot of people on there just, I don't know, like just fucking talking stupidity. And you see it and you go, you know what, I don't know what's going on. I go on there in the morning, the first stupid thing I do, I shut it down and go on DraftKings. That's it. I swear to God.
How long you left? Like 8 minutes? Like not even?
15. I told you, bro. My record this week, I spent 46 minutes a day on the computer.
Damn.
That's my all-time lowest record. I'm done. I got no pages to look at. That's why. I got nothing to look at.
You can look at Google.
Yeah, I go to YouTube. I look at what happened with the Gambinos, the club. Joe Rogan is hiding fucking this. It's you know, it's just YouTube is garbage. The front page of YouTube, it's I don't even know. And you click on the podcast, and there's a guy in his basement, and you're like, what the fuck, guy? The picture look good. When I click on it, it's a guy, hi, we're coming to you with a fucking bowl haircut.
Oh yeah.
The mob guy with a bowl haircut. Hi, I'm in my living room. No shit. I can tell you on the Empire State Building.
Oh my God.
You know, it's fucking insane. And every day there's on the front page of YouTube, they're either torturing birds, they just hate birds, and birds just go away at this point. When they start making videos about you daily, that's a problem.
Well, yeah, for both of them. Because, like, it must be because you're clicking on them, it thinks you want to see, like, comedy, TMZ stuff.
No, I don't want to see anything. I click on the music. So I go on that front page because maybe there's something that I haven't listened to. Maybe there's just a couple days ago I fucking put on Santana. Oh, yeah? I saw Santana Braxton on it. Because I have a playlist. It just develops a playlist on YouTube of all the shit you listen to over the years. So every once in a while, I'm like, I gotta listen to something else. I go to the front, and I'll find like a live concert or something. I'll go on that, and I'll break up the monotony. But I don't read nothing.
Right.
I don't read anything. Okay, there's no reason to read shit. I read messages. If you send me a message and it's halfway decent, I'll read it. If it's, I was getting these messages of these people that they have proof that what's his name got killed. And I'm sitting there every morning like, who cares? What can I do? The guy from Nirvana. Got killed. Kurt Cobain was about to bust. The truth is going to come out. We want you to be a part of this. Listen. Why? What am I, a historian? I don't need to be a part of this shit. Joe Diaz broke the news.
Kurt Cobain.
I don't need that in my life. I really don't want it. I don't need it.
No, I don't.
I get shit, guys, that would These days, my wife comes down and she knows. She's like, what's going on? I go, you have no idea. You just have no idea the shit people send me. What I'm forced to read, because I have to give you the benefit of the doubt. I get a lot of this. My mother died. I don't know what to do. That's fine. My father died. I got a nephew sick. We'll talk. But you get people that, I think they forget I'm 62. I think they forget that I'm a fucking old geezer. They got no teeth. I think they forget that I'm at home.
Yeah, I don't think they forget. I just think they, like, I don't know if they're crazy or what it is. But, like, I had some guy today who was very nice, but he was real sweaty and just came up and just started talking. It was like, it freaks you out sometimes.
Look, I had a guy yesterday at the weed store. I went to the weed store. Now, I hate going to this weed store. They have different weed. So I go there. Like, I didn't go in January. I stopped going. I got sick in January. And I don't need to go up there no more. Because every time you go up there, it's fucking craziness. It's in Freehold. I like the weed store. The weed store is phenomenal. What I have noticed the last 3 times I've been there is that business is terrible.
Yeah.
Business is terrible. There used to be lines in there. 3 fucking lines. The last 3 times I've been in there, I've been the first one in the line when I get in there. That's not good. But even with the lower amount of people, you still got fucking lunatics that go in. I had a woman who came up to me there, maybe like in April, and just talked this crazy shit like I had known her. Like, she's like, hi, Joey. She goes, you know, I just got out of rehab. Well, what the fuck are you doing in a weed store?
It's like that woman who at the haha that time with the bandage around her head that you abandoned me with.
Oh yeah, no, but this was even crazier. Really, this lady came up to me. She's like, "Hi, Joey. I've seen you on Rogan. Nice to meet you. Where do you live? Marlboro. I live in whatever, blah blah blah." And right into it, she goes, "I just got out of rehab on Thursday." I go, "What'd you go to rehab for?" She goes, "Alcohol and pills." I'm like, all right. And she's like, I gotta go home and deal with a husband I don't love.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm like, okay. And she just went on from there, took it like I was her therapist.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, what did I do? Like, do I have a fucking white jacket on? Like, and this went on for 15 minutes.
You let it go?
Huh?
I can't. I bring up chewing gum or something, and you let me go for like 8 seconds. You let this woman go for like 15 minutes?
I was trying to be nice. She got out of rehab. She had glasses. I could smack her. I just. You gotta be nice to some people, listen to them, and hear them out. Some people might tell you something that's interesting. But this lady was telling me everything about her fucking life. And at night, he treats me like a hooker. And I'm like, oh, well, that's... He goes, he treats me like a hooker. It's not even up to me. I'll never forget the conversation. It's not even up to me. I got out of rehab. He was all over me. I'm like, okay. Can I take your number so I can call you from time to time? I go, listen, I'm married. My wife, she's a fucking asshole. Okay, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you again. And okay, that was it. But Sunday was brutal because it was raining. And this motherfucker pulled up with like a white beater and like a shirt unbuttoned. Okay, he's like, Joey Diaz, how you doing? And he's just, listen, man, what you talk about is deep. I can relate to you. You know the Jersey Strong? I'm like, what? And he's like, Jersey Strong, the 79 and the 18. I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, come in there. I'm the mayor of that place. I'll introduce you to anybody you need to know. He goes, I know everybody. Bon Jovi, everybody. You come in there and I'll introduce you. Also, I'm looking at him and he went into something else. My father was into psychedelics and he went into that shit and the fucking phone rang.
Thank God.
And it was Nicky Pork Chops. And I'm like, I'm going to give this motherfucker a bonus. This guy just saved my life. And he's like, oh, you can take that. No shit. I just zipped the window in his face. My whole arm was drenched. From the fucking car was drenched because he wanted to talk. It's fucking raining out. He's out there with drops on his head. It's. And then my neighbor called me that day. He's like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? He goes, I didn't know you were political. I go, I'm not. He goes, what's that picture I saw on there? I go, my nephew's up the guy with the campaign. I took a picture of him. He goes, have you read the comments? They hate you for it. I go, I don't give a fuck. I go, first of all, what we were talking about before, you can sit here every night. You can tell I'm not political. I don't have Trump on here. I don't even know what the vice president's name is. I don't know anything. Neither does Trump. And these guys were like, he goes, oh, they were going off, Democrat, because they're idiots. Yeah. Because they're idiots. Because they, and I'll do this to them once a year. Last year I came up and went to the project and took a picture. They went nuts. They went nuts. And they think it bothers me. For me, it's just me fucking with them.
You should make like a fake campaign sign for like someone who's not even running. Just to fuck with them. Because like, dude, who can? And your nephew was working for him. I'm sure he's a great guy, but like, who? Like you say, who cares who the president wins? Who cares who the sheriff is? How is that going to change your life at all?
Hit with a different Billy Con. I'm saying he's going to hit you with a rubber one and a wood one. You know, it's just people have nothing in their lives.
You have to turn into a troll. You have to start trolling people online. That would be so great.
For what?
Just putting up pictures that you know are going to piss people off.
I can do that every day.
I know.
I can do that to the cows because I know what gets them. I know what music gets them riled up.
Oh yeah.
When I play Bush, they lose their mind. I play Bush, they lose their mind. You know, Bush. There's a couple of bands that they just fucking hate, and I'll do it just because I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's what I'm listening to that morning. It's not what they're listening to. It's what I'm listening to.
Oh my god. Have you ever yelled at someone? Because you know me, I don't say anything to anybody. But like a year or so ago, I was in line at like CVS on Friday at like 8 p.m. And this woman was yelling at the cashier about the COVID vaccine, that they were testing it on kids and doing things. And there was a line, and I was like, miss, it's 7 o'clock on Friday. Give this guy a break. Shut up. She was like, they're doing it, and they're making
been home all day. And she watched World News Tonight, and that took it to a CNN, and that took it to a different dilemma. You know, it's between the TV. Think about it. You go from one extreme to the other. If you're not reading a book, you're just reading shit that's manufactured. If you're not reading a book at this point, if you go online, you got to assume it's 50% real. But you got to go in there like that. You have to go in going, whatever I'm about to read, 50% of the bullshit.
At least.
Okay, and then if you watch TV, if you put on, like, I know that, I don't know what network it is. I laugh every night. I laugh because my wife tells me this stupid shit. Like, I'm 62 years old. I don't know what the far right is or the far left. You know what? I don't want to know.
Yeah,
I don't need to know. And then I know there's one, CNN is anti-Trump.
Yeah.
And Fox is Trumpy.
Yeah.
Like, really?
CNN and
so the news is going to be right there.
Oh, it's a
right there. Just those two channels. The news is going to come out a little differently. So again, when you watch those two channels, you're in for 50%. Yeah, 50%, maybe even 40 at best, because they're doing it from a different perspective. It's like when I went on Rogan, I was talking about why I like the singer Judas Priest as much as I did always, because he wrote all those lyrics about fucking and sucking. But while you're thinking about women, he was writing those lyrics thinking about a man.
Oh yeah,
that's brilliant. That's brilliant,
right?
And that's what you're getting now. But he was doing it because he was slinging dick. I mean,
right,
bro, you got to read his book. His book is fucking brutal.
What would he do? Just fuck everybody?
Oh, and when he would take you to the cleaners, he busted a guy's ovary.
What?
He busted a guy's ovary in Chicago, a designer.
Oh wow!
Guy had to go to the hospital with a busted fucking ovary. His asshole looked like fucking.
The singer must be pretty proud of it. Oh my god! I was gonna say that's my favorite. My favorite news is what's happening in Israel today with Joey Diaz. He's going like, have you seen what Israel's been doing? I'm like, no. They're ready to fuck people up.
You know, it's like you look at even the other day they have. I call this blind. Nikki told me that 9 people escaped from the ice thing, right? And I'm sitting there going, 9 people escaped from Newark, the ice thing. 2-3 hours later, I smoke my numbers, I eat my little Eddies, I go for my 7 o'clock ride, and I come back home and my wife has 12, New Jersey 12? She was waiting for the weather, and all of a sudden, like, breaking news, 4 people escaped, and there's a protest going on right now. And without looking at it, I go, let's see where the chubby chick is. Dog. The first one, a fat, bald one, with a lesbian Nazi thing on her arm, pushing the truck like she was going to push it. Dog. She caught a beat that was so ferocious.
Was it the red truck? I think I saw that. Ran her over?
Yeah, ran her over. They picked her back up, punched her in the head. She came running back. Julio.
Oh, my God.
They're punching her. She's like, Julio. Why is there always a fat chick that hasn't gotten dick in 8 years at those protests? They're always chubby. They always got fucking blue hair. They always want to be like, it's always something. I don't know what it is with lesbians or chubby chicks that run down there to get beat up. I don't know what it is. To get beat up.
Listen, I'm not ready to get beat up, but if you stand in front of my car, I'm allowed to hit the gas.
Fucking people in Florida, they did not fuck around. That sheriff said, I'll hit you with the fucking car. If you throw something, we're going to shoot. Your family's going to get notified to where to pick up the fucking remains. Jesus. And you know what? Nobody threw nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody threw a fucking thing.
They had a big protest in Albany. I got stuck in traffic.
Bro, they had a protest everywhere this weekend. Every fucking 2,000 cities. Everybody had a protest. You see them in LA? All our neighbors were out. Half of Studio City was down there. Yeah. This can't happen. No King's Day. How about no Cock Day? You wouldn't be a King's Day.
Yeah, that's every day for them.
That's every day.
But I would love to see you, like, what if you walked in and them writing their signs? Like, them, because they color the signs.
They don't write their signs. They have those people they pay, whoever fucking running these fake campaigns.
Oh, they just give them signs?
Go to these fucking things. They can't even write. They can't, half of them. And the ones in LA, you can tell, the guy with the flag and the whole thing. He can't fucking write, dog. Those people can't write. Okay, so it's just a shame what's going on. It's a shame that every fucking June in this country we have to fucking get into this shit now. Every fucking June. 2 years ago, Floyd. 3 years ago, this. Well, Floyd was 5 years ago. But now you have, last year was the Palestinians. Before that, it was the Jews saying that where the fuck are our hostages. Now it's about us. Every week is something different. And in New York, they come out. Yeah. I mean, the other night, I'm watching ICE fucking thing with people dressed as Palestinians. I'm like, how confused are you? Like, they're ICE people. Now you're down there with the towel around their head, fucking yelling and screaming. It's just, I don't listen.
Do you ever protest anything?
Never.
You ever had an urge? Like nothing Cuban ever got you?
Not even an urge. One time I went home with a half a fag thing, and my mom shut it down, and she explained why you don't do that. And I never went back out there again. There's no reason. You're only protesting to get a girl, right? Or to get accepted into your little coffee group. They cry and shit. Like the first night at ICE, I saw when they were in LA, they beat up a white chick. That chick is a fucking hero. She's doing yoga. When she went to yoga the next day with that black eye, like, what happened?
The neck brace.
You're not gonna believe it. I got beat up, and oh my God, you're so brave. They eat that shit up. That's what they do. That's what they do. Listen, man, some people smoke pot to be accepted. Some people act like idiots to be accepted. That's what they do. Make believe that they care. The babies. The babies. Balance. If you were something top, baby, you have your own baby.
Right.
You have your own fucking baby.
Holy shit.
Hold on 1 second. We're going to take a breather. We got so into this conversation, we didn't even talk to you about Blue Chew. Here we come. We'll be right back. Hey, beautiful people. Uncle Joey here. Listen, the summer's coming. I got to talk to you about something. If you're having trouble getting it up and getting it on when you want to, listen, you need Blue Chew, all right? Blue Chew sends you chewable tablets that taste like mint and will make you God in the bedroom. You'll be throwing people up in the air, hit them with the bat of love. It's going to be tremendous. Now, they even have Blue Chew Max, which contains the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis into one tablet that works fast. Listen, I'm an old man, and at the time things happen, I pop a Blue Chew, it's all over the shout. Even the cat runs out of the room. Just sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. Listen, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family. You ready? Your first month of Blue Chew is free. Just like that. Free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Just pay a fin to get in. That's $5 shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Uncle Joey here, let me talk to you about something. You know what's not your summer budget? Overpaying for your wireless phone bill while you're planning beach trips and backyard barbecues and swinging by the beach. Mint Mobile is so inexpensive, you never have to choose between fun or your cell phone bill. You can do both with cell phone plans starting at just $15 a month. That's right, $15 a month. Mint Mobile gives you premium wireless service on the nation's largest 5G network with unlimited talk and text. My wife has Mint Mobile. She loves it. For $15 a month, you can't go wrong. It's time to switch. This year, skip breaking the sweat and breaking the bank. Get your summer savings and shop premium wireless plans at mintmobile.com/church. CHURCH. That's mintmobile.com/church. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months. 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. But hey, $15 a month for the summer? Who's better than you? Mint Mobile. Taxes and fees are extra. See Mint Mobile for details and get your life together. Sign up with Mint Mobile. We're back, bitches. What's up, dog? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I didn't even tell you what happened in Florida. I was going to tell you last week, but we didn't have time. One of our friends down there, I've never done fireworks. Like, I was petrified of it as a kid. I did it for the first time. Within 30 seconds, there were 2 cop cars. I got in trouble. Like, I have like a warning in like wherever I was in like Paradise in Tampa or something. They got real upset. They didn't like it at all.
Who gave you the fireworks?
One of our friends down there.
Steve Simone.
Allegedly. May have found, but they sell it at Target. So I don't really get what the fuck happened. And then they sell them at Target. I got fucking like sparkler things. He's like, all right, let me give you these. You're gonna be fine. And then, dude, I have a video. It blew off and like the cardboard on the top hit me, and I thought I was getting like set on fire. So I didn't see one firework that went off. I didn't see one in the sky. 30 seconds later, there were 2 cop cars driving on the beach. And I thought I was going to get arrested.
And what they give you a warning for?
For fireworks. But they're not, apparently. They say they're for agricultural purposes. And I don't know what the fuck, I don't know how you use fireworks in farming. But they're legal, but they're not. So I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, I forgot about that. It was the quickest. Dude, in New York, I see people doing crazy shit. There's no cops to be found. On the beach, I lit off 1 firework for the first time ever, and they treated it like I wasn't going to shoot.
37 years old, you never lit a firework.
No, it was illegal in Massachusetts. And then in California, every Mexican had them. You didn't need to like buy your own. And that was awesome. But yeah,
Chinese people went up to your neighborhood and sold fireworks out of their truck.
They didn't let Chinese people in my neighborhood. They didn't know. It was all
shit. What happened to Chinese people that come into your neighborhood, sell you a fucking, what you call those things, George? Mats. A mat was when you got 144
fireworks.
Fuck yeah, 144 packs like a fucking. And when you got froggy, you lit the whole thing on fire.
Oh yeah.
If you had balls, they were like $90. You're like, fucking no, friend. Because you buy a mat just to sell them.
Oh, okay.
Like you could probably sell them, half of them, and keep them.
Plus, you could like rip it or something, or like take part pieces of it. Oh, okay.
No, because it's like a kilo of Coke, but when you cut it open, it's got all the packages individual, like 5 packs, 20 packs, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh yeah, I've never did it. Do you remember that football player Jason Pierre-Paul has like a fucked up crab hand now because he blew up his hand doing like that's. I've been scared of fireworks my whole life.
Not me.
No, you like them? I never knew you did fireworks.
Well, yeah, I do fireworks. I go to a fucking,
you have a backyard where you do fireworks?
I go to a, what do you call them, Alcoholics Anonymous. I go to Fireworks Anonymous meeting. You get fireworks? No, it's a kid's thing. They come to your neighborhood, you buy a pack of firecrackers, you light them. And then you like other shit. You like the bottle rockets.
I never did those either. Like just shooting them at people?
Oh, yeah. You put them in a bottle and you shoot them at people. Or you break the stick.
Okay.
And those are called something completely different off color, which you can't say anymore. You light them on fire, they just spin around in circles.
Oh, damn.
They would bounce off a wall. Without the stick, that thing goes crazy. There's no navigation system.
Did you ever get hit?
No, but we shot them at people. And then you had Roman candles, which you would shoot at people. And they were like $40 when we were kids for a stick. They were expensive. Then you had M80s. And like 8 of those is a stick of dynamite, right?
Is that the stuff like people would put into like mailboxes and blow them up?
Boom, with a frog's mouth and shit.
Oh, you put them in a frog's mouth?
I don't know. I haven't done that stupid shit, but kids do it.
Yeah.
Like in resident, places where there's not much to do. Right. Except blow up a frog.
Oh, I don't want to blow up a frog, but I do. I like lighting shit on fire. I do.
Oh, me, I'm an arson by fucking nature. I love all that shit.
They have places like where you can like, shoot guns or stuff. I'd like to like go to like an abandoned house and like just light it on fire and get to watch. Can you imagine?
That's a living.
What's the living? Lighting houses on fire?
Yeah, for people come to light houses on fire. You study it, fucking what burns, what doesn't burn, how they still get the insurance.
I don't.
You can live it.
I think I'd get caught immediately.
No, you can wear like a black suit, like that.
Can you imagine? But then it's just gonna be a little chubby me, and with like 8 feet of fire behind me. They're gonna see me a mile away.
It'll be fine. You run fast when some fire's behind you. Fire always makes you run faster.
Yeah.
So Jews, black people don't like fireworks. It's just
I had no idea.
Fire. Black people don't like fire either.
I don't think anyone who likes fire.
I can light a fire, but that's what I'm saying to you.
I would love that.
So you got trouble in Florida with the cops.
Yeah.
Get the niggas a warning. If your name's not down there, look at you fucking.
I know. I'm a
fucking fireworks. I shouldn't kill you. Fireworks.
Dude, that is always whenever anything goes wrong. My first thought is I hope there's no like issue because if Joey finds out about this in the wrong way, like if I came back with like a firework burn on my head, he would have never let me live it down. Oh my god! And that's why because I freaked out because the cardboard on top of the fireworks flew off and hit me. So like, oh no! So that's why I dove. I didn't see one thing. I'm like, God, if I have a fucking burn on the side of my head. You're never gonna let me live it down. It's not like you'd be worried about me, but like, what the fuck are you doing?
A little gunpowder never hurt nobody. You know what I'm saying? You take the firecrackers and you break them. You take the gunpowder. You can make like a line.
Oh yeah.
You light the gunpowder and go all the way down like in the crow.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Fireworks are a lot of fucking fun until you blow your finger off or somebody loses an eye. Right. It's like a party ain't a party until somebody breaks something.
Right.
So
fireworks not a firework until you lose a finger.
It's not until somebody cries, somebody burns their hand. But when I was a kid, they came around with the picture of the guy with his hand and the skin got blown off his fingers. Really? You could see the bones in his hand and shit.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up, motherfucker. I'm gonna like some of those. They're just fun, kids like them. I mean, I don't like them. Then they have the new things that you light. It's like a helicopter. Because my neighbor goes, you light them on fire and they blow up. Yeah, like 8 feet in the air. Whoopee.
Are you gonna go on the 4th of July to see fireworks?
Oh my God, I can't wait. That's my favorite part of the year. When I sit there and I hug my family and I get a guitar. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I like every fucking firecrackers. I go inside of my business. I want to go, wow. Ooh. Fucking like some fucking idiot. Like I watch fucking, it's like a parade. How many times can you go to a parade? The chick flies off with a sword. Okay, we can leave now.
That's my problem with fireworks, is they're the same every year.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, we're going to go up to the Hudson and look at the Hudson at the fireworks. Okay.
Is there anything that you do like to do?
Not really. I like to eat, smoke dope, listen to music, read a book, shit like that.
I did see something pretty interesting. I forget if he was talking about it on Rogan, or I saw a clip of Rick Rubin talking about the Johnny Cash song they did, like his last song that he ever did. It was like another rock song. He did a cover of it, but he was like 73. He was in his house. He was like dying. It was pretty interesting. Like, I don't know if you don't seem like a Johnny Cash fan.
I like Johnny Cash wrote a song called Rusty Cage.
Okay.
And then Soundgarden redid it.
Oh, I think it's the other way around, actually.
Yeah.
And Soundgarden did it first, and then he did it. It was like 73. It's pretty, like, that was pretty interesting. Oh, 9 Inch Nails song? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that was badass.
You're gonna show up here with fucked up facts. You're worse than
You tell me
fucking CNN and
fucked
fucking.
up, and then I am supposed to keep facts in my head. I have no idea.
I had a good fucking Father's Day.
Oh, yeah?
I had a good week with her. It's when you're a dad, you have good weeks and you have fucking good weeks and you have bad weeks, whatever. I don't know. I just had a really good week with her. And Father's Day, like, what happened? I don't know. She's getting to that. She's done. She's done. That's it. 6th grade is done.
Wow. Wow. 7th grade.
Jimmy fucking Florentine's kid graduates 8th grade. When I moved here, he was in the 3rd grade or something like that.
Wow. Yeah.
These kids were the fucking young kids, man. So it's just really weird. I'm watching her and like she grew again. Not size-wise. She's not growing size-wise, even though she is. What I'm trying to say, like when I talk to her now, I can see that she's older and it's kind of getting a little bit more fun. And she makes me laugh a little bit more. Yeah, she does. I mean, I swear to God, I can't believe the shit she comes up with.
Oh, I love when she's basically doing stand-up without knowing she's doing stand-up. I love when you get her going, and then you let her go, and then you tell her, you're like, relax.
That's it.
Because she'll go off on you.
She'll fucking go off for fucking 20 minutes and sit in the car with after you give her ice cream or something. That fucking shit's like liquid cocaine. They go off. They go off. And if you have 3 girls in the car and they have something sweet, they go off. It's like Chinese people behind you. You see a fucking blah, 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 blah. You're like, wow, I can't even keep up with this shit. But it's funny, this morning when I spoke to you, you were talking about how, you haven't spoken to your dad in a while. How long has it been now?
I think it'll be 4 years.
Has anybody heard from him?
Not that I know of. No. Yeah, no. It's very. Because I was thinking about it this weekend. Because it's just Father's Day. And yeah, it's. My dad and I were really close when he was on the podcast. And I'm not. He was unhappy with me because I had spent like a bunch of birthdays with him in a row. And then my girlfriend in Massachusetts, it was our first Valentine's Day, so I was going to spend Valentine's Day with her. And then his birthday is like the 18th. So I was going to go down like the 16th. And he wanted me to come down on that Sunday and spend like Valentine's and the whole week with him. I said, I'm going to spend it with and then that was it. Blocked and everything. It was you know what? It's sad, but it's something that I've come to terms with. But it's I brought it up to you today because we have with Mercy's beautiful, but I know that there's a lot of people who are going through stuff like that, who cut parents off or the kids. There's a lot of people going through it, I think.
Oh, it's funny that. Listen, man. Remember when, before I left LA, I used to call a lot of people, When I moved here, I didn't feel good. So I stopped calling a few people. I even forgot. I had to call them. Like, that's how fucked up I was when I got off the plane. And now, it's going to be 5 years. There's like 4 people I haven't called. And now I can't call because I'm too embarrassed to call. Because they're going to go, what the fuck happened? And I got to explain to them You know,
I think it happens. I mean, like, did you stop answering their calls, or you just?
no, they didn't call either. I mean, one guy called one time, and I called him back, and we spoke a little bit, and he invited me to his house. He was only here for like 2 days, and he invited me to his house. He was like, I come down some shore. It was like an hour and 48 fucking minutes away. And this guy's like, you gotta come down here before I leave. And you came over.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like, you wanna go down there? You're like, I don't. I'm like, this motherfucker just drove an hour and a half. I'm not gonna put you back in the car to drive an hour 40 and then an hour 40 back.
Right.
And when I called him, I could tell he was pissed off, so I like moved on. And now it's been fucking 5 years, or 4 years I haven't spoken to him. And I feel embarrassed, so maybe that's it. You know, after a while, you just get into a groove, and you're like, I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call him. When people text me sometimes, I save the text just to remind me to call them.
Okay.
And there's text on there that I still haven't called. Number 2, they're in a different time zone.
Right.
And that's always a pain in the ass for me, because I go, okay, I gotta call that person at this time, my time, and then something happens, you don't call that person, you're like, fuck. Now the day's gone, you know, by the time, I don't like talking to people with my daughters in the room. Right, you know, it's nothing about me more when I call you in the morning, and you call me back in the afternoon when I'm surrounded by people.
Right.
I don't want to do that no more. I don't pick up the call.
Right.
I won't even pick it up.
And that, but there's like a, you know, sometimes you just get busy and you don't call people back. Like, have you ever, I know your parents aren't here, but like, you know, sometimes you have to decide, like, okay, this person's not supposed to be in my life. Like that, it sounds like you just, you know, you get busy and things happen. It doesn't sound like you're like cutting people out.
No, not at all. I love them dearly. It's my old neighbor from Boulder. It's one of my teachers from North Bergen. Haven't spoken to my uncle.
Really?
Since fucking December, maybe. I speak to my cousins. I speak to all my cousins, but I don't speak to my uncle. Because I call him now, he don't answer the phone at night. He used to be a late night guy, but now he's 86. He ain't that late no more. So I would try to call him like 11 o'clock here, 8 o'clock. I could catch him. Like last night, I thought about calling him during the baseball game. Because I know he watches Giants all the time.
Okay.
Win place and show, and they won last night against the Dodgers. But I got busy. Right. It was Father's Day. I got busy with the girls. So that's what happened there. But it's just nothing. I don't pick them. Right. You just fall into the cracks sometimes with people. So you go, I'm embarrassed to even call him.
I get that for sure. There's the guy who gave me my first job in LA. One of the sweetest guys in the world, created America's Funniest Home Videos. And I fucked up when I got my next job. They had like a board that you could post at the college I went to. And I posted it, and this guy is like an alumni, like a trustee at this college, and he found out I was leaving his company before I could tell him. I could tell that it hurt his feelings, and I just have it, like, for years, I should have written him a letter, and just, because he was great to me, but, like, yeah, the more time goes, you get, like, self-conscious about it.
You really fucking go, what the fuck am I doing? And you feel bad. And then some people hit me up on Facebook, and I'll ask that number right away. And I'm calling them shit like that. I like to hear, like, I haven't spoken to Rick Ramos.
No.
6 months. And I'm like, fuck. I gotta call that motherfucker. We're gonna talk about the new movie. Oh, yeah. We gotta talk about shit. Every time I see Midnight Run, I'm like, motherfucker. But I know he goes to bed early. He's in Arizona. So if it's 7 here, it's 5 over there. Right. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'll call him now. Like, now is when I'll call Rick, you know? Like, now. But there's just people. I didn't talk to Simone for a long fucking time. Wow. And then they call me in the afternoons, and I'm surrounded. And again, you make a mental note, call them later. But you got no peace of mind till fucking 7:30, and then your agent calls you from LA, because they're on a different time zone. So when I leave the house at 7 at night, when Jeopardy's on, it's to call them back. Because they're calling me while I'm watching World News, or talking to my daughter, or eating dinner. I'm like, I'm not going to pick up the phone now, call them, and then I make all my little calls back to back to back to back. So
I'm surprised to hear you say that, like, because, like, I get in my own head, like, oh, they don't want to hear from me, it's been too long. Like, I wouldn't have expected you to be like that, to worry or, like, doubt it.
I like to check in with people.
Yeah.
I like to keep people on their toes and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on? You know, and they're like, I didn't expect to hear from you. Oh, nobody ever does. That's the way you do it, you know. But Dame and I still talk. I still talk to a lot of people. Like, I still talk to a lot of fucking people. I just talked to my buddy from Colorado. I've known him since 1984. Two of them yesterday. Steve Schiavone texted me, and then Mike Roper, I called.
Oh, he was on the podcast, right?
Yeah, he's been on the podcast a couple
Fuck yeah.
So those guys, you know, it's just sometimes, but I won't talk to Mike for a year.
Right.
Then he'll call me out of the blue one night, and I'll call him a month later when I can talk more to him, but I gotta call him at night because he's a wrestling coach.
It's life really goes by. I mean, so like, what was great about your week with Mercy? Like, what was going on?
Yes. You know, man, I say it on the stage, and I fucking talk about it in life that I didn't like LA because I didn't think the parents talked to these fucking kids. There's no way. There's no fucking way that there was a gap in life there where parents for 20 years didn't say nothing to their kids about what's right or what's wrong, and they all ended up in LA. It's like I said on stage the other night, that LA has like a pass to go in. Have you spoken to your dad recently? Not 20 years. Get in there. You know? You speak to your dad, yeah, every day. You're not meant for fucking California or Hollywood. You're meant for fucking Seattle. Yeah. So I wanted to that's why I walked away from so many fucking things. I thought people call me every day to do a fucking, I just got an email from my agent to do a podcast. They don't get it. We think you should do this. All right, motherfucker, you come over here. You get in the car and drive an hour, and it's $60 for me to do a podcast.
Yeah.
60, $70, no matter what. Tolls, blah, blah, blah. To do a podcast that I'm not really promoting in July or anything. Right. I don't want to go over there. I'd rather go to a fucking workout. I get more from hitting the fucking throwing air punches than driving for an hour, talking for 2 hours and getting back in the car, and then it's an hour and a half of traffic. I really do. I had to simplify my life. I'm not young anymore. I don't have 3 hours to throw away. I could die at any fucking minute. I'm 62 years old. Jesus, I could die at any fucking minute.
So can anyone, though.
You know? Yeah. But no, your chances of dying and my chances of dying are slim and none. Unless you go back to Tel Aviv.
I didn't tell you I'm going next week.
Yeah, good. Have a good time.
Oh, my God.
No, but, you know, the odds are you. So now I look at my time like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't have 3 hours to go up there and talk to you about. So how was prison? Prison was great. It was great. That's it.
Right.
I wrote a book.
Right.
Read the book and do the podcast.
Right.
I just don't see it.
Do the podcast with the book.
Yeah, do the podcast with the book. Ask the book question. Same shit you're going to ask me.
Right. Yeah. I can see that like going.
But it's not going around the corner from my house anymore.
No.
It's 3 fucking hours, $80 later. And, you know, 4 hours of my fucking time. It got like that towards the end of LA. Oh, we opened up a studio, Marina Del Rey. Well, I'm not going down there. We do a podcast at 3. That's great to know.
I have to leave at 11 a.m.
You got to get back on that 10 and that 405 at 4 o'clock. I don't wish down there. I wouldn't do that to anybody.
No.
I would never. So, yeah. Do a podcast at 3 at Marina Del Rey. Oh, don't worry about the 10 and the 405. I wouldn't do that to people.
No, but you have common decency.
Yeah, common, you know. I'd have you come down at 8.
Yeah, when there's no traffic, yeah.
When there's no traffic. I'm not going to make you come down at 3, and that's what we're going. You know, everybody started getting studios in Marina Del Rey. Oh, man, we need you on the podcast. It ain't going to happen. If it's not 11 o'clock, it ain't going to happen. Even then, you got a problem.
No.
You might get a call with a cancellation, because if I get up, if I stay up till 2 or something, there's nights I fucking, last night I went to bed at 9:50.
Did you really?
Yeah, so I'm walking around at 4:15 in the morning. Me and the cat, she's looking at me, I'm looking at her for fucking mental support. I go downstairs, I drink an iced tea, I fucking smoke some dope, I watched Godfather Harlem for a fucking episode, and I went back up at 6 in the morning.
Oh, you went back up to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna think, what are you doing all day from 4 o'clock?
I died. So by 8 o'clock, I'd be passed out from the reefer. Because when you get up at 6, and I hit the fucking When I get up at 4:35, I don't have to wait till 7:15 to get high. I just go downstairs, drink some water, and do 2 shots of that lung thing to open up your lungs in the morning.
Oh, the asthma inhaler?
Yeah, and I go right to the garage. I don't even fuck.
You do an inhaler before you take a bomb hit?
Fuck yeah, open up the airwaves. What do you think? I'm stupid? Why should I do it after I get high?
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Does it help?
Yeah, I see the devil in the morning.
Okay. They just gave me an inhaler. Maybe I should try it.
You should try everything you got. Look, you did how many milligrams tonight?
You tell me. I have no idea.
Last week I hit you later.
It's going to hit me later today. Luckily, George made a cheeseburger today to save me.
To save me.
Because if I do that shit with nothing in my stomach,
that's why I say get some weed. I'm the fucking doctor when it comes to shit. I'm not going to kill you.
Yes, you are. You're trying to do the delayed kill.
I'm just trying to take you to a different level of life, brother.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll get high as soon as I get up. At 4:30 in the morning when I get up, that means I'm tired, but something woke me up, a train of thought. Maybe I had to pee, and I didn't pee, and now I got to pee even more, and then fuck. It's always something.
But and I will give you credit, the one thing that I think you're absolutely right is because a lot of comics get like freaked out. Because I'll go to a show and I'll smoke a joint before, because you have me on that, but no one will do it. But I think getting high after, it's gonna change it. Because I had a great weekend in Albany, and I got high after my show, and I went back and watched. I got a camera, I watched my sets, and I wrote 15 new minutes just getting high after the set. Was crazy. It was awesome.
Listen, we get high before, during, and after.
That's true.
Don't be rewriting the fucking.
Who's rewriting?
I didn't write the story. I didn't write it.
What story?
Just told you what they told me to do.
Dude, no one told you to do this.
Lenny Bruce got high.
He did heroin.
Yeah. You want to do heroin before you go on stage?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, I'll get some.
I think I've probably already done heroin with you.
A little fucking tape. You get a little pukey, and then you go on stage and crack all your Jewish stuff.
Just that?
Tell them all about the missiles and shit.
I can't tell them about them. They're gonna, Israel would kill them. That's fucking wild.
But anyway, back to your conversation about your father. How we got off this fucking thing here.
Well, yeah, it's,
Do you want to call him?
You know what? I'm going to be honest, and who can probably see this. When he blocked me, I was like, you know what? Not really. And he's getting older. I probably should. People like Steve Simone gets mad at me sometimes. He's like, you got to do it. I don't know, and it's because I thought about you with your other daughter, and it's it would be real shitty if he was gone and that was the last time we spoke. But to have someone who is important to you just block you out of nowhere for something stupid, if I would understand if we got into a fight. It was just I'm gonna spend Valentine's Day with my girlfriend. I'll see you on Tuesday, and then I didn't find out he blocked me. I got an email that he took me off of his HBO. And then, oh yeah, now I know, what's going on here? And I looked, I tried to give him a call, went to voicemail, left him a voicemail, and for 6 months I didn't block him. And then I think 6 months to a year, I just blocked him, and I'll find out. I'm sure I'm out of the will. Who knows? But
there's nothing left.
It's fucking crazy.
Florida.
But I mean, it's.
I always liked him. He was a nice guy, but he was old. He was lonely, And he was another version of me. He's never gonna be sober. Right? He's always up to something. The guys like that. They're always eating something. Always.
Oh, he loved your edibles. That was
but he's always.
Oh, yeah,
he's always eating something.
But the edible, yeah.
But the edibles is just, So I don't know anymore. Listen, I don't know. I haven't spoken to those people now. I haven't spoken to my daughter. It's got to be 20-something years. And I haven't spoken to my ex-wife since. Before Mercy was born. Yeah, no, Mercy was born already, so it's been 12 years. I called, I pled my case. She laughed at me. I was like, this fucking bitch. I was like, this motherfucker,
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Because you have both sides of it. Like you just said, you had a great week with Mercy, everything is going perfect. But then, does it still get to you? Or at this point, are you you know what?
Doesn't even fucking matter anymore. if you want me to lie to you, it took me down for so long, and now I'm on the other side of the spectrum. Like, I hope she's healthy. I hope she's good, but that's it. There's nothing. What do you want me to do? What do you want to do with me? Right? Even if I go over there or she comes over here, I gotta be honest with you, it's not gonna work.
You don't think so?
No. And sometimes you should just leave well enough alone. Right? Because no matter how close we get, I'm still a man and I still have feelings. At one point, I'm gonna say, what made you just not talk to me for 25 years? And all of a sudden you show up now. So I'm, like you gotta, and I have to make up. I have to not make up. I have to tell her my story, right? And if I tell her my story, that's a truth she never knew, and she'll understand. But I don't want to do that. It's not important for me to do that. We're both set in our ways. We're both set in our lives. Good luck to her. I hope she never gets hit by a truck, and I hope that she doesn't hate me or doesn't want me to get hit by a truck. That's all I can wish for right now.
Right.
Whatever pain I had, you know what? God threw me a 20 spot. And once in a while, God throws you a 20 spot, and they cover the fucking damage, and you're good. And it's like it never fucking happened.
It is, and it's like, because like the first couple of years was rough. Like the first like 6 months to a year was really rough, and then it just, I've been very lucky with a bunch of like great people in my life, and it's like, why am I'm not like as stoned as, like, not stoned, but like as like confident as you are about it, but I'm like this far, and it's like, why am I gonna, like, what do we can't just go back to normal now?
No,
that's not gonna be possible.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you should have slipped in there like nothing happened. Listen, let me get this out of the way right now. In my world, in the world I grew up in the way I grew up, I gotta be honest with you, and I know a lot of people are gonna be mad at me for saying this. Family's fucking overrated. Families sometimes fucking overrated. Sometimes they can help you blossom, or sometimes they can bring you the fuck down. And we all know that. We've all seen both sides of the fucking coin. I'm sorry to say that. As I was growing up, I saw how my family treated my mother. I saw how my father's family treated my mother. And she would tell me they could all suck my dick. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of these peasants. And she was serious. Like, I know she loved her brother. That's the only motherfucker I know my mother loved. I know she wasn't I know she was crazy about that on her mother. The father, I wasn't too sure about. But the brothers and the sisters, my mother did something. She stuck up for her sister. My aunt got raped. My mom stabbed this guy. And half the family turned on her. And for years, they talked shit about her. So my mom said, really? No, you motherfuckers can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And then when she came to the States and started making money, they waited her up. And she would tell them right out, you go fuck yourself. And hang up the fucking phone. So she kind of taught me that as we were growing up. And I still remember her going off on my father's mother. Why? Right in the fucking house in New York. I must have been 7. And when we were walking out, she's like, you're not going to see this lady again. I go, I hope not. That was the end of my grandmother. I never saw my grandmother after that. She died maybe 10 years later. I never went back over there.
Wow.
I went over there when she started going off on my mom, and I was like, oh shit. I'm like, my mom's gonna deck this bitch. Oh shit. And sure enough, my mom started calling her a fucking cunt. And then her fucking pussy husband, her pussy son was dead. Oh my God. She's like, you're not gonna pussify my son. Because they always, they made my mom move in with them so she could learn the recipes he liked. And my mother was not that type of bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, he eats what I cook. You know what I'm saying? So when I went over there, my mother put like jeans on me or something. As soon as I walked in the door, they're from Spain. They think their shit don't stink. She was from Spain. She wasn't Cuban. Oh, she started with the sneakers, the pants. You look dirty. My mom said, time out. You little fucking cunt fuck. And unloaded on her. And we walked out together. She's like, you want to come back over? And I was like, not really. Yeah, and that was the end of my grandmother. That was how quick that went down.
Well, yeah.
And then my mother died. And I realized something that was more important than your blood family. It's the street family. Because I look at all you guys as blood. I don't look at you guys as fucking, he's my friend. You guys are blood. That's why I get mad when you ask me about Baccarat. Okay? That's why. If it was some guy on American that pushed it on me, but it's you. Baccarat is so good for you. It's how you do it. Leave me the fuck alone. But that's why I get so angry.
Yeah. I can see that.
That's why I get so angry at people. So for me, my street brothers have been, and I have street brothers that'll say, hey man, I gotta tell you something. You're more of a brother to me than my own blood brothers.
Yeah.
And it feels different. And that's the thing. With me, I have a lot of people that they should have told it. I have like 10 friends that should have told their family to go fuck themselves a long time.
Yeah. And it feels good when it sucks, but it feels good.
Tell your family to go fuck themselves. Tell them to go fuck themselves. This ain't gonna work no more. Because once you tell your family to go fuck themselves, they know you're not playing. It's very important that you look at all of them, and include your mother from time to time, because they'll take you to the cleaners too. They'll drive you crazy. Oh, not your mom or your dad, but like cousins or whatever. You gotta pull them aside and know the deal. No. Right? No, you're gonna take me down with this stupidity.
I think, yeah. I mean, honestly, there's so many people. It's so weird. The craziest thing that I've for dating for me, for like all my girlfriends, the way that a lot of parents talk to their daughters is fucking wild. Like they talk almost every girlfriend I've had, their parents like make comments about their weight. Like it's like, but then they'll feed them as they're giving them like the dish. They'll be like they call her Gorda or like do crazy shit, and it's like family. I don't know. You ever work at a place and you start at the bottom, and even though you move up, they still see you as the bottom. I feel like that's how family is. Like they remember you as that dumb kid who shit the bed, or like whatever they did.
On the other side of the spectrum, I know people who have great families.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, part of my family's great.
I know people who have fucking great families. I know people but after a while, as you start getting old, you gotta look at your family and go, what's gonna happen when there's money involved? Because what tears up a family more than that shit? Some stupid fucking envelope. And that's what you have to start looking at. As you get old, like, what am I gonna do? That's why all these musicians, wait till they sell their rights. $500 million. You think they want to sell them? No. But they don't want the bullshit that comes after it when they die. And everybody's going to go to war with that money. Now we know what we're getting. There's no more bullshit. Did you see Quincy Jones? He's giving them each $81 million. Damn, to his 8 kids. $81 million fucking dollars. So everybody knows there's no fucking drama. There's always something with family. There's always something with them. And for me, I didn't have to. Like, for me, I just didn't have it. Like, when my mother died, I had my uncle in California. He's like, you come live with me in California. Right. I'm going up here. What good to me is fucking California. Yeah. Move to fucking Miami. That's what I want to do, is move down to fucking Miami. I'm just getting fucking hot and bothered in North Bergen.
Right. The worst thing in your life happened, you have to move across the country.
And then, I remember, like, 84. My mother was dead 5 fucking years. And I'm in California. My uncle goes, let's call Cuba. And they're all yelling at me on the phone.
About what?
Like, what happened to you? You never called us. For what? I'm out here fighting these motherfucking demons by myself. What are you bitches gonna do for me? 300 miles away. Not a thing.
Right.
Not a thing. What am I gonna talk to you for? About what? What do you want to talk about? My strategy for the day?
Survive.
The fuck do you want to talk about?
Right. Dude, this is the first time I think ever that I even heard about your dad's side of the family. Like your dad's mom. I mean, I don't remember a lot of the church, so it's possible. But no, I don't remember ever hearing about her.
No, it was done when it started. Wow. No reason to tolerate that shit. I'm not taking it from friends. I'm not taking it from family. And now, like, I don't even. Like, a couple of years ago, fucking some idiot popped up on Facebook saying that he was my half brother. And some other idiot from North Bergen actually believed it and gave him my number.
Oh no.
Without calling me. I'm at Jimmy Florentine's watching a football game, and my phone rings. I think it's my sister or my fucking good cousins, And it's my half stepbrother.
I didn't even know you had a half stepbrother.
You think I did? It was a fucking surprise to me too.
Oh no. Gee, how did you get rid of him?
I told him I was watching the Jets. He called and I'm like, hey man. He's like, I don't know if you know about me. My dad, our dad was married to my mom first, and then something happened. They broke up, and then my dad met your mom, and they had you, and I never saw him again. You know, all this shit. You know, I went to prison in Cuba. I have the same story as you, and he was calling around to see if he could get sponsored. Because they had a new sponsor system out of Cuba.
Oh, okay.
Where you have to put your bank account up, money up. No.
That's pretty ballsy.
You need 500 to get up here, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
You need a basement, I'll put you on this couch right here. But I'm not sponsoring nobody. I don't need none of you fucking Cuban criminals coming up here, stabbing somebody, and I gotta do time at 64. No.
Oh, like it's that serious? Like that you're basically signing a bail for him? Like
he called me first to feel me out. And I was like, listen, this is all great and dandy. Can we talk about this during the weekend, Sunday at 2 o'clock?
Right.
You know, first I'm hearing Sunday at fucking 2 o'clock. I'm not, you know. And then he never called me. And then my uncle called me like a week later. He goes, listen, all your cousins are calling now because they want to get, there's a new type of sponsorship. They tried to get me to do it. They asked me for my bank account. And I told them, listen, you're going to stay in Cuba. I'll send you money. I'll send you a lifeline. But I'm not giving you my fucking bank account.
No, you can't risk. You have too much going on.
No, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I have to. That's all I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I just can't. So.
Like, did having mercy like make you change your mindset? Is that when like your mindset started to change? About like all these other people, like a family had called, 20 years ago, and you had a little bit of money. Like, it's like the fact that you have like a family that.
Listen, if you know anything about me, I help anybody. But there's a difference between helping and conning. Okay? You know, that's it. That's it. If any of my friends call me and say, listen, I got hit by a car last night. My fucking engine flew out or something like that. I'm more prone to help you than, oops. What a coincidence, we're cousins now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my name's Diaz.
Oops, what a coincidence, you know. He didn't ask for money, he just wanted to see if I take the papers, the sponsorship. And I told him, like, I have my own problems. I don't have no fucking passport. Right. I'm not really legal or not legal. You know, I told you, I went to that UFC last week. I didn't tell you guys the whole fucking story of what I went through mentally. No. Because I went to the UFC and I fucking ate the edibles. And I sat there and I went to my pocket. I had a little baggie with maybe a gram. Did I tell you this last week? With maybe a gram of mushrooms. Right. Maybe. It was the bottom of the necklace. And I took half and I ate it, but as I was eating it, I realized I'm in the fucking front row. On camera with a baggie in my fucking and I'm like, they're gonna throw me under the fucking jail. And finally I started getting high on everything, and I noticed when I was sitting back that there was a fucking agent looking at me. Just at me. Like locked eyes. And she had another agent that was just looking. There was a woman with white hair that was cute, and another partner that was a white dude. And they were looking at me like, and so now, in my THC paranoia and the mushroom paranoia, I'm thinking I fucked up. They saw the mushroom bag, but not only that, I gave them my social security number and my background information. Why? Because that's what I needed to give them before I went to the UFC, because Trump was the president. Oh shit, I did that? Yes. Holy shit. So now I'm sitting there going, I'm going to fucking jail tonight. Everybody thought I was looking at Kyle Harris's ass. I'm like, I'm going to fucking jail. They just waiting for me to get up. Oh. And then one time I asked the guy, I got to go to the bathroom. He goes, you don't want to go over there. Come to the back. Oh, no. And he pulled me down and walked past those people. Dog. They did everything but sniff me. They knew I was on something. They were like looking at me the whole way. I'm like, God damn it. They're going to fucking arrest me. And he's like, no. This is Rogan's handler. Okay. He's fucking whatever the fuck he is. He's like, no, I know that lady. She's not going to do nothing. I was scared the whole night. I was going to get up there and leave. Mr. Diaz, we need to talk to you.
Did you even know you had like? Did you bring mushrooms to the UFC, or did you just forget that you had mushrooms?
No, I brought them. I brought them to have a good time. I'm going to have a good time. Listen, I didn't bring mushrooms to purposely take.
Okay.
I took them just in case I bump into somebody, and the party's starting. I want to be there.
Yeah, but then it didn't. But then you didn't bump into anybody. You just took all of them.
No, I took like half the bag, and it hit me a little bit. Yeah, that's it.
Did the mushrooms get you anxious? Is that why you were freaking out? Or?
I think it was both my anxiety and my paranoia. But I sat there half the night going, I fucked up. These motherfuckers are gonna arrest me. They got me.
Well, I don't think it would have mattered on pay-per-view. On like ESPN, maybe they would have been upset.
No, everything. It's not pay-per-view. It's not ESPN. I'm worried about it's mushrooms. It's a $1/2 grand. They're gonna give me a ticket and smack it. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them taking my real Social Security fucking number.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the mushrooms, you fuck. I'm worried about them picking me up with ice. I told you. Last week I didn't take the garbage out. I took it out today for the first time, okay? I don't need this shit in my life. They don't know. I don't fucking know. Right. Listen, one day I went snooping upstairs. When we lived in Gibbonette Terrace. I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm maybe 9. I go snooping upstairs. And there's this little fucking box that you open up, and it's got like, it's supposed to be for perfumes, but my mother used it for pictures. And I went in one of the things, and I took it out, and there was this piece of black paper. Black paper, George, like this black paper with white lettering. So there was my birth certificate from Cuba. Okay, and they said Jose Antonio Diaz and all this shit. Blah, 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 blah. My father was a waiter, which he wasn't. I don't know why it said waiter on there. And something else and a bunch of bullshit from Cuba. And I took that birth certificate as a kid. And I had it. And then I think when I went to get my driver's license, a little after that, I lost it. So that's 1980, 81. I lose my fucking birth certificate. I don't have a birth certificate for years. And then throughout the years, I lose my fucking driver's license. I just lost the card. I had no idea. In those days, you didn't need a fucking ID to fly. Now, when I got to Colorado, I went to get a job. They're like, you need a license, social security card, and a birth certificate. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And my friend goes, you get your birth certificate, just call and send it, whatever it is, box 25, what is it, zip code 10002, you know, you send it and they send your birth certificate. Right. I'm like, how would they have my Cuban birth certificate? Like, I'm gonna get a letter from them going, Joey, we don't have a birth certificate. It came in the mail, and it was brand new and completely different than what was said on the other one. There was no lettering, there was no waiters, there was nothing. It just said Jose Antonio Diaz, born February 1963, some hospital, and it was a seal and everything from New York. And I go, I'll take it.
And I'm not gonna start nothing.
Then I had to make a copy of that, send it back to get my social security card. Yep. I got my license, but that's how I did it. But I never knew, so I don't really know.
So you don't want to fuck around.
When I was a kid, all my mother told me was, yeah, you're born in Cuba. But when I went to LA in 85, my uncle's like, oh, you're born in New York. And I'm like, what the fuck?
So you're not even really sure?
I don't know.
Damn. Why would your mom? Who do you think is right?
Just before General Street demonstration.
She drank 96 V8 breakfast.
Southbound at Manchester. There's a mattress on fire off the side of the roadway.
Every day?
And if she missed breakfast, she put a raw egg in it.
Oh! And a beer with an orange juice, tomato juice? That's fucked up. Yeah, I might believe your uncle. Fuck.
I don't fucking know. So I don't know. It's Secret Service. When they look you up, they don't look you up for fucking jaywalking.
Yeah, but I don't. If the Secret Service was there, they don't like let you wait. Like they'll just tackle you.
No, they're not gonna tackle me. The UFC, everybody else will get tackled. They're not gonna tackle me. They're gonna come over and say, "We need to have a word with you." Real quick, outside the gazebo. Walk out there with them, and there's 2 other cars. Listen, we found some problems in your birth certificate. And we'd like to take you to whatever. That's what I thought was going to happen in my mind.
Yeah.
That's how I live. I live like that.
And like the worst is gonna happen.
No, that fucking Christ is gonna come get me any fucking day now. I'll be out that day. You have to get yourself a chubby white chick to come out there and save me and bang on the bus. Oh, Santon. Oh, Santon. Wear a flag, a Cuban flag out there. Half Jew, half Cuban.
I'll get Israel on the case. Oh my God.
The case, forget about it.
That would suck if that happened.
I'm scared to pieces every fucking day. It's funny, I was just telling you, George and I went to a party on Saturday, and Dave the cop was there, and I was talking to Dave, and I was telling Dave, he asked me a question about something. I go, Dave, right after I robbed Ken Bella, rest in peace. Right after I robbed Ken Bella, maybe like 2 months ago, I was watching a show. I'm out on bail. I'm watching a stupid show at night about a guy that went to a dance in high school and got into an argument with another guy. The guy hit him with a bottle, but he took the guy and been his fucking hero. Damn! Like in 1950 fucking 9 at a dance. He lived in like somewhere close to like Idaho. And he went home and he told his parents, and his parents were scared for him. So they flew to an aunt's house in Lake Cleveland. And he went to Cleveland. He finished high school. He went to college, got his high school, his college degree, married his high school sweetheart, fucking had kids, became a pillar in his community, lived under an alias for 35 fucking years. And one day he was cooking, he cut his hand. And he went to the hospital, they ran a background check, and they threw him in fucking jail. They were gonna fucking throw him in jail for 20 years. But then the big argument was, hey, he's been in the community for 35 fucking years without even getting a J ticket, a fucking jaywalking ticket. Right. So he ended up doing like 3 years, you know. I always remember that story. Of course. When I got in trouble, the guy at the Hertz kept saying, my buddy owns a Costa Rica one. We'll get you down there. You can get the medical program. We'll change your number. You change your name. And I'm like, man, I can never come back to the United States. No. Like, I can never, you know.
Thank God he didn't do it. Did you feel the urge to do it at all? Where you're like, oh, man, you know what? Maybe.
No, because I knew the deal. And I'm lucky I didn't, because I got sentenced in August. That September, America's Most Wanted came out.
I don't know if you would have been on America's Most Wanted.
I'm just saying, you dumb fuck. But no, you don't have to kill somebody. You don't have to kill somebody to be America's Most Wanted.
Right, they could always call you.
If it's a fucking fraudulent check and you keep doing it, right? And if they have a hard time catching somebody, they'll put you on America's Most Wanted, even if it's for fucking selling drugs. Jesus. If they have like 4 or 5 years and they can't, and you're fucking with them, like in and out of their neighborhood and shit, then they'll go fucking. Right. If they know you're around, if they get reports, they'll put you on America's Most Wanted or local stations, America's Most Wanted. The bootleg ones, because now most towns have them.
They do? I haven't seen
those. You watch the news. All of a sudden, it's like, have you seen this man? And it's like, you know, wanted for burglary, halitosis, you know, whatever else he's got.
And it would have, like, you know, me, I'm a pussy. I would have, like, jail would freak me out. But I can imagine, like, if you, let's say you did bail and, like, run away before your case. Like, it's not like you would have had a relaxing life at the Hertz in the Dominican Republic. You would have been like a fuck. You would have been depressed.
No. I know a guy now that can't come to Jersey. He's been gone for 30 years. He left a little before me, maybe 35 years.
Is he still in the country?
Oh, yeah. Okay. He just can't come back to Jersey. Just Jersey.
Does it fuck with him?
Yeah. You gotta turn it into something else to make it easier for him. Right. You know, you not wanting to go back to Jersey is one thing. You're not allowed to go back to Jersey. That's another thing. That's fucking crazy. I can say to you, I hate Jersey. I'm sick of the tolls. I'm sick of fucking, you know, not having money at the tolls. Now they want to send me a fucking bill. You know, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but when they don't let you in, that's completely different. And who doesn't want to come back home when you're 65 years old to see your friends? You know, I think only like 2 friends have visited him in 3 years. I've seen him because he comes to my shows in Austin and Houston and shit, but But it's weird. That's a weird fucking life, man, to have, you know. But in the contrast to that, I'm asking you about this now. What about a person without a warrant that comes from another country like the people in LA last week? And again, I'm not political, but I want you to think about this. What if you came to this country, you're hard working, you didn't rape nobody, you didn't sell drugs, you're not in violation with the cartel, and you get a job, your wife works, you raise your kids, maybe they got a scholarship to UFC. They came and scooped your ass up last week just for being illegal. Right? What's the argument there if you're a politician? Because, again, you haven't done nothing in 37 years, so what the fuck? You didn't have 1 week to go get your American citizen?
They make it hard. That's like...
Oh, they make it really fucking hard.
And it's like, for someone who's not, like, too dumb to be political, like the criminals and stuff, yeah, get them out of here. And even then also, like you're right. There are a lot of people who do it the right way, and you should do it the right way. But if you've been here and, you know, trying to do things, or even if you're not trying to be a citizen, but you have a job at a farm, who really cares? Like that, it is. I see both sides of it, and like to hear, and I know you're being funny, but like I'm not to hear, but to hear that you're like scared must suck. Like
oh no, that don't make funny.
Right.
But you really gotta think about it. Yeah, like they could make mistakes.
Oh yeah, and so easy to make mistakes.
I mean, listen, one of them picked me up on Zoom. I've seen him on Joe Rogan. He's okay. One of them, I hope. Right. No, that's not the guy. I've seen him on Joe Rogan. Let's call the police. Let's make sure. Let's double check.
But it seems like they're grabbing everybody, which is like,
but here's the funny thing. I don't know if anybody of you guys saw this. The New York Times put a thing on the other about Rubio's father.
No.
That he was here illegally, the whole thing, and now Rubio's part of it. Let me tell you something. Okay? There's still Cubans here. Right where we go eat. Right down there. So they've been here 40 years. And they're still walking around.
Do you think they're nervous? Or they're like, they're so hidden?
Maybe not. Maybe we don't take them back to Cuba. They're 90 already. They don't give a fuck.
And the thing like that would freak me out, and because I follow 2 people on Instagram right now, Alfred Robles and Jesus Trejo. And Jesus was going to shoot a special. He had to delay it. And it's like, it does, like, the part that would scare me, and it's like, this is like white privilege, is like, what if you're 100% a citizen, or you have like a green card, and like you are trying to do things the right way, and like I would feel nervous as like a Spanish person that they're just gonna come grab me no matter what. Like that might be a shitty way to feel.
You have to have a little bit of fear if you have brown skin right now.
Yeah.
You could be walking down the street going to buy fucking pastelito, and all of a sudden the guy pulls up with a car with a hook, and these motherfuckers. No, it's like when you bomb on stage, they have that hook, and they pull you, and you're like, wait, one more joke. No.
Right.
Nah, they come up with Subarus.
Oh no.
They're pulling up with lesbian cars.
Tricking with the Subarus.
They're not those black cars, they're not anything. They're fucking slick, quick, and bad to the bone. They execute those things. You don't even know what it is. You're talking, no, say it. Don't say it. They're walking into the car. Okay.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll go down to the station and sort it out. Tell it to the judge, motherfucker.
No. Dude, it's getting crazy out there for like every, like we joke about the bombs in Israel, but on both sides. Imagine if there were rockets.
Iran was fucking them up this afternoon. Fucking them up. Israel was like, we don't, but Israel ain't. Israel's roping up in them right now. Israel's about to drop the big, like Red Fox used to always say, I got the big one, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
It's coming, Elizabeth. Then I feel the big one. They just roping up right now. I'm taking real punches. Yeah, you blew up Tel Aviv. Okay. I mean, listen, if you think the pager plot was brilliant, did you see how they did this last one? They did a commotion and got them all together, and within a split fucking second, they bombed them when they were all there. That's fucking intelligence to the fucking max. They know everything. They got you, man. They got you. I mean, if you thought the pager was brilliant, they tested the pager to make sure that if you blew up the person never seen.
Often overlooked, yeah.
Often overlooked.
Like kind of the Jews.
But this blow up when they got everybody together and just fucking pulled the trigger. When they walked together, yelling and screaming, what are we gonna do? He got the nuclear people, he got the fucking heads of the thing. I mean, at least not crying that there was no babies in that room. You know what I'm saying? White people would have been, oh, there was a baby in the room.
But it does, I did, sometimes when I get high, I get freaked out. Like, just even being in the city now, like, if I would say, like, if anyone's going to drop a bomb anywhere in the country, New York is top 3. Like, kind of between DC, New York, and LA, there's a good chance of a bomb getting dropped. Like it's just it's something we have to live with now.
They dropped the bomb in LA. It was called that fire.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has said a word about that fire ever again. Now it's like the riots. As soon as Israel bombed Iran, we'll leave in LA.
Huh?
It's just that one Mexican with the flag bombing people. That one bastard. The flag was bigger than him. He was out there. He was one of Columbus's guys on the boat that was pushing the sail. You never saw that guy.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's nice to see you, Lee.
Nice to see you, buddy.
I guess the last 2 weeks, the whole thing. Where you at
this week? On Thursday the 19th, I'm at the Shortstop Bar and Grill in Westfield, and I got shows coming up at the end of the month.
I'm doing a surprise show on the 19th. My damn self.
Oh, yeah?
Thursday night. You better kiss yourself.
Fuck yeah. Do you know when you want to announce where? It's just going to be a surprise.
I'm just going to announce it Thursday morning. Not even. I'm going to announce it Thursday at 6.
Oh, that's badass.
Like Prince of the Revolution. You know what I'm saying?
That's so
I don't
cool.
care if 3 people show up.
Oh, they'll be running. It'll be like a...
smoke weed there too, so
Oh, yeah? Oh, man.
That's what I'm looking to do now, a show. We can smoke a joint, the whole audience, and fucking Uncle Joey, not everybody's joint. Your own joint, bring your own fucking shit.
Oh, my God.
You're not touching my joint with your fucking flu COVID lip. You know what I'm saying?
That's so cool. I'm mad that I'm going to be gone.
Where you going to be?
I have to go back to Boston for a couple days.
Go take care of Mom. And the following week, we're at the fucking dojo on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And straight to NJ back on Friday night.
That's crap. I'm getting ready for it.
Hell yeah. And I'm going to get my tooth. You won't see me in July. And then my fucking...
Oh, is that when they're fixing everything?
Everything.
Nice.
The other side. They're putting braces on for a few weeks. It looks like I have teeth.
Okay.
It'll be a lot of fun, you know what I'm saying?
NJ Pack is going to be pretty fucking cool.
You know what's going to be cool? The dojo. I love you motherfuckers.
I love the dojo.
With all my heart. So, we will see you next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Tick, tock, motherfucking Magoo. Stay black. Hey, beautiful people. Uncle Joey here. Listen, the summer's coming. I got to talk to you about something. If you're having trouble getting it up and getting it on when you want it, listen, you need Blue Chew, all right? Blue Chew sends you chewable tablets that taste like mint and will make you God in the bedroom. You'll be throwing people up in the air, hit them with the bat of love. It's going to be tremendous. Now, they even have Blue Chew Max, which contains the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis into one tablet that works fast. Listen, I'm an old man. I'm at the time things happen. I pop a Blue Chew. It's all over the shower. Even the cat runs out of the room. Just sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers. And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. Listen, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family. You ready? Your first month of Blue Chew is free. Just like that. Free. When you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Just pay a fin to get in. That's $5 shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Tuesday morning, June the 10th. It's Frank Scolari Day in Hudson County. Anyway, we're here with the church, New Testament, coming at you on a beautiful day to be alive. Kick it, Lee. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, making money moves should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through. No extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. We're back. Like herpes, what's happening? It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. What's up, Lee? How was your weekend?
Oh, one of the best weeks ever. Dude, I gotta be honest, Side Splitters, I think, is my #1 club.
I love it.
It's and I'm sure you remember, but like, it's the first club that really took a chance on me. So like, to me, I would do anything. It was like a 7-show week. It was the best. It was like one of the best weeks I've ever had. So 7 shows, not all of them went well. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them were great.
They're not supposed to.
But it was like, I learned a lot. I got to see Greg Fitzsimmons, which was awesome. I got to do the radio 2 days in a row, which was really cool. It was like a little mini training camp. It was awesome. And like, people came out. Some people came to 2 shows, which was really cool. It was just I got heckled by a little person, which was really fun. It was oh, I did. I fell going on stage. Oh, they had these edible drinks, and I was running up. It was the headlining show on Saturday, the early show, and I just, for the first time ever, just like I put my foot down, and it just didn't really, and I ate it. And then, you know what's funny? I just saw last week, there's a clip of Ralphie doing some sort of late night set, and he eats it, and he goes, and as soon as he stands up, he goes, "That was the funniest thing that's happened on this show in a long goddamn time." And then immediately I do it. So yeah, it was, anything that could have happened did happen. It was awesome.
Well, for me, I got to be honest with you. This podcast is called The Church of What's Happening Now, or Next Generation, or the Next Chapter, whatever the fuck we call it. But this podcast is basically, should be called The Education of Lee. And as a fucking guy that watches everything, I think last week, your behavior, the way you looked at it, everything, I'm very proud of you. You went A to fucking Z across the board. You made the video coming out of the ocean with those fucking hairy shoulders. You're like a Jewish fucking wolf man.
I know.
I turned down like 200,000 ads last week. You want to send a chick to come in here and sandblast your shoulders.
Why would you turn that
company
down?
wants to shave your shoulders and make you a wig.
Yeah,
it's we got somebody fucking offers for your shoulders, but you gotta knock it off. You gotta have the chick double time and shave your shoulders.
Dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It is everywhere. My friend bumped into you in the ocean. He thought he was getting fucking grabbed by a sea reef. Like one of those, when I go down I love the beach, right? Any beach, California, New Jersey. But the first time one of those vines wraps around my leg, I'm done. I just turn around and run out of that's it. That's my day at the fucking beach. But they said you have like tentacles coming out of your shoulders and shit, grabbing people by the neck.
Dude, I have hair everywhere but my head. And it's fucking, and you probably never saw that Tim Allen movie, when he was with Santa Claus, like he turned into Santa, and he tried to shave and immediately grew back. If I shave my back today, by Thursday, it's worse.
Well, keep shaving until you turn into the Jew Wolf man.
I'm already the Jew Wolf.
That's the name of this. Eric, that's the script to write. The Jew Wolf man. He only comes out between 11:30 and a quarter and 12. That's he comes out, they got a coupon. That's it. And he fucking goes back home. Tremendous.
That would be amazing.
But in all honesty, you sat in those rooms with all those comics. I think 2 weeks ago I saw on the podcast that you learn some good things from some bad people once in a while. It's very tough to digest, but you're like, the guy had 3 good qualities, and I took one of them. Like, I learned from one of his qualities.
Right.
You got a lot of good comedians and a lot of bad comedians, but everybody laid an opinion down and you grasp it. And I'm just really proud of you. It took 10 years, whatever, let's say 10 years, 8 years, whatever the fuck it's been. But it's been great to see you grow as a human being. I mean, these people don't know it. You were like a fucking deaf mute when I met you. You wouldn't even talk. I gave you that can with the hash, and that was it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people are always blaming on the drugs. Sometimes drug open a motherfucker up. And Lee needed to fucking, he hit that hash on that Coca-Cola can. And I just turned around. I go, there goes the old Lee. Okay, smoke. I heard coughing. His face was red. He was holding on like fucking.
My lungs have never recovered from that one hit.
Cleveland last week, he was holding on to his throat. That was Lee. My wife was patting him in the back. The cat was holding him. But it's been a real pleasure to watch you grow. I always like watching people grow, man. I love catching somebody early and going, that motherfucker, watch his smoke. And it's not the people at the industry thing. It's never the people that, the 20 up and coming, those guys lose it. They're weak and white. They just fall apart. I'm in an article. I'm headed to Saturday Night Live. And then when they don't make Saturday Night Live, they crinkle. That's it, you know. And you just did great, man. And, you know, I'm sure you're up for great things if you keep this pace up. It's been a little slow for you, but this shit doesn't happen overnight. Because if it did, everybody would do it. Right. It's about the time when your wife tells you you're a loser. You're about 48 and your wife's like, you know what? If you would have played the harmonica, you would have been in an orchestra right now. You still want to fucking crack stupid jokes with a bunch of drunk people and go to the corner. And it's just about when you're looking for a job, when you've got that, you know, fucking I'm going full time, and you start looking and you get that call, and you never know when that call or what that's going to be, so you better be prepared.
Right, and you
better be prepared. That's it.
It just means the world to me. I was talking to the owner of Side Splitters, and it's just, for comics at my level, features and like stuff, it's almost impossible unless someone takes a chance on you. And like you took a chance on me, Josh takes me out, takes a chance on me, but it's such a struggle right now to like get that opportunity, and I'm a lot luckier than most. So this is my second time at this club, and it's just you know, I've heard you talk about it, like when people aren't giving you the chance, when someone finally does, like I would, if the owner of Side Splitters asked me to kill a guy, I probably would. Like it means a lot.
You know, Lee, listen, this is what people don't know. I'm not taking a chance with you when I take you out at all. Comedy is not a funny business. Comedy is not a movie business. Comedy is none of the above. People don't know comedy is a karma business. And how many people said to me, hey, I remember people calling me that were fucking stars and going, you got 30 minutes. And I'm like, I got about 16 and a half. But I'll fucking give them my best. And they didn't take a chance on me. They just said, come on, I work with worst people. Come on down there. And that's what comedy's about. It's not about the funniest guy. That's great. It's the guy. It's a karma business. It's a universal business. The universe watches. So just when you're ready to hang yourself, that's when that club calls you. Hey, we gotta, and they call you in a bad situation, but you don't give a fuck. Because if they would have called you, and any other time in your life, you tell them to go suck your dick, but don't call you like Friday or 2. You already got plans with mama, but this is your chance. Right. Oh, you got a headlining at whatever, you know, Gotham, whatever. And this is what I tell people. Answer that fucking phone. Answer that fucking phone. Because that could be Paramount. You don't even know. That could be anybody. Answer that phone. But I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud that you stuck with it, you know. And you have a direction. A lot of people just are running around like a fucking crazy Indian. Not you. You have a direction. You ask questions. You ask a lot of questions. Amen. Yeah, you ask a lot of questions. I try. Yeah. Listen, you gotta ask questions. You know, it's like when you're a feature actor. You know, they say, hey, you're gonna work with Attell this weekend. And like you remember a joke that Attell had in one of his specials. And like the second night you get comfortable with him, you can ask him creepy questions. How'd you write that joke? I heard he's got a fucking new joke. Oh, really? That he says, listen, I know you're not going to like me after I say this. But he goes, there's times you got to use the N-word. He goes, I know that people are going to get mad at me for using the N-word, but I'm not going to say it. Newark Airport. People fucking buy it. Oh, he's the best. Yeah, but it's like, Nobody takes a chance on you. It's a karma business. We've all been there. Unless you're an insensitive fuck, you don't remember that you bombed for 8 years. George, how many times did you see me bomb? That's what it is. Yeah, and nobody remembers the bomb 20 years ago. Nobody's gonna remember. Who gives a fuck? Keep going, keep going, keep going. And some people can't handle it. Some people gotta get therapy. Some people, they can't handle a rejection. And that's fine. That's when you put your fireman helmet on and you fucking go to battle. And you did it. And I'm proud of you. How long is it? 9 years?
I'm in my 8th year right now. 8 years. So I'm trying.
And it's really 6 years. Right. Because for 2 years you walk around like a fucking idiot anyway. I did. Yeah. The first 2 years I walked around like an idiot. Then I made a plan. Then I attacked. And here we are fucking 90 years later. But it doesn't matter how long the journey took. Because the journey's all when I'm in that casket. That's all I'm going to remember. Is that fucking journey, how great it was. My car breaking down, having to sleep with some chick with one eye, gas money, you got to do all this crazy shit, but that's part of the fucking journey. And that's why I signed up for this. After I read the one fucking crazy guy's book, he lived in the hotel in the city, Lenny Bruce, and he fucking hung out with strippers at night, the shit, he shot heroin. I'm in. Good. What's the alternative? I'm going to carry a suitcase to New York every day with a little bag and an apple in it. I'm going to fucking shoot myself. I'll jump off that fucking bridge. I don't blame you. This is how we did it. This is how we do it, cocksuckers. You got to go for broke every goddamn day. Give me a minute. We'll be right back with my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro. Hey, Uncle Joe here. If you're looking for a complete meal without a sink full of dishes, Yule is your answer. It's perfectly balanced meal that tastes like a milkshake, bottled up and ready to go wherever you go. Their black edition ready to drink has a whopping 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, lots of fiber and low sugar so you can stay fueled up. I love the iced coffee. I love the chocolate. My wife likes the iced coffee more than me. She puts it on ice, and what do you got? You got yourself 7 grams of protein. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today with this exclusive offer for new customers. Ready for this? 15% off by pressing in my exclusive code church@Yule.com. That's 15% off for all new customers with code CHURCH, CHURCH, @Yule.com. See show descriptions for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition. Try Yule today for a complete nutrition bottle. And it comes in a lot of flavors. Again, Yule. It's tremendous. We're back. Anyway, we got my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro, Staten Island Zone. What's happening, buddy?
Dude, there's a D in the beginning of that.
Which one?
Alessandro.
Okay, what did I say? Alessandro, I don't fuck.
I gotta bust balls, everybody does it.
Eric, sir, Staten Island. You know he likes you when he gets your name wrong. People still come up to me and tell me I'm the director from Israel. I'm not a director. I'm not from Israel. We have a friend named Agostino. He calls him D. Agostino. Yeah, that's how we know. That's how you know he likes you. Is when the name is wrong.
I don't know. I'm sorry if that was
maybe I have a friend Alessandro. That's why.
It's fine. No one cares.
What's happening, brother?
What's up, man? Thank you so much for having me. I have to tell you, last year you said something really nice about me on your podcast that I was blown away, man. That was really sweet of you. Thank you so much.
Well, I never heard of you until I moved to Jersey. You know,
sounds about right.
Then I moved here. My neighbors were from
Staten Island.
What part of it?
Staten Island?
No, the part where you're from. Not where.
Oh, the North Shore.
North Shore.
North Shore, Staten Island.
Where's the bakery at?
That's in the North Shore.
Malone.
Yeah, Port Richmond.
Malone. All right, so they're from that area. And they asked me if I had seen you. And I go, no, at that time I just moved here. Come on here. I just left Comedyville. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just left LA. We were surrounded in your neighborhood. And I'm like, no, I don't know who that is. And then one day you popped up and it was an interesting video, and you were selling. You know, you were like, listen, come to my show. But it just wasn't you in front of a fucking brick wall, like I told Lydia that these guys are all doing these videos. All right, I'm in whatever. Well, they try to come at you like, yeah, I'm sitting here at the park. Don't forget to come take a talk. Nobody wants to see that shit.
Yeah,
you gotta grab me. You gotta fucking grab me. You gotta sit on the toilet with a newspaper, smoking a joint. Hey, what are you doing this weekend? I'm like, that's what people remember. And you were actually doing that. You were doing all these videos. You did one where you called somebody that was Tony Soprano on the other line Fucking dying. I'm like, holy shit. And I said it. This is what I saw on this podcast. I go, I'm happy that you're doing comedy, and I hope you like it and everything. But I don't think this is where you're going to end up.
Oh, man. Thank you.
Just don't think you're going to end up in comedy. You might do comedy for 8 or 9 years, and then something big's going to come your way. You're a director.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Director. I know these videos, you know, and I know what I see, and I can't shoot videos like that. Not even that thought. Like, you just have something that's very creative. I can tell that you take your time.
Oh, yeah.
You take your time with stuff, and you're always prepared because you're always shooting a video for that next week.
Yeah.
Or something. Not even that day you put up with the baby. You know, it's always something different. And comedy, listen, I love comedy because you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
You can act, you can direct, you can produce, you can do it all.
Yeah.
Like, I always look to the comic, I'm like, people like, you're a comedian, right? I learned on the corner, cracking jokes, and people walk by, you say stupid things. I wonder what her ass smells like. You say stupid shit, and your friends fucking laugh. And you know, that's it. Now you're doing it in a big fucking spectrum, and you're like, these fucking idiots too.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't go to, there's no training for stand-up. It's just a bunch of jerk-offs talking shit in the corner. And all of a sudden, like, I know what I can't do and what I could do. But one night I was watching Roseanne Barr on Larry King, and she had thrown out the writers from her show, The Christmas Party, when she hit #1. And he asked, he goes, why didn't you throw those? No, he didn't throw out the writers. She threw out the staff of ABC, not allow them into our party. Like, most people get fired for that. She was like, out. Because you guys are just a bunch of bad idea motherfuckers and all this shit. And she goes, what the networks forget is that we've been doing what they've been doing better.
Oh,
we
yeah.
produce, direct, we write, we choreograph, every move is planned. It looks untrained to the consumer. They're like, oh my God, no, we planned that movie. From touching my nose to fucking grabbing my knee, everything is fucking, you already have it planned. And you're on your way. Like, I was, listen, I started doing comedy, I was end up a comedian. Nowhere in my life did I ever go, well, I'm going to direct now. A little hat with a fucking thing and try to get financing. Come on, give me a break, but you're my friend. You're young, you got the world by the balls, you're doing it perfectly, you know, your nose ain't wide open. You know, you're not living in LA, you're right here. Taking your time, brewing, big weight, fucking to throw that Italian bomb. just pull that grenade and fucking whip it. So,
yeah, I mean, I tried the LA thing. It was all right, but I think that, like, I just really saw the, you know, the wide open road that was the internet. You know, like, it's one of those things. I tried to get out of the Comedy Store, tried to do Laugh Factory when I was living out there, and I noticed that it was all politics. It was all like this thing where you had to play their specific game, and I was just like, I've never done that. So, like, I just figured a different way to do it, you know. And I think I'm like an editor at heart. I love editing, and so I guess I just went with like what I was good at, you know. And then stand-up actually came after that. But yeah, man, I definitely want to do a lot of shit. I think that might have held me back though, because I've always wanted to do too many things. Like, I like making music. I like doing serious stuff. I like doing silly stuff. And it was kind of, I have a lot of generals back in the day with like agents or cast directors. Like, what do you want to do? What's the one thing? And I'd be like, I have no fucking idea. I can't pick one thing. I'm all over the place, kind of. And so, yeah, I'm a little older than people might think I am, but I'm not. No, I'm not that old.
You look like you're 28 for me.
I can still play it off.
So that fucking works for me. You know.
Yeah, man.
But listen, man, this is a journey.
Oh yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Anything can happen along the way. You pick up a little dough. Mom is happy, the baby's happy, but then you're allowed because of your freedom. Oh, you have so much fucking freedom in the daytime. You come up with whatever the fuck.
Dude, I was thinking about that today. I was like, man, because I'm always stressed about my career because, like, you know, it's not where I come from. Everybody's a cop, garbage man, something secure, right, with the pension benefits, and I got none of that shit. You know, I fucking pay $2,000 a month for health insurance, and it's dog shit. I don't even have dental, so it's scary. But like, I was playing with my son today in with my wife in my living room, and I was like, man, it's fucking 9 a.m. We're just playing around. Like, even if it wasn't like that financially rewarding, which it is, even if it wasn't, I'm like, I would trade this. Dave Chappelle once said, when his dad asked him, like, when he wanted to be a comedian, and he was like, well, Dad, if I can make as much money as a teacher doing comedy, that sounds pretty good. So I was like, that's a great way to look at that. If I could do if I could make what my friends make, working fucking, not even a quarter, I don't even know what the hell compared, I don't know how many hours a year do I work. I have no idea. It's low. So, like, it's such a blessing. And yeah, like you said, man, it's a journey. And even in the dark times, you look back and it's like, fuck it, that was worth it because of X, Y, Z, or you got an idea from it, you know. And like living a regular life is so important. When I lived in LA, man, it was so many, like, my wife, she worked at this place in West Hollywood, and all of her friends wanted to be actors, directors, and stuff. And I never did shit. I never went out. I never got drunk. I only wrote. It's all I did, morning to night. I wrote constantly. And I would see them out, like, I want to direct. And I'm like, then why the fuck are you here? Why are you here? Why are you hanging out here? You should be working on it. And I think in LA, it's easy to get, like, lost in everybody just up each other's ass and trying to, like, pretend they're doing something, rather than, like, I like going to TJ Maxx with my wife. I'll hear some woman on Staten Island say something crazy. I'm like, oh, that's fucking hysterical. And it's real life that we all live, you know? Like, we were at Target one time, and this lady was arguing with her wife, and the dad just goes, can you fucking shut the fuck up for 2 seconds? And I was like, this is incredible. This is a real person. It was amazing. So, like, yeah, man, it's hard, but it's the fucking greatest.
You can't get into any of the 3 clubs in Hollywood without your manageable.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, that's the main thing. Like, your managers go high. You know, what if it's like for Smith and Wallenda? I want to see if we get Lisa at a showcase or how it works, you know. And that's a big one. Now, when I got to LA, you could just call the talent director and go, I want them to put me on the list. You have 2 references? Yeah, this guy and that guy. Yeah. Okay, you're on the list. I'll see you in fucking 2 years. So at least it worked now.
Oh, wow, really? It was like a waiting list?
Oh, when I got to the Laugh Factory, I did the store the first night. I got in town like at 6. Took a shower, went to Acapulco, all you could eat. And went right to the fucking store. And then the next morning I got up, it was Tuesday, and I went to the Laugh Factory and stood on line outside. You have to wait out there until what's his name brings you waters and shit. And I remember going in there, and he's like, I'm not going to showcase you, but call the receptionist in the morning to show. It was January of '97. My showcase was October.
Wow. Holy shit.
And that was then. I don't even know what it would be like now.
Now that doesn't exist.
So now you have to go there, have like a recommendation.
Yeah.
You know, maybe your agent calls if you're with like one of the big 3 or the big 4, and then you get put in. That's where it's very political, I think. That somebody that's just a hustler, that's a fucking funny motherfucker, can't just call and go, hey man, give me a shot.
I saw when I went for the 2 things pissed me off. One being, like, I guess a New Yorker who's just like impatient, and the other thing was, like, there's a potluck. They do that for the Comedy Store. You put your name in a hat. But then, like, the same 7 names are always on the list. Right. So it's like, well, that's not really random. And they also make you leave. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't leave. So it's like, you got to sign up at 5. They don't put out the list till 7:30. So if I'm like a bartender or a waitress or something, I have to now either leave twice or wait around for 2.5 hours or whatever it is, an hour and a half, and wait to see if I'm picked, where they can have a text message list. It could be like, I can run in, put my name in that, and then run back to work, continue my shift, and if I get a text like, you were selected, then it's like, all right, I can leave. But like, it was just like a weird, like, unnecessary thing. I remember being like, I have all these jokes I want to do, but like, I can either do them maybe, I don't know, once every 6 months if they pick me, or I could just fucking say them to my phone. And 20,000 people will see it, and that's kind of how I just like hustled that way, you know. Like, I was constantly writing, but I was really writing bits that I would do at like open mics and shit, and then I would try to figure out a way. Because other than that, I don't know how people would do it. Like you said, I don't know if you can have your manager call. I don't know if you can have your agent. I don't know how the hell it works.
Yeah, that's how the best way is to have somebody with Simon to comment from there, like Bill Burr or something like that. But it's funny. And I'm gonna tell you something. Those 2 hours they make you wait are the fucking worst 2 hours of your life because you're sitting around with mental health patients.
Exactly.
They're all mental health people, though. Chakalaka come up with a shopping cart and he give you no allow me to out the garbage. Dog, Sunday nights at the store. That's mental health, Bill. That's right there. Listen, I need mental health issues. Like my man said, if you're a comedian, a musician, you're always teetering on the mental health thing. The people who go to those open mics on Sunday, woo, there used to be a girl that used to go there every week, change her wigs. And sometimes while she was there, she would change wigs. And I asked her, why do you change wigs? She's like, that's whatever I feel. Look it up.
Because LA has the combination of crazy and also American Idol. So like here, there's just some guy outside of 7-Eleven like, yo, they get $1. There, it's I'm gonna be a star and I'm fucking crazy. So you'll see somebody like I saw a guy riding a bicycle playing a tuba in LA. A homeless guy. One of the funniest things outside of Trader Joe's on Vine, I think, he was just playing a guitar with like a box asking for change, and there was one string on the guitar. He wasn't even playing, he was just strumming it. Just a crazy fucking guy. So like, but now though, man, like at the Comedy Store too, like it's so like, I don't want to say corporate because that's a bad word.
It is corporate.
But like, so many people are there that it's like Disney World versus when you went, it was just like a comedy club.
It was a comedy.
Now it's like
dirty comedy.
Yes.
Run by the inmates.
Yes. Now it has like a clean.
From 97 to 2006 when I left, it was us. You went behind the bar. You fucking made a drink. I'd be on the outside line making long distance calls. You know, it was fucking, it was like fucking. There was a guy who sold coke there. Everything was there for you, one-stop shopping. And then it got cleaned up. Even before I left, it was a great club. There was still a little, because of so many lunatics were there at that time, there was still a little, now,
it was still a little dirty.
It was still a little dirty.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very, you have to appease to a lot of different people.
Oh, yeah.
You have to, because if not, they feel like they're not part of it, and then they'll fucking call like somebody on you.
Yeah.
We live in a world that if anybody doesn't get a chance, and listen, when you're in that business, chances come few and far between. So, but these people put themselves in a bad position, and they go there and they expect something. And now, you know, it's like you asked me a question if I got into the Comedy Cellar, and I said, no, nothing against the Comedy Cellar. It's a great club. But A, I don't want to start over again, and B, it's a different type of club.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They have to make people happy, especially down there. I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to make people laugh. Oh, yeah. So when you want to get a brick wall and some pot smoke and maybe a mouse to go by, you call me.
Yeah.
Call me.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And put funny on stage, whether they're midgets, white, black, green, purple. I don't care what color they are, but they better be funny. Don't put them on because you feel I have to put these people on to make everybody. It's I don't know what do they call that shit? They call it. They give to the African Americans years ago. What is it?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Comedy now. Well, wait a second. I can't put 4 funny guys now. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a Chinese guy that's missing an eye. Number 2, because
gotta look like a college textbook.
Right. The Disabilities Act. They're not there. I gotta put a black guy. God forbid I don't put a Latino guy. John Leguizamo will be going off on the Instagram, right? You know, and that's what you have. I just want 15 funniest people who call me tonight. When you go back to that format, call me.
It's also guys who are constantly there. People who don't go home and like live at the club, they also get good spots because they don't.
Yeah, that was me. That was us. We all hung out at a fucking comedy club at one point. That was your life. What are you gonna go home for? To watch a black and white TV's Little Neighbor. So the landlord knocks on your door and tell you to rent this dude 3 weeks ago. I'm not going home. I'm gonna go home when he goes to bed at 10 o'clock. Then I go home. But no, it's just listen. You're always gonna have your favorites. You're always gonna have these things, and I can take that, but I'm not gonna take that I'm losing the spot because you got to put somebody in there to appease the audience. I'm not doing that. I don't want to be a part of that. I came up. If you're funny, you belong. If you're not funny, go somewhere else. Go to street clubs. Go to a mental institution. They'll fucking love you. You know? Yeah. Of course, you know, I think that the cities have gotten very. The cities have gotten very. What is that?
Politically correct.
Politically correct.
Yeah.
You know, if you go anywhere on the 20th Street, I'm gonna get booed. First of all, I'm a fucking dinosaur. I don't belong at those clubs, those colleges.
I fucking love you, Joe. Come on.
But no, you know, it's a young man's game. I'm like out there with white hair, missing tooth, and try to be funny.
Yeah, but they love you. You know they love you.
Look, these new kids don't love anybody. They love knock-knock jokes. They, you know, you say fag. You know, I can't. Why did they talk in your house? Did they all fucking just wear fucking slippers? And, you know, that's what you have now. These kids, listen, dog, I have nieces. And they tell me, like, when I say fucking off-color shit, they make believe they don't hear it because they love me. That's not even in their world anymore. It's not even in their fucking realm the way we spoke. You can't speak like this now anymore. These kids have a heart attack. Oh, they'll go, you remind me of my Uncle Louis. Then I'm in. My Uncle Louis spoke like that. Went to jail for 80 years. Then I'm in. But besides that, it's just...
I think I will push back a little bit. I think it depends. Like I go to New York Comic Club all the time. I've been really happy with the audiences. Like I think people want comedy. I think that shit is. I think it's dying a little bit.
Yes, it is.
For sure. And I think that you would fucking crush, man. They like because you're joking. I think that's been up. People are aware of that again. For some weird time between like 2015, obviously during like the crazy shit of like COVID, people started to believe the shit people were saying as if like it wasn't a joke. I'm good friends with Brian Holtzman, and like how could you not? This guy's just screaming just the craziest shit. How could you not realize he's the sweetest guy in the world? Like how do you not know he's joking? I think that people are like, I don't know, at least comedy fans for sure, man. If you look at all the top comedians, it's real comics. It's not many like corporate people who are like really appeasing the shit that you were talking about. Like, you know, Kill Tony's bigger than ever. And, you know, just, I don't know. Shane Gillis, like, is a great example of like people not giving a fuck anymore. Even SNL was like, we fucked up, you know, like maybe we were a little too hard on this kid, and he like has like an open door policy there.
Everybody fucked up when they got on that board because you let me know you're fucking scared. And listen,
that's true.
Trying to run a business, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I understand that, but you have to make a decision. You know, I still remember 20. When did I start going to Utah? Utah. Okay. That club was great. Is that the way you talking about?
Talking about Wise Guys?
Wise Guys.
Oh, yeah, I love that club.
Okay, let me tell you what happened at Wise Guys. In 1997, Doug Stanhope went to Wise Guys when they just had one club, and the owner was struggling, and he needed Doug Stanhope went to that town. And that's when he was on fire. And he went to that town and fucking buried him. He buried him so hard that they wrote letters to the Department of the Better Business Bureau and the fucking Utah's Commerce. Doug Stanhope had all the letters on his wall.
I think you meant like he killed. No, he just went after them.
No, he destroyed the room. At that time, he was a killer.
Oh, yeah.
And when they robbed his car, he still went on stage and won the San Francisco Comedy Competition every day. Doug Stanhope was a fucking killer.
Wow.
When Doug Stanhope went on stage in 96, 7, 8, he wouldn't. One person would have a hard time following him. 3 people, he would destroy the improv. Oh my God, I would just go to watch his sets. Me and like 4 guys, because he would destroy those comics. They would leave. The one night where there was a benefit for a burn victim, and he didn't know the burn victim was in the front row with a fucking sailor hat on. Oh my God. Doug went into him, they banned him for a month. This is fucking classic shit. I was in Boston with him, there was a priest walking by, and he goes, Father, where you going? He goes, I gotta go to the back. No. I got a tit fuck joke. It's gonna knock your socks off. Dog, he was on fire back then. He went to fucking Utah and did one of those hours, and they wrote a bunch of fucking letters, and the guy was, what's his name, Nelson? What's the owner?
Is it Keith?
Keith Nelson. I kept sending him the letters, and he's like, never again will I have a R-rated comic out here from 1997. Finally, in like 2012, I just fucking sent him a note, and I go, Keith, how long we know each other? He goes, pick up the phone, I call him, I go, Keith, when are you gonna start putting fucking crazy people out there again? He goes, well, you remember what happened? Well, that shit's done with. People want to see you running with these fucking ukulele players. That's when he used to have guitar acts. Got the one-man band for New Year's. Come on, you kill him. Just watching your schedule, I'm falling apart. Let's take a chance. He goes, I'll tell you what, you want to come? I'll give you a fucking door deal now, but you're not going to sell no tickets. I fucking sold that motherfucker out. And then he got greedy, and he put the other kid in there, and he bumped me to the little room. The other kid sold 4 tickets, and he was trying to get me back in the big one. I'm like, fuck you now. And he's like, stay Saturday. I'm like, fuck you. They showed up with pounds of weed. Utah. They showed up with pounds of weed. Some kid showed up with a bag of edibles and give everybody on. It was insane. I was like, I'm coming back here, man. And he brought the towel. Oh, wow. He took a couple chains. Like, I don't know. I don't think bring the towel down there. And then he brought a towel. He brought the crazy lady. And now look at the schedule. He ain't got a fucking clean act in that bitch. He's got all the crazy people on that thing. He opened up 3 other clubs. Yeah. He's got Vegas and something else. So who was right? Who was fucking wrong? You know, you don't go to ViralRabbi.
No, not yet.
Oh, wait till you get there. No. Oh, really? We have the most churches per capita. What are you talking about? I saw a bunch of black people selling crack on the corner. What church? They tell you. They're like, yeah, we gotta be careful here. We got the most churches per capita. This is a church growing. We're not gonna book you. And they booked Jay Leno for the Grand Rapids Comedy Festival. They sold 13 tickets. They said, wow, bro, they paid him like $1 million. Oh, yeah. Came back with 3 tickets or something. No Christians. So they used to be booked by this guy he's booking Michigan, Ohio since I started. He had great clubs when I started. He wouldn't book me in them, but he had great clubs. Now his sons are running it, and they're like 2 fucking Mormons. So I walk in, and they're like, they're gonna have me. I'm like, what's up, dog? You're not gonna sell no tickets this weekend. Okay. And there was 90% door deal, one of those. Oh, yeah. And the tickets just kept, when they paid me on Saturday, I had tears in their eyes. They wouldn't even call my agent back. They were like, God damn it. I told you, there's a market for this. Yeah. But if you're scared, Portland, Oregon, they won't put a dirty act on that guy. His mother goes to the shows. So she watches the first show on, so you got to perform for his mother in the first row. And she has no laughs from 1922. She just stares at you. You're like, I'm done. I need this shit. What if I want to do a cock joke in front of you? Oh, I'll fire you.
Which way do I helium?
No way.
Because helium's good.
Helium's great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the only place I'll eat ranch dressing. They have spicy ranch.
Yeah, food, you're right. They have really good food. I forgot about that. That was hilarious.
This club was called Harvey's. It's still there. They pay for the room. It's a nightmare. He's still living on fucking. He's probably got the guy with the tuba on the bike there. He's another guy for New Year's. Got like a 9-string band. This is comedy.
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking comedy. Why do you have a one-man band? The guy with the.
Yeah. That's what they want to see, I guess. They like that stuff.
Where's the first place you got on stage?
First place was in the Laughing Buddha in the city. It's an open mic.
Really?
Yeah, there was probably, I don't know, it was in 2014. There was probably 7 other comics in there. The open mics are just...
Was Grandpa still around when you started?
Nah, that's been closed for a while. There was a comedy club on Staten Island that was... I don't even know when that closed. I was a kid when that closed. I wished. My first 10, 15 minutes was in this place. It's not there anymore either. What the fuck was it called? The Looney Bin. It was on Staten Island for a small time.
That was a comedy club chain. That was a chain.
No, it was next to a bowling alley. Pete Davidson also started there. It was a disaster. I don't think it's there anymore. Staten Island's not really a place you want to start doing comedy, right? So like, yeah, anywhere I would do really anywhere in Manhattan. I did Broadway, random ass places, bars, anywhere that I could go really. But my first was in Laughing Buddha, which isn't there anymore.
Yeah, well, it's a group now.
Really?
They do. Oh, I do their shows. I'm doing.
Where there was one by the cellar. What was the?
Oh well, it's I mean, if it's the same group, they do open mics at every club. I'm doing a show at the Stand on the 28th that they're running.
Oh, you know, they had like their own location.
Oh, they had their own location. I don't think they have that anymore, but they have like a group of shows that they run all the time.
It was great, man. It was really awesome. It was very helpful. Like, you know, I mean, I don't know where else. I mean, open mics are tough because it's just a bunch of comics who are just not paying attention to you because they're nervous about going on. So, like, I was always thinking, like, I wonder how I'll even know if these are funny. If no one's even, you'll get like a random. Well, that's it.
That's you're killing it at open mic.
Yeah.
I got like the best advice I got from open mics was we have a friend named Johnny Rock, and he said like you can't go expecting like any sort of feedback because sometimes if you kill it at open mic, it's bad. Sometimes if you go at an open mic and everyone thinks they're Doug Stanhope and they're like all the comics are laughing, that's never gonna work at the Improv or whatever.
Very true.
So, like the open mics, like you were talking about open mics. There was an open mic last night at Side Splitters after my show. This 80-year-old dude, it looked like someone took a bite out of his nose. He had a bloody Band-Aid on his nose and had like 2 teeth in his mouth. And I was just talking to me about all the 4-somes and 5-somes he had when he was in his 30s. There are people it doesn't matter what city you're in. Open mics. I did an open mic here where you know the Naked Cowboy in Times Square? There's the Naked Cowgirl, but she's about 70 years old and took her tits out at an open mic. And it was one of the fun. It's insanity.
Can't we do that on the live show?
No, you can't.
Like I said, mental health.
Yeah.
There's a thin line. And listen, I enjoy open mics. But in today's world, you have to do a background check. Like, you have to have, like, the fucking thing at the door. Hold on, put your fingerprint in there. Let me check your wrist for bracelets or slashes. They're fucking crazy, man. And listen, that's what makes you funny.
Oh, yeah.
You know, being a little off your looper, I mean, I don't do what I do because I'm fucking normal. There's a problem. Something was wrong with the wiring. So a little bit of crazy is good, but there's one level that's past that you're like
100%.
This is not, and that's why open mics are brutal. Listen, man, I went to an open mic last week in Frio at a motel. It's like a glamour flight open mic. They have a headliner and the first 8 guys, you know, they were funny. They all have a chance. You know, I'm not there. I'm not guilt on it. But I was like, I don't miss these days at all. Like this shit. Doing 3 of these a night and getting tortured. I don't miss these at all. I would go back. I'd get so... Listen, I was a coke fiend when I was starting doing comedy, but it didn't matter because I get so depressed. I needed to start comedy. I needed it. I was like, how long is this going to last? How am I going to ever move forward?
It's kind of amazing thinking that people keep going, right? For how long it's like that for? Isn't that fucking like crazy? That
here's the deal, Eric. It's that long for as long as you let it be that long. Okay, that long for as long as you let it. One day you have to make the decision, go, you know what, I'm not doing these no more. But I also came up at a different time. I came up at a time where George, me, you, and Lee, we did comedy. We're all about the same range, 5, 6, 7 years. But guess what? You got a room on Tuesdays, and he gives you a $400 budget. He's got a room on Mondays that gives him a $250 budget. I got a room that gives me $500 every other Thursday, and he's got a room on Wednesdays. And it was more of that. When I went back, I started comedy. I won a contest, and I got the house on Sea Job, and that helped. So I didn't have to go to the open mic in Denver at the Comedy Works. I would just do that on Tuesdays. Then I left and I came here. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was brutal. I had to sell tickets to the comic strip. I had to there was no parking in those days. They would give you 40 tickets, you sold 20, and you got the money, whatever. I sold all those and didn't give nothing to the comic strip. Then I blew off my fucking audition. Fuck you. You got me out here selling tickets like a pimp. And everybody you had to bring 4 people.
Yeah.
8 people, 6 people. I would do it every once in a while. I don't have no people. You can't keep bothering your people.
I know. Seriously, how many are they going to come to?
You know, how many shows are they going to come to? And they put you on 11:40. These people got to stay out till 11:40. They got kids and shit. Just 10 more minutes and I'll be out. If you leave, they won't put me out. Come on, man. So when I went back to Denver, I was very lucky because the people I hung out with each had a room. So you never, ever ended up, and even the open mics that they had, they always hire the headliner to give it, you know, so the guy does 40, 2 guys perform up 15, and everybody else does 10, then 3 open micers do 5, you know, give the show some balance. I was very fortunate there. So I left those things in 93. I never did one of those things ever again. And then I had another scam. When I would do the contest to invite my friends, I would get drugs, and they would call me for the drugs, and I said, "No, you got to come to the comedy show."
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Oh my God,
that's fucking brilliant.
And they would get pissed the fuck off. And they would give me the $50 for the half gram, and go, "That's 20 for the ticket." No, they don't 20 there for the ticket. That's completely different. You got to come down here because there's no cops in here. And they would go, "What are you talking about? The feds are watching me, brother." And they would fucking buy into it. But if you come in here, this is a certified hotel, they won't come in there. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's how I won the contest. Come on down. You want Xanax? Come on down. I'll sell you all the Xanax you got. What time? 6:30? No. 8:30 at the broker. Yeah. Why the broker? I got my reasons, the connections there. Noriega's on the East.
But if you don't laugh, you're not getting the drugs.
Yeah, you don't get the drugs.
I was going to say, are they a good audience? All like just feeding for us? Yeah.
Give me a bunch of junkies that want to laugh. All I got to say is fucking coke. I was killing it. That's how I won that contest. I just had my friends there. Fucking, that's American ingenuity, right?
Yeah, bro, that's fucking amazing. I mean, barking is crazy. That's crazy. I never had to do that.
You like it? And here's the I haven't done it in the city. There's a club in Saratoga, New York that they don't do the show unless there's like 9 people. So I had to do it a bunch for that. And for like an hour, it's fun. I have a bunch of friends who do it like on a nightly basis for clubs. I actually kind of, but let's see, like for someone at my level, it's like one of the few ways you can actually get into places. So I'm actually thinking about doing it. But I do like it because it's like kind of like crowd work in real life. True. You get to tease people.
Yeah. And if you get beat up, you don't want to fucking bark around.
I don't want to do shit, but I gotta do something.
You don't want to be barking at people. Like, hey, come into it. That's like, when I started, people would go, something. What? Like you land, I go to Wyoming, and they go, yeah, there's 10 tickets. Go to the mall, walk the girl, sell tickets. I'm not doing this. All right, that's not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between like
what you gonna do. You have to write this lose your mind.
For sure, no, for sure.
They get the suckers. You gotta start saying no.
Yeah, and I think that like there are some like purists out there, I think, that believe like, well, that's just what you have to do for comedy, and I disagree with like a lot of them, especially because I think I came up in a time where the impact of the internet was just too goddamn strong, you know. Like, I always saw that as just like, if I can get you to come because you like something, if I suck as a stand-up, that you'll find out immediately. Like, I think it's almost kind of hard, not harder, but like, you know, in the NBA now, a 7-footer shoots a fucking 3-pointer. Like, that didn't happen when I was growing up. No, it didn't happen. Pitchers didn't throw 103 miles an hour when I was growing up. Now you have to like, I feel like you almost have to be better, quicker, because, or if you do have a good following online, because they're gonna come like, oh, that guy sucks, he's just funny on Instagram, you know. But if you can capitalize off that, if you have the chops and if you have like the background, it can speed the process up. What used to take 10 years, it could take a year. You know, as long as you're getting up as much as you possibly can and like and writing the jokes. But I feel like there's a lot of people, I think, who get famous off of like shit, like a skit or a TikTok or something. And then they start doing stand-up. It doesn't translate. No, it's a completely different thing. You have to already be doing that. But I think, like, do you post stand-up clips?
A little bit. It's something that I haven't I struggle a lot with if it's not perfect, I don't post it.
Yeah, that's a bad attitude to have.
It's a terrible
It's never
attitude.
even perfect. No clip I've ever posted I thought was good.
None?
Yeah, I'm always like, I wish I would have said this differently. Because I'm editing it in my house, of course, I can make it right. But like, you know, somebody fucking stood up in front of the camera on the wrong time. And,
I know.
Coughed or whatever, you know. But I think just throw shit out.
I have 2 up there, and I need to have more. And I'm gonna start. I need to do a lot more. It's my biggest weakness right now.
Yeah.
You were talking about the internet. Listen, the internet saved you from this. You ever go somewhere, you see somebody post to the sign, I get a party Friday night at 8 o'clock, be there, it'll be squished. We'll put some flyer on the card. When I can buy an ad, hit one button. I love what the internet did for comedy. Because I'll tell you what, without the internet, I wouldn't be in this chair.
Dude.
Yeah. I would not have been anywhere. But I tell you what, it wasn't just the internet. It was the 20 years experience.
Oh, of course.
So they all met at the same time. Okay, they all met at the same time. This was strong. This was strong. You know, I don't know if anybody's watching. I don't know if you even like Led Zeppelin. I mean, they're on Netflix now. That documentary I was talking about on Netflix. Watch it. It shows 4 fucking guys that just were lurking around and they just got together. And the rest is fucking history. And that's what it is sometimes. People don't understand. It's like I was really upset when I did The Longest Yard. Like 2 years. I'm like, I didn't get shit. Everybody else got something. Fucking the guy got Everybody Loves Raymond. This guy got that. Fucking I didn't get anything. And then the producer said to me, he goes, all that shit grows in cultures. Okay, nobody's watching that right now, but someday you're gonna have an HBO special. And then people are gonna go, what else has he been in? Well, well, you did Mad TV in 2001, but nobody knew you were. Bam.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all that shit. Just so you don't know what you're doing.
Definitely do.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You could do a fucking movie with De Niro and Pacino, count the money, call your cousin in Staten Island and tell them I'm buying a house on Cotton Hill. You know what I'm saying? I'm slinging dick, get some Asians. It's over. And that movie don't do dick. I just watched Alto Nights. Did you watch it yet?
No.
De Niro, Alto Nights, not bad, but they expected De Niro to win an Oscar, and the movie did $3 in movie theaters. And that happens. That fucking happens where you're like, oh, when this movie comes out, bitches, they'll be sticky, you know. And the movie does $3. And now what? You fucking have to sit in your house with the shades drawn for a year.
Nah, totally.
You know, you have to sit in the house. So it's not, even if an achievement is bad, it's going to come back later. And they'll come back in a positive way because somebody always go, you can't blame Eric. He was just early then. That was 20 years, Eric. You can't blame him for that bad movie. No, you can't blame me for a bad movie. But you know what I'm saying now. Everything has to be. As far as the internet today, man, you're absolutely right, Eric, and you're very good at it. You're very good at it. I know if you have good ticket sales, you built that though also.
Dude, I've been doing this a lot longer.
Shit. You gotta build those videos. The problem with video, here's the difference between you and what's going on in LA. You ready? These fucking idiots. They go to NYU, film. And then they go out, they're gonna go work in their father's company for a year. But they tell that no, just give me 1 year in LA. I want to go out and join Groundlings or whatever the fuck you join. Yeah, because their junior year they started watching Saturday Night Live. And this is what happened in 2008, 2009, because I was a victim of that. So that's why I know. You get lucky in life. Back in 2008 and 9, if you shot a video and it got if it got 500,000 fucking views, you got a call from YouTube. Like YouTube would send you an email, and then they used to have trending videos and all this shit. Oh yeah. And those Joey Karates used to rock and roll, so people started calling me in for meetings and go, "Can you make more of those videos?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "Can you make them for us?" "Yeah, we'll give you 10 grand. Give me the 10 grand. And then they forget. They never even contact you for the videos. You have no idea. Holy shit. But what was happening with these kids were, these Saturday Night Live kids were getting a video, they do 1 million downloads, they get to LA, they meet with everybody, they get money to make more. When you step on shit, you step on shit.
Oh, yeah.
Just shut your fucking mouth. 100%. Because now you got everybody watching you for that next video, and that next video is going to suck dick. It's going to be a fucking disaster. Yeah. It's going to take another 100 shoots for you to get another fucking video. And then you just quit. You go, I can't make a hit no more. I'm getting every other video. And that's the fucking problem with videos. But you've done that. And even Vic. Like, after a while, you have to know when to place your videos. Because now you just become annoying. Now I'm going to turn on, all right, what's he going to have for me tonight? Like, when I wake up every morning, I look at Gabby For You. That's a girl from Miami that swims in a bikini, and she does bikini fucking modeling and shit in the morning. She's just a cute girl. She's not doing a rated X or nothing. But I like her because she's up early. She drinks orange juice. She's always positive and shit.
That's a pretty low bar.
She's always out there doing something at 7:30 in the morning. Whether it's jogging, she's lifting weights. I'm like, look at fucking Gabby For You today. If Gabby For You could do it, I could do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
fuck yeah.
There's always somebody who motivates you. Yeah. So maybe make exercise videos, whatever the fuck. I don't know. But that's what I look at. I always look at Gabby For You, and then second, what the Siamese family's doing. The two little Siamese twins, they grew up in front of me now. I play with them on the screen when I get high in the morning. My little gato.
He's looking around. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
You don't know what I'm talking about. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. There's two Siamese lovers.
Twins?
They're Siamese lovers. It's a page.
Were they connected?
No, they're just Siamese cats. You fuck.
Oh, cats.
Two little evil fucks. And then there's another one. Then there's another lady that does Bruno's. When she adopted Bruno the cat, Bruno was scratching her and killing her and shit. They had to come get him and put him like in a straitjacket, Bruno. But over the years, Bruno has matured into a beautiful little cat.
How much of your Instagram is just cats? Huh? Do you just see a lot of cats? I've never
just go forget it. I don't want to see none of your shit. I don't want to see one more stand-up sketch. I don't want to see nothing. I just want to see cats. Anybody who inspires Bruce Lee, I follow Bruce Lee on that. Every day he drops something on you, even though he's been dead. Every day Bruce Lee drops something on you. Life is breath, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy how like there's literally everything at all times.
Everything.
I told my wife about that with something I'm like, is that how did we trade? Because they always said like movies are like not as popular as they were, and it's like how do we trade? You know, movies like Superbad for power washing a driveway. Like that's literally what people will watch sometimes. Like, and I guess I don't know. I guess we are just monkeys at the end of the day.
I'm not gonna watch fucking political shit.
Oh no,
I don't want to hear about racism. Julio wasn't allowed in the fucking banjo store. That's not for me, man. I just want to see cats. That's it. I just want to see cats. If you got a dog, I go with a dog too. I got nothing against dogs. My father, a friend of mine, he's got a German Shepherd, and I got to see his ugly face. And I don't want to put up with him, his ugly family. But the German Shepherd's beautiful.
That's why I think it's thank God that like at the end of the day, like if I'm feeling like shit sometimes, or if I like, because posting is also like it's incredibly relentless, but like that's when I feel good about going to do a spot. I'm like, fuck yeah, there's a new bit working. I didn't really know have it together this like a week ago. Now I found a way to unlock it, and like it feels good to have like a viable, real skill, because it does feel like anybody can do internet videos now. Like you said, a fucking cat, right? It's like how am I supposed to? Yeah, sometimes like you put in all this work. A good friend of mine will do an incredible skit, and like they wrote it, they shot it, and nobody gives a fuck. And then something filmed with a fucking baked potato gets 50 million views because it was something silly that happened at the gym or whatever. So it's kind of hard. That feels so good to be able to like actually go, and because stand-up is still difficult to do. There's never going to be a way that's going to make it like, oh, anybody can do this. That's never going to happen. Where like AI it's coming for all entertainment. It's coming for fucking everything, but it can't replace in-person real connections, which stand-up. I mean, the other night there was a packed show. I showed up. I was hoping that like I did like 15 minutes. and it was a packed show. It was so much fucking fun, you know, and it makes up for all the shitty ones we had during that week, right? And it was just like, man, this is what I'm talking about. People are just there's an energy to that, and it's just the fucking greatest, man. Like, so I think that's like you always say, everything always comes around. I've been doing this shit for a long time, man, and like you also, like, Louis C.K. had something great about this. He said, like, when you shave enough of yourself down to fit the algorithm, you're not really making it for anybody anymore. You're making it for an algorithm.
You're making it for
you're not making it for people. And I think that's always like,
well, that's what happens that way. You're a funny
that's a good point.
You're a funny motherfucker. You get to LA because I've seen this happen. And all of a sudden your agent pulls you aside, a guy who has no idea about anything, and tells you that you're not going to sell a TV show with that material.
Yeah.
That you got to write material for your TV show. And you just killed yourself.
Yeah.
You just killed yourself. You're like, well, now you got to write these Mickey Mouse jokes that are definitely against your fucking will. That's why, to be really funny, you have to tap into yourself.
Yeah.
You have to say something that's sometimes going to be rubbish, but it's your truth. Stand up is your truth.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's your truth. And it's not people going, well, you know, if you, like, that's why I hate politics in stand-up. I hate it because in today's market, there's nothing you can say. I'm not political, I'm a felon, so I'm never going to drop no political jargon on you. But at the same time, I see people, no matter what way they go, you're going to be hated, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's no one else, so shut your fucking mouth. Even if you bring Trump up as a joke, somebody's going to. I've seen people get fucking furious and leave shows. Yeah, leave shows over political shit. Like I said, they said your mother has a wooden leg. You know, something stupid, but no. They just, I don't want to hear it. And that's what sucks. That I never really, that's why I love the Comedy Store. Because I always said what was in my heart. I didn't give a fuck. And the Laugh Factory don't want to hear it, fine. You go there and you want to see people jump up and down and be cute. That's good. The Improv, I would go there and always light them up because it's not that type of club. So when you go off a little bit, I would go off knowing that we're going to like me. So if you're not going to like me, take this.
Yeah.
Take this, motherfucker. And then they will end up liking you because it's your attitude.
Yeah.
They don't, it's all your attitude. They don't like. I know you're not going to like me. I know you guys like Zach Galifianakis, who I got nothing against. He's a great guy. But I'm not doing what he's doing. He's clean. He's crazy. And you go in there and drop your knowledge. However the fuck you got to drop it. And they'll go if they know you're real.
Yeah.
If you're up there with your cocktail, sitting there trying to be cool, they're like, fuck, dude, fuck this punk.
Yeah. I learned a lesson like that in Austin. I moved to Austin after LA, and that's when I was really into stand-up. And that was before Rogan opened the mothership, so we were doing a lot of shows. Did you go to the Vulcan at all?
No.
Yeah, but you know they were doing it there, right?
Yeah.
And it's a music venue. It's not really made for comedy. And like, dude, I would do the Death Squads with Red Band, and dude, they hated my guts. I had my man bun and my fucking tight jeans. They were like, they were ready to throw fucking chairs at me. They hated me so much. I'd go home and I'd be so depressed. I'm like, my God, how the fuck can I just get better at this? And like, I need to like change what I'm doing or whatever. And I think once I got on stage, I just tried to be who I was. They would get on board because I wasn't trying to like win them over from this superficial kind of way. It was more of just like, you got like, I would go like, I know you guys aren't gonna like me. I know you think I look gay. I know yada yada yada. And like they would like, all right, I fuck with that. Like Jim Brewer told me that actually when I opened for him once. But yeah, as long as you, there is this weird energy that took me a while to start shows that weren't mine, where I'd be like, the first 20 seconds, how you get on stage is really fucking important. Yeah, like how you take the mic stand, I take the mic out of the stand, how you introduce yourself.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's the whole get.
It's crazy. You can start off real shitty, and then no matter how good your material is, like, fuck this guy.
The walk. The way you pick up that mic.
Right?
You know, the way you talk to the MC, everything.
Yeah.
So crucial, and you gotta be real.
Yeah.
These guys that come out giggling with a drink and
I know.
And they hug the MC and I love you so much. Fuck you. Go out there, keep it going for Lee and just open ass. Just go. Because then they'll go, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
This guy, that's what I learned at the open mic last week. Because you always learn something in an open mic. And not that I learned something, but I remembered how you went up early on. Your first line was so rehearsed. Something happened to me the other day on the way to the store. Now, Nick, if I walk into your house, I'm not going to walk in, slam the door, and go, something happened. On the way to Hudson County Park the other day, no. I'm going to walk in your house and go, what's up, motherfucker? What's for breakfast, right? What's for dinner? What's going on here? Get that fucking dog away from me. That's how people walk in the house. They don't walk in the house like, man, you know, I went across the street, I got a piece of corn, and I noticed that. And I never had that because I watched the Young Comedian special with Lenny Clark. If you watch that special, he says one of the funniest things ever. He comes out in the jump and he goes, how you guys doing? Something funny happened to me today. He goes, something funny happened to me today. But in reality, nothing no. Most comics come out and say, something funny happened to me today, but nothing fucking funny happened with me. And he just grabbed me. I got home at 6 in the morning. My wife is yelling. I had some girlfriend. And he just going, and you're like, what the fuck is he talking about? And you're like, oh.
And he's already fucking in it.
Holy
wow, yeah.
Fuck, okay.
Wow.
That's the way to fucking
Hell yeah.
do it.
Damn.
That's the way to do it. Wait, can you find that clip up there?
Yeah, well, Nick has it. Of what? Lenny Clark on the
Young Comedian special. Lenny, Lenny Clark, C-A-R-A-K.
Yep.
Say yes, C.
Young Comedian special.
He just did the mothership.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Dude, he still does comedy like every weekend in Boston.
Yeah. He's the real fucking deal. Yeah.
Damn, man, I wish I was around for fucking.
I wasn't around for this either, but this is what I rented when I got into comedy. Before I got on stage, this is what I used to rent. These Young Comedian specials. Who's this ugly person?
I was into give us the street people, Boston. People like Paul Revere, John Hancock, the Boston Strangler.
And I also wore a suit because I had, but that didn't work.
All right, real quickly before we go to break, Republican lawmakers are slamming the Trump administration's decision to
thank you very, very much. How's everyone doing? Y'all have a good day?
They say
my day sucks, so it's okay. I'm not like all these guys just yelling at me. Hi, hello, how are you? It was nice looking crap. Funny thing happened to me today. Nothing fucking funny happened to me today.
Like that.
I get around 6:55, so I'm quite asleep. Wife comes bouncing in the bed, says, come on, honey, it's nice. Let's go and play. Because she likes that. She's young. She's 15.
See, so you can say shit like that.
I said, hi.
You can't say this shit today. Kill it. But that's an opening.
Yeah, no, that's great, man.
That's an opening.
Yeah.
He wasn't thinking, you know, I even put the suit on him after him. I went out, I borrowed money, I bought a suit like, well, I'm leaving on it. So I stopped wearing the suits. Because that's all it is the first 3 or 4 years. It's experimentation to work for you. And when you bomb a lot, then you start shaving your hair, dude. Then you get like a phony fucking mustache. Like, this ain't gonna work for you. It's not fun. I get all the costumes.
I tried changing the hair. I'm still fucking crazy. But it's working.
And he's a star. I'm not saying anything against him, but like, do you think any of it had to do with like Rodney was there? And like Rodney's crowd gets it. Rodney's crowd would be okay with it. No, you think that would have got the same response anywhere?
Anywhere.
Okay.
He came out. He said most guys come out and say I had a great day. Blah blah blah. Nothing fucking funny happened to me today. Just that stupid line.
That also is, I always agree. If you can take the curse word out and the joke isn't as funny, I understand when comedians say that, like when you need the curse. But that was a perfectly placed fuck because you thought he was like this, white bread guy, and that was his way of telling you I have an edge. He looks like Danny Tanner, but he fucking talks like a real guy. I like that a lot because it was like he became like, hey, you guys are a nice audience, and I was like, fuck you guys. It was like a nice term. I think that's why that worked for him too, because it was telling people that he was real.
And just watching that stayed with me.
Yeah.
For 28 years. I was like, well, why am I gonna come out? I had a ride here. Fuck no.
Yeah.
You take that Superman cape on and you fucking go out there and jump on him. It's like anything else. When was the last time you saw a fight? That fucking black guy comes out and throws 55 punches at you 20 minutes straight. That's tough to recover from, even if he connects or he doesn't. You just got 55 punches thrown at you. Whether he got you in the face or got you in the stomach, doesn't matter. You just won.
Oh, that's a pretty good analogy.
But he still got your attention. You got my fucking attention. And even if the first 55 jokes don't work, you got 3 minutes left. You know what I'm saying? You fucking got 3 minutes to bail out. I love it. I love the mechanics of it. I love how you fucking, like now I'm trying to write. It is the worst. There is the worst. I'm going through the worst writer's block.
Yeah.
I write, I get ideas, I break it down, and all that shit is going against my core. This is what I'm starting to think. I'm thinking too much into it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Did for years. Put music on, smoke pot, and see what life brings you. That's it. And right. But now I'm thinking too much. Like I'm breaking it down like fucking Gene Perret. You ever get one of his Gene Perret's comedy writing? He used to write for like Lucille Ball. So his ideas are like 100 years ago.
You ever just do like a stream of consciousness? It doesn't like just write.
Yes.
Not even trying to be funny.
When I get up in the morning.
Yeah,
that's what I do. I just let it go, and then you look at it after the shower, and you're like, I got problems.
Yeah, what the fuck was this?
What the fuck is this? I spelled house wrong. Because you're just writing. You just But then I like to write in the afternoon, and then think about it. I'll just ride up. And then tonight when I go home, everybody's asleep. So I go downstairs, I smoke my pot, I put my sandals on. I like to fucking tap out on that, and then the next morning, I look at it. There's something I like, I keep it. If there's something I don't like, I get rid of it. I get high in the morning and see if it makes me giggle. If it passes the giggle test, then it stays. I like to fucking break down, man. You know when you got that joke, when you start laughing like a fucking fag by yourself, and your wife has to come and go, what the fuck are you laughing about? And you're like, you're not gonna believe it.
Yeah, oh, my wife, I love coming out of my office. I'll say something. She's like, I don't really get it. And I'm like, you don't fucking know anything. I go,
that's the worst. They shoot you.
Of course, my wife always.
Shut your fucking
my wife's always like, I don't get it. I'm like, I'll never fucking say anything to you.
No, I don't get it. No, you're not gonna get it. You're a fucking housewife. Watching fucking over here entertained with this fucking limey show.
I just interrupted her from making fucking eggs. Of course I'm gonna laugh.
No.
Do you write on stage ever?
Oh.
Yeah, that's where most of you can shit from, right? Yeah. What is that about? I don't get it. Like, there'd be a bit of...
It's about you got a gun to your fucking head. You do your best work. You know, you go out there and there's 400 cents of eyeballs looking at you. And they're like this. You're like, there's no time to freeze up. That's the best way to fucking write with a gun to your head.
I was doing this bit. I was practicing it, rehearsing, seeing how I was going to say it perfectly. Did it a couple of times, then randomly, I did it over the weekend, and I had a tag that I was like, where the fuck did that come from? You know, like I sat there with the material, this didn't come to me. But in the moment, that always happens to me. Like I can try, but you have to, right? Again, it's one of those things that you have, I don't know, or they bring it out of you, or you get into a flow state, or whatever, like, yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I did one of Harvey's things, the one with the nun. I did a thing about a story that I beat up a nun in the 4th grade and stuff. A couple weeks ago, I was just stuck for material and I put it on. And I kept it low. I didn't watch, but I listened as I wrote, just to see if something came out. I listened to it, and my fucking God, I listened to this again. 5 or 6 things I came up with that night on stage. I didn't even have it. I wrote the blueprint to it before I left the house, but I didn't really tag it. I just wrote the story out and said, let God put whatever he feels. He'll figure it out. And that's exactly what I did. And one of the funniest things I said on that came up that night. Like, I did not think that out at all.
Yeah.
When you have 100 eyeballs looking at you, shit.
Yeah, that's so funny. I hate to be like too like weird or like hippy dippy, but like there is an energy that like you tap into when there's that.
You make better love when she's not staring at you, and when they just look at you in the bottom. Like, what are you doing? You're trying to like fucking look around because you're a wild man, right? You ever get looked at when you're making love? It ain't good. Good, right?
Derek posted as a great joke. He said he was having sex with his wife. In the middle, she scratched her face. Look at him, she's just like in the middle of it.
The fuck you doing scratching your face and shit? But it's really weird. I think that's when you that's what I think is going on with me. I just got a block. And I'm trying to write differently. Like, I'm trying to write like,
I think you're too much.
John Mulaney. Oh, God, that's not going to fucking work for me. I'm no John Mulaney. You know what I'm saying?
I was doing cocaine the other day.
Oh, my God. When I found out that motherfucker did coke and cheat on his wife, I'm like, oh, that dude is crazy.
Maybe I am John Mulaney.
Crazy motherfucker, because he looks like the nicest Catholic kid in America.
I think he had plastic surgery, though.
That's okay. He's cool up to his
No, I'm just saying, it's funny that, like, that kind of guy, he looks like he wouldn't be into that, right? I don't know. He looks like an accountant.
Coke and cheating. I thought he was like a nice kid that went to church, you know what I'm saying? Hung out with nice white people, and they went to museums and looked at ducks.
I think they do coke, too, though. I think people who like ducks do coke, too.
I did coke. I was like, Jesus Christ. These stand-ups have no shame.
Yeah, man.
No shame in that fucking game. Where are you at this weekend?
I have, June 28th, I'm at Westbury Music Fair, Westbury, New York, Long Island. It's a big place. And then AC after that. I have some time off. I have a new baby, so I'm trying to be home. How old is the baby? He's 10 months old. Yesterday. I haven't told anybody his name. I can tell you.
What do you call him?
I call him Zozie because his name is Enzo.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm just weird about like. I mean, nobody knows. I'm not fucking famous, but like a lot of people in Staten Island know who I am, and I don't like know his face or his name or anything.
You missed Staten Island?
I live there now. Yeah.
Oh, you went back?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna end up there. We're renting a place, but we'll see. My wife wants to go to Jersey. She wants land. I don't know. She thinks she's gonna be a farmer or something. I don't know what the fuck she's doing with all this land. But so we'll see. So I got past the Comedy Cellar.
Okay.
Then I was like, I gotta move back to New York, and then I did it because I was like, we'll test out Staten Island. I don't know if we can go back to be that close to my family. Because we lived in LA, then we lived in Austin, and we loved our freedom. And then when I moved back, we were married for a year, so she wasn't gonna wait longer. So we have to have a child. So I'm glad we're there because like when I like you mentioned Comedy Works, I was in Denver like 2 months ago, and then I went to like Salt Lake and I did Vegas, and I was gone for like 6 days. And it was great. She got to go for walks with my sister and my nieces, and she could hang out with her mom. Whereas if she was in Austin, she would have just been alone. So like, yeah. So yeah. I mean, I still love Staten Island. I know that it has a bad reputation, but I'm from there, so I see it differently. It's like the uncle that molested you. It's like, but he's still my uncle. At the end of the day. So
I'm from Jersey. Yeah, I still love it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I still love it. I had a choice to move anywhere when I left LA. I could have moved anywhere, and I was like, it's time to go back home.
Oh, dude.
Like, I want my daughter to experience this. I want her to see the shit. She's not going to do what I did, mugging people, fucking around North Bergen, but I want her to see what we saw growing up. I'm real close to the city there. You can throw a fucking rock.
Yeah. Don't you feel, too, that, like, when you, I don't know, what people who... I don't want to judge anyone, but like when you meet people who are from the middle of fucking nowhere and they like their whole personality is how much they hate their hometown. I can't. I don't know. I feel bad for them, but like I feel like it's a privilege to not despise where you're from. Now I understand if you're gay or if you're in a interracial relationship and you're from somewhere super like oppressive. I understand that and never wanting to go back, but like it's become like a thing to like hate where you're from, and I think that it's more normal to like I love my childhood. I loved growing up there. I loved how Staten Island made you had to be street smart. You had to be tough. You couldn't be a pussy. People would smell that out of you, and you would fucking get. I grew up fighting, and it teaches you real lessons. And I don't hate it the way that like you're supposed to. I think people are, what the fuck you still doing there? It's like, well, I grew up there. Everything I know is there. I love the food there, and you know, I don't know. I think that's more normal. I had friends in LA that never went home for Christmas or anything. It was like, I kind of felt bad.
I didn't go home, but I had nobody go. I got no parents. So it's either my family or my wife's family in Tennessee. No, that's not happening for Christmas.
You in Tennessee,
that's not happening for Christmas. Listen, man, I don't agree with a lot of views that people in North Bergen have. I don't.
Of course.
But it's who made me. The reason why I got on stage, the reason why they take shit to people out there was because what I learned on those fucking streets. So I could never hate it. I love the East Coast. I mean, Manhattan's a little fucking weird now. You know, it's not my favorite place. Like, it's never going to be the same as it was in the 80s and the 70s. Yeah. But it is what it is. This over here, like this side, this North Jersey, this is my world. I love it. Yeah. Where I live now, it's not bad. But if it wasn't for Staten Island people, they'd still be macaroni and cheese down there and fish sticks.
Yeah, you live in Staten Island, the seaport.
I live in the seaport. Yeah. Okay, and I'm very happy that they're there. Yeah. My best friend is Chris and Steve Murdo. I mean, they're like the mother. They went to Moore. You know, I hear all the stories. My neighbors on this side are from fucking Staten Island. Yeah. Half the people I play volleyball with, not volleyball, bocce, volleyball. I'm thinking about Gabby for you. She plays volleyball in the morning too. You know, and I used to go down there in 1998. There was a Chinese place, Crown Palace, down there. Not your Crown Palace bakery, but it's a Chinese joint. But when I went back, all those fucking places, the Staten Island, and Butchie's, fucking all those places. And those people made that area. That's Marlboro. That's all farms down there. That's all fucking farms. Yeah. So if it wasn't for these Staten Island people bringing their food and their flavor, these motherfuckers would still be fucking fish sticks.
It would just be Wawa.
Yeah, it's gonna be Wawa. It's Wawa. Good. Let's go home and listen to Bruce Springsteen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let's listen to Bruce Springsteen and I realize that he's a liberal.
Yeah. No, now Staten Island and the food and just the attitude, it keeps me together. It keeps my power dry.
Yeah, dude, they're regular people. They're construction workers.
I love it. Yeah. I'm doing Staten Island January 31st to St. George.
I'll be there.
Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I'm excited.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great.
I'm proud of all these fucking people. Everybody brings you.
I'm coming. I'll be there.
50 of the fattest people I know in fucking Staten Island. I'm bringing them up from Texas. I'm bringing them up on a barge. Like those Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans that hit the bridge. That'll be me with a ship full of fat people from fucking Dallas and Houston, the two fattest cities in the country. 800 or more. Nobody less than 800. Even Lee won't be invited. You know
everyone who got like denied by Dr. Now.
Yeah, everybody that got denied by the Armenian.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Dr. Now, yeah.
Whatever's fucking.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great. That's a great dinner.
It's fucking beautiful.
Oh, dude, I do it every year. It's incredible.
Once a year you do? You should do a residency there fucking once a month.
I did two. I think I want to push it a little into next year this time because it's like I don't know, I'm trying to keep it special. I'm there every December.
No, I'm just teasing you. Fuck Staten Island, that big. I did a book signing in Staten Island. Yeah. And it was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
I mean, you could be from, you basically.
Oh, yeah, I'm a Staten Island. I'm a white trash, fucking Italian myself. You know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah. When I went to Staten Island, and the mothers that were showing up, mothers in Staten Island, they don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
Titties in your face. They don't give a fuck. They get divorced, they shoot their lips, and they're back. They put some size 8 on a size 8.5 with the fat hangs over the heel, and there you are.
Leggings and
and they bring food, which, you know, that's a class act. When a woman shows up with a cake she made or something, they were very good. We had a good time. Eric, it's been a fucking pleasure. I wish you nothing but luck. I know in 10 years from now, if I'm still alive, I'll see you directing fucking movies like one of these guys. And hopefully you'll take me and put it on so I can insure it for 2 years. Yes, sir. Give me like 70 grand just to insure it for 2 years. I love you, man.
Thank you so much, man.
What's the soonest date that we can
Soonest date, Westbury, New York. It's Westbury Music Fair, June 28th.
So come see me on the 27th and go see him on the 28th.
Fuck yeah.
Lee, what's up? Where you at this week?
The 12th, I'm at Gap West in New York, and then the 13th and 14th, I'm opening up for Josh Wolf at the Albany Funny Bone.
Oh, so you're in New York this week?
I am.
Ain't that nice? How far of a drive?
2 hours, nothing bad.
Oh, that's nuts.
No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
All right.
Take a club.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the bread.
Of course, please.
And thank you for your nice bread. He's like, what do you want? What should I bring? Just bring your personality. That's it. And your teeth. That's it. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Stay black. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, making money moves should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through, no extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, CHURCH, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
So one day, everything shatters. Absolutely copied ours, even though they had approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, shot Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip on the road. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From wondering inside the media, Tenderfoot TV, this came to the forefront.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters here rushing the office now.
I'm not so follow came to the forest.
When it comes to cybersecurity and cyber intelligence, like spying on phones,
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Well, I've read the same things with some of these spies who
When was the last time you took a
not
chat?
so much Mossad itself, but I very
I was traveling, and a girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
software.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
It's a friendly government.
iHeart
They
is
would
America's
typically
#1
declare
podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison man, Edgar Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
I may have liaison responsibilities when I work with other services.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. They'd grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer.
Out of all the
For the
agencies,
past 5 years, I've been
which
talking to the
agency
band's 3 surviving members,
do you think has
Jamal
the
Jahanubi,
most
Neil Cade, and
widespread
Harry Cupcake Coleman.
covert
We were
United States
today
countries.
of the state penal system.
Called them the
They
Chinese,
would
but
come
the
in
Russians would
and stand around the world and sweat
the Chinese
off them just like it poured off of us. Just to hear us play.
intelligence collection.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past's behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of the day, Ray, how's the love? What's supposed to have been followed up by another half?
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
So they will penetrate industries that are
Safe travels.
the Russians do too. I don't think the Russians play a really interested traditional military
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the story about Huawei and stuff. Cell towers. What did you make of that story?
Well,
let's forget it live
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning to you. Like third was the big day. Say a lot of people are feeling very patriotic. A lot of crap going on. I always feel patriotic. I'm proud of it. I love my country, warts and all. But Jill's favorite here, happy to be with you. Jill is taking the day off today and tomorrow, but the morning crew is here. We're happy to be hanging out with you. Heather Brooker in for Andy King. Me back to handle on the news. Heaton Fire's 18th victim has been identified. This is a bummer. I mean, this since January continues to take and take.
Right. Yeah. It's
situation. This
wild.
Was an actor, a teacher, and so the county medical examiner's office has confirmed.
ICBM sites.
In this case, Kevin Ohio, 54 died in that fire.
Could you imagine it being the other way around?
Remained discovered
China using
second
our
on the 900 block of Boston Street.
It seems like
he's the 18th
person. Pardon my general ignorance to international politics, but it seems like China
is considering adopting
the world as
semester
the biggest
system.
country.
Something I didn't realize how many UC schools have a quarterly semester system instead of just doing the semester. So apparently, this all started 60 years ago when the University of California switched its campuses from semesters to quarters. They were trying to make space for more students by packing a calendar with a larger number of shorter classes. Well, now a lot of universities no longer use this program. Only 50 campuses nationwide use the quarter system. And so I guess there is a study that's going to be happening with a group of UC working group. They're looking to see if they switch to semesters, what effects that will have on student success and the financial cost to rearrange the registration and class schedules.
Oh, always trying to grab more people in the system. Am I right?
You're right.
Come on. All right, this is a weird ass story. Missouri cereal plant employee died after getting trapped in the industrial oven.
TikTok in China has a regulation.
I don't even know what that would look like.
A certain age where they turn it off
The victim was identified as Nicolas Lopez Gomez, 38 years old, Guatemalan national, working under the alias Edward Avila. And that comes from the coroner's office. They tried to give aid, but that's a hard comeback. So during the break, Heather, I was talking with Ann, producer Ann, we're going, and she goes, didn't this happen not too long ago? And she thought it was the Costco. She looked it up. Walmart employee was looking for her daughter and ended up finding her. They both must have worked for Walmart. Finding her charred remains in the store's walk-in bakery. And we were thinking,
You know, I like to do manufacturing.
How does that
So I have some,
affect
sizable machines,
global
planes,
that they're, what do you think
they all
their
have these
perspective is?
massive
Are they just not to
warnings,
diversify their investments, or do they have
there's not
other
something
goals?
inside of that big outfit
I think to
like let yourself out. Even a truck nowadays has that little glow in the dark handle. They have these glow in the dark handles in there because kids were getting stuck in. You know what they say if you.
I guess people assume no one's going to eat in the oven.
Well, you can't assume
on the inside of the oven.
That makes an ass out of you, Heather.
British
You choose just because. So what a horrible story, but you would think, I mean, because I think even the walk-in refrigerators and freezers and all those things have something. If it's anything you can walk into, should have a way to be able to walk out of. So, horrible story there, and this stuff does happen every now and again, but it's horrific to think about that going down. Have you ever been? I know this is a strange question. Have you ever been locked in anywhere, Heather?
No, I would freak out. I'm claustrophobic, so I would be like, ah!
Well, if you weren't, you would be pretty quickly. What about you, Connor? You strike me as someone that was locked in maybe purposely in somewhere, or?
No,
I was. Brothers?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
Before that,
Brothers. I had been locked in my room where they tied, you tie like a sheet to the door handle, and then you tie it to the other door handle. And so I was stuck in my room for many hours.
What's going on?
Yeah, that was, I think, the
shipping
not enclosed or like confined area.
The cartels
so,
was this in the last week or
distribute
something?
fentanyl on heroin, distribute that.
I don't get to do that anymore. Know how to.
Having a dramatic effect
sophisticated.
on young people in the U.S.
It
seems like they are taking
phone on your
route
you found
to
out
try to
interesting ways. What about you, Ann?
dismantle
Been locked in
what's
anything?
going
No,
on.
but there are these giant refrigerators at SoFi. So when I go into our ship to grab waters for some of the staff I'm working with, I prop that door open, I pull things over, trash cans, bins, prop that door open because I do not. That freaks me out.
Nothing have you ever looked. It
doesn't lock. Like if you were to shut the door, it just opens. It just slides open. There's nothing latching it. So
what do you freak about?
I don't know, just extra, just in case. Yeah. I don't, there's just no way possible that I can be so extra. Just so we don't end up on the news.
And Will? Yes, sure will. Yeah. Have you ever been locked in a place that you couldn't get out of? I missed the first part of the question. Sorry.
Yeah, it's massive.
Have you been locked in? Have you ever been locked in some place you couldn't get out of? You don't even know what prompted the question. Locked in is there. Locked out. Well, that strikes because of your.
I want to get into a little bit of what you were doing in California.
Wow. Sometimes I have 30 seconds, 50 accidents. Sometimes get the headlines on them. That's, try to get the big ones. Well, you do a great job.
You do a great job, Will.
That guy's a jerk. Paranoid. And he was probably drinking. I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
No, I was talking about Will. Just kidding. All right. Much more show to come. Go nowhere. Border agents, what they can do, what they can't do. I think you might be very surprised by this one. So go nowhere. This is KFI. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Time to evacuate. I'm Heather Brooker live in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. Evacuation orders and warnings have been issued for Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties because of a wildfire that's burned more than 35,000 acres. It started yesterday afternoon about halfway between Santa Maria and Guayama. I think I'm saying that right. and by evening had grown to about 10,000 acres. It just got bigger overnight and was burning into the area of Carrizo Plains National Monument.
Are you able to
California's expansion of the film and TV tax credit has been celebrated in Burbank.
The governor and other state and local officials say increasing tax incentives from $330 million each year to $750 million would help save the industry. But LA Mayor Bass says she understands there's more work to be done at the city level.
So that when the tax credits go into full bloom and production is back here in a major way, we make sure that there is no impediment on any level of government.
Hollywood and California have been using outlaw productions as other states and countries have siphoned them away with lucrative incentives. Michael Mullen's KFI News.
The Dodgers' Clayton Kershaw has become the 20th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to get 3,000 strikeouts.
You can get this on Amazon or Barnes and Noble.
I bet that was fun to watch. He reached the milestone last night in a game against the White Sox at Dodger Stadium.
I didn't want to do
The
memoirs.
fans' reaction was anything. That was so special to me. I think, before the game, kind of see all the energy in the crowd, and it was overwhelming to feel that. Yeah, it's just, I don't have a lot of great words, but it's just really special.
Kershaw struck out former teammate Miguel Vargas in the third inning, and Sosa in the fifth, and Capra in the sixth. The Dodgers went on to win the game 5-4. And of course, you can catch all the Dodgers games on our sister station, AM 570 LA Sports. A crash in Malibu has caused an ATV to roll down a cliff and killed the rider. It happened late yesterday morning. Video shows the overturned off-road vehicle at the base of the cliff. Several older, rust-out vehicles were also visible in the ravine. A federal judge has denied bail for Sean Combs following the verdicts in Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Combs was acquitted yesterday on the more serious federal charges he's facing. ABC's Rena Roy reports Combs' lawyers asked to have him let out of jail until the sentencing.
Prosecutor Maureen Covey said he's extremely violent with an extraordinary temper who has shown no remorse and no regret. She said his brazenness is unmatched.
Combs was convicted on federal prostitution charges, but found not guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking. He faces 20 years in prison. To answer Dr. Phil's own trademark question, how's that working for you? Well, not so great.
Dr. Phil McGraw's television network, Merit Street Media, is filing for bankruptcy. In addition to the Chapter 11 declaration, it's suing Christian television companies Trinity Broadcasting and TCT Ministries for allegedly hurting its business and backing out of their obligations. The suit claims Trinity failed to provide agreed-upon national distribution and is seeking damages plus the cost of legal fees. As another Dr. Phil saying goes, no matter how flat you make a pancake, it's still got two sides. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
The man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students has pleaded guilty as part of a plea deal.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Brian Koberger agreed to the deal just weeks before his trial was in order to avoid the death penalty. He's set to be sentenced later this month to 4 consecutive life sentences.
Sounds terrifying.
The father of one of the girls killed was in court yesterday, but left before Koberger entered the courtroom. Stephen Gonsalves told reporters outside, "I'm just getting out of this news." The family had previously said in a Facebook post that they were beyond furious at the state of Idaho for offering Koberger a plea deal. Southland weather from high finds into the mid-70s to around 80s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the low to mid-70s at the beaches, upper 70s to mid-80s in the valleys, and the mid-80s to the low 90s in the Inland Empire. And it's going to get up to around 100 in the high desert today, so stay cool, everybody. Right now it's 66 in Brea, 64 in Newport Beach, 65 in Garden Grove, and 65 in Northridge. Let's take a look at your drive. Let's go crash on 60 in Ontario.
60 freeway, eastbound, right before Haven Avenue. Right there in left lane. Traffic's building up. Stop and go back towards Morgan Avenue. In Riverside, you got an injury crash there on the 91 freeway eastbound before the 215. It's in the number 2 lane counting to the left. It involves down motorcycles. So we hope there weren't serious injuries there. In Glendora, flatbed truck is blocking the off-ramp with the 210 westbound right there in Grand Avenue. Traffic slow from Sunflower. And in Eastvale,
How much of those?
Our southbound side of 15 from Limonite, right there, Limonite is actually crash. As on-ramps traffic is starting to back up there. It's an overcapacity, unfortunately, with Southern California's most active traffic ports. Will Coles right.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Follow Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
It's all about this weapon. You can see the biohazard symbol per eye.
Fight a critical illness.
And the Russian scientist
wishes are so powerful.
His father was in Chernobyl, was one of the hardships he lost his life.
Change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align.
He's treated well. He's sent to this institute. He finds out that his father and the others didn't have to.
Wishes and stars that visit Make-A-Wish and Wish.org.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations.
If they're the bad guys, that's top secret.
The bottom of the web it gets more disturbing.
So
there's a section titled, "What if they never retried wrong?" And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police take missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, we wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story to live and die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show. Here's Neil Saavedra. I know we KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Happy Thursday morning to you. It is July 3rd. Neil Saavedra here with the morning crew. And plus today and tomorrow, I will be with you with the game tomorrow as well. The Brooker game for Nate's game. And go over some well references numbers, asking if anybody thinks logged in an area. Will just texted me logged in this jail camp asking for a friend. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel like he's not asking for a friend.
Deceased person. Actually, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the agreement, and you're wanting
well, if we're going to go there, then I have those logged in. So we're going to be on this. So there you go.
Neil, what was your person's name?
But if we don't do the agreement, then we're
also, I don't want to say everything, but so is that what you said?
lot of people are concerned for
so
what has
dead,
happened to the
little
West.
man.
I'm concerned as well. But my bigger concern is
Just gonna
not
be
that
a pile
Iran
of
per se would have any
blood and want to be
it's
buried
that
in the
all
head.
their neighbors, such as Saudi Arabia,
Oh, now
Turkey,
what?
the United Arab Emirates, they've got
Wow. Lots being revealed this morning.
This
they
is,
have different religions. The Iranians are
buddy
predominantly
Mike just hit me
Muslim,
up. He said,
whereas they're surrounded by Sunni Muslims.
see the guy he had a locked in a porta potty at one time, and it was hilarious. Well, I'm sure that is. All right, border agents. So, you know, we tend not to care about laws unless they pertain to us. This human nature, it's not something you bother. But there's all kinds of weird laws out there that we don't know. Did you know that, and I don't know if it's still this way, but if you put a note, like you're sending a package to someone and you put a note letter inside, you're supposed to put a stamp on that. At least at one point you were supposed to put a stamp on that letter, even though like you gotta pay for that letter inside the box.
When we have, or
there's all kinds of weird stuff like that that either used to or still is out there. Russia, when it comes to no one else, you know, have border control and customs and border control agents, we don't think about that much because we're
Some of
here,
my friends, good friends,
we're American.
would like us.
But now there is focus on it because, of course, under the Trump administration, they have their sweeping directive to increase national security by way of checking who's coming in to our country. And this puts the onus on the U.S. Customs and Border Control. Their security is increasing. They are having more scrutiny over travelers. Now, what happens with that in a modern, you know, age is looking for information on their phones and things that we think as Americans, well, they have. When you're coming back into this country or you're coming into this country, there's a lot they can do. They can search your electronic devices, including social media, when you're at a border crossing. So, for us, it might be a little different, but if you're like a visa
I was under the impression the U.S. president
required
to get
that visa, you're required to have your social media
Russia is different because people say that Putin, he looks like he has cancer, he's going crazy, he's a rabid dog backed into a corner right now because of the United States.
And they've been used in
He can press the button because he's going crazy, but apparently he has a bunch of commanders, generals, who have the ultimate
serious
decision
crimes, terrorism, smuggling, human trafficking, visa fraud. These are the things they're looking at. But you've got a lot of lawyers coming out now and saying, "Oh no,
what is your view
on
what's happening in Ukraine, Russia, and
so what used to be more rare,
$13 billion
it's starting
check
to be seen more and more." And I think, you know, you watch social media or you're seeing videos all the time. You can't get away from it anymore. People going, there's this one wing nut who says he's a constitutional lawyer. You guys ever seen him where he'll rattle off something and a cop will be arresting somebody that he doesn't even know, and he'll walk up, I'm a constitutional lawyer, but he's actually, I think, been arrested or something. I guess he's not as good of an attorney as he thinks he is or something like that. But anyways, there's a lot of these people that go, you can't do that, you can't do that, I know my rights. I don't know that most of us do. We think we do. But depending on the situation, it may be different. So can border agents look at your social media account? Yes. They can. For the average traveler, you should be aware that you could be subject to searches when you're coming back into your country. Now, I have been to countries, my wife and I traveled quite a bit before our son. And part of that was wanting to go to, you know, more third world countries and things like that because I knew I had kidney disease. It's genetic in my family. So I knew my kidneys were going to go bad and I was going to most likely more willing to have a transplant and my immune system would be down and be harder to travel to facilities. So the thought was we traveled to the harder places first and then when I got a kidney, you go to Europe and you go to whatever places where medical advancements or best, I guess. So we have been to places where they pulled us aside and you're going, the badge is crooked and the shirts are dirty and they pull you into a room. One time, they actually, my wife and I, they said, kind of broken English, stand up and come with us. And we both stood up, and he goes, no, to my wife. Motion to sit down, just the bus. So it's, I refer to as the international boss at the house. Michael is the international boss. Okay, just the bus today. But it's intimidating to say the least. You don't know if you're either going to want money or whatever. So, do you have to make your social media account public across the U.S. borders? Yes and no. So it depends on your immigration status. So, basic search, which is most common, they can only look what's on the traveler's physical device. Not stored in the cloud. There's also no requirements to have social media on your phone. So lawful resident or U.S. citizen can very well just kind of clean up your profiles, turn them private, log out, that type of thing, delete. But if you're not in that category, if you're a visa applicant or you're a visitor, there's less leeway. And since 2019, the U.S. has required non-immigrant visa applicants, such as those that work in as exchange students, things that have to make their social media accounts public so that they can be vetted.
Tug of war between the U.S. and Russia.
Can you refuse?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe from
travelers don't have to hand over their phones, but might just
Oliver Stone's
back to the U.S.
where he did I don't know if you saw that. It was a long form interview. It was like a couple hours long.
You can scrub your phone, your social media if you want.
In a lot of
those things ahead of time.
U.S.
But they can search your phone. Check out your Instagram. And kind of interesting. We're learning more and more about powers that be.
They call them defensive.
When you come
defensive
missile
sites.
Keep those things in mind.
Was that
Neil Savadra, within a couple hours, hanging out today, they'll answer yourself today and tomorrow as we all get prepared for the July 4th weekend. So stick around. Much more to come. Let's get the latest now with Heather Brooker and KFI.
Here is the latest. A church in Torrance has been vandalized at least 8 times in recent weeks, with rocks and bricks shattering stained glass windows and cryptic messages left behind. The damage is about $50,000. The pastor says the suspected vandal was arrested and released, but may have returned. Jurassic World Rebirth is roaring at the box office. It's on track to $127 million in the U.S. and over $250 million worldwide. From the Udo.com Weather Center, Udo, the only business software you need. Highs in the mid-70s in Metro, LA, and OC. This report is brought to you by Albertsons and Bond. Let's go to a stall on the 405 in Inglewood.
It's going to be a problem for you if you're trying to get through the 405 in northbound side, right before Manchester Airport. Stall middle lane there,
from what I understand, is
from the
Russia
105
has the
in Pomona. Got an
their
overturned
decks.
truck.
However,
10
they've
freeway
been
eastbound,
cut off from
Avenue,
the ability
blocking
to
that
access
off
that.
ramp. And a little bit slow there back to Fairplex. Trying to get through Ontario, still mess on the 60 freeway. Eastbound, just approaching Golden Avenue to Black Lake. It's just slow back to Grove. And the injury crash in Riverside just got hooked off to the right shoulder. 91 freeway eastbound before the 215. What's Southern California's most accurate traffic report? So I was Volkswagen. Your breath stinks. It's a cave to your gut. That's not good. Okay, no. So you gotta take care of that. How do you take care of that? You take care of it with Selmans. C-E-L-M-I-N-S, Selmans, minty melt. This is more than a mint. It really is a spectacular little creation. Got mint on the outside, you enjoy that, but it's a functional breath freshener because after you enjoy the mint, you swallow the capsule on the inside. And that has special capsule filled
that's on the Black Sea
with parsley oil, which is magical. That stuff's been around forever and it's been used since the time of the Romans. And it gives your breath this incredible freshness. It's indescribable. really how this thing works. It's
So
just,
they took Crimea. They just
I don't know, witchcraft. No, it's not witchcraft. But let me tell you about something. This is for you now, and it ends at the end of this weekend. So on Sunday, you guys think about advantage of this now. They found out that their best-selling pack was a 5-pack.
Now
So
again,
what they want to give you for summer barbecues, traveling, whatever, is 20% off their best-selling. But huge saving. Never done this before. All you need to do to claim this offer is visit Zelman, ZELMINS.com/Fort, Zelmans.com/Fort, 20% discount. The only way you can claim this, ZELMINS.com/Fort.
Dear history fans, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a territory? JK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it. I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline, and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles who see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust
and fighting
and
it.
can have
What
deadly
if
consequences.
one of those United States veterans that went over there on their own
I'm Dugan Arnett,
fight
investigative
got
reporter
killed?
with the Boston Globe Spotlight team.
we can't control.
And I'm going to bring you inside this secret
The Russians might
through the story of one city at the forefront of
This is not
America's
the
struggle.
CIA.
Coffee thinks you do anything, okay?
Technically, they'll let you disappear if I do something to them.
They lie. They just lie.
They're on to you. Better smack it up. I don't want to go to jail.
I think actually you want to be able to rap, not around here.
Really?
Yeah.
This is Spotlight. Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on
Do you think
America's
Putin
#1
would drop
podcast
a nuke?
network,
Or what,
iHeart.
if so, what
Open
do
your
you
free
think would
iHeart
actually
app and listen
push him
now.
to do that? What do you think he
On AM 640, more
would drop
stimulating
it?
talk.
Hey, it's not my place to work here. I'm not going to be here, but the booth worked his tail off. I'm putting together the best of for the last 6 months, and you're going to like what he put together today at 4 p.m. Right here on the Conway Show on KFI.
Fly, don't bother me, you fly, don't bother me, you fly, don't bother me. I belong to somebody.
Right now, the Chinese and others are
You know, it's not the song so much as watching someone dance to it. That is disturbing. KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good Thursday morning to you. Neil Spadrick here with the morning crew. Handles off today tomorrow because he's a lazy bastard. And all of us have great work ethic, except HK, who's lazy bastard, apparently too. And Heather Brooker is here for her for the next 2 weeks, right? Holy smokes, look at that.
Yeah, you're stuck with me for a while. Sorry.
That's not even filling in. That's moving in.
I know
Did
that.
you bring luggage?
I did.
All
I'll
right.
be here if anyone needs me just sleeping under the board.
Well, we love our, you say that as a joke, but anybody that's been working for KFI as long as I have, we've done this.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, there's only like 2 of us that work in the news department now, so it's either me or mom.
And I've never seen the 2 of you in the same place at the same time, so
We might be the same
just
person.
change the hats. You're an alien shapeshifter or something. I like it. We need a female voice. Well, here we go.
Hello.
All right, so we've got flesh-eating larvae. These maggots. I hear so much is in Texas and Mexico, but science is coming to the aid once again. What would we do without science? We love science. The U.S. government, they're preparing right now, breeding billions of flies. So this is, they're going to dump these flies out of airplanes over Mexico and southern Texas. And they're fighting, no joke, I'm sorry, it's 7:22 breakfast time, is to fight these flesh-eating maggots.
When it comes to
which was my nickname in prison, by the way. I never
unfortunately were to happen.
That was.
What are your feelings on
So It sounds like an absolute
Nuclear
horror
destruction.
film.
Is that still a thing, or is that?
The crazy thing is, this
during
bug
the Cold War, we had
that they're defending
destruction. Meaning if the Russians lost
against
strategic weapons of us,
could devastate the beef industry,
not only Russia and the United States, but most of the world.
decimate wildlife, even kill household
It's
pets.
called MAD, which is what
Right? Oh, a bunch of years just tripped up.
you know, a tactical move is order maybe hundreds of tons, thousands.
But how
of tons.
crazy is that? It's called the New World Screwworm Fly. No joke.
14 kiloton reactor.
So their larva eats fresh flesh.
Back to 140,000.
Now,
the amount of
so the U.S. Department of Agriculture plans to ramp up its breeding and distribution of adult male flies. They sterilize them with radiation before releasing them. They mate with the dames in the wild. The eggs laid by the female aren't fertilized. They don't hatch.
probably not even kilotons.
So there's fewer larvae, and over time the fly population dies out. You just, I mean, you can't breed.
I think there
No
may
seed,
be a
no
greater
breed,
chance you might use
no
chemical
larva, no flesh. So most fly larvae feed on dead flesh. That's why you see maggots. You know, dead stuff. You watch a bunch of movies, someone dies, or a CSI or something like that, they walk up and the body's been there for a while. It's actually one of the things they use to determine how long something's been there, because the cycle of a fly lasts a certain amount of time. And if a body's decomposed, they look at larvae and go, okay, we're going to take this much time to lay the eggs. All that stuff gets gross, but kind of fascinating, right? So most fly larvae feed on dead flesh. We know that. We can see that. But in this world,
so
screwworm.
Maybe you can find a video on this on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I saw a video of Victoria Nuland being questioned about biological weapons facilities.
and they were former.
You know, those can cause problems for the dead flesh like beef industry. So you're dealing with, you know, ground beef or steak. That's a serious threat. You know, any of them. But these females lay their eggs in wounds, sometimes even exposed to mucus. Wow, this is what a sexy story. But, you know, 1,000-pound bovine can be dead from this in 2 weeks.
Use a lot of the same.
Yeah. Very scary creature ants whose face is contorted in a way I've never seen before. But it really is sad because it doesn't cripple the animal. And science, you know, science is using the fly's biology basically against it by genetically creating the ability to keep it from being fertilized. So it's a tropical species. It's unable to survive in Midwestern or, you know, like Great Plains winters and things like that. It's different seasonal type scourges, right?
What do you think would
But
happen
the U.S. and Mexico
actually got
breeds and release 94 billion sterile flies.
What happened?
They did this before, from 1962 through 1975, to eradicate a pest that possible. And we know that it works. We know that we can put this together and make this happen. If we need to.
For our own.
You know, there's a couple humans that I think
we
can
would
sterilize.
In fact, I'm sure they have something saying
Yeah,
take
there's
out New York or
I
Washington.
mean, I don't even know if animal could breed
What
now,
scares the
but,
Russians?
you know, if we could, I'm just saying, might be something we should look at. So it takes a lot. Raising a large colony of these flies, it's easy in the most basic sense.
If we took all the nukes in the world,
You've got to, you know, give the female the cues that she needs to lay her eggs, and the larvae have to have enough nutrients. It's all these weird things they have to do in the science to make this come together. And then sexy time first, and then it doesn't fertilize, and then they slowly die out. We shall see. I hate to fight and see these things adapt to different climates and come closer to beautiful Southern California. Texas has a lot. That's what you get when you're that big. You're going to get a lot of weird from Texas,
Russia,
and Florida,
put a crater until and just respond by killing more people.
Stick around. Neil Spadger, the Gordon Crew, handles opportunity and tomorrow as workers in.
But if hypothetically
let's see what she's got going on right now in the K5 24-hour vision.
A vandal has not let up on a church in the South Bay.
just taking Russia for the only other option is
Carol's bringing tells Fox 11
thousands of thousands.
He says he found a man who broke into the church, helping himself to what was counter surgery at a lower level. The man was arrested and released on bond. Rayu says the vandals included the front steps with messages and broken several stained glass windows. Damage estimated to be $50,000. Rayu says the ongoing problems have left parishioners scared to go to services.
State, local, and Hollywood leaders have celebrated the expansion of California's TV and film tax credit program. Ellie Mirabaz says the city's signature industry has needed a shot in the arm.
We're going through tough times in our city now, and so to know that this will keep the industry here and that wide economic impact will be spread all over the region.
The tax credits have been increased from $330 million a year to $750 million. Hollywood and California have been losing out on productions as other states and countries have offered more lucrative incentives to producers. A judge in Sacramento has denied a request to block the state attorney general from releasing a legal opinion that could make it all online fantasy sports platforms illegal in California. AG Rob Bonta is expected to release the opinion today. Underdog Fantasy sued this week, but the judge said they had plenty of time to challenge the opinion since it's been under review for over a year. A company that's been around for almost 140 years has filed bankruptcy.
Del Monte Foods is best known for its canned fruits and vegetables, which have seen sales slide as U.S. consumers seek out healthier and cheaper options. The company says the bankruptcy filing is part of the planned sale of the company's assets. It has secured $912.5 million in debtor-in-possession financing that will allow it to operate normally during the sale process. Deborah Mark, KFI News.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking on the floor for hours ahead of a vote on President Trump's spending bill.
Take my sweet time on behalf of the American people, on behalf of their health care, on behalf of their Medicaid, on behalf of their nutritional assistance, on behalf of veterans.
He's been speaking for well over 5 hours at this point. A final vote on the bill could happen soon. Republicans worked through the night to get members of their party to support the big beautiful bill. Democrats are against it. Final debate began early this morning. Southside weather from Campi. It is going to be hot today. Highs are going to be in the mid 70s to low 80s across much of Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 68 in Santa Ana, 65 in Garden Grove. Let's go to a crash on the 60 in Ontario.
Approaching Haven Avenue, 2 left lanes blocking the crash there. Things are really slow back from down in Ontario area. See if there's a further update on that. They're still working, so just expect delays on the eastbound side. Inglewood, got a stall there, 405 northbound. For Manchester, it's in the middle lane. Things are slow back from the 105. Also an overturned, this is more details to it, an overturned diaper truck. The 10 freeway eastbound at White Avenue. The off-ramp there's blocked. The traffic slowed back from Fairplex as they try to clear that. So watch out for that. Sounds like undoable. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I will Goldschreiber.
History fans, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a church?
Did JFK and Marilyn Monroe have an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
In your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline and listen now.
Now,
taking them on their first real roller coaster.
so you offer to
Let's measure. Okay. Just tall enough.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
and then they're able to
The
get
free
this
iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I saw, message about like this. I think he's glad he also reached out.
On April 4th, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King was shot and killed in Memphis. Named James Squirrel Ray was arrested. Pled guilty to the crime and spent the rest of his life in prison. Case closed. Right.
80s, 90s, 2000s, states officer.
Parties will parade all the found gun that General Ray bought in Birmingham to kill Dr. King. Except it wasn't this. One of the problems that came out when I got the Ray case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances.
This is the MLK tapes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Here's what we're working on in the KFI 24-hour news.
A strike has been averted for now. The union representing over 45,000 grocery workers at Ralph's Malls, Albertsons, and Pavilions has reached a tentative contract deal. Diddy may have dodged life in prison, but he was denied bond after being convicted of prostitution-related charges.
KFI News is on it.
7 people are missing after a fireworks warehouse explosion in Yolo County sparked an 80-acre wildfire.
KFI AM 640, your #1 preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Khan basically knew what the business was very crazy, very popular. They used to jokingly say that it was kind of a
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Happy Thursday to Neil Survivor, the morning crew here. Bill Mitchell is out today and tomorrow. Amy King is also out for the next couple of weeks. And we have the lovely and talented Heather Brooker with us for the next couple of weeks as well. That's today and tomorrow. Let's see what's going on in the world. Trending today, of course, 4th of July is tomorrow. It's almost here knocking on the big door. Americans are eager to get out and about, but we're looking at 61 million people are expected to hit the road this week. So says AAA. Another 50 or 5.8 million rather are heading here.
That just goes to show.
We're seeing more and more people driving, wanting to get away. I know that we like road trips. My family, I'm a big fan. That's taking place. The Supreme Court also agreed today to weigh in on the growing controversy over transgender athletes. And they're going to decide if federal law bars, transgender girls from women's sports teams. A tough one indeed, and something that is top of mind. A lot of people that have, women, daughters that are in sports. The physiology is just different. And so there's a lot of concern there. Taking out that night. Back to some more science. Hurricane science.
Well, President
Listen, nobody likes cuts. And especially we get used to this. There is a psychology that takes place when you have something.
We also assisted the government's.
I was just talking to producer Ann. We're talking about, money. When you have money, sometimes you think, oh, this is what I'm going to use it for. And then something comes up and you're like, well, that's not what I wanted to do with that. Or one that we do a lot is when you're in a parking area and you think that's my parking spot. I saw that. It's not your parking spot. It's nobody's parking spot until somebody parks in it. And even then, it's not your parking spot. You're just using it. But we get upset. Someone just took my parking spot. Well, it's not your parking spot. Now, you might have had your blinker on. You're there, and in a polite society, they should go, okay, that person was here first. We wait in line. But it's not your parking. It's nobody's parking So this
Rashar's gut reaction.
this kind of ties in. This deals with hurricane science, and you've got the Trump administration just like, I mean, it's like in a movie when someone gets mad and they just knock everything off the shelves and off the desktop and everything. You're going, whoa, wait. We're not gonna go through that and say, okay, this is the bill we have to pay. This is really important. This is a birth certificate. We should probably hang on to that. But this is tragic. It gets scary.
Is going to
So the
last
Trump administration
forever.
is making lots of changes, and I know that makes us all nervous. Cutting all kinds of stuff right and left, and we're sitting fat. Does that mean everything needs to be cut? No, but we're sitting fat. I think we can all agree that we're sitting fat, and we should be cutting things. But what gets cut and the unintended consequences of those things, I think, is what makes us all nervous, right? So when it comes to hurricane science, clouds are a problem. You can't just take a photograph, look down, take a photograph, and say, okay, here there's a hurricane coming. Clouds block that. So there is, think of it this way, like an X-ray. There is a science that allows forecasters to see through the clouds and to see the weather that's really taking place. It creates this very high resolution, three-dimensional image. And it's a game changer. It's just one of those pieces of science that finally we can see these things. Not only does it help with being able to see what's going on and forecasting these hurricanes,
which leads me
but it
to
also
another
helps
subject I want
predict
to discuss,
storm
which
track,
these two are very
how it's
related.
growing, the direction it's
I'm
going,
not sure if you're
all
aware,
these
but
things.
there are,
Well,
you probably are. There
the
are
United States was
number
better predicting
of
storm tracks
officers who were in charge of nuclear sites in the U.S. and abroad who have claimed to see UFOs hovering above nuclear silos. And there's a whole book written
But
about
now,
documenting all these different cases.
Trump administration has cut
here
through forecasting staff,
what
budgets,
do you
and
make
things like
of
that.
the UFO
But the
phenomenon?
biggest
What do you believe?
was the satellite data. So it's called a special sensor microwave imager sounder, or SSMIS. Rides on a series of these satellites allows forecasters to see the storm structure that, in all other circumstances would be invisible to them. They do have these things called hurricane hunter planes that fly into storms. They get, all kinds of information, three-dimensional images, things like that. But the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is responsible for all that hurricane forecasting, by the way, they only have 2 of those aircraft. They can't be everywhere. So they don't do it. The Department of Defense is the one that processes and distributes all this crucial imagery from these sensors, that SSMIS. I feel like I'm going to spell Mississippi on accident. So they're going to pull that and stop giving that crucial imagery at the end of the month.
There's something missing to them. So
now, there are those that are saying this threatens the National Hurricane Center's ability to see what's forming, and that we're going to backtrack off of all that gain that we've had in the last years. I know we all worry about these things, and of course, when it comes to this, we don't have hurricanes here, but the concern is that in areas in the United States that do are going to be hit. So the SSMIS is part of the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program. That's, I think the Navy oversees all that. And that all is being slated, that entire satellite program is slated to be discontinued in September of 2026. So I guess they've cited cybersecurity concerns as for the closure, but we shall see where this ends up and how this affects things in the future. And these are the, it's one thing to say we all do this with our own budgets, right? We tweet things here, tweet things there, and say, oh, that's too much. Like, I will do everything I can to shove money into savings. You know, especially as I get older, right? So I don't even want to see it taken out of my paycheck, shove it somewhere I don't see it. I don't want to dump it out, right? But then sometimes, you know, you can change that online. Sometimes you go, holy smokes, there's nothing here because you cranked everything up and you're putting it away. So I get that you're going to need some fine tuning and things, but it's the unintended consequences that I think are going to be the point of contention once these things are covering your missile bases. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, Neil Savager and the morning crew here in for Bill Handel, who is, you know, we're always here. He just comes and goes as he pleases, takes his vacations.
There's an amazing documentary that came out called
But we got it. Don't worry. Enjoy your money.
Correlates. They show there's a brilliant.
Here's the latest. Illegal fireworks have caused the bomb squad to be sent out to business in San Gabriel. Postal Service called police around 3:30 yesterday afternoon about a suspicious package. They said the person admitted to having illegal fireworks. A 500-foot evacuation zone was set up in the area as a safety measure. Seat staff members and a juvenile detainee at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall are recovering after being taken to area hospitals for exposure to an unknown substance. Emergency crews were called to the hall for a suspected overdose and that possible exposure.
Could just be
Southland weather from Camp 5 is from the O2.com Weather Center. O2, the only business software you need. Highs will be in the mid-70s around 80 in Metro LA and Coastal. This report is brought to you by Starbucks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, Seaborn, the Conference Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Looks like we've got some things happening on the 405. It's looking a little bit slow out there.
Yeah, southbound on 405. You can get a Van Nuys. Brake light starting just before Victory Boulevard. Stay slow all the way down past the 101. Gets better around Sunset Boulevard. We're used to this, even though now Topanga Canyon and PCH are both open. It's still kind of a slow slog to go that way. So the 405 is still taking extra traffic. The westbound side of the Canyon is pretty slow from Mid-City. Western Avenue off ramp all the way up to La Cienega. It's slow as well in Inglewood northbound from Century Boulevard. You're going to find some slowing there. We've got a stall on the 405 northbound of La Cienega. A Jaguar SUV parked there in the middle lanes. Unfortunately, not moving, and neither are you. Stuck behind that. We've also got problems still working in Ontario. 60 freeway just back to Haven Avenue. That wreck has been cleared, but it's still pretty slow from Grove Avenue. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, so it's local traffic.
You've got enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather? There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. The free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edric Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours.
Yes. Also, say
they were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Peters, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cave, and Harry Cupcake Colt. What is we were the the state penal system. They were
it's fascinating the idea that we
would pull off them just like
have discovered technology and trying to back in
now and in their
specifically because
their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Go back to the 1880s or 1890s.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You right?
20
Hey,
years
this is
later,
Lucy
I've
Brown,
never scored.
WNBA player, professional never. And this is Mariah Rose, and you know me from Spilling the Tea on Thanks for Hotties on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast.
Again,
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball.
super advanced
We've got
technology
analysis, inside stories, and a
physics
little bit of tea.
be
And you guys have
another
seen a
civilization
lot of
that
former and current
exists here
basketball
that
players
there's no
telling their stories and their
evidence of
point of view, and I just think
knew
it's
about
time for the girlies to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories
what
that
would
you won't
be
see
the
anywhere else.
implications
Listen
of
on America's
disclosure
#1 podcast network, iHeart.
would there be national
Open your
security
free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When was the last time you took a challenge?
Something like that could happen. You know,
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
keep a secret from us.
I'm Francesca Streets, CNN travel journalist, and this is Champs Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendships, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Streets.
He agreed to have his phone tapped because he understood it was a national security.
Fourth of July weekend is here.
Essentially,
Let's take a break from complaining about America to celebrate America.
Docs himself.
Yay, America! Happy July 4th from KFI.
The consequences were people around him, that family got out of arrest, there's completely wiped out his history, working on those out black and going to MIT. Which he was able to prove. He literally walked into Los Alamos Lab with a reporter and said, "Hey, what's up, sir? You have everybody there." And he did lay out of the building. There was another publication that was published in the newspaper years before that proved he was there. So there's hard evidence of the government covering up the fact that he worked at Los Alamos.
You're out there maybe preparing to take to the roads today.
Talks about it. So there's people like him. Obviously, the government has gone to 368,000 pounds to discredit turkey bacon and prove that this wasn't the case.
By the way, products are being recalled with possible contamination of Listeria bacteria. Can cause food poisoning. So federal health officials are concerned about this. No illness has been confirmed to date. U.S. Agriculture Department officials have said, but something you should look out for. If you are an Oscar Mayer fan, and I like Oscar Mayer,
it's very possible.
No, he was third straight because that's not
since the 80s.
Which is
compelling.
It's delicious.
Going back to
so TikTok, we
I mentioned some private intelligence or some private aerospace companies that have done contracts.
Went off on
how
people who are chronically late.
How much intelligence
chronically late,
is
wasting people's time and
private
poor time management skills,
and how much does the CIA or the government rely on private contractors?
Says
Actually,
that
quite a bit, especially in
it's a pain to everybody around you is what it is. 6 million views of that. And that brought up, why are people late? Don't joke about it. Blacks and Latinos have famously, even, Samoans and Hawaiian time and things like that, brown time, those types of things. Culturally, that for whatever reason, people do. There's also something referred to as time blindness. Now, this is interesting. A lot of it affects people with ADHD, although it does. You don't have to have ADHD to be, affected by it. I do have ADHD, and so I get affected by this. There are times where I can plan for things and I can schedule pretty good with understanding, like, some people go, oh, it should take 15 minutes. I go, it won't take 15 minutes. 5 minutes to get in the car, 5 minutes to get out of the car. There's going to be stoplights, all these things. So I
What is the
calculate
threat
that stuff in, but still oftentimes I'll be
having some
late
of these
at it very,
companies,
very close. People like Bill Handel,
either whether it be defense contractors or
being late.
intelligence contractors?
He's incredibly good about being
none
on
of
time.
these
He cannot
companies
stand
being
being late. And
infiltrated?
he's just very good about getting there early. That's just who he is. So there are studies looking at this. So this viral video goes out on the TikTok app, speaking out against those who are constantly late. And they say, time blindness isn't an excuse, but then you get some that are more studied coming out and saying, no, there is something there. If you frequently struggle with lateness, there might be something deeper going on, and that's where this concept of time blindness comes in. Because mental health experts say that it's a real thing. It's a legitimate experience for some people, especially for people with attention deficits, hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. So time blindness is a difficulty for an individual who just doesn't always understand the perception of this.
Private
how much time
organizations
has passed,
have
how
lots
long
of
is
employees
left,
to be good
how
at
much
their
time
jobs,
it's going
or
to
they
take
could
to do
hire
something,
former
and it can
CIA official. Right, they do that often.
impair people from doing tasks.
I just wonder how that changed.
Or even may find
Obviously, there's more manipulation involved.
scheduling you take care of it.
Well, it makes it a much broader target.
So they can get wrapped up in this and figuring out when they're going to get somewhere or how they're going to get somewhere. So if you have this so-called time blindness, you struggle to keep track and estimate time. With me, I can be distracted very easily. Things get, blood tests take me in one direction or another. So there are some that believe this manifests in a particular part of the brain, the frontal lobe area. It's responsible for personality, judgment, self-control, all kinds of
presidential
things.
campaigns,
Might
being
play a
involved
part
so
in
much in government, and
the
also
time
having one of the biggest
condition as well. So
CIA contracted
what do they
companies.
say to do? Well, alarms and scheduling. That's what I do. Alarms and scheduling. Get these scheduling apps. They're going to be your new best pal. And you can use this technology to keep you on track. One that I never thought that I did find was fascinating is they say use an analog clock instead of a digital one. Something about the nature of looking at an old school clock face with a minute, hour hand, maybe a second hand as well, helps people with time blindness kind of keep track of how long things take. Just looking at the moment differently. Like, for instance, the studio here, right in front of me here at KFI, there is, I can see everybody in their studio right now. I can see Kono, I can see Heather,
From the conception of the CIA
Will,
through history, how do
on
you
occasion
think
as well, and you can see everything
the
right
outside
smack
world,
down. There are
outside of the United States,
three
looks at America?
There is an analog version of the clock where I can watch the
Bay
seconds.
of Pigs,
There's the LA
Iraq
time
War,
clock,
and
which is
our long
connected
history
to all at
of
the same time in the building,
facilitating
and
this
then we're
regime change
on that specific time. And then
are
there's the
strategic and
time
business.
where I can see how long the segment is going as well. But that analog clock is quite a focus for me. I check at that clock to be able to see how things are moving by and how to keep the story moving and things like that. That does help. But the fact that it's different than the digital clock, which we have another big one on the wall as well that counts down the seconds. I don't know why, but there is something about watching it move that helps it get to a speed where a digital clock doesn't always do that. Get plenty of sleep, which I'm important. I probably get less than 7 hours on most days. I think I'm probably in the 5 to 6 hour range on average. And I hate saying that around people like Dan, earlier than me, and of course, doing wake-up calls and Kono and all that. These guys get up much.
Isn't it true that
Getting sleep is important. And then see a specialist if you're struggling with time. It might just be that you have ADHD or something, some underlying problem.
Goals and
You see a
aspirations?
specialist about that and say, what's wrong with me? I'm broken. And I think we're all kind of on a spectrum. I really do. I think we all have a lot of these things, like polarity, PhD, and then some of us have it more than
Dallas
others.
was
No
fired
spectrum,
based
some
on
measure, but because it's too common, these things. All right, stick around. But more TikTok as we've got an hour to go hanging out today. Before Gary and Shannon come aboard. Special holiday weekend, of course. Most of you are off today, probably heading somewhere fun. You can leave us a talk back if you want to get something interesting going on. All you do is on the iHeartRadio app, look for the red circle with the mic icon on it, leave 30 seconds as to where you're going, which you're not going to be doing. This is KFI.
Whether the invasion was justified or
KFI, KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk.
We got a growing wildfire. We're live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A wildfire in San Luis Obispo County has quickly grown to more than 35,000 acres.
The fire was reported shortly after 1 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, about halfway between Santa Maria and Cuyama. Evacuation orders and warnings are in place in San Luis Obispo County. An evacuation warning is also in place in part of Santa Barbara County, east of the Rock Front area. Highway 166 is closed from Highway 101 to Perkins Road near New Cuyama. Andrew Martindale, KFI News.
Federal immigration agents have been caught on video allegedly relieving themselves at a school.
You know, this also is entrenched in a conversation of conspiracy theories. The JFK assassination is one of the biggest conspiracy theories in America, and I don't even consider, like, I hate the term. The term conspiracy theory is a negative term. And I don't even think, I know that the JFK assassination is a conspiracy theory. There's so much evidence, so much, so many people have dedicated
ISIS behavior,
documentaries and studies to this that refutes some of the evidence how none of it.
7 people are missing days after a warehouse full of fireworks exploded in Northern California. ABC's Andrew Scheinberg says the fire is still burning and not safe to sit in search crews.
One woman who says her brother and brother-in-law are missing interrupted a news conference demanded firefighters do more.
At least 2 people were hurt in the explosion, and fires was ignited in the town of Esparto, about 40 miles north of Sacramento. Several buildings were damaged or destroyed. A 7-Eleven employee allegedly attacked by her manager in Hollywood has died. Jessica McLaughlin was her 224th and had been on life support at Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital. Her father says she died yesterday morning. Family members say McLaughlin was finishing her shift when she got in a heated argument with the store's assistant manager. They say the manager antagonized McLaughlin and threw a bottle at her, and that the fight escalated from there. The manager was gone when police arrived.
We're going to celebrate responsibility.
The CHP is getting ready for its annual 4th of July weekend crackdown on drunk and drug-impaired driving. Officer Roberto Gomez says the maximum enforcement period begins at 6 o'clock tonight and goes through just before midnight on Sunday.
Officers will be on hands on deck.
It's just trying to rise these credibility that occur on these holidays.
During last year's Independence Day maximum enforcement period, officers arrested 1,336 drivers statewide on suspicion of DUI. Final debates have started in Washington on the president's so-called Big Beautiful Spending Bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson says his party put together the votes needed to do a procedural vote at about 3:30 in the morning, which opened debate ahead of the final vote.
What was that?
The president's hearing
What was the executive
process, answer questions and articulate his vision and what this bill will mean for the country and his agenda.
Democrats have vocally opposed the bill. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking against it for several hours this morning on the House floor. The Hollywood Walk of Fame class of 2026 has been announced. The motion picture list includes Emily Blunt, Timothy Chalamet, oh Gary's gonna love that one, filmmaker Chris Columbus, Marion Cotillard, David, Rami Malek, Rachel McAdams, Demi Moore, Italian Django star Franco Nero, Indian actress Tipe Ducone, Molly Ringwald, Stanley Tucci, and several more. There are also inductees for TV, live theater, and live performance. And one for sports.
Basically, to stage.
Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be hot out there. Highs will be in the low 70s to about the low 80s in Metro LA and OC. It's going to be in the mid 70s at the beaches. The 80s across the valleys and out in the high desert could reach 100 degrees today. Right now it's 68 in Brea, 65 in Seal Beach, 66 in Marina Del Rey, and 70 in San Dimas. The KFI financial report, Dow is up 360, the S&P 500 is up 49, and the NASDAQ is up 200. Let's take a look at your drive this morning. Looks like we're going to crash on the 15.
This is going to be way out in the desert on your way to Vegas. That's why I mentioned it, because we're headed towards Las Vegas today and tomorrow. Northbound 15 before Baker Boulevard. We've got a crash there involving a big rig. There was a fuel spill. And it looks like there's a couple miles of backup as they are trying to clean this up. And that's northbound side. Just beware. There just a little bit today that way. We closer to home, Ontario 60 freeway eastbound and CIA still to right there. It's slow from Lona Avenue. A tow truck particularly when it comes to stall for northbound how much Chester Boulevard do you think the CIA has back from 105 is continue to work on that. In the Arcadia area, installed 210 westbound at Santa Anita has things pretty tight back from Buena Vista, and some sort of debris in the roadway causing a whole lot of flat tires headed towards San Diego, southbound side of the 5. In the Camp Pendleton area, Massillon Road, about 15 vehicles are on the right shoulder, figuring out, trying to figure out what made their tires go flat. So avoid that area. Camp 5 southbound and Massillon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, local traffic.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, where is the political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down the territory? JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline, and listen now.
FBI.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the newest program our radio app. Free, never sounded so good. AM on AM 640. You are listening to the Bill Handel Show. Here's Neil Saavedra.
Construct a media platform, social platform,
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the morning crew. I'm Neil Saavedra hanging out today. Bill Hayden last day off. Took his ABT. She's out on vacation. So we've got the other workers here. Will Schreiber, Gono, and of course, bring this all together. Don't touch that.
We can't do it covert.
Sit over here.
Come out.
Sit up straight.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Read the article.
One of my best friends is very strong national hero. He's the author of Restream, describing how he took
the U.S. added 147,000 jobs in June, sound rating estimates and offering a local size of the economy. Relatively solid shape. The unemployment rate fell from 4.2 to 4.1. So says the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That came out today. We will take that. Any news like that is good news. Just the things that are trending going on today. This story has bummed me out. This is out of the Atlantic. And this is about one of our childhood pastimes.
But they're not making up stuff.
And I don't know what it is about holidays, but I think we get a little nostalgic, right, when it comes to holidays, because those were the punctuation of life. Look at the big bosses. What are you doing here when everybody's gone? Somebody, the boss walks in shorts looking kind of, oh, how are you, sir? Everybody stood up to salute. I'm like, what are they doing? Paul Corvino, the president, just walks in casually. Yeah, sure, it's no big deal. Just coming in, checking on things. Nice to see you, sir. Yeah, well, we're trying. Doing what we
with any country
Nice to
with
see
a
you.
population.
You as well.
It's like
You don't see that every day.
Wikipedia.
The head of Starbucks walks in. Starbucks. No.
The world practice.
So that, the thought of nostalgia and these small situations in our life that remind us,
CIA
because unlike adults,
it comes out
time
every year.
moves differently when you're a kid, right?
It's a
So that
standard
all those things, those summers are
Well, everything
go on
that you've been through,
forever, and the holidays go on
all the
forever.
countries you've been
And
to,
one of the things I remember,
and all
we were broke.
situations you've
We
been
didn't have money, but we had bikes.
What are some of
Did we share some?
boil it
I
down
bet we
to
did.
2 or 3 of the biggest lessons you took from this life
Were they given
that you've had?
us by friends?
What
Yeah.
would those be?
Jamie Coda,
Well,
who unfortunately passed not too long
that no doesn't
ago,
always
way too
matter.
was a childhood friend. And I remember him giving me a bike.
Less than a week later, he said,
I remember distinctly, these moments where, the bikes were a big deal. Talking with producer Ann earlier, she said you always knew, where everybody was. Like, oh, that's the party house. That's where all the kids are going to play a game at the end of it, because all the bikes were in the front yard. And you could tell who was home, too. I would walk up and I'd see the bikes in the front yard, and I knew which brothers or my sister were home. And that was like a big, and there was something of freedom in life. And it's dying. You watch a Spielberg movie, you watch The Goonies. Goonies never good. And then you watch E.T. Or bikes were so prominent in these things. And I remember that when you walk, you have the freedom to be able to walk around the block. When you ride a bike, and I like to skateboard and stuff like that back in the day as well. But it's like, you could propel yourself. You could make decisions which direction you want to go, which path you want to go. You were away from your parents, usually. That's how I remember it. You were with your buddies, and you were flying like lightning through the streets. And when I grew up, we had our tract of homes, and there was one more street, and then it was fields. Forever. We had a crawdad pond, everything, like all the stuff that you think about being in maybe, I don't know, middle America or something, right here in Southern California. And riding my bike, and you ride it up to the edge of the fields, and you just leave it there, and then you run in further to go to the crawdad pond or whatever. And they're saying over the course of the 90s, an average of 20.5 million children ages 7 to 17 hopped on a bike
so much for coming
4 times a year.
sharing
That
your stories
sounds like a lot,
with
right?
us. Where can people
This is from the National Sports Association, by the way. They're the ones that pull all this information. A few decades later, we fast forward, numbers fallen.
Maybe I can't talk about a lot of what I did, but I can write fiction, I can write spy stories. They say, write about what you know. And so I've written these 2 espionage novels.
Less than 5%
Thinly
of bikes
disguised some of the characters, and not so thinly.
Now,
a couple of my friends, I've patterned characters in the book after them.
I mean, everything that is not down, yes, technically it's a suburb, I suppose.
They don't just stand there and do a portrait. They look at you and study you.
But we live by very populated and frequented roads, very busy. It's not real fun to ride a bike. In our area, there's a lot of bike riders, but there's cyclists.
It's almost like you took real life people and you painted the skies.
For whatever reason, balance, stuff like that. Didn't face it. Literally, my wife put him on a bike and he rode. It just took to it. It was, we all break codes in life. Some of us break them earlier or certain codes.
Sort of
that was one of his.
Find the thrill in normal everyday life now that you're not these clandestine operations.
That balance, no problem. When we go to a park, it's a big park that has, trail, things like that. It's controlled. Out on the streets, now before our son was born, my wife and I rode around LA all the time.
And it's amazing.
We went right into Chinatown. We were here 7 miles into Ciclovia, came around right throughout the streets of Los Angeles, right through downtown. with not a card.
To that. It's rare to find.
But as a kid, it was a rite of passage to get a bicycle and to go wherever you wanted. Think about what this is, how crucial it is to the way kids think, the independence that comes with it, the fight, of cardiovascular disease, diabetes. It's not just the foods. Everybody points to the food. We're getting bad into the food. Yeah, there's a problem with uber processed foods and all of that. The fact that we don't understand fats properly, so we think fats are bad, and we get low-fat foods in the 70s, early 80s, and that caused all kinds of. There's a lot of to it. But
you got some strong legs, especially after
first
living through that
exercise
attack
don't think
on your calf.
you're exercising.
Cool, man. Well, thank you so much, Jim. I very much appreciate it.
It's about going out, hanging out with your friends.
That's all, folks.
And it's dying. It's a trainer for kids. Being solo, being independent, thinking differently, making decisions, spatial mapping, understanding your surroundings, troubleshooting, problem solving, all in one.
The title of
understanding, don't leave those jeans flapping or your tough skins, whatever they might have been at the time, near a bear chain. Gonna be a problem.
So for me and for the people listening, give me a brief background on how you got into this whole world of
the first time you probably said, my brakes aren't working. I need another pad on here, or I need to tighten the cable, or there's so much more to it than just biking, and it's going away. And part of it is us as parents. The fear of kids going out and about, the fear of kids not being within reach. They're tethered to us. And again, unintended consequences is my thing.
No matter how much work I did, it seemed like
trying to foresee them, and I don't know what this will be in a generation without bikes. What will continue to produce. But what about?
So at 23,
all right,
I did
Neil
the first
Baker and the morning crew, and Phil Handles off today, and so is Amy King. We got Heather Brooker giving us the updates in the KFI 24-hour news.
Here is the latest. 7 people are missing after a fireworks warehouse explosion in Yolo County sparked an 80-acre wildfire. The blast destroyed the building and forced evacuations. Crews are still searching the area for people by land and air. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a case about transgender students in school sports. The case involves transgender athletes in Idaho and West Virginia. More than 24 states have enacted laws barring transgender women and girls from participating in certain sports. From the Open.com Weather Center, the only business software you need. Highs will be in the mid-70s to around 80 in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by Payday.
Walk into a bar and
Let's see. Oh, we're going to traffic. Hey, Will, things are slow on the 101 in Hollywood.
Hey, Heather. Yeah, they sure are. Southbound side of the 101. You're going to see delays starting to pass out on a couple of our cities, all the way down to the 110 freeway. So allow a little extra time. It's almost like just any other day on that freeway. Northbound side of the 110 freeway in South LA. We've got a crash right there, Adams Boulevard, 3-vehicle crash there, and slow lanes in the right lane. And that's northbound 110 stopped all the way back
so that's what led to
Florence. And even before that, you start to see brake lights around Manchester on the northbound side. Also, we've still got that problem in Ontario. We're working on that. Yes, eastbound here. You would crash through the right lane, really slow back from Oakland Avenue. And the southbound side of 405, it's not too happy right now. We're getting away from Victory Boulevard all the way down to the Silver Pass. It's better past Southern California's most accurate traffic. Which I will pull trucker.
Don't come down about bikes, man. You're gonna drive these beasts everywhere. Call cars. Going to and fro, getting to work. What if you have a problem with that? Can't just fix the pedal, man. It's a big deal. You got a problem with your 2018, 2025 car, back and forth to the shop, can't fix it yourself.
There's a lot of
it's a problem. It's going to be a lemon. That's a legal term. That's a
has the same effect.
Lemon. Pros at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
So
They're ready.
To
They
answer your
are
question,
prepared and they're standing right by your side, ready to go. And you don't pay anything. You pay zero. Manufacturer pays because it's their problem. It's
That
not your
natural
fault.
production
Not your fault.
he brought back
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
plenty
Now,
of anecdotal
250 now. See the keyword lemon lawyer. You're going to be connected to the accountant staff. You have the option to receive one-time out-of-bound text messages from iHeartMedia. They are accredited with the Better Business Bureau. The fact is, you're just in good hands. Dial pound 250, see the keyword lemon lawyer, or go to mylemonlawlawyer.com.
History fans, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Oh, really?
Very cut down a territory,
The whole idea
Marilyn Monroe having an affair.
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline, and listen now.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is very honestly cultivating every day. He's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit that way, we work together, we do a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, good morning, let's create the largest networking community on the planet.
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called.
But if you notice when the bodybuilders go to
Thinking,
stage,
all right, I'm about to be on
so when
a
it's sometimes for a show, so is it a function of the calories that they have to have in order to put it in showtime? Is it a function
said that they
a lot of
were
people say, oh yeah,
elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea.
I have a friend who does it. Abusive levels.
From wondering the makers of Dr. Death and Kids Resource comes a new series, We Crash, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about
Then
culture, spiritual,
so there's a complete, and that's where among
that was just
among the naysayers of
One of my colleagues turned to me and said,
people who
oh, Mike, this is a cult.
try
I'm
to
David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crash, wherever you're listening right now.
say that it's the
Listen and
most
follow this podcast for free on the
there's not a
iHeartRadio app.
distinction
#1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother.
Anything
I
taken in
think we're
eyeglasses.
calling with him. When I say let's connect, this is our new podcast. Rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use Indian and our relationship to it. He's 20 years later to talk about life and love and art and everything.
And it comes down to it took a very similar path to Maryland. So
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI James is right to more stimulating talk. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why. This is why. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot. This is why I heard Shannon on the promo.
It took how long?
About
40 years since.
Is she one of those people that eat like one popcorn at a time? Like a person that eats one. My wife will eat one French fry at a time. I'm like, who does that? She'll have one little popcorn at a time. It's crazy, man.
therapeutic.
Get your hand in there.
It's the same thing with testosterone.
Pull out a big old ball of popcorn. Open your mouth,
especially when the war on drugs
shove it in.
So testosterone
Now you
became
eat popcorn. You gotta teach everybody this.
classified as
My husband makes fun of me because that's how I eat popcorn, and all like half of it goes down the front of my
It
face.
happened at a
Because
time
that's how you're supposed to do it.
Just like Cookie Monster, like
Well, that SOB is always,
this was just the
popcorn one
platform
thing.
we
Don't
used to
waste.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
All right, KFI 640, by the way,
It
by
just
the
got
by.
moved into these.
Neil Savade read in the morning crew here. Handle has the day off, as does today,
So just
tomorrow,
a
as does
stigma started.
She's on
Part
vacation
of the
for
reason
the next
why medical
2 weeks, so we have the pleasure of having Heather Worker with us.
As notoriously
Okay, popcorn buckets. You remember when we used to, do you remember this, guys? Remember when
that's
you
where
would
the
go
age
to the
just
movies,
kind of
remember? And you'd be like, wow, this popcorn's expensive.
just stayed
It's like,
away from
yeah.
shied away from it. Tried to,
And
you
you
know,
go and
everything
complain about popcorn being so expensive. Well, what we all know now as an adult
led to a negative light.
is that
And it just was stigmatized. So now we have dogwood and
concessions is where they really make the money. It's expensive to rent those movies and pay to be able to play them. The system has broken, quite honestly, but that's the way it works. And
How did you transition
they're not
from
making money out of the ticket sales the way you think. They are, it's the concession. So they got to make their money somehow. Well, those days are over because now it's not about the popcorn, it's what the popcorn is in. This is in movies. This is at Disneyland. Disneyland has custom or these limited edition
there was an article that came
buckets.
out
I know
about myself
because
taking
I am
steroids, which was
a
just incorrect. It had incorrect information. I did
baby child.
but that was for my
I like toys.
I had a supplement.
So as a big child man myself, I do get some of the Star Wars ones, and I have a couple bits and ones as well because they make me happy. They're neat. They look neat. They're cool. But now, when you go to a movie theater, you could pay up to $80.
Okay, so back to.
And what happens, infrequently, we go to movies frequently these days. You can watch them at home. They come out more quickly on streaming, and
this
you're good to go. When you take a kid to the theater, and he's going to see, he or she is going to see their favorite little film. And then all of a sudden they see this thing that looks like a toy, and it's filled with popcorn, and it's $80. Now I got one recently.
When I
haven't
eventually
seen
learned
the
about it,
film,
and I was
but I
learning
bought
to
it online because I love the way it looked.
other people saw my transition. They wanted
for Nosferatu. It was
and
his.
so when I started showing people exactly like, okay, this is how we do it.
So I thought it was cool. I use it to hold stuff in my shop.
This is what we should do.
And then I have a bunch of the Star Wars ones from Disneyland. But I'm looking right now.
People
Looking right now on eBay. A Deadpool and Wolverine one is going for $150. Another pair of limited edition Deadpool and Wolverine movie popcorn buckets. These were AMC exclusive. Very rare. $5,000.
So it just led to a
$5,000. So, how to Train Your Dragon, $62 on eBay. Superman movie one. This is the pre-sale because the movie opens July 11th. $150. Fantastic Four. Galactus. That's the one I'm looking at right here in front of me too in the story. That one's going for $165. I get notices from AMC, a member of AMC. I get notices from them when these things go on pre-sale.
So when I was able
Say, hey, I want to get this bucket. Now they're collectibles. You know where it started? They've had special things in the past, but this is madness, this new wave, which goes to Dune. So Dune, the episode 1.
So, and you're going to school for biochemistry? Yeah. Okay.
So
this topper that went on top of
when I started
a bucket, right?
Passion now for
but it's up there, the sandworm or whatever. But it looks like a Maryland. I don't know if you guys have seen the opening. Yeah, so the first thing people thought was, I want to put myself in that. because that was what people were thinking. So the minute this came out, it went viral because everybody's like, that looks like
and it was still the, more people came, and then pretty soon I was
something for the effort.
So I also became very adept on social media.
So that when everybody bought those out, and they sold out, and then I think it was
sourcing all these products and
because Ryan Reynolds is a marketing genius. Probably not a very nice person like this, but a marketing genius.
Figure out their supply chain. Come up with something that
they came up with ones.
So I found a Chinese
Deadpool with their mouths wide open,
and I was able
playing off of the sexual connotation of the Dune one. So that went on, and now it's the thing. Everywhere you go, there are these popcorn buckets, and they're getting more expensive and more elaborate.
Quality in China? Yeah. So one of the, another one of the myths about China is it's
popcorn buckets and zippers.
It's still a business structure, even though
all the coolest popcorn buckets.
There's still a capitalist quality to the
concept that there is a special edition one at Disneyland of the Yeti
will prevail, especially when they deal with Americans. So the Chinese
and you pull its arm down, and its eyes light up, the arm goes up, and it roars just like it does on the right. We bought multiple of them because it's so good, but they were like $40. And they're probably hard to get now. But I bet you those will be sold. So just walk the kids very quickly past the popcorn area, and you won't have to buy $80
best ones with the best quality. Really test.
Neil Spader here today. Happy 4th of July weekend. We're easing into it early. I know many of you hit me up that you're still working today, maybe part of tomorrow. And we're happy to see you company and all. Let's get the latest news right now into the version of KFI 24 hours.
A California man is facing charges for being on the hunt for lawmakers.
Newly released federal documents say the 24-year-old had a long hit list that included the lawmaker's photograph, home address, and in some cases, photos of their spouse. The man was part of the terrorist group known as the Telegram Collective, which lurks in the shadows of the internet. The feds say the Sacramento County man had cards with politicians, state and local officials, business leaders, advocates, and others listed on them with a picture of a rifle and the reasons why the person needed to be taken out. Jason Campadonian, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by CJ Tax and Attorneys. Contractors are accused of dumping hazardous debris from the wildfires in January in LA County landfills.
State and local records show federal contractors sent truckloads of asbestos-containing debris to Bethel, Simi Valley, Aurora, and Silmar. Environmental chemical officials tell the LA Times that a lapse in asbestos protocols led to the improper disposal of debris in March.
They weren't around
when I was doing it. They did I didn't also tell the Times certainly at the time they just asbestos or hazardous waste were improperly disposed.
The Labor Department says U.S. employers added 147,000 jobs in June, despite uncertainty over President Trump's economic policies. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1% from 4.2% in May. 4 people have been killed and more than a dozen others were hurt after a drive-by shooting outside a nightclub in Chicago. ABC's Christian Mikos says the shooting happened as people left an event last night hosted by a local rapper.
Investigators say dark sky pulled up, but at least one person inside out of the gun and started shooting into a crowd of people outside the restaurant and lounge. That's what police said the suspects drove off. First responders rushed to the scene and took the victims to multiple hospitals.
Witnesses say some people didn't wait for ambulances to get there and started driving people to the hospital. I should say, police officers didn't wait for ambulances to get there and started driving people to hospitals themselves. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be in the 70s to around 80 in Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 64 in Newport Beach, 65 in Placentia. Let's go to a crash on 110 in South LA.
It's northbound side of that 110 freeway, right there in Adams, just south of the 10. Still several lanes blocked there because of a crash. Severe damage to vehicles involved in traffic stop. Back from Manchester on the northbound side. Southbound side of the 101 still pretty slow from Melrose on downtown.
northbound side of the 5. That is slow, but as you make your way through Lincoln Heights, getting away from the 10 freeway, slow to go all the way up towards the 2. As far as Orange County is great. I have no complaints about Orange County. Inland Empire still some problems there on the 60 freeway. About a Euclid and Ontario crash being worked on. There's a jam up out of Chino on that eastbound side, and a problem as well on the 215 northbound. It looks like it's going to be right near the interchange of the 60 on the 215 northbound at Alessandro. That off-ramp block was a crash involved there. But Southern California's most dangerous traffic reports. That's what pulls from. You don't think of a mint as something that is worthy of discussion. Well, because it's not. Self-mint, it's about more than a mint. And I want to tell you about it because I know it's an interesting
so there's a major market just for doing the work to find the
but I want you to check them out because they really are superior. They are a functional breath freshener. Crazy the way these things work. You got mint on the outside. We all get that. A lovely peppermint flavor. And it's fantastic. We enjoy that. And then inside it is this capsule filled with parsley seed oil. You swallow that, it goes to work in your gut. So it's a 1-2 punch that you just can't get anywhere else. And it gives your breath this just indescribable freshness. Well, they have found out that most of you end up buying their best-selling 5-pack to its best-selling. They want to give you huge savings. So
when I was in college, I just had
the end of this weekend, as a matter of fact, we'll go through this weekend, they're offering 20% off their best-selling 5-pack. Huge savings. Claim exclusive offer. All you need to do is go to Zelman, CELMINS.com /4. And it's going to give you that discount, 20% off. It goes through 4th of July weekend. Take advantage of this. This claim, the only way to claim this 20% discount offer is on a 5-pack of Zelman's. Go to Zelmans.com /4. CELMINS.com /4. That's how you're going to get it. So that's a definite flavor 5-pack. CELMINS.com /4.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Flushing the area to cut down a territory. JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair.
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
Such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Microsoft laying off thousands of its employees in its latest round of cuts. Restream reports Roku is expected to impact less than 4% of its global workforce across different teams. The software company has held several rounds of layoffs already this year, including in May, when it announced layoffs of around 6,000 workers. Microsoft reportedly is looking to reduce the layers of managers.
What's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If your dick is malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen, I want the bang bangs your head on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure can get it for free. When you press it, promo code Joey, Joey. Just pay a fin for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey. When you visit BlueChew.com, right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. We're back. Don't forget Blue Chew. It's the summertime. If you're going to sling dick, don't forget Blue Chew. That's all I can think. It is Blue Chew, right?
Absolutely.
All right, always Blue Chew.
Only Blue Chew. Dude, R.I.P. the stairs. This is the last month of the stairs.
That's it?
That's it.
One more month?
That's it.
What are you going to do with the stuff? Burn it?
I'm gonna try to sell it. Who knows?
Who's going to walk up those steps?
I don't know. Nobody, right? I'm going to give some stuff to my mom. I'll burn some of it. Who knows? That's the fucking biggest waste of goddamn money.
No,
I love living here. It was just
you said it the best. It got you here.
Yeah.
It got you here. And your first apartment, nobody moves in. So the trunk dive was the first time. You know.
No.
You're going to have rats, shit you see. Because when you're excited, the ether.
Right.
Like, I know that's what happened to you. Like, I'm moving on the earth. 4 stats. I can do this shit every day. Fuck you. When you told me, I was like, this motherfucker's out of his birth.
Well,
he's never walking those steps. I was correct.
Well, you were correct, but this has been the craziest year of my life. Like, I don't know. It's a year anniversary of me breaking up with my last
wife. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit.
What?
There you go.
What did I do?
Nothing. Just torturing and shit.
I feel like I'm walking into a conversation that's already going on. There we go. Wait a minute. I don't know. And it was. And I moved to New York thinking like, oh, I'm going to get put. Like, the apartment that I had like an outdoor space. It was nice. I thought I was going to get pussy. And then I meet someone 2 weeks in.
That's what happens.
And then, yeah, so it's fucking crazy.
Well, it's great.
Oh, it's amazing.
You're in love. She can bake.
Oh.
She's pretty. You know, she smells good.
Thank you.
I've got a nice apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that is my first apartment in New York. Dude, New York with money is a completely different. Like they spin the rotating door for you at her place. That's someone's job.
Anywhere with money, they take care of you. You know, can you imagine living in New York and struggling right now? Like, you know, state people in a 4-bedroom apartment, 2 of them on the couch. You got 1.5 bathroom. That means at all times all your bathrooms stink like shit.
Oh my God!
More than your bathroom's always gonna smell like a fucking billy goat. Unless somebody sleeps at their girlfriend's or boyfriend's house. Struggling in New York sucks.
Dude, I have a friend who I met in LA who's a comic. He survives out here because he's a golf caddy during the day, and they give him a free place to live, like the Caddy Shack house. He got home last year. His ceiling was like, it was just like raining in his fucking room. Like all the pipes burst.
In LA?
You know, in New York. Like the house that they give him. I met him when we lived in LA. He moved here to do comedy, and he's a caddy. He's a great comic, doing great in the city, but he survives because he has a free place to live because he's a caddy. But everything just burst. Like it's
in the caddy people?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's been living for free for a year. At least I call it free. Won't go to a hotel for about a week. Hotel 6 assigned you.
Yeah, for fucking $8 million.
No, you tell him it's a weekly rate.
Not in New York.
Well, you can't stay in Manhattan, Lee.
Right.
You know, what the fuck? What are you, crazy? I don't care. In New York, no, he's gonna have to go up to fucking the depths of all the way out there and get a fucking Motel 6. What's the other airport in Long Island? Islip, yeah. Welcome to Iceland. Listen, there's no fucking shortcuts. LA, both of those cities struggle. Sucks dick. I still remember having to shoplift cigarettes. And fucking, take a soda from the gas station and shit.
Yeah.
That's what you have to. The checks would come out at 5 at the Comedy Store. I'd be there at 4:30. Like, whistling and shit. Like, can't wait to get that $75 check or whatever. I'm gonna go to Wendy's and get the fuck. Yeah.
I love that you knew what time the checks came out.
Yeah, the checks would have been after 2, from 2 to 5. And the mailman came every day at 12:35. I was out there at attention at 12:20 in case he got lost. Somebody tried to kidnap.
Oh my God! Did they start to expect you?
Oh my God! I became when I lived on Gardner or Schrader. I don't know wherever Ralphie lived. That same building. The mailman knew us by first name. If I got a check, the mailman wouldn't just put it in my box. He'd knock on Ralphie's door. To saving Joey the suspense.
You were getting mail at Ralphie's house?
No, because I was getting mail there. At somebody's house. Somebody in that building, I was getting my mail there.
Right.
For the longest time. For years, I was getting my mail. I can't remember whose box it was. It was either Celine's, Gavin's, fucking Jody's. It could have been Ralphie's.
Right.
So I would be there. I knew the man. He was Filipino. So I knew his schedule.
That's amazing.
You think I'm fucking kidding you? He would tell me when he was going to be there next week. Like, I'm going on vacation. I will not be here. So the other guy come late. So just to let you know. But I'd be fucking waiting there. There was always this, and people would say to me, you get the check? I don't know. But if you're not out here, you won't get dick, right or wrong. If I didn't get a check, then I had to go hustle. Then I had to go put the day together. Well, I got $8 and we at least got a Chinese lunch. I was waiting for 35. And dog, I'm going to be honest with you guys. A lot of times I wasn't getting the check, and the check would come from something I didn't even expect.
How good does that feel when you get a surprise check?
Oh my God. I still remember being broke and I had to get a plane ticket. And I went downstairs and I guarantee Terry didn't check the mail. This one, me and Terry lived together because I was getting mail in 2 places for a long time. And I'll never forget going downstairs. And we had just gotten married. We were moving to the valley. And I needed money. And I went downstairs. Remember when The Sopranos stopped in 2007 or 9? HBO put a box set out. And in the front, they put the Mad TV sketch. So they paid me for that. I'll never forget going downstairs expecting a dick day and opening up my thing and it was like a check for $2,400. Oh shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Like at 9:30. No, I was clean then. I was clean. Spotless clean. But I still was going to Celine's after the Comedy Store one night, 10 o'clock at night. And still trying to no money. And Celine going, Joey, go over there. You got a check in the mail. No, you got something in the mail. And I went over there. There was a letter that was already open. And it was that dude that became a comedian. They took all his movies away. He used to have a reality show on Fox. And I did first episode 4. I played a pizza guy. Yes, Jamie Kennedy experiment.
Oh shit, okay.
I did episode 4 or 5 or some stupid shit.
That must have been a while ago. I remember that show.
That was 2001 or 2.
Jesus.
The show was a hit,
Right.
but they couldn't shoot the episodes fast enough, so they kept re-showing mine.
Nice.
And I'll never forget it. 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, man, the night's done. It looks like I'm going home. Celine's like, go over there. There's something over there for you. And it came over. I remember going in there. It was 2 checks for $650 a day's pay. And I ran to the fucking check cashing place on my old house in Hollywood. Right. I basically ran up there. Because I thought they closed. They didn't. They were open 24 hours. I was pissed. Yeah, because I had a cat to go feel it. He closed at 1, so I ran over there. But I got my checks cashed. But that's great. You know, even now, like my residual checks, like when I look at, my wife doesn't deposit 1 anymore. She waits till I get 10 of them. Okay. And she deposits all 10 of them at once. And I wish I could read you guys the amounts I get. You would die. Like it starts like at 1 penny, 3 pennies, 18 cents, $92. Then it goes back to $4.21, $5.18, $320. 28 cents, 22 cents. Like, so if 10 checks come, 2 will be worth catching. There's 3 of them that my wife will sit there and look at it and go, why would they send you a check for this fucking amount?
I was just gonna add, like, the stamp makes it not even worth it. Why not just direct deposit into your account?
Point in my life where I get them every fucking day.
Yeah,
I get them every day for a show I did 30 fucking years ago. Now they air it in Japan. And they send me like that. Those are the good ones. When you get the white envelope with the red paperwork. But that's when you're like, oh shit.
What's the red paperwork?
The red paperwork is international and shit. Grey Poupon and shit.
Do they pay you even though you're not talking? Like, do they dub over you?
Yeah, they dub over you, but they show
you. They still pay you?
Those checks are 21 cents. When I open those up, I'm like, what, bitches? You open them up, 21. The other day, I had like, yeah, I'm not lying to you. I must have got 9 checks. My wife deposited them one day last week. Because I just put them on the thing when I get them. Right. And I go to sag.org. You go to sagafter.org. And they'll tell you what's coming, the date is coming, and what's in process. So, when I had nothing, I lived on that website.
They're sitting refreshed all day?
Every Sunday at 6 o'clock, they refreshed it. Okay, so they would start on Sunday at 6 o'clock, and it would tell you when your checks were going to be there, when they were going to get mailed out. So on those days, I already had that money spent. George, I'm coming over at 1 to pick up an 8. Dog, let's go get some Chinese at 1. All right, then we'll go to, what's his name? We got Nathan Weed, then we'll go to Ricky Cruz, pick him up and get high.
Did you have it on your calendar? Like, check for $5?
You don't put nothing in your calendar. It's all in the coconut.
It's all there?
But in those days, the checks were heavy.
Right.
Those checks were like $333, $682, because it was the top of the tier. It was 20 years ago. Right. So I'd be just parked out there like a child. And when he would come, I'd be like, oh, shit. And when I went in there, if that check wasn't there for some reason, there was one check that didn't come for fucking like a week. I was pissed. I was on the phone with SAG every day. And because of that, till this day, I still have the number you call when you're missing a check. I never got rid of that number. Oh my God. That number's been in his phone since 2002. Because I lost a check for like $500. I had like 9 checks sent to me. That's the funny thing about that. That week was my biggest payoff ever at that time. I had like 9 checks sent to me. All the checks were over $50. But the one I was waiting for was that. In my world, I got every check except the $500. And I had to wait 30 days to file a fucking complaint. Oh no. And then once you file the complaint, it takes another 120 days to process. So kiss that check goodbye. But what a lot of people don't know, and I'm going to drop it on you right now, if you live in, especially if you live in Hollywood, because those motherfuckers are treacherous. Once a year, I would drive down to SAG after SAG. I would go to SAG first, go upstairs and say, can I please get the box of checks that got returned? Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was just checks that never got sent to you or delivered?
It got sent to my fucking address. But for some reason, they didn't deliver. No, he don't live here no more. Shit like that when they put the arrow going backwards on your shit. Yeah, and I would go, what the fuck? I live there. And then they would have it like an address in like Jersey. Like they went online for that, and they come up with, like, why would you send this to Fairview, New Jersey? That's the address we had. No, you didn't. I live in LA. Why would I put fucking a Luxburger address? That's what they would do to me. So you go down there and come home with like 800. What? Oh, God. But you had to wait once a year. Like you had to, like, you know, because if you went every other week, you look like a fucking pauper.
Well, I was going to say.
But the after department always fucked up your checks. And this would piss me off about those motherfuckers.
What they do?
They always got the address to bill you, correct? Not a poop. All their bills always come back without the hands. Everything else came back. Then another motherfucker, they dig through the computer and look for your old addresses and send them there on purpose. So, because after 90 days, the check is null and void.
You think it's a scam? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised.
Who do you think it'd be? Well, Joy Bananas. I finally had to figure when you're broke. Right, figure that type of shit out. You're like, how come they didn't lose any other check but my big one, right, for 120 fucking days? Maybe the production company, who the fuck is, you know, but the production company has to send the check to SAG. SAG recuts the check and sends it to you.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Very seldom do you get a check on the production. Every once in a while. Those are the mistakes I would get. Checks from production companies that would send them to you. And dog, when you're broke, you know all the protocols. So when you do a commercial, you get a check within 30 days. They suck dick. But if you do a TV or a film, you should be getting your money in 10 days. Well, so now you sign the paperwork and you gave the control of your agency to take that check. Well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to deposit it and tell you they never got dick. I would have the producers on the other line go, listen, before you say what you're going to say, I want you to think about what you're going to say. You better think about what you're going to say. I got, what's your name? Liam. I got Liam from Partners, whatever that's a new company. They just came to New Jersey. Entertainment Partners. Liam, tell my manager when he sent the check. You know, June 1st. It's July fucking 1st. Why don't I have my check? Well, we never got it. Liam, did they get it? They got it. You should see how many people I caught in that. They sent it. And then I found out they were sending the checks after 3 days. Like if you shot it and you caught the fucking pay period right, like if you shot on a Tuesday, you got to check on Friday. Your agent would sit for a month and a half. Listen, I'll tell you what, I'll give you an extra 2%. Just mail me the check when I get it, because I'm over your star.
2%?
Yeah, whatever. Why are you
a lot of percent?
What are they gonna make on $600? Oh, yeah, that's $600 check. That's scale.
Yeah, but what about, if you think they're doing this with you, I was just thinking about the...
Hello? And you have 200 fucking clients.
What about the people who are on, like, you know, like those shows they're on for 10, 20 years? If you're getting these kind of checks, they must be getting 50 checks a day. Like those people who are on movies or shows forever?
Yes.
Holy
shit.
It's
a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam, yeah. There was a part 15 years ago where I went to this agency, and one day, I would sit on SAG every fucking Sunday. 6 o'clock, I don't give a fuck what's going on. You got a computer? Yeah, okay. 6:01, I'm on SAG. I would see like 20 checks came. So I call SAG, and I'm like, hey, you know, my ID number, date of birth, whatever the fuck you need, address. You sent those checks to me, but I haven't gotten one of them. They're like, hold on. And they were like, no, we sent it to your agent. And I go, why would you do that? And they go, because they have a release. I ran to that agent. And they go, dog, where's my money? And they're like, what money? And I go, let's go to the computer, this money. And they go, yeah, we take that. We take 10%. And I go, you didn't book that. Oh, no. You didn't book that. I'll take you to fucking court right now. You better undo that. Well, you signed the agreement. I don't give a fuck what I signed. How can you take commission on a job? You never fucking booked.
How did they even get a check for something they didn't book? That's crazy.
They took that thing when I signed on with them.
Right.
Whatever I was signing, they took and sent it to fucking SAG.
Jesus. And I called my lawyer, and he goes, no, they put that in after the paper. Because I always wanted that shit by my lawyer at the time. Always. You know, the guy from Goonies, fucking Ralphie's lawyer.
Oh, they added something to your contract after you signed it?
They would send that paperwork in. They would forge you. No, these motherfuckers, you gotta watch your paper, bro, motherfucker. People think it's just and you see Jay-Z jumping up and down in Paris. Even that guy's got to watch his money.
Yeah.
I don't care what level of entertainment you are or whatever. You have to watch your fucking paper constantly.
And that's so sad for a guy like me who's hoping one day to have an agent. Is that like there's people like
every fucking year three agents and two managers go to jail. Every fucking year, if you look closely, we know somebody who threw his manager in fucking jail. Damn, that motherfucker was taking everything. Everything, because they become your personal managers, and they're like, okay, I'll handle everything, and you're like, oh yeah, the spotlight is great. And meanwhile, they're eating lobster tails.
Yeah. Like, are you talking about like paying their regular bills? I don't understand that at all. How hard is it to
You
get
are
auto
so
pay?
fucking tied up as an entertainer. There's a lot of people who are in comedy or acting or music that listen to this. There's a level that you get to, it's $60,000 a year. People are going to try to rob you at every, you know, it's like I feel bad for like, what about the guy caught with my Apple guy?
Oh, yeah?
Remember with the missing hand? Mm-hmm. This motherfucker, no wonder he had a missing hand. Somebody cut it off from stealing.
Oh, no.
We had to take him to court. You know, what he settled for was like, he was just, but I could feel it because when we didn't have the podcast, the numbers were great. And all of a sudden, the podcast booming, everything's selling except my CDs. Are you fucking stupid? And we kept asking, no. Sales have been down. I do Rogan. I remember those days. That first album I did live at fucking the Three Aces. Yeah, you remember that? Nobody even fucking talked to me back then. I've done the longest show I could do. Talking to doing a CD for his company. I put that thing on Apple. I think I sold 3 of them in 5 years. I swear to God. One night, I'm having dinner in Vegas, and my text goes off, and it's that guy, and he goes, I'm sending you a check for $1,900. And I fucking got up and called him. I go, what are you talking about? And the check's always $9, $8.50. And he goes, I don't know. You did something. All your CDs sold out or something. Well, I've gone on Rogan.
Oh, okay.
Every time early on those shows in those days, they bought everything. And he kept, and so after that, I went on Rogan 25,000 times. And he's telling me, oh, you just sold 3 CDs. So I signed with that dude, and I said, look into that. This motherfucker came back on the dog. This motherfucker. No wonder he's got a missing hand. And I could tell because he started dating a young girl. And when I met him, he had like a shitty car. And when I met him the second time, he had a convertible Audi.
Right. Don't go from a shitty car to an Audi.
Yeah, you don't go from a shitty car to a convertible Audi. So I knew that something was not right. And then the chick broke his heart. He went deep. He had to go to psychotherapy, sell the car, reminded him of her and shit. I wish I was lying to you guys. It was not good.
Was he stealing the money to pay for stuff for the girl?
I think he was just stealing the money to impress the girl. And like, you're gonna get that a lot. I was with an agency once that he didn't rob me, but there was an agent that seemed very nice. And one day they took him out of there with handcuffs. He was just, bro, there's 1,000 ways to rob a client.
What do you think? Do you think it's just so easy for them that they're never gonna notice? It's just too much temptation.
You sign with a manager,
right?
And the guy sells you on. We take care of everything. We get you plane tickets, hotels, rental cars. You give me a card. 3 years, nothing ever happened. Then one day they get an assistant.
Right, okay.
Now he's got access to your cards. Now you're seeing bowling, $89. You haven't bowled since high school. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. That's how it starts. And if they're going to win bowling once or twice, then they'll take them for dinner. Then they'll take them for another dinner.
And then next thing you know, you're financing plane tickets to Alaska. It's never happened to me, but it's happened to 3 or 4 comics.
Is that because you have your wife, like, to help you in a lot of ways that maybe some other comics don't?
That taught me that I would book my own plane tickets. Even today, I still look at my own plane tickets and book. Even today, I do all that shit.
And obviously not.
I don't have the heart to go. Please do me a favor, get me a plane, and then you have to phone me back and go, well, there's a 7:30, a 9:30, and 11:30. All right, what time can we get back? Sunday, and then you call me back. Well, the 7:30 is not a event. I can't do that to a human being. That's right. That's just stupidity.
And is it really?
That's just stupidity. I can't do that. Go back and forth to a fucking stupid fucking place.
It takes longer.
It takes a lot longer.
And like,
it takes too much of my time. That's why people say you have to be able to have this system. Because by the time I call you the method, you're gonna have a fucking heart attack. Because there's no method. It's just hustle. It's just get on the computer, do this. You're looking at dates. You gotta check the hotel to see if they got a midnight room service. That's the first thing I look at. You gotta have something for me to eat. How many times you go back to a hotel? You're starving. They got potato chips.
They don't grab anything. Even nice hotels have nothing.
Forget it. I want to see the menu. I want to see the late night menu. It's always gonna have a stupid fucking cheeseburger. You know that. They're always gonna have a warm chocolate chip cookie, which I don't know why I would just get one cookie. Tell me I got a bag of Chips Ahoy for the small 20. Bring it up. Bring it up. Why you know what I'm saying? Like, wait till somebody opens up one of those hotels that you fucking pick your own midnight menu, like a prison menu. You send them at 11. You look at your remote, what's coming out? The Twilight Zone. Fucking Eyes Wide Shut. I'm up till 4. Fucking okay. Let me get a salami sandwich with bologna and fucking American cheese, lettuce, mustard. Put the mayonnaise under the fucking whatever, because I want the mustard on the salami. You know, and you sit there like Norton eating fucking that. I just had. You know what, guys? I swear to my mercy, 9 out of 10 times I don't eat, but I just want to know. If I can't sleep and I roll a joint and I go downstairs at 2 in the morning, when I go down to smoke that joint, I'm thinking about that. I already looked at the menu. I already know what I'm going to order. This is just kicking up those taste buds a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I mean, you haven't been on the road that much in the last year or so, but I've been out and like not at shitty hotels. Even if they have restaurants, they're not usually open all night. There's almost nothing.
That's what I'm fucking saying to you. That's why I'd rather pick a hotel that has a late night.
I know, I got it.
What am I talking to my fucking selfie?
No, I know that's what you want, but I don't know how many of them you're gonna find. Plus,
you're not gonna find them.
We're talking
the W, Four Seasons,
right?
Maybe a Marriott. But you gotta look at the fine print with the other hotels because they'll throw curveballs at you. It's like frozen pizza, shit like that. We have pizza, we have burritos. You're like, then you get them. Let me tell you something. If there's anything I miss from LA, it's a lot of food, but I could go for 2 of those frozen burritos from the bodega. 2 of those bean and cheese motherfuckers.
You mean 7-Eleven? What are you talking about?
Not 7-Eleven, like one of those Mexican places that had those little frozen burritos.
I didn't know they had them.
Yeah, even the fucking fruit, like the little, a little meat, a little fucking, I would never do the pork, I ain't gonna lie to you, but it's so crazy how, as a comic, as an entertainer, you think, wow, once I get up there, my life's gonna ease up. Fuck you! You gotta work harder, you gotta keep your eyes more open, you gotta watch more shit, and that's where the mental stress comes from. It's not just writing jokes anymore, right? You know, when that agent calls you and says, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Listen, I got a great date for you. July 24th, 25th, and 26th. And you're like, okay. And you take it, and you get there, and it's like, man, you should have been here last weekend. People were everywhere. This is a black biker and midget parade weekend.
No one comes out.
You know what I'm saying? Why did I come here? And then you don't know, so you don't even go, hold on 1 second. Let me see if they have a direct flight.
Right.
You don't know. You say, yeah, ready. They sign the thing, and all of a sudden you're like, direct flight. You got to fly to Mongolia, and then back to fucking Newark, and then up to Canada. You know, you don't know these things.
Right.
You get burned like 4 or 5 times. Like, I'm not saying yes, ever. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I'm at a computer. I'm checking the hotels. I'm checking the late night menu. I'm checking the fucking Ubers. You have to check everything. Because then they'll get you up. Okay, and then you get there, it's an hour from the hotel. They're only paying you $500. Right. It just costs you $75 each way. That's $150 out of $500. You don't know this shit. So there comes a time you have to check everything. You learn. And then one day you make a checklist. Fuck it. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Right. Why? Because I gotta cover my bases too. I gotta check to see if it's a midget funeral or some shit before I go to this. Because if not, that's what they keep saying that shit to you. Last week, the helicopters were dropping people off. There was people everywhere coming to the shows. And you're like,
meanwhile, you have 10 people at your show or something.
We got 8 people. And one of them's a half a midget.
Yeah, and because you were talking about like managers doing it for you. And like, I know you were busy, and I know there's people who are very busy, but do you really think there's someone you're that busy that you can't book a flight? Like, that doesn't make sense to me, like that I couldn't in the back of an Uber. And I know it's like, I can, but I don't want to, but that doesn't make sense.
Am I a control freak for doing that, or do I just want to know what I'm walking into? I don't know what I'm walking into. What if all this shit, if we go back and forth for 2 hours, I get up, I go to Newark, and you're like, no, it was LaGuardia.
Right. Yeah.
Do you follow all this shit? That's why I'm like, you want to do business, you call me. You want to show me your titties? Text me. Okay, you want to say good morning? Text me. Anything business-wise, jump on the fucking call. So there's no misunderstanding. Get on the fucking call. Get on the call.
But then, do you ever worry people are gonna like say that you said something you didn't, or they're gonna say they didn't say something?
Write it down. You have to take notes when you talk to these people. Do I have a hotel? No. Confirmed. Okay. How far from the airport to the thing? Oh, it's about 2 hours. Is somebody gonna pick me up? No. Don't even ask. Just assume. What time is the club manager going to pick me up? Oh, we don't do that. No. Oh, shit, you don't? Okay. I got to text out, and you don't, because you want the gig. Right. They don't keep doing that to you. It'll work inside. Now you're half a fag. Now you're driving from airport to airport. So these are things I learned. And I didn't care because I did comedy for 9 years. But after 9 years, I got into the comedy store. Once I got into the comedy store, listen, here's the deal. I'll take the cheap payment, but you gotta take a little fucking care of me. I'm not up here playing a fucking violin or a harmonica or putting a fucking wig on. I'm one of the Marines. I may not be a big timer today, but I'm gonna be somebody. So you want to take care of me today. And that's what you have to tell these people. If not, you can sit at home and do the comedy show. Right. Or stand, or Gotham, or whatever your home is. Once you're confident, you're like, what am I losing all these idiots for?
Was it hard to make the jump from like doing comedy and then like making it a business? Like to change that mindset?
Because how many times can you get fucked in the ass?
A lot.
You've been jealous?
Yes.
Okay, how old were you when you were jealous?
Constantly.
Still till today?
Yeah.
As a Spanish kid, when I was like in the 6th or 7th grade, I used to get so jealous. I'd light curtains on fire and stupid shit like that.
Okay. I never lit anything on fire, but
then I got that Cuban machismo to me. And I knew that wouldn't work in the real world. Like I just knew it. So I had to lose those type of emotions for me to move forward as a man. You know, with comedy, you never really know. You never really know. But then again, I've always been a savage. I became a super savage when I got off the cocaine. And I started looking at life at what the fuck are we doing? What is the most important thing at my age? What is it? Is it doing this? Is it doing that? No, it's trying to become a person, trying to get some money. Everybody has money in the bank. At 45, I had no money in the bank. I had $21 one day and be at $112 the next. Then I jump it up again to $38.50 because I have to deposit my SAG checks in there. And then one day, my wife, it was about 5 years in, my wife asked me to look at my schedule. And she goes, let me see your schedule. And she goes, why are you doing that gig? That one. And she goes, I want you to cancel that. You're just killing yourself to live. It's not worth it. You have the comedy store. You always have the comedy store. You're doing these gigs. Some of them you make money, but you lose money.
Right.
Between the gas, your time, the drive, the tolls, you're losing money. And then I just applied it to everything. Movies, TV, life. It's a fucking discipline in a way where what's the most important thing to you? To me at the time was becoming a great comic. So when you asked me to go to do something stupid, I don't have time for that.
You mean stupid like people are
wasting my time
right.
compared to what I could be doing at night. My daytime, I don't give a fuck what I'll do whatever you want in the daytime. But if it's between me getting on stage or me going to something that you and your friends are going to the waste time, even though you're a comic, and then I just waiting for you to come to me one day and go, man, my career, but you had the time to go to a Yankee game and jump up and down 3 nights in a row for the World Series. Who gives a fuck? You could have watched it at home and done your spots. These guys were there that night, watching the crowd. Now they're not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the Yankees. I mean anything.
No, I totally get it.
Movies, anything. Like that was like it becomes a business. You know, I see these comics that think that they're gonna go on stage and say something so disgusting or so off colors, they're gonna piss the audience off and walk out. Okay, again, what's that expression? You won the war, but you lost the battle.
Other way around.
You won the battle, but you lost the war. That's what you just did. This is a business. So why am I going up there and trying to piss my audience off?
Right. It's crazy when people do that.
Okay, so there's all these things that you start looking at things and going, I'm getting too old for this dumb shit. Hold on, let me cut my beard off and leave side chops and cut my eyebrow off. You could just be funny and write a joke. Right. So after a while, you just learn how to trim the fat off, and then you trim it off for life, and that's when it gets fucking really fun. That's when it gets really fun. Why? Because 2 nights ago, I was talking to George. I swear to my mother's grave. On the way home, I go, I did the show on the 27th, and today's the 29th. I'm 62 years old, and I'm like, the rent is due. 62. I don't even pay rent. They tax me. But in my mind, in my fucking mentality, it's Saturday night. The rent is due. I swear to God, between me watching the UFC, that's how my mentality is. Like I was like, I got time to watch this shit. And I'm like, yeah, I got paid last night. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind today, I'm like, tomorrow the rent is due. Chop, chop, motherfucker. Because Friday's the 4th. And what do you? That means it's a double bang. It's like Christmas and New Year's. You ain't got time. You ain't got time to bleed, bitch. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the truth. And George is talking to me about something like, rent is due on Tuesday, George, right? And the conversation ended. That's it. That's all we need to talk about right now. The rent is due. You got the Yankees or not. You got the Red Sox. You got the over. Because everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense.
But look, and I'm not saying I disagree with you. But when you say that to people, I know people will say to you, yeah, but you gotta live life. You gotta go to a game.
Yeah, good. Let me know. Let me know when you're playing your minimum payment on your credit card. You could have been doing something. But there's nothing worse. I'm dealing with somebody right now who had a huge opportunity to do a ton of things. You know, and he's crying now. He's crying a lot because he wasted time. And there's nothing like wasting fucking time. Okay? There's nothing, and there's nothing worse than being my age and going, fuck, I should have took that job in 92. Right now I'm starving because I didn't take that job in 92. I made a mistake 30 years ago that I'm suffering for right now. And we all think we're cute. Yeah, I got a couple thousand in the bank. I'm gonna take a couple days off. buy some drinks, get a hat, make believe I'm somebody I'm fucking not. You come back and what happens? Your car explodes. Your fucking car explodes.
Or you lose the job.
That goes and you lost your job because you can't get there. You can't get there unless you got a fucking Chinese guy. You're gonna whip with a rickshaw. Do you know what I'm saying? So now you're like, that shit, bro. I still think the shit. That's why I take these fucking gigs. Because I don't want to be 65 and Mercy can't have a bicycle. And I'm like, fuck. They offered me Atlantic City, but I had an ego. There ain't no ego when you got a kid.
Right.
There ain't no ego.
You'd have to fuck up pretty bad for Mercy not to be able
How many
to get
times you go to a strip club and half those women's are fucking moms? They got a stretch mark, they got a half a titty, the drug dealer father, they're there. Show them that ass. Do you think that's what they want to do? No, they grew up in 18 and kind of going, I don't want to go to college. I want to be a stripper and have some chubby guy named Joe. He stabbed me in the ass. Suck dick. No, but they had a kid. They made a mistake. And now they got to make two mistakes. Got it. You're already fucked up with the kid. You let some guy, ratio, and now he's nowhere to be found. This little fuck. You know what I'm saying? He went back to Saudi Arabia, wherever the fuck.
Horatius from Saudi Arabia?
ICE took him. I don't fucking know. With your luck, ICE will take you back. You fall in love, and everything is great. You meet at Hudson County Park to eat corn. It's like ICE is selling to you and shit over there.
Dude, you have a whole life invented for this couple.
That's ICE selling corn over at Hudson County right now. I drove by. They got a little net. Last time I was hiding there, it was when Bernard King was playing basketball at the courts. You can see him. They even have a sign now that says, come get the corn. That means that ICE is by that corn machine waiting like a motherfucker. They're in that fucking jungle, that little lake over there like Rambo in part 2 when he came out of the mud and he stabbed the Russian in the neck.
ICE is hiding in the mud.
Dog, you want to make a bonus? That's all you got to do is call ICE and go to Hudson County Park on Sunday. They're all up there playing soccer. Just bring the big bus. Bring the big bus and shit. No, they don't play no more bocce. They took the court down. No, it's over. They don't play bocce no more. It was on Bergen Line. They took it off. Yeah, fucking 15 years ago. Where you been? Across the street from Jan Michael Vincent. From Vincent Bicycles. Get it together, George. Come on. We're here today. We're live. In fucking wherever the fuck we are. But yeah, that's it. They're hiding out to County. I saw them today. They had the trees. They got the Subarus down on the headquarters.
Why were you hiding in the park? Huh? Why were you hiding in the park?
Different purposes.
I can't believe you're driving around just like I'm reminiscing about. I was hiding in there.
I don't really go to jail, but I've been driving around looking for ICE. I see where they're gonna be this week. They're gonna be down by me, so I went for a little ride today looking for. Why
are you texting ICE?
I'm not texting them.
No, testing.
I want to see them in action. I want to see how they do it.
What if they pulled you over?
I got a beard, a funny disguise, and a driver's license that says fucking Chad Johnson. Chad Ochocinco.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
But you know what, man? We haven't discussed what we experienced Thursday and Friday nights. We had a nice. Listen, man, I didn't have the set I wanted to have, but everything else was so fucking great. Our families met. We had 8 different families there, 22 different generations. It was just. I would have had food if I would have known. I would have had nice candy afterwards, ziti. Next time, now we know. What a fucking great theater.
Dude, it was
really great.
One thing, I didn't feel like I had the set. Because let's back up for people who don't know. We did Prudential Old Thursday. We always have a great time at the dojo.
And Jay back, we did the dojo Thursdays walnut with warm-up.
Yeah.
With walnut. A warm-up, which is always... It's a great little room.
Yeah.
Everybody has a good time. He puts out food. I forgot his name. It's always
Mike at the dojo.
Mike Dojo. That's his name on my phone. Mike Dojo.
But Friday is what we were talking about. We did Prudential Hall and then JPAC, which...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thursdays are something special over there.
It was an amazing show.
Something very nice over there. It's gonna be hot this summer. I'm getting the surgery. For you guys who keep saying, why does Joey have a Band-Aid? Every week I get 3 people. Why do you have a Band-Aid? Because it doesn't fit on my asshole. How's that? I got an extra Band-Aid. No, because I got a fucking thing in my ear. So tomorrow, July 1st, they're gonna rip it out, shoot Botox in my ear to kill the hair underneath that's all infected. Then they're gonna fucking take skin off my leg. No, they're gonna stitch it. So this side's gonna be a little pulled up. So this side's been fucked up. Now this side, it's gonna be like, I'm thinking about suicide, but I haven't written the letter yet. You know what I'm saying? Like
the early stages.
So that's fucking tomorrow. For you people who are concerned about Uncle Joey and his aging little heart, my heart's fucking great shape. Even Luke has been sending me messages that my resting heartbeat is going down, that my cardiovascular is off the system. It is. I'll tell you guys later. I can't brag here because karate chop me and shit.
That's awesome.
And then next Thursday, they're gonna yank out this tooth, and this cocaine thing. So this is gonna be out of commission for the whole weekend of the 11th. That's why I'm going to see Theo on the 9th in Philadelphia, because that's my last rah-rah night. And Thursday, there's jiu-jitsu guys coming in to do a seminar. So at first I thought it was Thursday the 10th, but it works out it's July the 11th. So they're gonna rip this tooth out. These, and they'll put the set of braces like Jelly Roll for like a month. And then in September, they're going to put this row in. And then like November, they're going to put this row in the teeth. And by December, I can eat fucking spare ribs.
Congratulations.
So,
are you looking forward to it?
Oh, yeah. I've been counting the days. I can't wait till they shoot needles in my mouth and fucking stitches and fucking, blood. And the guy's yanking. Because this is a 62-year-old molar. This ain't coming out with like a little ding, 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 ding. No, this is like the guy wears a helmet. He's got like a toe drop. And they put it on there. They got to keep numbing it. Pull. And it's like fucking pull. And like, what's those two fags in the movie about social media? Facebook?
Oh, the social
little bite, the whatever twins, the Bobsy twins.
Oh, geez, the Bobsy twins.
Pull. That's me. So that's that pool. He's a little Russian guy. He's like 5'2". He's going to have a hell of a day. And I'm going to put the seatbelt on the fucking. He's going to have his foot on my neck. I cannot do this. Yeah, keep pushing, Bruno. Keep pushing, Boris. So that's July 11th. So I got a softball tournament that week. I don't even think I'm going down. I'm just going to rest with like a fucking thing on my head. And then I'm just going to recuperate for a few weeks. And then we come back in August like herpes. Man, it'll be nice and hot. We'll do a couple pop-up shows. And then we're ready for fucking Philly the 27th. And then we pop on a fucking flight. I talked to some people. I'm talking to some people. Sorry. They're going to take us right before they'll drop us off in a helicopter. No way. Get dropped off in parachutes.
Am I gonna have like the Israeli flag on my parachute?
He's getting 6 parachutes. One of them is not gonna open. We already know that. You can't kill a Jew in this climate. It's got to be something like an Argentinian. We got to bring somebody else with us.
Why did someone have to die?
Because why make it fun? It's like Randy Rhoads, you know what I'm saying? Somebody died, now we have to do the comedy show depressed. No, I'm just fucking with you guys.
I know.
I don't know the exact dates for the other gigs. I know it's sometime in November. We have 2 shows in 1 month. It's like Virginia and Maryland. I know it's I don't know, Harris maybe. Why am I lying to poor people? They're sitting there taking notes going, where are you traveling to? I have no idea. Right now I got Philadelphia, Fort Lauderdale. That is it. I'm happy about that. Oh, it's going to be great. Listen, man, I'm trying my fucking hardest, and it's so weird how after the show, like on the way home, all the material I forgot, just miraculously started blowing out of my ass. Like, it's such a fucking mind fuck. And you and I were talking about this morning, how I was doing great for like 22 minutes and I was still stepping on my lines. I'm like, God damn it, why am I fucking doing this? This line belongs to this joke. I was rushing, I didn't know what I was doing. And you know what? But I still had a great time. I felt the heart from those people. And I tried to give it back, you know. And listen, that's all you can do is stand-up comedy.
So we like you skipped to like the end. We didn't talk at all. Like it was a great fucking dude. First of all, Prudential Hall was beautiful. And like the whole like.
Is it Prudential Hall or NJ Pack?
The NJ Pack is like the group, and there's rooms within the NJ Pack, and the room we were in was called Prudential Hall. It was a 2860 something.
I mean, I didn't expect to see all those people. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Dude, I didn't
those tiers of people going up and up.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, nobody jumps off this motherfucker. Yeah, there was 4 tiers. That's a lot of fucking seats. And I'm fortunate. It was in my backyard. There was a lot of New Jersey supporting there that night. A lot of love from Jersey people. And I fucking thank them with all my heart. You know, my daughter got to watch it. That picture you sent me, that's a great picture.
Of her watching it?
Yeah, her like enthused watching it. I looked at her, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, I can't tell you, knowing you for so long, knowing her since she was a kid, like how cool it was just to, and Tara being there too, but just like to know what you've done with Mercy, and like because she's come to a few shows, and she always has a lot of fun. And so like, when she came on stage, I grabbed her, like, you can stand right here, and she just loved it.
When I was a kid, my mom had that bar. And when I first got to McKinley, you know, I was like one of the only Cuban kids. On Fridays, we were supposed to do the ecology club. Okay. After school, was supposed to go to the ecology club, and the other half would have to go to George, the place in Union City that you wanted me to play, across from the 4-star diner. But what's the Catholic school that's back there? There's a Catholic something back there. There was a church, and I think they had Larry McNeil's father there. But behind there was a catechism. So either you had to go to that or ecology class. The ecology, what are we talking about? Yeah, I forgot. So on Fridays, I would go to my mother's bar after catechism, and I would always bring 3 kids. And my mother would always go, let them sit at the bar and give them a Coke with a cherry in it. I still talk to 2 of those kids today, and every time at the end of the conversation, they're like, dog, I still remember going up to your mother's bar and sit at the bar with grown people and feel like an adult for fucking 10 minutes. I remember walking out of there and going home. The priest told me he went home. He used to go home and beat up his brother. Just out of fucking principle. I would go home and light him up because I felt like a man. And that's the same thing. You give them that little window of them feeling like an adult. Not even an adult. She knows she's a young woman. She knows it. They give her that feeling. Just for 2 or 3 hours, then we take it back from her. But she remembers that. She's like, oh, I was out, people were drinking, I smelled reefer. You know, she's not fucking stupid, and I don't want her to be raised. I want her to know what this shit is.
Right, and there is a part of that, but I also think, like, she was just so proud of you. Like, she just liked seeing you do your shit. Like, and like, yeah, she feels like an adult, but I think it's like also like, you know,
she's my daughter.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hide anything from her. Listen, you don't want to hide shit from your fucking kids, because you're gonna pay for it later on, and they're gonna come at you and go, "Why you ever tell me?" And okay, you don't lose the relationship with someone you want. Like, why would you tell me about something like that? Right? What, were you scared? Were you ashamed? Were you? So I wanted to know the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth. But she told me she was talking to a girl from the phone, and she whipped out my book and read the first paragraph to her little 12-year-old friend. And they both started fucking crying. They had to close the book up. That's I don't mind. I don't mind. She knows. She's so retarded though. When we got home that night, she goes, she said something to my wife. We're eating the muffins, and she said to my wife, when I get old, I'm not going to drink cocaine and be around people.
Just out of nowhere? That's fantastic.
She's like, yeah, when I get old, I'm never going to drink cocaine. They were like, okay then. Drink cocaine, you know what I'm saying?
What do you say to that?
They took something from it.
From what?
I'm gonna tell you the creepiest story, guys. I never told none of you motherfuckers. I went to PS 166, but around the corner, when I was growing up, was PA. Right on 88th Street in Amsterdam. And you signed up, and someone taught you how to box, you shot pool, they taught you how to smoke cigarettes. Didn't matter if you were 5 or 6. One of the earliest things they did was they took us to a trip to the police station. This is when they cared about the kids in the precinct. And what they did was they showed you what a cop did. So as you got older, you were their friend. Why don't they do that today? The same fucking $10.
Do they not do that anymore?
No. Why would they bring a kid to a police station and show them what happens when you go to jail and let them get fingerprints?
Yeah.
Put them in the fucking holding tank. Give them a holding lunch with the old salami when they're 6 or 7, and then let them ask stupid fucking questions. You don't want to scare them straight. But we were so young and the world was different. They let you shoot at 22.
No, they did not.
Into a fucking target. You took the target home with you. No, I'll never forget this shit. They also gave you like a junior G-Man badge. But they also did a thing about drugs. At the time, I knew my godfather smoked weed. And, they're like, if you know anybody who smokes pot, turn him in. I'm like, I'll fucking turn him my godfather. You fucking get it. So I went home with my mom. I showed my mom the fingerprints and shit. She goes, what they teach you? Like when I talked about drugs, pot. She goes, did you say anything? I go, no. I just, and like 2 days later, that bitch showed up with a fucking baggage. And she had coke, and she had weed, she had pills, and a little bit of brown heroin. And she goes, this is what they look like if you want to know, just so you know. Just so nobody else can tell you otherwise. This is what it looks like if you have any questions. Ask them now. No, there you go. Just took them away. Well, that was it. But because I was going to be in the bar all the time. She owned the bar. So she didn't want you sitting there fucking like a goofball. You know, because you hear things. Unless you're deaf as a child, right? You hear things. You hear, little things. As you get older, they talk without the door being closed. They do certain things, and now you hear things, and now you can't explain them again.
Especially with like the internet these days, you can't really hide anything from kids.
No, and you gotta listen. When that little girl told me that she knew about my other daughter, and she told my wife fucking ran upstairs and called me right away. And she said she's known for 3 or 4 years, 5 years. I never said nothing.
Did she just save it for like the right moment?
That's even the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's fantastic.
And I asked her. She said, I heard you on the phone one time. And I went online and looked it up, and there she was. And I've been to places where people pop up the picture, and they'll go, is that Mercy? And I said, look, no. That's a little girl I bumped into 20 years ago. And she would sit there and see that picture for her not to say nothing. So she knows, and I wanted her to know. Why are you hiding this shit from your kids for? I can't tell her everything. Like, I'm not going to show her a fucking dildo. She's 12. On the way home, I have to show her to the strip club.
On the way home from what, the show?
Yeah, I've asked her both nights. You want to go? Listen, I know the bartender, I'll give her $50. Just go in there, look around, look at the women, and decide right now what you want to do with your life. And she was there. Yeah, I already know what they do in a strip club. That's what kids remember. They're not going to remember all the other shit. They remember shit like that when they're at a bar and their stupid friends like my dad once smoked a paper. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you about this motherfucker I live with. And that's where they, talk their shit. Yeah, nobody wants a dad that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants a dad that's a fact. What'd your dad do? He played with Legos? Yeah. He was a dad. Did you ever bang mom? Did you ever see your mom come out of the bedroom with a wig off? I told Mercy like 2 years ago, Mercy, do you think I should give mommy some loving tonight? She goes, as long as I don't have a sibling the next day.
Oh my God. That's wild.
Yeah, dog, I'm not in that because the world is quick. And you don't want your kid getting fought. I remember being a kid, people told me, do you come yet? And I'm like 7. And they're like, you don't come yet? And I'm like, no, what is that? And they're like, stuff comes out of your dick. You can write your name on it for years. That's fucking me. I'm like, I can't wait to be 13 to write and cut my name on the wall. I couldn't even write a letter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, disgusting. But this is the shit older kids tell you. And now you believe that shit.
Oh, yeah. Especially.
And now you gotta say it one day from when you're 13. Yeah, I came with a woman. I've been listening to you. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. And now next thing you know, you're on the B team.
Right.
They movie down listening to you. Let's go more. Till you get your shit together.
Is that the end of the minors?
That's it.
Holy shit.
It's tough, man, but.
And do you see her, like, not falling for shit her friends are falling for? Like, do you see, like, the fruits of your labors?
Yes and no. Yes, she won't listen to me. Like, when I start going off, like, she watches Friends, and she knows I hate that fucking show. So, anytime I can piss on Friends, I'll do it, and she just shakes her head. But she won't quit watching Friends. And I respect her for that. She won't go, yeah, Dad, it sucks. Fuck no, she's in there. And when I knock on the door, she's like, what are you doing, Friends? I'm like, Jesus Christ. Close the door, Dad. That's it. That's it. Yeah, like, I say shit to her. She knows, man. They all know. We all knew our parents did creepy things. We might not even remember. You know your dad was a creepy story. That motherfucker had Playboys in the basement. He hid them inside pizza cans and shit.
But I didn't know back then. But like now, looking back, I remember smelling weed through the heating vents.
That's it. You ever seen all his pornography collection? All his little boy collection and that? Jesus Christ. His little Diddy collection.
There is no Diddy collection. But, yeah, there were some VHS tapes.
Yeah, everybody. That's it. You're fun for it.
Of course, I would rewind it back to where it was.
Did you get a Woody and stuff? Your face get all red and shit?
The red face, probably, but my face is usually red. But I have no idea. Yeah, it was my introduction to it, was VHS tapes.
That's why I don't like. I'm always home when she gets home from school. I watch her come in. I sit outside or I sit closely and watch her come in so I see what she looks like when she comes in. And then I feed her and then she does whatever the fuck she wants. But I always thought that my worst times were I would come home and look around the shit you found. That's the worst thing for a kid. I used to find the creepiest things, you know, and then go, what the fuck? And then it's your fault for looking.
But like, do you also monitor like what she does online? Like, do you see her stream stuff?
My mother does monitor. My mother does. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right, but someone's looking at it.
Well, I fucking talk to her a lot. And I talk to her about the video games. Has anybody spoken to you? She's already told me about the situation that happened to her. So we're good. We're good. We're good. You know, I don't know what I'm doing on there. Not even if she plays Roadblocks.
Yeah, that can get creepy.
One of those. I don't know. I don't even know if it's Roadblocks.
Yeah,
that's one of them. And they're all creepy, but we don't got him. You met him, the guy in LA that's made games. So before she downloads the game, my wife calls him. And he'll tell my wife whether the game is good for her to watch or is shitty for her to watch. It's a fucking great deal. So.
Thanks. That's awesome. It was great. It was great to see Terry too. She was so happy. And yeah, the show was awesome. It took me like a minute, because I've heard from comics on podcasts talk about like in bigger rooms like that like the sound comes back to you in a way, and it was like I've done theaters with you. I like the sound just came back like echoed a little bit. And it took me a few minutes of my set, and then like towards the middle, I really started to have a lot of fun.
It's not loose. Yeah, you see a lot of people like that. It's like when you walk into a club. You're parked in New York City. You're like, oh my God, let's get to the club, Mickey. And you walk in, all of a sudden you turn, and there's a fucking line of 800 people. You're like, it takes your breath away. Just the energy there goes, and you go, oh my God. And you're like, what do you want to do? And all of a sudden you get irritated, right? Don't you get irritated right away? What do you want to do? You want to wait on this one? I don't know. Where's my friend Sebastian? Sebastian is nowhere to be found.
But to be honest with you, I don't know if it was just because we came in the back. I didn't see anybody. A couple people beeped at me as I was walking up, but that's it. I don't think I looked up because I don't normally look up at like a comedy show. They put up an Instagram story today of like the 4 tiers. I swear to on my mother's life, I didn't know there were 4 tiers. I didn't look at shit.
No. Were you there when the guy came in? He goes, would you like to look at our theater? And I'm like, nope.
I wanted to.
You didn't put all this craftsmanship. He goes, you want all this craftsmanship? I don't want to shit my pants. If I go out there now, I start judging. And what's that called? Where you right. You don't need to see shit. You just gotta be funny.
Right.
You want to see something like Cuban saying, oh, yeah, where's it cool?
But it was so like everyone there was so cool.
All that. Listen, when I spoke to Lee's school, we spoke about 9:30. I had an appointment at 10:30, and we spoke about all the variables. We spoke about I forgot the material, the sound, the feedback. There was some other thing we discussed. And at the end of the day, I just wasn't prepared. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it was 2 weeks. I had done a set the night before. I was still going to come up with like 22 minutes of material. Obviously, it didn't fucking work. I had to substitute for the B shit. But at the end of the day, I hate when comics say that. Well, the echo, it goes back. Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Just do your shit.
I got used to it. I think
well, you did great.
Well, thank you. It was a great show. Aaron Berg killed. He's so fucking
Did you go out there and look at the theater before you went out there?
No.
It's beautiful. And I wouldn't let you. We're from that old school. You didn't see nothing.
No.
Like the Cubans said, no way now. Ass is cool. That means don't see nothing. Look at your ass. You want to see something? Look at your ass. Don't see nothing.
But I know what you're saying. I'm not because I hate when you think you didn't have a good show. People try to convince you did, but it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there for the whole time.
I'm leaving the house saying to myself that like 3-5 years ago before the pandemic, what was fucking me up so much was I was going up there and saying I can't fail. That was the wrong attitude. It was go up there, have fun, and fuck them in the ear. Because fuck him in the other ear. What movie is that? Fuck him in the ear. Fuck him in the other ear. Goodfellas or one of those stupid movies. The point is that stand-up is about going up there, eating an edible, smoking some dope, whatever sets you loose. If it's a cocktail, if it's what?
That's really a line from Goodfellas. I thought that was a joke.
You know, I mean, guys, stand-up at the end of the day. You're supposed to go up there, going like, the true attitude, if you get more than $100 a show for doing an hour, right? Let's say you get $300 a show for doing an hour. Your attitude is you're going up there, you're like, some idiot. I mean, that's a joke. That's why as you walk into the stage, there should be nothing on your mind. You gotta say 2 things to yourself. And it's funny, some people are gonna take it the wrong way because they take everything. But like when you get $500 a show on a Tuesday or whatever, you're like, this fucking idiot. You know, they're paying me $5 to do something I would do for free. Or pay to do. When you do stand-up, basically, they're paying you for the gas, the toll, that's what you're paying for. When you get there, you're like, they want to pay me how much to do this stupid shit? I'll go up there and fucking flip around and blow bottle rockets out of my ass. As long as you're having fun, the audience is going to have fun. Right. Right or wrong. Now, at a different level, I'm walking out thinking, oh, I can't believe these 2,000 people showed up. They actually paid. Like, you have to, like, be happy on the way up there. Like, somebody's finally paying you. For 18 years, trying to bring 4 people, an organ player, go up at midnight, wait a year for a check. You know what I'm saying? And now, for once, what do you have to be fucking sad about? And I think that sometimes with comedy or life, it's how you look at the situation. Because I was the king of that shit. It's how you. I used to go to the doctor scared. I'm gonna get a needle in my arm. On the whole way there, you're just building up fear and anxiety. By the time I get there, my hands will be. They would have to put fucking paper towels in both my hands. Now I go to the doctor like I'm gonna torture the fucking chick who takes blood out of me, or something. But it's not the fear, you know. Like before I go on stage, I told Nick make a joke before I went out. I did the joke. The dumbest joke in the world about Carvel. Mr. Softy, my neighborhood is so boring. Mr. Softy, stop coming. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You know why? Because I was high. Right. And I was giggling at myself. I'm looking at you with the ostrich feet. And I'm fucking dying of laughter. But that's what it is. Right. It's the attitude. It's not like I'm gonna go up there and my sound is gonna ricochet. Who gives a fuck? I don't need to hear shit. I just need to fucking watch him laughing. I don't need to hear nothing. Right. I wanna hear my boring jokes. What do I wanna hear them for? I can talk to myself all day. Right.
But that's why it's like, and you have to be hard on yourself, but you're being. People had a really good time at the show,
and that's all that matters. Yeah, on the way home, I thought about that also. And I saw those people. I saw the people that came in the back. There was a lot of people in the back I never met before. Gino's daughters. I never knew them before. They were like, your nephew just went to meet with my dad. And I'm like, he's here. And I showed him to him. I don't know if you saw them. I never met these people before, but I could see the look on their face. My friend Gabby, her niece came. I took the ticket for her. And she goes, no, I have to give her my license. So she gave the niece her license and let her in. I didn't know a lot of those people. But I could see that they were happy. Gabby's called me 3 fucking times. I said, she went backstage. So you let her in? I go, yeah, those are the passes. You know, so that's what you look at.
And dude, it's like, because even if you have like a good set, like a B or B plus, A minus, there's always going to be like a better set or a better, it could have gone better. But that doesn't mean like, you know, that it wasn't good or people, because you also, you said you wanted to do jokes you didn't do. You say that every time you go on stage. You also always say, I have nothing to, I don't know what I'm going to say to these people.
Until I get up there and start milking the vein. I don't know shit.
And then, dude,
there's times I have to watch you guys and go, oh, fuck. Like, thank God Aaron Burr goes up before me sometimes. He'll say something about his kid, and I go, that's you go. I said, now I remembered that. And I do that at the dojo on purpose to get my memory going. It's a discipline. It's an exercise to get you coconut fucking thinking. But when I'm in front of 20 other people, there's no exercise. There's executing. Right. Big fucking difference. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I meant. I'm mad that I got stuck.
Do you think you went to something you were more confident? Like, I know, like the jokes you did were new jokes, but like.
I forgot everything, man. I forgot shit that I could go to. That's very like New Jersey-ish. I forgot a ton of shit, man.
Happens all the time.
I know it does. And you know, people go, well, you need to stop smoking reefer. No. I'm gonna smoke more fucking reefer from now on. So you guys, where are you this week anyway for the 4th of July? What are you gonna do?
No, for the 4th, it's my uncle's 80th birthday. I'm going back to Boston for a couple of days. I reached out for another week, but not this week.
Oh, say, can you see? What, you got any fireworks? What are we doing for the 4th?
Yeah, we're going to watch
those Israeli fireworks. They go boom, boom. They go not one, just boom. They go boom. So boom 2 times. You get any of those?
Not yet. Not
the face of that Yahoo on it.
No Netanyahu bombs.
I have no idea what I'm doing for the 4th of July. We're gonna go to the city, but there's too many Jews in the city for the 4th. That's gotta scare you a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's
I'm
why
leaving. Huh? Yeah.
who knows? I don't want to be in a building where you're bombed or a fucking helicopter goes into it or something. And then,
you're a glass half full kind of guy.
What?
Glass half full. Why is all this terrible things gonna happen?
It's a 4th of July. People go crazy. People are angry. New York's got that new primary mayor. People are mad about that. If you got property in New Jersey, kick your mother out because you're about to make millions. If your mother lives in the basement, tell her bitch it's time to go, Jack. You know what I'm saying? We're making millions. I'll buy you a little hut in South Jersey once the smoke clears. We're making big money in North Jersey now.
Why?
Because that guy, if he wins, all those people are going to leave. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, wins as governor. All those people are moving to Northern New Jersey. Damn, big money, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be doing a podcast, open up an office. Some bitches.
What are the bitches going to do?
Whatever you want them to do. I'll be a girlfriend with the muffins. Listen, who would you eat a muffin from? The top of this chick that gave you a muffin. Or some scotch out from Starbucks with sunglasses and green hair. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need in your life.
It's a really easy choice.
Would you like soy milk? Yeah, in my ass. That's what I want, soy milk, all right? Well, no fucking soy milk. I want the real McCoy.
But who goes to a topless place to get a muffin?
Well, that's what we'll find out. Would you like to go to a topless muffin coffee place? They got them in Florida. Topless coffee.
They really have coffee?
Yeah. You pull
that seems like it's way too hot to be topless around.
What?
What if they spill it on themselves?
Who gives a fuck? They're titties. You know what I'm saying? You take them to Texas and you got them rebranded. That's when a fake tit was invented. They got a little changing company. Like the book company in Nashville, the Italians, they got one down there for your titties.
Really?
Remember, titties were invented at the University of Texas.
I didn't know that.
Who invented titties? What the great movie.
This is a real thing?
Yeah. What? University Austin or Dallas? Yes. Big money, Dallas. Big titties. Big money, big titties. Everybody went nuts. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. So that's what the fake tip was invented.
I learned something every week on this podcast.
That's what these podcasts and comedy routines are about. You always go home with a ha and a hee and fucking a mental note. Like I didn't know that titties were whatever invented out there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the 4th. I don't want to sit at home. I don't feel like driving 3.5 hours here. I have to drive back on fucking Sunday morning. Please stop at Celia Cruz. Fucking, that's my favorite. I want to get the Nathan's hot dog with the fucking French fries. They have the coconut ice that you pop in a little thing, right? Tremendous.
But like, I was just gonna ask that you don't want to do like a grill. Like put hot dogs and hamburgers.
How old are we now? How many fucking hamburgers and hot dogs? We just had the best hot dogs that I have. I'm gonna sit there at somebody's house with some half fucking shitty hot dogs. They're both are my fucking excited. And I'm Georgie dog, you know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got that type of class.
That's true.
You know, they want to make you those scotchard meatballs, those scotchard fucking hamburgers. They don't put no seasoning in it. I don't want to do that again. And potato salad. Well, happy 4th of July, everybody. It's a good Friday. Now I'm bored Saturday and Sunday scratching my balls. I don't want to do that shit.
Would you ever bring your own food to a barbecue? Like if you knew someone's food stuff?
Oh, yeah. If I knew somebody's anti-professional, you show up with your own shit. You know what I'm saying? If I know Joy's going to be there with American cheese slices from Kraft, right? You got to show up with something. Joy thinks I'm going to let him forget that. I just want to be on his tombstone. This motherfucker showed up to a barbecue in Long Island Italians with Kraft slices, the ones that you remove one, and he wonders why I don't invite him back.
Those aren't bad, though.
If you're a communist, if you're a president, not if you're in liberty, not if you believe in freedom. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you this, Joey. What year was this cheese transgression? Like
about 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. I thought it was when you were in your 20s.
That's why you got dumped.
5 or 6
years. Showed up with American cheese and put on family. They're old school Italian. That's it. They pulled her aside. You gotta give them walking papers. 90 days. They love it.
For cheese. That's fucked up.
Oh, they've let people go for lunch. Old school Italian people don't fuck around, dog. There's some shit you just can't show up with. That's what I'm trying to always caution you.
Could you get let's say he went to the deli and got nice sliced American cheese, they sliced it for him.
First of all, he should have showed up with nice fresh sliced cheese, and also he knows he should have showed up with mozzarella and some nice pepperoni bread or whatever the fuck. But they don't have that there. Yeah. So you bring a little cheese, but you dope it up a little bit of mozzarella. Nice with the salt water.
Right.
With the mozzarella pepper water.
Right. You can't. I love you, George, but you can't bring. This is making more sense. Like a package of American cheese slices instead of a ball of mozzarella. Okay, I thought you were making burgers.
Unless your neighbor's friend is Chad. Fucking, Truthy. Yeah, you can't.
I don't even know if that's a knife, George. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I'll throw you out for less. I swear to God. You got no gigs this week, Lee? Just tomorrow?
I am tonight. Tonight, yeah.
Tonight?
Or when it comes out.
Where you at tonight?
The comic strip at 8 o'clock.
Showcase.
Yes.
Go down there and support Lee Sayat tomorrow night at the comic strip. Let me tell you something else, ladies and gentlemen. This week is the 4th of July. With what's been going on lately in the fucking world, make it the best 4th of July. Put your fucking Nazi helmet on and get ready. Some deep shit might happen. But then again, something might not happen. But the only thing that's supposed to happen is we're supposed to be the best Americans that we can fucking ever be. And that's all you can do. Me, I don't vote, but I pay taxes. I pay taxes on reef. I do all the right things. I don't jaywalk. I do all the right things. I did my crime. I did my time. I paid my debt to society. And what do you want from me? I got a warrant in Seattle, but fuck that. That was 30 years ago, and I never got in trouble again. So who won that fucking dog fight? Hello? Anyway, happy 4th of July to you and your families. Appreciate the liberties that you have. While you at home watching stupid fucking games, getting ready for the Jets, who gives a fuck? Go out there and be a fucking American. That's it. Trump is helping. He's cleaning up the country. He's helping you now. You got no more excuses. Why would I want to mow a lawn? Mexicans are going to mow lawns. White people are going to be in demand again. Thank God to Trump. That's it. But do you really want the job? That's next week's podcast. Do you really want the fucking job after Trump gets rid of it? Are you going to learn how to bake? Are you going to learn how to clean a bathroom? No! Anyway, I love you guys. Have a happy 4th of July with your families. Stay black. Don't forget to support Lee tonight at the comic strip. What street? Lee, you're sitting there like you don't even know it yet. Look at you.
I don't know what street it's on. It's the comic strip in the Upper East Side.
Comic strip on the Upper East Side. I love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. Have a great week. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joe here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If your dick is malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you approve, you get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen, I want the bang my head on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure get it for free. When you press it, promo code Joey. Joey. Just pay a fee for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You might have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey when you visit BlueChew.com. Right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 24th of June. It's a beautiful day to be alive. The Church New Testament is in session, Jack. Let's get this party started. What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with a blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you micro back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken. I get it, because it has a pre, post, and whatever. It has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. Hey! What's up, you beautiful people? Here we are for another fantastic Tuesday podcast. You got my main man, Lee Sayat. We're going to bring a guest, but you motherfuckers don't like him. Fuck the guest. It's just us talking shit to world events. What happened last week and what's going to happen next week. What's up, Negro?
I'm happy to be here. So, dude, you don't sweat that much, which is crazy as a big dude. You don't seem like you sweat that much.
I don't try to go outside too much. I don't try to put myself in a bad position. You sweat when you go to the gym. That's it.
Oh my God! I don't know how. Even you walk into a store in the city and they don't have air conditioning on.
No, nobody's got air conditioning.
Fuck that. Are you serious?
They're saving. Prices went up on electric. That's it. You got to pass the savings down to the consumer. Nobody's got air conditioning.
I know for a fact you're gonna make fun of me, but I don't care. I bought this little fan that he put around.
I know you did.
So I can walk around with it.
You're gonna get mugged with hardly shadow of a
If
doubt.
they mug me for the fan, I bought 2 fans so I can have one in the backup in case the other one dies.
That fucking fan away.
Never. You know, I brought one here that's a little.
That little white one?
No, there's a little black one. George brought the little one. I brought one that you hook into your pants and it goes up your shirt. But the problem is I'm too fat, so I can't. Putting something in your belt loop when you're fat is not gonna work. Dude, I love fans. I don't know how people do it. If you like, I always think about Florida. If I lived in Florida and didn't have air conditioning, I'd kill myself.
Who would not have air conditioning in Florida?
There's plenty of people.
Only a homeless person.
Oh, even that. I'd rather be homeless because at least you're outside with some breeze. So, like, a lot of these homes, a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
Come on. A lot of people, I know there's a lot of people that open the windows up and go, oh my God, you don't need air conditioning. Well, go fuck yourself. I ain't coming home. You need air conditioning. There's some times in the summer where you need fucking air. I don't like being uncomfortable. No. And that's what he makes you uncomfortable. Like something ain't right. You're sitting there, baseball games in July. Fuck you. Fuck you, August. The heat of fucking August. Sit there and get burned by the sun. That's not for me, man. You make all those mistakes. And then you go, that's it. It's not for me. I don't want to sit out there. It's like going to a Jet game in November. It's not bad enough. They're going to lose. Then I got to freeze my ass off.
I know.
The other day, one of the Florentine brothers, fucking June, this motherfucker's already got tickets for December 13th, Miami against the Jets. Are you going? Not at all. Look at the date. Look at the fucking date. There's no way I'm going there. And I'm not sitting in the stands at a fucking Jet or fucking Giant or whatever game. I gotta sit somewhere where I'm not gonna be bothered. If not, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. So,
dude, do you remember? I remember when I was a kid, I went to where the Patriots play, and they had like the bleachers used to be just like metal benches, like long metal benches. Those in the summer, fuck you. Like, and I don't know because we have a lot of chubby listeners, so like I know they get it. But like I hate like whenever a skinny person tells me that they're fine, I piss. Like that's why you know me. I don't really get angry that much. That's why I get fucking angry.
What'd you do last week? Anything good? You did some comedy?
I did a little comedy in Mass. I had to go home. My mom I had to do something medical with her.
How's she doing?
Great. She's doing much better. But it made me think about you when you were in the hospital earlier this year. Just like it's amazing. Like the people, like I'm down on people a little bit, but the people, like doctors and nurses are like heroes. I don't know how it's so cool to see like just to see like actual good people. So it was a scary week. Everything's fine, thank God. But it was just when people you gotta go through tests, and she ended up having to spend the night. But it was a real good experience.
You know, I was getting the set list ready, and I was just writing shit down. You know, like for Thursday and Friday, I want to throw up there, and I threw up the hospital. You know, I do some hospital jokes,
right?
And I was like, fucking, that was a long time ago.
I know.
March, April, May, June. That was 4 months. But George, sit down, please. Sit down. You're making me nervous.
And you were like you said, every once a month for a week, and it was like you weren't even really feeling better when you got out of the hospital.
No, I was feeling good enough to go home, but not. And I thought I would get better over the days, but it was fucked up when I look at it. Fucked up when I think about it. Fucked up what happened, and it happens in life. I can't get angry.
No,
it could have been a lot worse. I could have been in the hospital for 3 months. Thank God it was just 14, 15 days divided by 3 fucking months, and I made the best of it. I mean, in my mind, I went in there and I was having a good time. I was eating cereal. I was fucking staying up late, drinking fucking fresh orange juice at night, having a good time. But it got old on me and it weighed on me. It's like my ears weighing on me. This has been since last fucking October. And they're still not, so now, thank God, I got one of the girls on my daughter's softball team. He's a plastic surgeon, and he asked me, "What's wrong with your fucking ear?" And I showed him. He goes, "Why didn't they do this, and this?" I don't know. I don't fucking know. And he's like, "All right, come in to see me next week. I'm gonna do all this shit, and then I want you to." He goes, "I'm gonna be working in the hospital, and I want you to come into emergency room, and I'm gonna take care of you there with different insurance. I mean, the guys, they're Russian.
That's the only way to do it. It's like you have to know somebody to get through it."
And I'm happy that I feel a lot better now. I have worked very fucking hard since I got out of the hospital. I wrote some shit down. I made my decisions about some stuff, and I have stuck very tight to that plan. Like just to the T. Like I've hit the goals every week that I want to, food-wise, weight-wise, workout-wise, So, you only could wish for the best.
You can, but it's also like, as you get older, it's going to happen no matter what you do.
Listen, we were having a talk before I get started about stand-up. And you get frustrated with stand-up. You know when you get frustrated? When you pop your head up, like what comes out on February 3rd? What's that? That animal that comes out.
Oh, the groundhog, yeah.
The groundhog. The only time you get depressed in comedy is when you pop your head up to look around. Think about that. When your head is under that, when you're barreling through a tunnel, you're not depressed because you're working. You're making the best of it. Okay? You put your head down. When you have a situation in your life, whether it's stand-up, health, whatever, you put your head down and go, this is what needs to be done. I can't stay up till 2 in the morning watching a movie I already watched 8 times.
Right.
That's what I do. That's what I do. That's all I do. I'll wait till 11, and then something's coming on at midnight. I'll go, oh shit, midnight. So now I go upstairs, drink coffee, smoke 18 bong hits, and wait for midnight to come. Then I'm up till 2. Watching a movie I've seen 80 fucking times already.
Right.
And I stopped all that shit. Like George and I were talking this morning. I went to bed at 10 last night. I had like 8 missed calls last night from like 10:30 to 12:54. People called me last night. I'm like, wow. I went upstairs at 10 to fucking 10.
And you actually go to sleep?
Went to sleep. Grabbed the cat. Fuck my wife even goes, where you going? I'm going up. If you want to come, you're more than welcome. Nobody has to get up this week. There's no 6:30 in the morning. There's shit. There's no camp. There's no school. So there ain't shit going on.
That's great. And do you notice a difference? Are you feeling better with
Fuck
sleep?
yeah. And I take a nap in the afternoon too. I work so hard in the morning that when I go home at 1:30, I fuck around, I take a shower, and by 3:30 I gotta go down. I gotta go down for a fucking hour, an hour and a half, sometimes 1:30, sometimes 2. Yeah, I went to bed at 3:30, I got up at 6:15 at night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm jealous. But you seem a lot calmer, and you seem like at peace, which is nice.
Why? I don't have anything to fucking... I don't let nothing break my balls like I used to.
Why do you think you used to?
I answer it. I answer back now, and I go, no, I'm not doing that shit. Because I was putting everything before your health. Not really everything. But if some motherfucker calls me and says, you need to talk at 11:30, I'll cancel the jitsu over that. And then it's a 10-minute call. It's a waste of my time. So nobody cancels my working sessions no more. There's a program. I got to do something from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I take the fuck off. I eat what I want. I drink. I still drink a lot of water. Goddamn fucking eat water, sleep, rest, and I have a, as funny as it is, I have a stress thing on my roof.
Okay.
And it tells you throughout the day when you have stress.
Does it like alert you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. It has a high, medium, and low alert. And it's weird. When I feel something, I'll look and it's medium. Like today I was alone and my daughter goes, I want to go ride the bike. She can ride a great bike. I just don't like her riding around the neighborhood by herself. 2 weeks ago she went to Starbucks on the fucking bike, which I wasn't mad at her. But we all did the same stupid shit. But for some reason, when she tells me she's gonna ride the bike, my levels go up right away. I worry, she's gonna fall. She's got shorts on. She's gonna scrape her knee. And then I go, fuck it. That's how I learned.
I know. It's just I was shocked.
Scrape your fucking knee, And little things, like when people call me to go to New York City for something, that puts my stress level high.
Just the fact that they invite you?
No, they'll just call me, hey, you want to do a podcast? And I'm like, not really, but I tell them this will be like the 18th time. I go, no. But it's because why would I want to do a podcast right now? What is the sense of me doing a podcast?
Right.
I have no reason to do a fucking podcast. I come up, I'm happy that we get to do our podcast, we get to chit chat, eat some food, and we go home. That's it. I don't want to drive into the city and start doing 15 podcasts a week for no reason. For no reason. I'm not promoting anything. I got nothing new to say. Nothing has happened, except I'm getting older. What the fuck is happening? So for me to go on a podcast, so how long did you do in prison? I don't want to hear these questions no more. I don't want to hear these no more.
Right. No, I get it. It's interesting for me to watch you because I like something that I feel like I've been doing wrong. I'm trying to avoid it, but I feel like I've been a little bit too desperate with some of the comedy stuff that I'm doing. And I know why I'm desperate. It's because I just want to do spots. So I'm taking things because I just say yes to every spot.
You have to.
Okay. I've been trying to go over it in my head. Like, what am I doing wrong?
Again, for years I did every fucking spot I could. From 91 to 2003, I did every spot I did until one day, my girlfriend at the time sat me down and she goes, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Right. You're losing money on every venture you do. You're the only committee that loses money on every venture. Right. You know, you were laughing at me last week. I figured out in my head that if I took a bus to local gigs, I saved $300, $200, and that's more money for me to snort coke. Oh, yeah. Party and get fucked up. You know, I figured all these things out. You have a budget. You have, what they're paying you $600 for 6 shows. You got to get there. That's always, you know, back at this shit started about 8 years ago. Before that, everything was $200, $240, $280. Yeah, science, yeah. Everything was $280, $249. Every once in a while, I got a $311. But you know that. So right there, you get $400 and $250 is out the window. You're left with $350. Unless you fucking eat sardines out of a can with crackers and live in a corner, you know, right, with a heater or no heater or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Doing comedy is very fucking rough on the mind. You're not making any money. Your friends in the 30s have Lamborghinis or whatever the fuck they got, and you're still driving a little Toyota with a missing bumper. And you have a dream. You know, you have a dream and you believe in yourself. So that belief has to take you all the way to the top. Like, you gotta believe that the reason you don't do. Listen, man, the biggest thing about stand-up or any other thing, when you become a doctor, you go to fucking 4 years of college, 3 years of medical school, a year residency, another 6 months here. You're doing all this shit, but when the smoke clears, you're making $400,000 a year. Right, you know, when the smoke clears. When those kids go to become a doctor, they're fucking scared. That's hard. That's harder than what we do, studying in an emergency room and taking a pencil out of the kid's eye. You know, all this shit's scary, right? Right. But there's a payoff. So in your mind, there's so many things you could do. Like, I remember one time, towards the end, this was like one of the only arguments I ever got with Ralphie, man. And there was a couple weeks there that he would tell you something, he'll see you in an hour, and then 6 hours later. And one day I said something to him, I go, Ralphie, you got to knock it on. At that time, I had nothing going on compared to him. And I said, dog, when you tell me 1 o'clock, 1:30, that works. But this 5 hour late shit, that doesn't work. And I told him, I go, I got time. And, you know, my time is valuable. It was not as valuable as mine. I go, but if you're sitting on your fucking ass for 4 hours, then you got no time. Right. Your time is nothing. And, you know, it was like a little argument. We made up, whatever, but he told me 2 weeks later, he goes, you were right. Time is important. So you're wasting your fucking time and your sacrifice. That's why I said that to you a couple weeks ago. I love you to death. You ain't got time to go to movies on a Saturday night. I don't give a fuck if it's Mission Impossible. And that's the big thing with your situation, the relationship.